The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 352 to Chapter 393. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. The Marquis moved so quickly that Grand Concubine Jing didn't even have time to react before she was brought to the door. Of course, the main reason was that she hadn't expected the Marquis to do this all of a sudden. Even she herself was outside of the situation. The only person who was even more outside of the situation was the Emperor. The Emperor looked at the Marquis in his night-traveling clothes, then at the hand that was holding Grand Concubine Jing's wrist. His brain exploded on the spot. All he heard was a buzzing sound, and then his mind went blank. The scene in front of him was so stimulating that he lost his voice. The Marquis paused in his steps. He clearly hadn't expected to run into the Emperor either. He had clearly seen that the lights were still on when he passed by the Imperial study, so he thought that the Emperor would take a long time to read through the memorials. Grand Concubine Jing was the first to react, and she quickly pulled her hand back. The Marquis, on the other hand, subconsciously grabbed her hand back. Only then did he realize that something was wrong, but the disaster was already done. The Emperor flew into a rage and roared, "Gu Chao!" The Marquis trembled and let go of Grand Concubine Jing's hand. The one who was startled by the Emperor's shout was Granny Kai, who had gone to the bedchamber. Granny Kai saw Grand Concubine Jing and the Marquis at the door, and then saw the furious Emperor outside. What else could she not understand? She cursed inwardly. She had only been gone for a short while, so how did she get into such a big mess? If she had known this would happen, she would have held it in just now. The Emperor clenched his fists tightly and used all his strength to suppress the urge to behead the Marquis. He squeezed out one word after another through gritted teeth, "Gu Chao. What is going on here? You'd better make yourself clear." If the old Chancellor were here, he would have countless flowery words to smooth things over. Whether the Emperor would believe him or not was another matter. In any case, the Marquis would refuse to admit it and insist that the relationship between this official and the Grand Concubine was pure. Unfortunately, the old Marquis's temperament was not like this. On the battlefield, he used troops like a god. He was extraordinarily cunning, and there was nothing too deceitful in war. Once he was on the battlefield, his brain seemed to be stuck there. In private, he was a straightforward person and didn't have the slyness and shamelessness of the old Chancellor at all. If the Emperor did not catch him, he could not explain to the Emperor. But since the Emperor had seen him, there was no point in quibbling. He knelt down with a thud, and the floor almost cracked. "Your Majesty." He raised his head and said sorrowfully, "I am guilty." Granny Kai took the opportunity to point at his nose and said, "Of course you're guilty. As a subject of His Majesty trusts you so much, but you sneaked into the palace in the middle of the night to kidnap Imperial Concubine Dowager. Admit it, admit it. Senior Marquis, hurry up and take the blame for yourself. You mustn't implicate Her Highness." An inconspicuous eunuch quietly retreated from behind a large tree not too far away. He sprinted all the way to Rinshou Palace and reported the movements in Pure Flower's palace to Eunuch Qin. "Io, what a bastard if he didn't watch the fun." Eunuch Qin happily went to report to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "What's there to see?" Empress Dowager Zhuang had no interest in Grand Concubine Jing's romantic affairs. But Eunuch Qin wanted to see it. It was so heart-wrenching. Eunuch Qin advised earnestly, "You'll lose a piece of meat if you see it. You've been acting with His Majesty for so long, so it's time to see the results. The sooner you step on her, the sooner you don't have to act anymore, right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang thought it was feasible and put down the memorial in her hand to go to Pure Flower's palace. The atmosphere in Pure Flower's palace was so heavy that everyone couldn't breathe. The palace servants all fell to their knees and trembled. "The Empress Dowager has arrived." Following Eunuch Qin's announcement, everyone prostrated themselves even lower. Grand Concubine Jing and Granny Kai both glanced over at the same time. Empress Dowager Zhuang was dressed in a gorgeous and expensive phoenix robe. The robe and wide sleeves were embroidered with phoenixes about to take flight. As she slowly walked over in the dark night, she inexplicably gave off the pressure of a judge. The old Marquis and the Emperor silently confronted each other and didn't look at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Even so, the two could still feel her aura. Eunuch Wei bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked up the steps and swept her gaze over everyone. She asked calmly, "Oh, it's so late, but Pure Flower's palace is still so lively. Even old Marquis Gu has come. Why is the old Marquis kneeling? He's even kneeling in Nun Jing An's meditation room." At the mention of this, the emperor remembered that Gu Chao was kneeling in the wrong place. He gritted his teeth and said, "Get out here and kneel." The old Marquis knelt in the courtyard. Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly asked, "What happened? Does His Majesty want to punish him to kneel?" Granny Kai hurriedly said, "Empress Dowager, the old Marquis snuck into the palace in the middle of the night and kidnapped esteemed concubine Dowager. If His Majesty hadn't arrived in time, esteemed concubine Dowager might have met with a mishap." Empress Dowager Zhuang raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Kidnapped the old concubine?" Ijia remembers that Pure Flower's palace had the dragon shadow guards left behind by the previous emperor. Are they all dead? Are they waiting for His Majesty to rescue the old concubine? The emperor's expression changed when he heard this. He'd been so angry that he'd forgotten that he'd sent the dragon shadow guards to Grand Concubine Jing's side. That's right, with the dragon shadow guards there, how did Gu Chao get close to Grand Concubine Jing? It couldn't be that the dragon shadow guards were lured away again. Even if they were lured away for a while, he'd been here for so long that the dragon shadow guards should have returned by now. The dragon shadow guards hadn't appeared from beginning to end, so there was only one possibility: Grand Concubine Jing had them withdraw. Therefore, it wasn't Gu Chao who'd kidnapped Grand Concubine Jing, it was the two of them, the two of them. The emperor forced himself not to think about those two words, but Eunuch Qin said them out loud. "Ah. It's the middle of the night. Is Nun Jing'an thinking of escaping the palace with the old Marquis?" Eunuch Wei said, "That's right, that's right. You two aren't really thinking of escaping the palace, are you?" Granny Kai was about to go crazy. She glared at Eunuch Wei. "Whose side are you on?" Eunuch Wei covered his mouth. His mouth was loose. "Eunuch Qin. Be careful with your words." Granny Kai shouted. But what was the use of being loud? It was just a bluff. The truth was right in front of them. No amount of sophistry could cover up the fact that the dragon shadow guards hadn't made a move. Grand Concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang through the dark night. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even have a child, but she was still able to stand tall in the harem for so many years. How could it be just luck? It wasn't that she didn't know how to use those tricks, but there were some things that she disdained to fight for. And this seemed to give some people the wrong impression that she was just SOSO. She couldn't do anything other than take the blame and be bitterly disappointed. Zhuang Jintz was proud. The proud Zhuang Jintz wouldn't come to watch Grand Concubine Jing's drama, nor would she hit her when she was down. She was disdainful. Zhuang Jintz had changed. She was still proud, but there was something more than that. Grand Concubine Jing clenched the string of Buddhist beads in her hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled coldly. "I've asked you several times over the years if you wanted to come back, but you said no. You were doing well in the nunnery. I thought you were just being polite." As she spoke, she looked at the old duke meaningfully. "So it's true." Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped there and left with Eunuch Qin. Granny Kai was anxious. "Empress Dowager. You can't say that. When did you ask Grand Concubine if she wanted to come back to the palace?" Did Empress Dowager Zhuang ask? Of course not. But were they the only ones allowed to accuse her? In this situation, at the right time, at the right place, "I'm going to kill you." Empress Dowager Zhuang, who bowed down for 5 candied fruits, was so domineering. Men always cared about this kind of thing, and because they cared, they were suspicious. Empress Dowager Zhuang's words were the straw that broke the camel's back. Granny Kai knelt down and begged, "Your Majesty. Don't listen to Empress Dowager's nonsense. Grand Concubine and old Duke Gu are innocent." Grand Concubine never said that to Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager never sent anyone to the nunnery to ask Grand Concubine to come back. Grand Concubine is your mother. You have to believe her. Your Majesty. You have to believe Grand Concubine. The emperor's heart ached. It hurt more than when he found out that the old chancellor was his father. Maybe it was because he subconsciously knew that the old chancellor and Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't be real. A woman like Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't need any man. She was too strong and powerful. However, his concubine Jing was weak and helpless, and Gu Chao had saved her life. When he was hesitating whether to agree to Gu Chao's request for marriage, it was she who spoke for Gu Chao. Could it be that she really had Gu Chao in her heart? He looked at concubine Jing sadly and said with red eyes, "If I didn't happen to meet you, would you have left with him?" At this moment, he finally understood why he was so upset. Even if Empress Dowager Zhuang really had a man, she wouldn't give up the country and power. She was still the high and mighty Empress Dowager Zhuang and his mother. No matter how much he disliked her, despised her, and hated her, he could never get rid of her. But concubine Jing just wanted to abandon him. She didn't want him, she didn't want her son anymore. The emperor's throat swelled with pain. He turned around and held back the tears in his eyes. "You can go." The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428266/1114055566. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from chopping off Gu Chao's head. Even though he deserved to die. "Your Highness, Grand Imperial Concubine." Granny Kai cried out miserably. The emperor turned around abruptly and saw the old concubine's pale face. She looked like a withered autumn leaf that was about to fall. She took one last look at the emperor with tears in her eyes before she closed her eyes and fainted. The emperor stepped forward to catch her. Holding her bony body, he yelled anxiously, "Mother! Mother! Summon the imperial physician." By the time the old concubine woke up, it was already past midnight. The emperor was reviewing memorials in his study with the old marquis kneeling in front of him. The emperor hadn't thought of how to deal with him yet, but it was too embarrassing to let him kneel in the courtyard. A young eunuch came to the door of the study. Eunuch Wei walked over and listened to him say a few words. He nodded and returned to the study, whispering, "Your Majesty, the old concubine is awake." The emperor didn't have the urge to rush over to see her like he used to. Perhaps he was hurt by her abandonment of him. He never thought that he was less important to her than a wild man outside. The emperor glared coldly at the old marquis. It took him a lot of effort not to issue an imperial edict that would exterminate his entire family. Eunuch Wei sighed and said, "Your Majesty, do you want to go take a look?" The imperial physician said that the old concubine's condition isn't good. She even spat out a mouthful of blood just now. The emperor's heart skipped a beat when he heard about the old concubine spitting out blood. After all, they had been mother and son for so many years. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. He got up and went to the old concubine's bedchamber. The old concubine had just taken some medicine, and her face was paler than before. The emperor suddenly remembered that she had been either sick or injured since returning to the palace. It seemed that she hadn't had a single day of peace. She probably wanted to escape because she was too tired, too bitter, and too scared. "You may leave," the old concubine said to Granny Kai and the others. Yes. Granny Kai left with the servants. The emperor stood not far from the bed and did not immediately walk over. Grand concubine Jing propped herself up with her elbows and coughed softly. She wasn't pretending to be weak at this moment. She hadn't recovered from the injuries she suffered when she was put in a gunny sack, and 2 of her meridians were broken, causing her to cough up blood. She asked, "Your Majesty, is there anything you want to ask me?" The emperor clenched his fists. Grand concubine Jing smiled bitterly. "Forget it, I'll say it myself. Did your Majesty think that I was going to abandon you?" Cough cough. Her chest hurt terribly, and she coughed uncontrollably for a while. "If I tell your Majesty that I have no such intention, and that I have never thought of leaving your Majesty, would your Majesty believe me?" The emperor said nothing. "Yes, I didn't let the dragon's shadow guard stop the old marquis because he saved my life after all. I didn't know what he was going to do, so I couldn't rashly let the dragon's shadow guards kill him. Later on, he was also anxious. He thought that I had suffered a lot in the palace and wanted to take me away. I didn't react in time. I was about to refuse when His Majesty came." The emperor clenched his fists tightly, and his gaze was cold. "Then, Mother, did you really never have any feelings for him?" "No," Grand Concubine Jing said. "Mother, are you so sure?" the emperor asked. Grand Concubine Jing met his gaze without dodging and said firmly, "Yes, I'm very sure of my feelings. I've only ever had the late emperor in my heart, and no other man has ever existed. I've always treated him as my savior, and I have no romantic feelings for him." He misunderstood. After she finished speaking, she suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the door. She saw the old marquis standing there with a shocked and hurt expression. She was stunned. "Don't be so impulsive. You'll implicate your family. I was born as a member of the imperial family, and I'll die as a member of the imperial family. I can't escape from it for the rest of my life. I don't want you to be implicated because of me. Your family is innocent. Think of Chongqing, Qingfeng, Qinglin, and that child who suffered from heart disease since childhood. Can you bear to let them die with you for your own selfish reasons? I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to harm them. From now on, pretend you've never seen me. Just say in front of His Majesty that it was a moment of impulse and not romantic feelings. What I owe you, I'll return it to you in my next life." Originally, she could have said so much to calm him down without offending a single one of them. But now, it was all too late. She looked at the emperor. The emperor turned and looked expressionlessly at the old marquis. Beloved official Gu has heard esteemed imperial concubine's thoughts? He hadn't just heard it. Every single word was like a stab to his heart. The old marquis was so angry that his entire body trembled and his knuckles cracked. Grand concubine Jing's expression changed and she opened her mouth. However, the old marquis didn't give her a chance to explain. He took out the red knot that he'd kept for many years and casually tossed it into the fire before turning to leave. Grand concubine Jing closed her eyes. Her knuckles under her wide sleeves were white from clenching them so hard. News of what happened in Pure Flower's palace didn't spread. Everyone in Pure Flower's palace had been ordered to keep their mouths shut. Even Empress Xiao didn't hear anything when she came over. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't leak anything either. The emperor was very grateful for this. He called out to Empress Dowager Zhuang on his way to court and awkwardly thanked her. "What are you thanking me for?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked indifferently. No one was watching, so what was the point of pretending? "It's nothing." The emperor left without looking back. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. How shameless. The nunnery in the palace had been renovated and Grand Concubine Jing had moved there. It was said that the emperor had been tied up with official business that day and hadn't personally brought Grand Concubine Jing to the nunnery. She couldn't have fallen out of favor, right? A palace maid whispered as she swept the floor in the imperial garden. The eunuch beside her said, "How could that be? Esteemed imperial concubine is His Majesty's mother. It was His Majesty who personally brought her back from the nunnery. But haven't you heard that His Majesty and the Empress Dowager have reconciled? And His Majesty is in such a hurry to have esteemed imperial concubine move out of Pure Flower's palace." The palace maid was halfway through her sentence when she felt someone pinch her arm. "I didn't say anything wrong. She turned around and saw Grand Concubine Jing's sedan stop behind her. She dropped to her knees in fright. Grand Imperial Concubine." Grand Concubine Jing didn't say anything, but Granny Kai glared at her with resentment. "Let's go," Grand Concubine Jing said. Yes, Granny Kai replied. Once they were far away, Grand Concubine Jing said to Granny Kai, you saw it. Everyone in the palace is dependent on His Majesty, except for the one in Rinshou Palace. Granny Kai looked at her with heartache. Your Highness. Grand Concubine Jing casually plucked a leaf and rubbed it as she murmured, without His Majesty's love, one would choke to death just from drinking water in the palace. She doesn't need it, she doesn't need it. Gu Jiao hadn't been to the palace for a few days. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to do much when he was at home. But when he left, everyone realized that he was the one who worked the hardest at home. Not to mention other things, just tutoring 3 little boys was enough to torture them to death. Little Jing Kong always had 100,000 whys, Gu Yan always had 100,000 reasons why he didn't want to learn, and Gu Shaoshan always had 100,000 reasons why he didn't understand. The old chancellor was old after all. He could handle it for a day or two, but he was on the verge of schizophrenia after working so hard every day. Moreover, he wasn't free every day. Once he was held up by the directorate's official business, the task of tutoring fell on Gu Jiao. Therefore, Gu Jiao was very busy recently. Little Jing Kong had an abacus homework today. Gu Jiao asked him to take out the golden abacus. Where's your abacus? Didn't Chiyu return it to you? Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. I returned it, but I lent it to Brother Kanji again. We're all good friends, we should treat each other equally. Yes, treat each other equally. He was really a clever little boy. Gu Jiao looked at him suspiciously. Really? Little Jing Kong nodded repeatedly. Really, really. I didn't sell it. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. After finishing her homework, dinner wasn't ready yet. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to collect the dried herbs. Little Jing Kong poked his head out from the central room. Jiao Jiao. I'm going to play with Jiao Xiaobao. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Jiao Xiaobao again. The little guy always went to find Jiao Xiaobao recently. When did he become so fond of playing with kids younger than him? Gu Jiao felt strange. After hesitating for a while, she put down the herbs and went out of the yard. She went next door. Uncle Zhao was repairing a stool in the yard. When he saw her, he smiled and greeted her, Jiao Jiao. Come in and have a seat. Uncle Zhao. Gu Jiao greeted him politely and asked, Is Jing Kong here? No. Uncle Zhao shook his head. As expected. Gu Jiao asked again, Where's Xiaobao? Is he here? Uncle Zhao said, Xiaobao is not here. He went to find Brother Hu. Brother Hu was Granny Zhou's grandson. He lived at the other end of the alley. Did little Jing Kong go there to find Jiao Xiaobao? Uncle Zhao asked, Did Jing Kong go out? Gu Jiao said, Yes, he said he went to find Xiaobao. Uncle Zhao frowned and pointed in the direction of Chang'an Avenue, saying, I've seen this child go that way several times recently. I thought you knew. Then I'll go look for him. Gu Jiao left the Zhao family's house and walked in the direction of Chang'an Avenue. The little guy had become bolder recently. He even dared to lie and sneak out of the alley. Gu Jiao decided that when she caught the little guy later, she would punish him severely no matter how cute he acted. Gu Jiao came to Chang'an Avenue. Chang'an Avenue used to be more prosperous than Xuanwu Avenue. However, since the girls' school opened on Xuanwu Avenue, it had attracted a lot of customers. Now, the two streets were almost on par. Gu Jiao walked a few steps and vaguely sensed a strange breath. The breath was very faint. It was almost impossible to detect if one was not close enough. That person was watching Jadewater Alley. Gu Jiao rarely walked in this direction. The last time she came, there was no such breath. Gu Jiao's fingertip moved, and a piece of black gunpowder shot out. The person thought it was a hidden weapon and blocked it with his sword. The gunpowder exploded on the blade. Aya! What is this? The man rolled down from the roof with a clatter. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward and stepped on the person's chest. The person was not to be trifled with. Even if he was hit by the gunpowder, he still had some strength to fight back. He jumped up like a carp and avoided Gu Jiao's foot. Then, he waved his sword and stabbed at Gu Jiao. The only weapon Gu Jiao used in her previous life was a dagger. It was not easy to hurt her with this weapon. Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist with one hand and twisted it to knock the dagger out of his hand. Then, she chopped him with her hand and slammed him against the wall. Gu Jiao pinned his hands behind his back and pressed his face against the cold wall. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around here?" he said angrily. "It's none of your business." Just as he finished speaking, a golden object fell out of his arms and fell to the ground. If it was not little Jing Kong's golden abacus, what else could it be? Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. "So you were the one who stole the golden abacus?" The person shouted. "What do you mean by that?" "I didn't steal it." Gu Jiao said coldly. "If you didn't steal it, then you stole it?" The person gasped. "I didn't steal it either." Gu Jiao exerted force and he felt his bones cracking. He hurriedly said, "I bought it. I got someone to buy it. You can have it if you like it. It's not worth much anyway." The golden abacus was not worth much? How arrogant, this person obviously knew martial arts. Gu Jiao was worried that he bullied little Jing Kong and extorted it from little Jing Kong. She did not want to show mercy. Just as she almost broke his ribs, he suddenly said, "You can ask him if you don't believe me. I bought it from him." Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at little Jing Kong. When their eyes met, little Jing Kong's body trembled. "Jiao Jiao?" He quickly hid the abacus behind his back. Gu Jiao pressed the man with both hands and did not have the hands to pick up the abacus. She looked at the golden abacus on the ground and said, "You found your abacus. Pick it up." Little Jing Kong did not move. He lowered his head. The guard in gray said, "Little brother, this is the abacus that my master bought from you. Do you still remember my master?" The man who held a white jade fan and wore a white robe and a black veil. Little Jing Kong's expression gave Gu Jiao the answer. Gu Jiao let go and the guard in gray fell to the ground in pain. What kind of woman was she? Why was she so strong? Gu Jiao walked over and squatted down to look at little Jing Kong. She asked, "Why did you sell your abacus?" Little Jing Kong lowered his head and said, "I want money." Gu Jiao looked at him and said seriously, "You can tell me if you want money. All your money is with me. I'm just keeping it for you. You can take it whenever you want." Gu Jiao saw that he did not speak, so she asked again, "What do you want to do with the money?" "I want to buy this." Little Jing Kong took out the cloth bag hidden behind his back. The cloth bag was heavy and bulging. She did not know what was in it. Gu Jiao took the cloth bag and asked, "Why do you want to buy this?" Little Jing Kong whispered, "For Jiao Jiao." "For me?" Gu Jiao opened it strangely, and a bright red light shone out of it. She had never expected that it would contain a brand new wedding dress. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/111402767. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online will be available here. A strange emotion filled Gu Jiao's chest. She felt that her heart was slightly swollen, as if someone had placed a sun in it. Even the tip of her heart was hot and painful. She had never dealt with such strong and complicated emotions before, so she didn't know what it was. What a beautiful dress. Who did you make it for? It's for Sister Jinyu. Why did you make such a beautiful dress for her? Jiao Jiao doesn't even have it. The conversation between the little guy and Yao flashed across Gu Jiao's mind. It wasn't that she didn't hear it, but she didn't take it to heart. Did the little guy take it to heart? Did he feel bad that someone else had a wedding dress but she didn't? She didn't think about the wedding dress. She was already married and didn't need a wedding dress anymore, although she had never worn one before. In this world, no one would think that she still needed a wedding dress. Except for this little guy who didn't know anything. This little guy who wanted to give her the best things in the world. In order to buy her a beautiful wedding dress, he sold his most beloved Xiaojin. She always asked very little from others. Perhaps it was because she had been in deep despair when she was young, so when she grew up, she avoided all expectations in order to avoid disappointment. This had always been her principle of doing things. She realized that living like this would make her feel peaceful. But Jing Kong, you'll spoil me like this. Gu Jiao stared at him, almost speechless. Little Jing Kong thought that she was angry. He lowered his head, grabbed his little fingers, and said nervously, Jiao Jiao, don't be angry. I'll buy Xiaojin back when I earn money in the future. He just wanted to give Jiao Jiao a surprise, so he didn't ask Jiao Jiao for money. But he didn't expect that Jiao Jiao would catch him selling Xiaojin. So sad. More sad than losing Xiaojin. He did not want Jiao Jiao to dislike him. The gray-clothed guard also didn't expect that the little monk he was tailing would end up in such a situation. Both he and the young master were puzzled as to why the little monk needed so much money at such a young age. Who would have thought that he wanted to buy a wedding dress for this little girl? After keeping an eye on the little monk for so long, the guard in gray finally got some information about him. The little monk was called Jing Kong and came from a remote temple in Yuzhou province. About 1 year ago, he was adopted by someone and returned to the secular world. This little girl should be the little monk's current family. She couldn't tell that the little monk knew how to dote on people. It was really strange. That person didn't raise such a good disciple, but instead gave her to someone else to raise. Why, was he not afraid that others would mistreat this little fellow? However, looking at the little fellow's fair and tidy clothes, it was obvious that he had been treated very well. The pain on the gray-robed guard's body finally subsided a little. However, the explosion just now had left a bald patch on his forehead. He stood up with one hand holding the wall and touched the bald spot on his forehead with the other. He gritted his teeth and asked Gu Jiao, "Hey, what kind of hidden weapon did you use just now?" Gu Jiao looked back at him and asked lightly, "What does it have to do with you?" The guard in gray was speechless. Did this little girl return his words to him? The guard in gray said, "I didn't steal or rob. I was beaten up by you for no reason. Don't you feel sorry for that?" Gu Jiao said, "You were looking for a child to buy something, and you were tailing him sneakily. Don't you think you deserve to be beaten up?" It seemed to make sense. The guard in gray was speechless. Gu Jiao had never been polite to such people. Not to mention a fair deal. From the moment they approached little Jing Kong, their motives were already impure. It was just that she didn't want to fight in front of little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao took back the golden abacus and said, "Why are you still here? Are you waiting to be beaten up?" The guard in gray weighed the pros and cons, and after confirming that he really couldn't beat her, he left resentfully. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and tugged at the corner of his little clothes. "Jiao Jiao, if you don't like it, I can." What he got in response was a warm hug. He was stunned and blinked his big eyes. His eyelashes flickered. "Jiao Jiao? I like it." Gu Jiao hugged the little guy in her arms tightly and breathed in his warm breath and milky fragrance. "I like it very much." "Thank you, Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong finally felt relieved. He buried his little head in Gu Jiao's neck. Jiao Jiao liked his present. It was so nice. Gu Jiao patted his little head and put the golden abacus in his hand. "Don't sell it in the future. It's so beautiful that I'll be reluctant to part with it." "Okay." He nodded. Xiaojin also came back. It was so nice. The two of them went home happily. The gray-clothed guards also returned to their temporary residence. They were originally staying in an inn, but later on, their young master felt that there were too many people in the inn, so he found a guarantor to rent a residence near Jadewater Alley. It was in a small alley at the end of Chang'an Avenue. Firstly, it was quiet. Secondly, it was close enough to monitor the little monk. But it seemed that he had a bad start today. What happened? The man who called himself Master Mingyu in front of little Jing Kong looked at the guard in gray with disheveled hair and a dirty face. He frowned and said, "How did you get yourself like this? And why is your head bald?" The guard in gray quickly covered the bald spot on his forehead and said gloomily, "Master also said that if you didn't ask me to keep an eye on the little monk, I wouldn't have gotten into trouble." The man put down half of the incense and snorted coldly. "Don't be so pretentious. I indulged you too much in the past. As a guard, you're not good enough and you're not as good as others. How dare you put the blame on me?" The guard in gray was embarrassed. The man continued to mix the incense. "What happened? Were you discovered?" "Yes. The little girl beside the little monk is so powerful. I don't know what kind of hidden weapon she used, but it actually..." The guard in gray gestured and said, "It actually exploded. Like a firecracker." The man's handsome brows furrowed. "Exploded? Firecracker?" The guard in gray shook his head. "It's not a firecracker. Firecrackers were bamboo. When it was burned in a fire, it would make a crackling sound like an explosion. That was why it was called a firecracker." "Oh, I don't know what it was. I didn't see it clearly. I thought it was a dart, so I pulled out my knife to block it. In the end..." He touched his bald forehead. "I became like this." The man stopped mixing the incense again. He pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, "Could it be the black fire pearl?" The guard in gray was puzzled. "What black fire pearl, master?" The man said slowly, "It's a hidden weapon from the Yen kingdom. It's similar to what you described just now. It's said that this hidden weapon is made of sulfur and is more powerful than ordinary darts. If you encounter it, you can't take it head-on. You can only avoid it. Otherwise, you'll be blasted into a bloody mess." "Sulfur?" The guard in gray was suddenly enlightened. Yes. That's the smell of sulfur." Then the man shook his head. "It shouldn't be just sulfur. I also used sulfur to make it, but it didn't work." The guard in gray was surprised. "So, that girl is from the Yen kingdom?" The man smiled faintly. "Do you know that only the royal family of the Yen kingdom has that kind of hidden weapon?" "What?" The guard in gray was shocked. The man said again, "But, it could be that person who gave it to her. After all, she even took away the letter of credence of the Yen kingdom. What's the big deal if she took away a few black fire pearls?" The guard in gray nodded. "That's right." The man smiled. "Otherwise? Do you think she made it herself? Or she has something to do with the royal family of the Yen kingdom?" The guard in gray didn't think it was possible. Even his master couldn't make it. How could a little girl make it? As for having something to do with the royal family of the Yen kingdom, forget it. A small country like the Zhao kingdom couldn't even walk on the official road of the Yen kingdom. "How could she have something to do with the royal family?" the guard in gray asked. "Then, should I continue to keep an eye on the clear water alley, master?" The man glanced at him and said angrily, "You've been exposed. Don't go there for a few days." The guard in gray said, "Oh." But he really wanted to go there. He wanted to see the black fire pearl. It didn't matter if he was blasted. After returning home, little Jing Kong couldn't wait to let Gu Jiao try on the new clothes he bought for her. Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked him if he knew what she bought. "Beautiful clothes," little Jing Kong said. It seemed that he didn't know it was a wedding dress. Gu Jiao explained to him, "It's a wedding dress. You can only wear it when you get married." "Huh?" Little Jing Kong was stunned. He raised his two small hands and scratched his small buzz cut. "Jiao Jiao and brother-in-law are married. So I can't wear Jiao Jiao?" It seemed that, it could be said that way. "It's okay." Little Jing Kong suddenly straightened his back and patted his small chest. "Jiao Jiao, you can marry me again." Gu Jiao was amused. "Children can't get married." He thought for a while. Then wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I'll marry Jiao Jiao. When Jiao Jiao gets married again, I'll be able to wear the wedding dress." "That's right, that's the reason, he's really a clever little boy." He was so proud of himself that he shook his little head. Little Jing Kong still didn't know that his words had come true. Later, Gu Jiao did get married again and wore the wedding dress he gave her. Unfortunately, the groom wasn't him. Digression, heartbreaking. Little Jing Kong 2333. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111378017. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are available here. Today's dinner was made by senior servant Fong Yuya accidentally added too much firewood, causing the dishes for little Jing Kong to be a bit burnt. Little Jing Kong was not picky about his food, and he finished it without leaving anything behind. He wanted to grow up quickly so that he could marry Jiao Jiao. On the other side, Xiao Lulang, who was in Pingshan village, didn't know that his wife was being targeted by the little fellow. He was helping the villagers move wood on the embankment. There was also an inspector from the Ministry of Revenue moving with him. More than a dozen people lined up in a line. They didn't need to move as the first person passed the wood over. In a shed not far away, Royal Princeton was helping the Minister of Revenue organize the accounts for this trip to the countryside. The Ministry of Revenue of the current dynasty was in charge of the country's territory, farmland, household registration, taxes, salaries, and all financial matters, including farming. They were going to the countryside this time to provide relief and also to help the villagers dig canals to draw water and rebuild the fertile fields after the disaster. They didn't have enough manpower, so some things had to be done by the officials themselves. Royal Princeton suddenly appeared in the group on the day of departure. Before that, no one knew that he would go to the countryside with them. Royal Princeton's leg injury was almost healed, so he should be able to walk. He and Grand Tutor Zhuang had sent someone to inform the Minister of Revenue, so he was asked to stay by the Minister of Revenue's side to do some idle things. While he was recording the accounts, he inadvertently glanced at Xiao Lulang, who was beside the embankment. Because of the hot weather, the villagers had all taken off their shirts. Even the inspector from the Ministry of Revenue was shirtless. Xiao Lulang's white undergarment was particularly eye-catching. His clothes were soaked in sweat and clung tightly to his body. Usually, it wasn't very obvious because of the heavy official's robe. Today, one could see that his body was more muscular than expected. His sleeves were rolled up high, revealing his well-defined forearms. Royal Princeton subconsciously pinched his forearms. He didn't seem to be as muscular as him. Moreover, Royal Princeton vaguely remembered that a year ago in the countryside, Xiao Lulang was not as tall as him. Why did he look so much taller now? Editor Zhuang, are you done with this? The Minister of Revenue reminded him. Just a little bit more. Royal Princeton came back to his senses and handed the last page to the Minister of Revenue. Alright, please take a look. Xiao Lulang and the villagers were busy until the sun set in the west. The villagers baked pancakes, steamed cornbread, and mixed pickled vegetables for everyone to eat. Originally, he wanted to kill the chicken, but was rejected by the Minister of Revenue. The imperial court does not extort the wealth of the people, does not take a single cent from the people, does not covet a single grain of rice from the people. The rice and flour were also paid for by the villagers. Princeton was not used to it. Even during the most difficult days in the state of Chen, he had never eaten this kind of food. He saw that Xiao Lulang was enjoying it. Xiao Lulang and the villagers sat on the ridge of the field, not burdened by the image of an imperial Hanlin official. An uncle from the village walked over and sat down next to Xiao Lulang. He asked with a smile, "Lord Xiao, are you used to it?" "Pretty good," Xiao Lulang said. Xiao Lulang treated people coldly, not like Royal Princeton, who was always as gentle as jade and had the appearance of a modest young master. However, he worked the hardest and did not put on airs. The villagers were more willing to get close to him. Uncle took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and took out a boiled egg for him. It's hot, eat it quickly. I see that you've been working the whole day. You're working even harder than us. Your aunt cooked it for you. Xiao Lulang refused. No need, I'm full. Uncle Zhang can eat it himself. Eldest uncle forced the egg into his hand. Hey, just eat it. Last time when Gooden had a stomachache, if you didn't give him medicine, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Also, last time, when Li Jing was bitten by a poisonous insect, it was also you who treated him. This has nothing to do with the court, it's all your medicine. Gooden was the youngest son of uncle and aunt. Uncle knew that medicine was very expensive no matter how ignorant he was. In order to treat the villagers, Lord Xiao had emptied his own medicine bag. He didn't know how much money that was, but it definitely wasn't something that an egg could pay for. Uncle sighed, if you don't eat it, your aunt will nag me again when we get back. It's not like you don't know how naggy that woman is. In the end, Xiao Lulang accepted the egg. Uncle was very happy and told him many things about the village with relish. Only when Gooden came to call him did he reluctantly leave. He said that he would come find Xiao Lulang the next day. Xiao Lulang also returned to the temporary hut. The hut was built temporarily. There was only a table, a cabinet, and 2 wooden beds piled up with wooden stools. One was his and the other was Royal Prince Anne's. Royal Prince Anne was more particular about the finer things than him. He even put in a mosquito net. He didn't use a mosquito net. He had the mosquito coils made by Gu Jiao, so he didn't need a mosquito net. It wasn't too late now. He planned to go to the nearby forest to pick some medicine for Gu Jiao. He didn't know the name of the medicine, but he saw Gu Jiao drying it in the courtyard a few times. He took his basket and walking stick. When he reached the door, he heard a horse carriage coming towards them. After it stopped, a middle-aged man wearing an official's robe came down. Who else could it be but Marquis Gu? After Marquis Gu fixed the road, he immediately came to inform them. He first went to greet the Minister of Revenue. Royal Prince Anne was also there. Considering the marriage between the 2 families, Royal Prince Anne was now his son-in-law. Marquis Gu was very cordial and polite to Royal Prince Anne. When Xiao Lulang walked past him with a basket, he didn't even look at Xiao Lulang. Royal Prince Anne reminded him, Marquis Gu, that was Xiao Shozhua. This Marquis knows. Marquis Gu said carelessly. They had met in the countryside. He would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He didn't know any etiquette at all. He was clearly a poor boy from the countryside, but he didn't care about him, his father-in-law. Royal Prince Anne was born noble, but he wasn't as arrogant as him. Royal Prince Anne felt Marquis Gu's contempt towards Xiao Lulang. He said with slight confusion, he's Marquis Gu's son-in-law. Marquis Gu thought, I didn't acknowledge that girl. What son-in-law or not? Even if he acknowledged that girl, he wouldn't accept a poor boy from the countryside as his son-in-law. So what if he was the top scholar? So what if he entered Hanlin Academy? He's still a country bumpkin. He, Gu Chong, only had one son-in-law, Royal Prince Anne. I heard that you're not used to the food in the countryside, so I brought some good food for you. Marquis Gu didn't want to talk too much about Xiao Lulang. He took the roast duck, crispy chicken and jerky that he bought on the way from the carriage and gave them all to Royal Prince Anne. He didn't leave anything for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang didn't know that Marquis Gu was favoring Royal Prince Anne. He entered the forest. He had come to pick herbs a few times, so he was quite familiar with the path in the forest. After walking for a few minutes, he found the herbs he needed. He squatted down and started picking the herbs. He had heard Gu Jiao tell Yu before that this kind of herb was hard to buy in the capital. She had to carefully dry it. When Xiao Lulang went to deliver the herbs to Gooden, he accidentally saw a few stalks of this kind of green grass lying on the ground in their house. After asking, he found out that there were many stalks of this kind of grass near the river in the forest on the east side of the village. Xiao Lulang quickly picked a basket full of herbs. It was about time for him to go back. Just as he turned around and walked down the mountain, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. He felt a chill down his spine and quickly turned around. It turned out to be a hungry wolf with 2 glowing green eyes. This was the edge of the forest. The villagers had never seen a wolf before, but he met one today. His luck really didn't disappoint. this was a lone wolf that got separated from the pack. It was starving and looked at the prey in front of it. It didn't hesitate for long before opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards Xiao Lulang. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lulang took out a small round bead and threw it towards its head. With a loud bang, the hungry wolf was blown up and blood splattered everywhere. It howled and fell down. It turned its head to look at Xiao Lulang before running away with its tail between its legs. Xiao Lulang's whole body was soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the lone wolf that ran away and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my luck isn't that bad. Gu Jiao gave Xiao Lulang a total of 3 black gunpowder. She was afraid that he would blow himself up if she put too much. After all, he was always so unlucky, right? Xiao Lulang came to the river and squatted down to wash his face. But as he washed, he instinctively sensed a trace of danger approaching. Could it be that the lone wolf was back? No. This time, the aura was much more terrifying than the lone wolf. He frowned warily, turned around and put his hand into the bag of gunpowder. Not far away, 2 masked men in black stood on the riverbank with swords in their hands and looked at him covetously. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. It just so happened that he still had 2 black gunpowder left. He said that his luck was still not bad. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the bag loosened and the black gunpowder fell into the water. Xiao Lulang, digression, a person can't be arrogant. Come, next sentence. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/111376358. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all here. Is the gunpowder that fell into the water still useful? This was not the main point. The main point was that he didn't have a chance to get it. The 2 black-clothed men raised their swords and slashed at him. The powerful killing intent was wrapped in sharp sword energy. It almost created wind blades in the air, and even the air was cut open. Even a normal expert could not escape from this killing move, not to mention a little cripple like Xiao Lulang. He could only watch as the other party's swords slashed at him. He closed his eyes. The 2 swords slashed at his head at the same time. However, in the end, they did not fall. When they were only an inch away from him, the 2 people stopped at the same time. Xiao Lulang opened his eyes. The 2 people fell straight to the ground. They did not even have time to close their eyes. Behind the 2 people, Chong Jing nimbly put away his sword. Then Chong Jing went to find the black bead in the water. He picked up the black bead as if it was very fun. He squeezed it hard. Bang, he was blown up. Marquis Xianping walked over from the back of the hill. He was wearing a heavy purple brocade robe. He strolled leisurely with a lazy expression. He was like this. It was clearly a small country road, but it made him walk like he was on the path to immortality. When Xiao Lulang saw him, his expression did not change. He was as cold as before. Fortunately, Marquis Xianping was used to it. He came in front of Xiao Lulang and looked him up and down, as if to see if he was injured. After confirming that his child was unharmed, he looked at Chong Jing, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. He used the tip of his foot to lightly kick Chong Jing's little butt. Who told you to kill everyone? How many times have I said, leave them alive, leave them alive? Chong Jing ignored him. He stood up with a dark face and used his qinggong to leave. Yes, he was angry. Marquis Xianping looked in the direction Chong Jing left and said to Xiao Lulang, Chong Jing is still young. Don't be angry with him. Xiao Lulang looked at Marquis Xianping expressionlessly. Who was angry with him? Marquis Xianping was still unaware of Xiao Lulang's disdain. Magnanimously and confidently, he flicked his wide sleeves. Who did you offend? Why would someone come to kill you? Xiao Lulang ignored him. He picked up his walking stick from the riverside and brushed past Xiao Lulang, walking straight ahead. Although it was called a crutch, it was actually a beautiful cane made by Gu Jiao herself. After the piercing pain in his foot disappeared, he was no longer as difficult as before. Marquis Xianping was continuously ignored, but he was not angry. He was magnanimous and did not bicker with a child. He followed her shamelessly. He was handsome, and he looked especially good when he was thick-skinned. The green mountains, the clear waters, and the sunset glow were all inferior to his good looks. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how handsome he was. A certain someone didn't even look at him. Ai. Marquis Xianping sighed. Xiao Lulang walked for a long time. A certain someone sighed behind him for a long time. Xiao Lulang pinched his fingers and said with a frown, "Why are you following me?" Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "Am I following you? Did you open this road? Did you plant this tree?" Xiao Lulang said coldly, "I'm going back to the village." Marquis Xianping said, "What a coincidence, me too." Xiao Lulang turned and walked down another road. Marquis Xianping quickly followed. Xiao Lulang stopped in his tracks and pointed at the path from before. "The village is over there." Marquis Xianping, who was tricked, as long as he didn't feel awkward, others would feel awkward. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "I want to go this way. All roads lead to the village." Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and decided to ignore him and treat him as air. He turned back to the original path. After walking a few steps, the sky turned dark and the forest was quiet. From time to time, there would be the sounds of insects and strange birds. When the sounds entered one's ears, it would make one's hair stand on end. The trees in this forest were tall and shady. Even the moonlight couldn't shine down. Marquis Xianping was a martial artist and had good eyesight. Even with the thin light, he could see his feet clearly. Xiao Lulang might not be able to. He was originally a cripple and couldn't see clearly. He staggered a few steps. Marquis Xianping strode over and stood in front of him. He squatted down slightly and said, "Come up." Xiao Lulang looked at the broad back in front of him and didn't move. "I can walk by myself." Marquis Xianping straightened his body and turned to look at him. "Are you sure? The night is so dark. Can you walk?" Xiao Lulang raised his walking stick. "I have a walking stick." "Pa, the walking stick broke." Xiao Lulang stared coldly at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping sighed helplessly and spread out his hands innocently. "It's not me. It broke by itself." Xiao Lulang clenched his fists and said angrily, "We're not far from the village. I'm very familiar with this path. At most, I'll walk slower. It's not like it's raining. What's there to be afraid of?" Even though he said that, he didn't even walk 2 steps when the heavy rain poured down. Xiao Lulang looked at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping stared with his eyes wide open. "It's not me this time." Xiao Lulang gritted his teeth. "So you admit that it was you just now?" "It really wasn't me," Marquis Xianping said with an aggrieved face. In terms of shamelessness, Marquis Xianping was on par with the old chancellor. He might even be more shameless than the old chancellor. After all, the old chancellor was only playing the thick black theory in the officialdom. He was still quite normal in his daily life. On the other hand, Marquis Xianping was shameless to the extreme. Marquis Xianping said gloatingly, come on. I'll carry you. You definitely won't be able to walk out." Xiao Lulang was angered to death by him. His eyes were like torches as he said, "Who says I won't be able to walk out? Even if I only have one leg left today, I will still jump out." After saying that, he turned around and left. Marquis Xianping stretched out his hand to grab him. However, in order to avoid his hand, Xiao Lulang rushed forward without caring about anything. In the end, he missed a step and fell into the big pit covered by the grass. He fell face first into the pit and fell flat on his face. His other leg was also sprained. Marquis Xianping covered his eyes and couldn't look anymore. "Why are you walking so fast? I can't even pull you back." Marquis Xianping pulled this unlucky child out of the pit and laid him flat on the ground. Xiao Lulang made a dying struggle. I don't want you to carry me. Oh. Marquis Xianping bent down and wrapped his hands around a certain person's back and knees. Picking him up, he said in a particularly obnoxious manner, How old are you that you still want to be carried? Xiao Lulang. What kind of father was this? Come and strike him with a bolt of lightning. On the west side of the village, the temporary huts that the officials had set up were bustling with noise and excitement. It was not reduced in the slightest by the heavy rain. The road had been repaired and they could return to the capital the next day. Everyone was very excited. In addition, Marquis Dingen had brought quite a bit of good food. The officials who had been eating cornbread and salted vegetables in the village for over 10 days finally had a chance to eat meat. Everyone ate until their faces were red. It seemed that no one noticed that Xiao Lulang was missing. It was the patrol officer who had worked with Xiao Lulang during the day that sensed that something was wrong. He held a piece of duck meat in his hand and asked, How come I don't see Lord Xiao? Once these words were said, everyone looked around. That's right, where was Lord Xiao? It was no wonder that no one remembered him. It was because Xiao Lulang had not mingled with the court officials after he went to the countryside. He was always on the front lines of disaster relief and farming, mingling with the villagers. It was normal for him not to be by their side, so no one deliberately thought of him. It's raining. Perhaps he's hiding from the rain at one of the villagers' houses. Another patrol officer said. A registrar from the Ministry of Work said, He's this ambitious at such a young age. He mingled with the villagers as soon as he arrived. His political achievements this time should be quite good. Whether he had ambition or not, he just did not say it out loud. People were strange like this. If they did not work, then those who did work would be blamed. No one said that Royal Princeton, who always followed the Minister of Revenue, was ambitious. Instead, it was Xiao Lulang who mingled with the villagers that was mistakenly said to be trying to gain popularity among the people. Royal Princeton looked at Marquis Gu and saw that he did not care about Xiao Lulang. He called for Wu Yang, Go find Lord Xiao. Yes. Wu Yang took the order and went out. As soon as he opened the door of the hut, he saw a strong and muscular figure in the heavy rain, walking like the wind towards them with a person on his back. His head was covered by his own outer robe, covering the person on his back. He only wore an inner robe and his clothes were already soaked by the heavy rain. He stepped into the puddles and the rain made it hard for him to open his eyes. What's wrong? Royal Princeton saw that Wu Yang was frozen at the door and asked him, What happened? That. Wu Yang did not dare to recognize it. Everyone saw that something was wrong and quickly squeezed to the door to look in the direction he was pointing. Everyone was stunned. Someone recognized him. Isn't that Marquis Xianping? No one had ever seen Marquis Xianping in such a sorry state. He was the most handsome man in Zhao country. He was very particular and also very vain. Other than on the battlefield, he had never let anyone see him in such a disheveled state. But at this time, he was like a falcon in a storm. In order to protect the young on his back, he plucked out his beautiful feathers and built a nest to shelter him from the wind and rain. Digression, third watch, it slipped out again. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111370516. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all here. Regardless of rank or status, Marquis Xianping was above everyone else. After he was recognized, no one dared to hide in the hut to hide from the rain. They all rushed out with umbrellas. Everyone fought to hold umbrellas for Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping looked at everyone impatiently. The rain was already so heavy that it was hard to see the road, but this group of people still blocked it. Out of the way! Marquis Xianping shouted. Everyone was scared by the murderous aura that he inadvertently emitted. They all retreated to the sides. There were huts one after another. Marquis Xianping didn't know which one was Xiao Liulong's residence. But in the end, it wasn't the one that this group of people had rushed out of. He walked to the side. It's the other way around. Xiao Liulang, who was lying on his back, said weakly. Marquis Xianping paused in his steps and ran to the other side. When he reached the third hut, Xiao Liulang said, "We're here." The hut was simple and crude. There wasn't even a decent table. The bed was made of a wooden bench and a wooden plank. If Grand Tutor Zhuang was here, he would feel sorry for his grandson's living environment. When Marquis Xianping was fighting, he had spent 10 days to half a month in the trenches. He had chewed on tree bark and grass roots. He had slept in a cow shed and squatted in a horse stable. His son shouldn't have been pampered. He should have been thrown into a mud pit for him to crawl and roll in. In the beginning, he couldn't bear to see Princess Xinyang raise Xiaoheng so delicately. He raised him like a porcelain doll. He was beautiful, but he couldn't stand up to one of his fingers. If he touched him, he was afraid that he would crush the little guy to death. There were 2 beds in the hut. One had a mosquito net, the other didn't. "Where's your bed?" Marquis Xianping asked. Xiao Liulang pointed to the one without a mosquito net. Marquis Xianping carried him to the side of the bed. After thinking, he called over an official outside, "Bring a chair over." "Yes. Yes." An assistant minister from the Ministry of Revenue acknowledged the order and personally went to the shed that was used as the main office to bring over a bamboo chair. When Marquis Xianping carried the person into the room, everyone had a faint guess as to the identity of the person on his back. When Marquis Xianping placed him on a chair, that guess was confirmed. Xiao Liulang. It really was Xiao Liulang. It was already very strange for Marquis Xianping to appear here on a rainy night. What was even stranger was that he actually carried Xiao Liulang back. And from the looks of it, Xiao Liulang seemed to be injured. What exactly happened? Everyone was confused. Other than the official who moved the chair into the room, no one else dared to enter. The Minister of Revenue and Royal Prince walked over. "Marquis Xiao." Before the Minister of Revenue could finish his greeting, Marquis Xianping coldly interrupted, "Wooden bucket. Hot water." The Minister of Revenue opened his mouth in shock. "Yes, this official will do it right away." Strictly speaking, the Minister of Revenue was not a subordinate of Marquis Xianping, but Marquis Xianping was a first-rank martial marquis personally conferred by the Emperor. His status was illustrious and his title was honorable. He was not someone a third-rank official could neglect. The Minister of Revenue had someone bring over a brand new wooden bucket that had not been used before and ordered the inspector to boil water. They came here to provide disaster relief, not to enjoy a vacation. Thus, they did not bring any servants to serve them. They paid for their daily meals and the villagers sent it over. The rest of the work was done by lower-ranked officials. While waiting for the hot water, Marquis Xianping began to take off Xiao Liulang's wet clothes. Xiao Liulang had a face of resistance. Marquis Xianping turned to Royal Prince and the other officials who were standing at the door. "He is thin-skinned, all of you leave." No one dared to disobey and tactfully left. Royal Prince asked, "Do you need help?" "No need." Marquis Xianping refused without thinking. Perhaps everyone here would give face to Royal Prince, but Marquis Xianping would not. It was not that he had a problem with Royal Prince. It was true that he and Grand Tutor Zhuang were at odds, but he was not narrow-minded enough to bicker with a junior. He only treated Royal Prince the same as everyone else. However, in everyone's eyes, this kind of equal treatment was a kind of contempt towards Royal Prince. The people who had not gone far all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what was going on inside. However, Royal Prince did not say anything and just silently left, not forgetting to close the door for them. "Royal Prince, what is the relationship between Lord Xiao and Marquis Xianping? Why does Marquis Xianping seem to be very familiar with him?" On the way back, an official from the Ministry of Revenue asked Royal Prince, and I am not sure either. Royal Prince was not familiar with this official from the Ministry of Revenue, so he did not discuss the relationship between Xiao Lulang and Marquis Xianping. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue who had just moved the chair for Marquis Xianping spoke. A few months ago, there was a rumor in the capital that the new top scorer looked very similar to the deceased young Marquis of Zhaodu. Because of this, Marquis Xianping even went to, halfway through his words, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue realized that he had almost made a slip of the tongue. In the end, he was an official and should not criticize the emperor in front of his colleagues and Hanlin Academy officials. He coughed softly and changed the words "went to see the emperor" to "went to see him specifically." He was talking about the day of Xiao Liulang's court examination. Marquis Xianping had gotten up early and rushed to support Xiao Lulang. This matter had once caused an uproar, causing many people to think that Xiao Liulang's top scorer title had come from an improper source and that he had relied on his relationship with Marquis Xianping to reach the top of the list. So it's because Lord Xiao looks like his deceased son, the official of the Ministry of Revenue murmured. Everyone inexplicably ate a melon and more or less understood that Marquis Xianping had come to visit Xiao Lulang. How can it be such a coincidence? He didn't get injured earlier or later. When Marquis Xianping came, he got injured like this? He even had to carry him all the way back. Another person muttered. These words were just short of saying that Xiao Lulang was scheming and deliberately trying to gain Marquis Xianping's sympathy. I really couldn't tell that he was this kind of person. How could I not tell? Have you all forgotten how he has been winning over the villagers these days? His scheming, I really can't catch up to him even if I ride a horse. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let Marquis Xianping hear you. Later, you and I won't be able to bear the consequences. Disperse, disperse. Royal Prince did not participate in their discussion. He knew that Xiao Lulang had gone to the mountains to pick herbs. As for why he got injured and why he met Marquis Xianping, he did not know. He went to Wu Yang's side. Tonight, he would probably have to squeeze in with Wu Yang. Inside the hut, Marquis Xianping quickly took off Xiao Liulang's top. When he went to take off Xiao Liulang's pants, Xiao Lulang tightened his belt and refused to let him do it. Marquis Xianping frowned and clicked his tongue. What's wrong? You go out too. I'll do it myself. Xiao Lulang said. Marquis Xianping looked him up and down and said with a chuckle, you fell like this. Do you still have the strength? If he had the strength, he wouldn't have let him take off his top. Right now, he was tightly gripping his belt. In fact, he was using his eyes to refuse. Marquis Xianping said, you are my son. What have I not seen of you? When you were young, you ran around the courtyard naked. He looked at his pants. Let me tell you, not only have I seen it, I've also played it. Xiao Lulang, who wanted to be struck by lightning. The wooden bucket and hot water were ready. Marquis Xianping didn't call anyone to enter the hut. He brought the large wooden bucket and hot water in himself. Xiao Liulang's undoing of his belt annoyed him. He didn't have the strength and couldn't take it off for a long time. He simply threw him into the hot water. This rain seemed to have extinguished all the heat of the recent days. It brought a hint of the coolness of early autumn. Xiao Liulang's body was cold. It wasn't until he soaked in the hot water that he gradually warmed up. Xiao Lulang soaked in the hut. Marquis Xianping went to get water. He planned to take a cold bath and then go back to the carriage to change clothes. He wasn't familiar with this place. He only vaguely remembered that a large group of people had come out of the largest hut. Perhaps they had gone there to get water. He went to the hut that was used as the central room and the office room. Everyone was there. Marquis Gu was also there. The large pile of food that Marquis Gu had brought was also there. The room was filled with the tempting aroma of meat and crispness. Everyone looked at Marquis Xianping in astonishment, their faces helpless. Marquis Xianping only needed a glance to understand. When a group of people had gathered here, he thought they were discussing some important business. So they were eating and drinking. The Minister of Revenue asked, does Marquis Xiao want to eat? These were all bought from the capital by Marquis Gu's men. Marquis Xianping looked at Marquis Gu in the hut and slightly narrowed his eyes. Everyone was here except for his son-in-law Xiao Lulang. Good, very good. Marquis Gu did not know of the relationship between Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang. He was wondering why Marquis Xianping had mixed up with that poor boy when he met Marquis Xianping's frightening gaze. His heart inexplicably thumped. The rain stopped in the latter half of the night. The next day was a sunny day. The morning light shone and the sky was blue. The air was filled with the smell of soil and flowers that had been moistened by the rain. The disaster relief and farming mission had been completed. Everyone packed their bags and planned to eat something before returning to the capital. But no one had expected that when they pushed open the wooden door of the hut, they would be greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of meat buns. Everyone's saliva dripped down. Did they make meat buns today? The villagers know that we are leaving, so they specially made meat buns? Such fragrant meat buns. They were all officials of the capital. Even if they did not come from prominent families, at least they were not greedy for meat buns. But they did not know if it was because they had been vegetarian for too many days, but when they smelled the aroma of meat, they felt that they could not control themselves. No, this is not the aroma of ordinary meat buns. It's zhouji. Their meat buns have the aroma of sesame oil. That's right. It's zhouji's meat buns. Zhouji's meat buns were too famous in the capital. They only made 100 steamers a day and they were sold out. Therefore, it was hard to get one even if they lined up. The aroma came from Royal Prince An's hut. Did Marquis Gu send people to buy it again? Marquis Gu is too considerate. He bought so many roast duck and crispy chicken last night. He bought it for Royal Prince An. We are basking in Royal Prince An's glory. It seems that we are basking in Royal Prince An's glory again today. Everyone chatted and couldn't wait to head towards Royal Prince An's hut. But when they reached the door, they were dumbfounded. Royal Prince An was not in the room. There was only Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang, and a youth in black. The table in front of the two was filled with meat buns. Other than the meat buns, there were wine-fermented meatballs sprinkled with egg drops, scallion pancakes with donkey meat, and braised lamb scorpion that could make the dogs next door cry. These were all zhouji's specialties. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Was it really good to eat so sumptuous so early in the morning? But the three of them could not finish it. He bought so much for them, right? As expected, Xiao Lulang spoke faintly. Did you beat the bun seller to death? Who could finish so many buns? Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then let's split it, Chongjing. Chongjing walked over and took the buns on the table, leaving one steamer for Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang. Everyone watched as Chongjing walked towards them with the buns. They were so excited that they could not express themselves. Then, they saw Chongjing walk past them expressionlessly. Everyone, Chongjing distributed the buns to the villagers. There was only one left. Chongjing gave it to the village's big black dog. Thus, everyone who was eating salted vegetables and cornbread experienced what it meant to be worse than a dog. After breakfast, Marquis Xianping packed Xiao Lulang and stuffed him into his carriage. Although Xiao Lulang strongly protested, his protests were ineffective. Everyone also sat on the Yaman's carriages. Marquis Gu was surprised to find that the wheels of his carriage had been removed. Marquis Gu exploded on the spot. Where are the wheels of my carriage? Who did it? Everyone sat in the carriage and looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't it obvious who did it? Just ask, who had a higher title than you? No one dared to say anything. It was Royal Prince An who spoke. Marquis Gu, if you don't mind, you can take my carriage back to the capital. That's the only way. Marquis Gu sighed and sat on Royal Prince An's carriage. This son-in-law was still the best. He knew how to help at the crucial moment. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a loud bang. The wheels of Royal Prince An's carriage were removed as well. No one saw anyone do it. The two wheels seemed to have betrayed him and rolled out of the carriage. The carriage landed heavily on the ground. Marquis Gu's head hit the roof of the carriage and there was a big bruise on his head. The Minister of Revenue did not want to get involved in this mess. However, he was entrusted by someone to take good care of Royal Prince An. But after taking care of Royal Prince An, he could not leave his future father-in-law. He could only invite the two of them into his carriage. Marquis Xianping brought Chongjing out of Xiao Liulong's hut. Chongjing was holding Xiao Liulong's luggage and the herbs he picked these days. The Minister of Revenue thought for a while and cupped his hands towards Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping, for old lady Zhao's sake, please be merciful. Marquis Xianping's mother, old lady Xiao, and the Minister of Revenue's mother were cousins. Strictly speaking, they were cousins. All right. Marquis Xianping agreed. The Minister of Revenue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that old lady Zhao's face was still useful. In the next second, Marquis Xianping kicked off the wheels of the Minister of Revenue's carriage. He only said to be merciful. He did not say to be merciful. When it came to bullying people, Marquis Xianping was a professional. After this, no one dared to invite Marquis Gu into the carriage anymore. They all left with their tails between their legs. Royal Prince An also wanted to help but could not. He cupped his hands towards Marquis Gu and asked Wu Yang to find the wheels and install them. Then, he returned to the capital alone. Marquis Gu was left alone on the ridge of the field. Behind him was a carriage without wheels. Even the horse had run away. It was as if he was abandoned by the world. Marquis Gu was miserable and miserable. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online are all here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/111350900. HTML genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all here. If other people thought that they could safely return to the capital after leaving Marquis Gu behind, then they were too naive. Marquis Xianping blocked their way and took off their wheels one by one. There was no village to the front and no shop to the back. Even if one called for help, the heavens and the earth would not respond. Of course, there were a few people who didn't offend Xiao Lulang, but they also had their wheels taken off by Marquis Xianping. This was helping them, not harming them. Marquis Xianping wouldn't make things difficult for them in the future, but if Marquis Xianping let them go, the people who didn't like Xiao Lulang might make things difficult for them. So, they might as well take them off together. Xiao Lulang didn't know anything about Marquis Xianping blocking their way and bullying them. He didn't sleep well last night and woke up with a slight headache. Not long after getting on the carriage, he fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was so deep that when he woke up, he was already in the capital. He opened his eyes and found himself lying in a room filled with familiarity. He immediately sat up and looked at the mermaid curtain on the bed, then looked at the Jiangnan screen with 6 fans of misty rain on the other side of the bed. He even turned around to look at the pillow he had just slept on. They were all things from his memory. Even the fragrance of fruit and flowers in the room was the same as in his memory. This was the princess's residence. Princess Xianxia and old Madame Xiao didn't have a good relationship. Old Madame Xiao didn't like Princess Xianxia's flesh and blood and was very cold to Xiaoheng. Princess Xianxia brought her son to live in the princess's residence. Although it was connected to the Marquis's residence, Xiaoheng basically didn't go to old Madame Xiao's place. Xiao Lulang lifted the blanket and got out of bed. "Young Marquis, you're awake." A servant girl walked into the room carrying a stack of clothes. He remembered this servant girl. She was called Shuhua. However, she was much more mature than 4 years ago. He wasn't used to her at first glance, but he could accept her current appearance with a second glance. Her expression and smile were so natural that it was as if he had never left in these 4 years. "Sister Shuhua. Sister Mizua." Another young maidservant stumbled in. It was Magpie, the daughter of a servant in the manor. She was only 8 years old 4 years ago, and now she was 12. When she saw Xiao Lulang, she smiled and bowed. "Young Marquis." You're awake. The Marquis is waiting for you to eat. If Xiao Lulang had not experienced life and death, he would have been dazed by this scene. He looked at them and said, I'm not the young Marquis, you've got the wrong person. Where are my clothes? A trace of panic flashed through the eyes of the two maidservants. Sure enough, he wasn't dreaming. They were acting. Xiao Lulang let out a sigh of relief. Everything was too familiar. For a moment, he almost thought that the 4 years of wandering among the commoners was just a dream, and that the terrible fire was just a nightmare. If those were all dreams, then the countryside and the Jadewater Alley were also a pipe dream. He slowly sat down on the chair, digesting the lingering fear in his heart. Magpie quickly came forward to pour tea for him. I'll do it myself. He refused. Magpie hesitantly retreated to the side, looking at Xu Hua with apprehension. Xu Hua shook her head at her, indicating for her not to speak. My clothes. Xiao Lulang said again. Yes. Xu Hua went to the wardrobe, opened the door, and found Xiao Lulang's luggage. She secretly glanced at Xiao Lulang several times. Although they looked alike, their temperaments were too different. The young Marquis never had a straight face with them, always talking and laughing. He was a little master that warmed people's hearts. Moreover, the little master's legs were not lame. You can all leave. Marquis Xianping, who had been listening outside the door, saw that his plan was not working and could only helplessly appear. The two maidservants retreated as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. He did not need to go to Hanlin Academy today, so he found a set of normal clothes to change into. Then he said to Marquis Xianping, you don't need to test me anymore. I'm not Xiaoheng. Marquis Xianping said, I'm not testing. Xiao Lulang interrupted him, don't think that as long as I'm still Xiaoheng, you can make up for the guilt in your heart. Even if you test me 100 times, 1,000 times, I'm still Xiao Lulang, the illegitimate child of Qinyun's mother, not the legitimate son of Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping's eyes darkened. Then tell me, is there really someone who looks exactly the same in this world? Is it really the same? Xiao Lulang asked back. Marquis Xianping's gaze fell on his right eye. There was originally a teardrop mole here, but now it was gone. Xiao Lulang said, of course, if you just want to use me as a substitute for the young Marquis, then it's up to you. No one could replace Xiaoheng, he did not need a substitute for Xiaoheng, he only wanted Xiaoheng. His son Xiaoheng, these words pierced Marquis Xianping's heart to the point of bleeding. Otherwise, why would he say that he was his son? He knew what words would stab him the most. Xiao Lulang did not say anything else. He picked up his luggage. Where's my medicine? In the courtyard. Marquis Xianping said. Xiao Lulang walked out without looking back. Marquis Xianping looked at his determined and stubborn back and suddenly called out to him, don't you want to see your mother? Xiao Lulang's steps paused. His hand holding his luggage slowly clenched. I want to see her. Does she want to see me? Xiao Lulang left without any hesitation. Hiss. Little brat. Marquis Xianping's teeth hurt. Steward Lu walked over from the other end of the corridor. He entered the room and asked, Marquis, the young master still hasn't admitted his identity? Marquis Xianping's fist slammed on the table and his mouth twitched. Little stubborn donkey. Is it really the young Marquis? Could there have been a mistake? Steward Lu asked worriedly. He paused and then muttered, it doesn't matter if there's a mistake. After all, they are both Marquis' children. Marquis Xianping glared at him. Steward Lu smiled embarrassedly, I'm joking. Since ancient times, there had been a difference between the direct and concubines. Moreover, this was an illegitimate child. How could he let an illegitimate child mix up the direct bloodline of the Marquis Fu? Marquis Xianping thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Could it be that only his mother can control him? Qinyun's mother is already dead. Steward Lu kindly reminded. Marquis Xianping gave him a death stare. You don't want this month's salary? Steward Lu's entire body trembled, saying. Ah, Marquis, you are talking about the princess. But if the princess can't do anything to him. Marquis Xianping looked at the disappearing figure at the end of the courtyard, his gaze deep, then I will believe that he really isn't Xiaoheng. Xiao Lulang sat in Marquis Xianping's carriage back to Jadewater Alley. When he arrived home, it was already dark. His family did not know that he had returned today and each went to do their own things. Only Xianxia was strolling in the courtyard to digest her food. Mother. He went forward to greet her. Xianxia said in pleasant surprise, Lulang is back? You haven't eaten yet, right? Yuya. Hey. Yuya put down the work in her hands and walked over, eh? Son-in-law. Xianxia ordered, go make something for son-in-law to eat. Okay. Yuya complied and went to the kitchen. This time, he had gone to the countryside to provide disaster relief and did not bring back any gifts. Other than a basket of medicinal ingredients, there was only some dried fish that the villagers had dried themselves. Xiao Lulang took out the dried fish. What is this? A bag of strange medicinal powder fell out from under the dried fish. This is a kind of dried flower powder. It was given by an auntie. Apparently, it can be used as rouge. It was Uncle Zhang's family's auntie. After learning that he was married, she gave him this bag of dried flower powder. Naturally, this could not compare to the rouge from the rouge shop, but it was a bit of goodwill from the villagers, so he accepted it. Xianxia said, Jiao Jiao does not need it now. Xiaoxia's meaning was that Gu Jiao had a chastity mark on her face and did not like to dress up. In the future, when the chastity mark was gone, perhaps she would like to be beautiful herself. Xiao Lulang misunderstood and thought that Xiaoxia was saying that Gu Jiao was ugly. He said, she does not need it to be beautiful. Xiaoxia was stunned. Son-in-law was praising her daughter for being beautiful, although she also felt that her daughter was beautiful, she was still Jiao Jiao's mother. Naturally, a mother would think that her daughter was beautiful. Xiao Lilong's serious appearance made Xiaoxia laugh. The young couple had been married for so long. Although they had always lived in separate rooms, they had never said that they had not consummated their marriage. In large families, married couples lived in separate courtyards. In order to not affect the men's studies, many scholars lived in separate rooms. Thus, if it were not for this birthmark, the young couple's relationship would not have aroused any suspicion. Xiaoxia had originally planned to continue to pretend that she did not know, but now that it had been brought up, Xiaoxia felt that perhaps telling her son-in-law would not be a problem. At the very least, her son-in-law had seriously refuted her. This meant that in his heart, he did not dislike her daughter's appearance. He treated Jiao Jiao with sincerity. What was there that was not worth knowing the truth? Actually. Xiaoxia cleared her throat and resisted the awkwardness in her heart. She said, the mark on Jiao Jiao's face is not a birthmark, it is a chastity mark. Bang, a figure fell down from the courtyard wall. Dong, a person knocked into the doorway and staggered until he hit the door. The former was Gu Chengfeng. The latter was Gu Chongqing. This was not the end. There was a clatter at the door, followed by a clatter. Surprisingly, the copper candied fruit box in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand had fallen to the ground. The old chancellor, who was standing at the newly opened door between the two residences, did not know whether to enter or leave. He had come to deliver some brown sugar glutinous rice cake to Zhuang Jin's. How did he hear this kind of thing? The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/11134785 HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all here. Xiaoxia was so shocked by the commotion that she stood up from her chair. She clearly didn't see a single person just now, so how did so many people appear out of thin air after she finished speaking? They didn't come when they didn't, but they all came when they did. Was this arranged? Also, it was fine that Gu Chongqing and the matriarch appeared here. One came to see the twins and the other came to play cards, but what was up with Gu Chengfeng? What was he doing climbing up the wall of their house? Xianxia was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Of the 5 people present, it was unknown who was the most embarrassed. Was it the 4 people who accidentally heard this huge secret, or was it Xiao Lulang who was caught in the whirlpool of secrets? In short, the 5 people all had different expressions and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere became more and more awkward. In the end, it was Gu Qingfeng's nose that itched and he couldn't help but sneeze. Only then did the strange silence in the courtyard be broken. That Gu. Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to call Gu Chongqing, but she couldn't remember his name. Her mind was filled with this guy who won money from her. So angry, Gu Chongqing came back to his senses and turned to bow to Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was dressed as an old lady. He didn't call the Empress Dowager. After all, she was traveling incognito. He was afraid that the walls would hear her identity. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave a look to the candied fruit jar on the ground. Gu Chongqing understood and endured the pain in his head. He picked up the candied fruit jar on the ground. Fortunately, it was made of iron and didn't break. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged her beloved candied fruit jar and entered the courtyard with a complicated expression. How could it not be complicated? The little great-grandson she had been looking forward to for so long wasn't even a shadow. Was this the truth behind why she couldn't wait for her little great-grandson? Her mentality was collapsing. Her complicated and painful gaze fell on Xiao Liulang's body. Starting from his head, it slowly moved down until it reached an unspeakable place. It wasn't like they hadn't slept together before. Could it be they couldn't? Xiao Lulang felt his scalp go numb. What kind of look was that? However, not only did Empress Dowager Zhuang have this expression, even the old chancellor was synchronized and looked at Xiao Lulang sympathetically. As a man, this was a little embarrassing. I thought you had only injured one leg. Xiao Lulang felt terrible. He was still trying to figure out how the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face could be the mark of chastity. Now, he was being despised and sympathized with for no reason. Where was the logic? Xianxia looked at everyone's speechless expressions and then looked at Xiao Lulang, who seemed to have swallowed coptis. She thought to herself, do I need to explain the reason for the chastity mark? Hey, does anyone else want to hear it? Forget it. Let's talk about it. Xianxia said, the midwife that helped me deliver the child did not know how to use the chastity sand, but she did not dare say that she did not know. She was worried that we would not give her that much money, so she went to ask the abbot of the temple. Who knew that the abbot drank too much that night and accidentally put it on Jiaojiao's face? It was also because of this birthmark that the servant misunderstood that Jiaojia was not the child that I gave birth to and that Jinyu who did not have a birthmark was. Although this matter had passed for a long time, every time it was mentioned, Xianxia could not help but feel heartache and regret. She did not know whose fault she should blame. Should she not have given birth halfway or should she not have gone to find that midwife in the countryside? Xianxia was immersed in her sad emotions. The other people in the courtyard were not on the same channel as her. There were only 6 words in everyone's mind: chastity sand did not consummate the marriage. Gu Qingfeng put his arm around Xiao Liulang's shoulder. Brother, tell me honestly, do you have any hidden troubles? Xiao Liulang's face darkened. Gu Jiao went to see a patient and was busy until late at night. When she stepped into the courtyard, she saw the elders of the family sitting neatly in the central room. Her great-aunt and son-in-law were also there. The last time the 2 of them sat together was when the emperor came to Bai Shui Lane to recuperate. However, they sat separately and did not speak. Ever since her great-aunt recovered her memories, this was the first time Gu Jiao saw the 2 of them so amiable. Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng also came. What did you come here for? Gu Jiao asked Gu Qingfeng. Gu Chongqing's lips curled up imperceptibly. It seemed that in his sister's heart, this second brother who had drunk wine with her, ridden horses with her, and played water with her, did not have much weight. He could not come to Bai Shui Lane as he pleased. Gu Qingfeng snorted and said unhappily, you think I wanted to come? Qinglin ran out of hair growth ointment. Gu Jiao made a no sound. Recently, she had been so busy that she had forgotten about Gu Qinglin's little bald spot. Wait a moment. Gu Jiao went to the east room to put down the small basket and took out the medicine box. She opened the box and saw that there was indeed a box of hair growth ointment inside. The medicine box could not only determine the medicine needed by the patient, But also remember the patient's course of illness and the dosage. It was very useful, but it would be even better if there were no more strange things. Gu Jiao took out the hair growth ointment and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. Here, 100 taels. Gu Qingfeng immediately exploded. You charge me 100 taels for such a small box of ointment? That's too much. Gu Jiao's expression did not change. It's the price of family affection. The price of family affection specially set for you. If someone else came, it would be 1 tael. Gu Qingfeng reluctantly took out the banknotes. Gu Jiao happily accepted it. Everyone stared at her without blinking. Gu Jiao felt that the atmosphere was strange from the moment she entered the courtyard, and now it was getting stranger and stranger. Did something happen? Why are you all looking at me like this? She asked. Madam. Yuya came over with a bowl of tonic soup on a tray. The soup you wanted is ready. Yuya put the tonic soup on the table. The bowl was black and looked like it was made by Xiao Lulang. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed the bowl of soup in front of Gu Jiao. Drink it, it was specially made for you. You've worked hard recently and you've lost weight. You need to take care of your body. She said these words without blushing. Everyone secretly gave Empress Dowager Zhuang a thumbs up. You're still the best. Oh. Although it did not look good, Gu Jiao was not picky. Since it was specially prepared for her by her family, she could not waste it. Gu Jiao held the bowl of soup, took a deep breath, and gulped it down. Wretch, it was disgusting. Gu Jiao almost vomited. Everyone looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Was there really no problem with the soup? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. How could there be a problem? It was a professional nourishment for 30 years. The previous emperor's concubines all drank this tonic soup, so their bodies were better than the other. Gu Jiao felt nauseous. She covered her chest and took a deep breath. She inadvertently glanced around and found that the table was uniformly looking at her. She blinked and shook her little head. Oh, I'm not pregnant, am I? In the study, Xiao Lulang, who heard this sentence, spat out a mouthful of tea. Everyone's expression twitched. How did you manage to lie through your teeth like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Jiao asked. Have you consummated your marriage? Gu Qingfeng asked straightforwardly. Gu Chongqing kicked him under the table. Gu Jiao did not know that there was nothing left of her. She stuck out her small chest and said righteously, why haven't I consummated my marriage? Of course I have. Is it written on my face that I'm a virgin? Everyone looked at her chastity mark. Yes. Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang couldn't bear to listen any further. He wished he could bury himself with books. What kind of brother and sister were they? One dared to ask and the other dared to answer. Were they not ashamed? Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, are you there? Xiaobao has a stomachache. Can you go and take a look at him? Master Zhao's anxious voice came from the door, interrupting the conversation. Gu Jiao went next door to see Xiaobao. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand and said, okay, let's go. Yuya make Jiao Jiao a bowl of this soup every 3 days. You must watch her finish it. Yuya replied, yes. Gu Chongqing originally came to visit the twins. However, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan were resting at Nanxiang and Master Lu's place. Gu Chongqing had to leave with Gu Qingfeng. Ahem, I will go too. I want to see how the homework in Jing Kong is going. The old chancellor went next door. Little Jing Kong was doing homework at his place tonight. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong's west room. Eunuch Qin followed. Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the bed and called the accompanying imperial masters. She pointed at the bed and said seriously, split it. The imperial masters, Eunuch Qin, after a loud noise, Empress Dowager Zhuang ran out of the west room waving her phoenix claws. Oh. Jiao Jiao. Eunuch Qin and little Deng fought. The bed collapsed. Eunuch Qin trembled. What did it have to do with him? Also, what kind of fight could collapse the bed? These words didn't sound right. Gu Jiao was not called over by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but little Jing Kong came over first. He had just finished his homework and heard his great-aunt say that the bed collapsed. He was young and curious, so he went to see whose bed collapsed. So it's my bed that collapsed. The little guy stood in front of the collapsed bed with his hands on his hips and was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he laughed. That's great, his bed collapsed. He had no place to sleep tonight. He could only squeeze with Xiaojiao. Brother-in-law, I want to take a bath. He wanted to wash himself clean and smell good, then put himself on Xiaojiao's bed. After a quarter of an hour, the little handsome monk came out of the bath and changed into dry pajamas. He smelled good from head to toe. I can go sleep with Xiaojiao. He skipped to the east room. However, before he could step in, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked him up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "You and I will go back to the palace tonight." Little Jing Kong's little body trembled. Why? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I'm lonely." Little Jing Kong strongly protested, "I want to sleep with Xiaojiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang refused heartlessly, "No, you won't have a little great-grandson if you sleep with him." "I want a little great-grandson." Little Jing Kong flapped his little arms and legs in the air and complained, "Why do you want a little great-grandson? Am I not cute enough?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was full of questions again. She could not win against him, so she stopped talking and directly carried him out of the courtyard and into the carriage. Because the bed collapsed, Xiao Lulang could only sleep in the east room tonight. Gu Jiao had no objection. After washing up, the two of them lay on the soft bed. Little Jing Kong was used to sleeping on hard beds in the temple, so the mattress in the west room was less than in the east room. Xiao Lulang had slept on this bed before, but he did not know if it was because of his different state of mind, but the feeling of lying on it tonight was particularly different from before. The mattress seemed to be softer, reminding him of her delicate little body. The pillow was full of her breath and fragrance. Every breath made him feel short of breath and hot in his heart. She was lying flat beside him, and her breathing was even and long. Xiao Lulang could not sleep. He gently turned his head and saw that their long hair seemed to be entangled. Suddenly, there was a hint of ambiguity in the night. The dream he had before flashed through his mind uncontrollably. He tried to erase the inappropriate images from his mind, but the harder he tried, the clearer they became. Even her smooth breathing seemed to have a hint of seduction in his ears. "Husband." She suddenly turned to look at him. Xiao Liulang's heart skipped a beat. He felt guilty for being distracted. His expression tensed as he looked at the ceiling and asked seriously, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao straightened up on her elbows and looked at him. "Nothing, I just want to ask you if everything went well in the countryside. Did those people bully you?" "No," he said. Gu Jiao asked strangely, "What's wrong with your voice?" "It's mute." It would have been better if she hadn't said this. Once she said this, Xiao Lulang found it even harder to control himself. His throat moved, and he didn't dare to look at her. "I probably talked too much during the day." "Oh." Gu Jiao lay beside him. He did not dare to look at her, but she looked at him frankly, "Then I'll get you some water." He was just about to say no, but she had already got off the bed and poured him a glass of cold water. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth, but he still took it and drank it. After drinking the glass of cold water, the thoughts in his mind seemed to fade a little. Gu Jiao took the glass and put it on the table. She climbed back into bed and lay down beside him. "Can't you sleep?" she asked. "No." He said in a hoarse voice, "Sleep." But Gu Jiao waited for a while, but he still did not fall asleep. Was there something bothering him? But since he did not say, she did not ask. Gu Jiao thought for a while, then slowly moved towards him until she was beside him. She pulled away one of his arms and turned sideways to rest her little head on it. She hugged him, and like an adult coaxing a child, she gently patted his shoulder. She coaxed him very seriously, even though her movements were a little clumsy. Xiao Lulang did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao widened her eyes and said with a serious face, "I'm coaxing you to sleep." "Don't worry, I'm not doing anything. I'm a serious person." At first, the serious person, Gu Jiao, was indeed patting his shoulder to coax him to sleep. But as she patted him, it felt so good that she wanted to move around. She stole a glance at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's eyes were closed, and his breathing was even and long. He seemed to be asleep. Gu Jiao became bold and touched his small chest muscles. After touching his chest muscles, she moved on to his abdominal muscles. After touching his abdominal muscles, she moved on to his waist muscles. When she used her finger to poke his waist that didn't have a trace of excess fat, Xiao Lulang suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Lulang grabbed her restless little hand and flipped her over, pressing her under his body. His movements were so fast and domineering that even Gu Jiao could not react in time. Gu Jiao looked at him in a daze. He domineeringly locked her wrists on both sides. This was the first time that Gu Jiao felt the domineering power of a man from him in a sober state. It was so exciting. Gu Jiao thought. The little puppy she had been raising suddenly turned into an adult wolf with an irresistible domineering and wild nature. He stared at her and said, "Aren't you still young?" Gu Jiao blinked. His eyes deepened and his hoarse voice came out from his throat, "If you tease me again, I won't care." Oh. Gu Jiao's eyes moved and she slowly pulled her wrists out of his strong palm. He had used too much strength just now and her wrists were red. Xiao Lulang was a little regretful, but he did not show it on his face. Tonight, he had been set up by the elders in his family. Naturally, he would not be obedient, so he did not intend to do anything to her from the beginning. But this girl was too mischievous. Did she forget that he was already 18 years old? Did she still think that he was that immature brat from before? A 14-year-old girl who was older by a year was completely different from a 17-year-old boy who was older by a year. He had grown up and was a real man. Did she know that in his countless dreams there was no longer a sky full of fire, but the boundless moonlight, the sleepless lights, and endless intertwining and possession? He could not lie on the same bed with her like a year ago and not let his imagination run wild. Gu Jiao rubbed her red wrists and did not speak for a long time. Xiao Lulang thought that she had been scared by him and should know to restrain herself. Unexpectedly, in the next second, she stretched out her arms and lay flat. "Xiao Lulang, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111322818. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The next day, before the sun rose, everyone in the family got up early. In the past, Gu Jiao was the first to get up, but today, when she walked out of the room, she found that Madame Yao, the old chancellor, Nurse Feng, and Yu were all gathered in the central room. Not only that, eunuch Qin also came. What was going on? "Good morning." Gu Jiao greeted them. Everyone looked at the birthmark on her face and sighed. "Gu Jiao, why do you all look a bit disappointed? Is my status in the family already so low? You don't want to see me anymore?" Everyone exchanged knowing looks. Thus, after Gu Jiao drank a bowl of tonic soup, Xiao Lulang also had a bowl of tonic soup in front of him during breakfast. Eunuch Qin specially emphasized, "It's venison soup. It's very good for men." Xiao Lulang's anger was stuck in his throat and couldn't go up or down. Last night, when a certain someone was lying down, he really thought that she was ready to tease him to the end. He hesitated out of conscience, and then he heard a certain someone's small snoring sound. He was stunned on the spot. Okay, he was the one who was teased, and the one who couldn't eat was also him. In the end, he was the one who was misunderstood. Where could he go to reason? Xiao Lulang drank the venison soup with a dark face. Eunuch Qin returned to the palace with a smile. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the Hanlin Academy finally arrived in the capital after a long journey of a day and night. The Minister of Revenue didn't dare to delay and reported to the emperor with his 2 legs that were about to break. He didn't make any mistakes about Xiao Lulang, nor did he deliberately erase Xiao Lulang's contributions. First, there were Hanlin officials who accompanied him to record this trip, and second, Marquis Xianping was standing in the throne room. That's right, this fellow who never attended morning court sessions and only knew how to sleep in had made an unprecedented appearance today. The Minister of Revenue didn't have a bad impression of Xiao Lulang. However, he received orders from Grand Tutor Zhuang to give the credit to Royal Prince in as much as possible. As for Xiao Lulang, he didn't do anything, so there was no need to mention him. However, when the Minister of Revenue thought of how he had almost broken his leg, he had no doubt that if he dared to say anything about Xiao Lulang, the Marquis of Xianping would remove his leg in front of the Emperor. The Minister of Revenue reported truthfully. Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince N's performance was remarkable. They both made contributions. Although the Minister of Revenue intended to give Royal Prince N more opportunities to make contributions, Xiao Lulang had done too many things in the countryside. The Emperor thought it was good. Both of them were pillars of the Zhao kingdom. Among the three tripod rankings, the Zhuangyuan and Zhuangyuan had already begun to show their talents in the 6 ministries. Only the Tanhualang was still unknown. However, this couldn't be rushed. After all, Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince N both had backings. They didn't have to worry about being suppressed. Ning Ziyuan's background wasn't as good. He still needed to sharpen his skills in the Imperial Hanlin Academy. The Emperor gave Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince N each a piece of calligraphy and had Eunuch Wei deliver it to the Imperial Hanlin Academy. After court, the Emperor returned to Pure Flower's palace. "Your Majesty." A young nun walked over with a box of food. She bowed to him and said, "Imperial concubine dowager personally made some pastries and had this humble nun deliver them to your Majesty." By the way, Imperial concubine dowager also had this humble nun ask if your Majesty has been well. Imperial concubine dowager hasn't seen your Majesty for a few days and is very worried about you. The Emperor paused slightly. That's right. He hadn't visited Imperial concubine dowager for a few days. This would have been impossible in the past. As long as Imperial concubine dowager was in the palace, he would pay his respects every day. Could it be that he was still angry at Imperial concubine dowager for hiding her relationship with Gu Chao? Even though Imperial concubine dowager had chosen him in the end, did he still have a knot in his heart? Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, this humble nun will take her leave. The young nun handed the pastries to Eunuch Wei before turning to leave. The Emperor glanced at the box of food in Eunuch Wei's hands. Eunuch Wei understood and opened the box. Your Majesty, these are date paste pastries. These were his favorite pastries. In order to personally make them for him, Imperial concubine Jing had learned from the Imperial chef. He remembered the days after Empress Dowager Zhuang was banished to the cold palace. He, Imperial concubine Jing, and Ningyan were ostracized. They didn't even have a decent hot dish for his birthday. Thus, his Imperial concubine Dowager Zhuang personally went to the tree to pick dates and made a date paste pastry with crisp dates. It didn't taste too good, but it was the best taste he could remember at the time. The Emperor picked up a piece of date paste pastry and tasted it. It was also made with crisp dates. Memories flooded his mind, and he let out a long sigh. Go to the nunnery and tell Imperial concubine dowager that I'll accompany her for dinner tonight. Yes, Eunuch Wei replied. The second master had recently recruited another doctor. To be precise, he had poached a doctor from Rejuvenation Hall. He had once been kicked out of Rejuvenation Hall, and everyone was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, he had led Miracle Hand Hall to rise in the capital. Miracle Hand Hall's business grew bigger and bigger, and countless doctors wanted to seek refuge under him. After careful selection, he had chosen a doctor with the surname Miao. His medical skills were good, but his character was excellent. The second master had to poach Dr. Miao for a long time before he was finally persuaded. After Dr. Miao came, he took on a lot of work, so Gu Jiao wasn't as busy. Gu Jiao went to find the old beggar to play chess, but unexpectedly, the old beggar wasn't there. Gu Jiao waited for a while, but didn't see him. She put on her mask and changed her route to the martial arts center. Little brother Gu. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a ruddy face called out to her. Gu Jiao looked at him and used her eyes to ask, "What's the matter?" Her attitude wasn't warm, and could even be called cold. However, the other party didn't mind. Anyone who had seen Gu Jiao compete knew how fiery her temper was. She was already giving him face by being willing to communicate with him. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Little brother, I've seen every one of your matches. You're very bold, and your fighting style is very arrogant. You've also improved a lot. Forgive me for being blunt, but this kind of small martial arts center is no longer suitable for your strength. Are you interested in trying out other places?" So he was here to poach her. Gu Jiao looked at him and took out a small notebook to write, "Is there a decent expert at the place you're talking about?" Listen, what kind of arrogant tone was this? However, he liked it very much. This young man indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Of course there is. I just don't know if you dare to go?" Gu Jiao lightly wrote, "Could it be the netherworld?" Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man was amused by Gu Jiao's arrogance and humor. "Little brother, don't worry. With such a good seedling like you, how could I bear to let you go to that kind of place? Let's not talk too much. I'll directly bring little brother there." Gu Jiao left the martial arts center and let Xiao Sanzi go back first. She sat in the middle-aged man's carriage and went to an embroidery building in the north of the city. This was Gu Jiao's first time coming to the north of the city. Jade Water Alley was located in the south of the city. Marquis Ding An's manor was in the southeast. Her range of diagnosis was mostly from the south to the east of the city. Everything here made Gu Jiao feel unfamiliar, but there was also an inexplicable attraction. Gu Jiao followed the middle-aged man through the embroidery building and arrived at a dye house. Underneath the dye house was an underground martial arts center. From the middle-aged man's mouth, Gu Jiao learned that the martial arts center did not have a name. Normally, when people mentioned it, they would just say, "Come to the Narcissus Embroidery Building." The martial arts center was very large. It was almost as large as 4 Taiha martial arts centers. If Gu Jiao had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that someone had built such a large underground place. In the center of the martial arts center were 4 martial arts stages. This was the same as the martial arts centers. Around them were countless rooms. The middle-aged man did not say what they were used for. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pointed, saying, "Do you see those rooms with gourds hanging on their doors? You must not go in." "Why?" Gu Jiao asked with her eyes. The middle-aged man explained, "Those are the rooms of experts. If you rashly charge in, you will be beaten to death." So it was allowed to kill people here. The 4 martial arts stages were carrying out martial arts. Compared to the Taiha martial arts centers, the fights here were much more bloody and violent. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Gu Jiao felt all the blood in her body begin to boil. Her ruthless nature began to stir again. Gu Jiao restrained her killing intent. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, she arrived at the east side of the martial arts center. "Yo, look who old he managed to trick over today?" A young man who was organizing the accounts raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. "Such a tender young master, old he, you have the heart to do this? Aren't you afraid that he will be beaten to death?" So, people could die in the martial arts arena. Gu Jiao had a clearer understanding of the underground martial arts center. "Let's first bet 50 taels of silver," the young man said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao frowned. "You still want money?" I'll do it. I'll pay for this little brother." The middle-aged man generously took out a 50 taels banknote and slapped it on the table. The young man looked at Gu Jiao with an even more thought-provoking gaze. "To be able to make old he, this miser, pluck your feathers, it seems like you have some ability. All right, I will take good care of you and try not to let you die too early. Can I look around?" Gu Jiao wrote in her little notebook. Old he said, "You can. But remember what I said just now. Don't go near the room with a gourd hanging on the door." Gu Jiao nodded. She left the martial arts center. Behind her, the young man and old he's conversation could be heard. "No way, you really want this kid to compete? He's even thinner than me. And he's a mute. Don't you remember the lesson from last time? You brought back an expert, but in the end, he was beaten to death with a single punch. Trust my eyes this time. Don't arrange someone too strong for the first round." Let him practice first. Gu Jiao gradually walked away. The two people's conversation was gradually drowned out by the cheers below the stage. It was Gu Jiao's first day here. She just wanted to familiarize herself with the environment, but she didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. A person wearing a black cloak walked in front of her. The cloak was wrapped so tightly that her face couldn't be seen. But the moment the person opened the door, the hood of the cloak fell off. Gu Jiao looked carefully. It's her, digression. Who was this person? Who was this person? A. Crown Princess. B. Imperial concubine. Jing. Everyone has to post a book review. Paragraphs and chapters reviews won't reward coins. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg com/8964289642826/111320010. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. After the hood of her cloak fell off, she quickly put it back on. Then, under the escort of a man in black, she entered a room with a gourd hanging on it. Gu Jiao wanted to follow, but after taking a few steps, someone grabbed her shoulder. Gu Jiao tried to backhand him, but the other person grabbed her wrist. It's me. The other person was also wearing a mask like Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was all too familiar with this voice. Gu Jiao put down her hand and looked at Gu Chongqing, who was dressed as a chivalrous man, with a strange expression. Why are you here? Gu Chongqing put down his hand, looked around, and asked her, I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here? Gu Jiao touched her mask. It was here, so how did he recognize her? Gu Chongqing's mouth twitched. He had already recognized her when she tricked him into calling her father. Okay, other than her, no one else in this world had such a bad taste. You still haven't told me why you're here. Gu Chongqing looked at her seriously. She shouldn't have come to this kind of place. Even if she had some skills, it was still too dangerous. Gu Jiao paused and said, if I said I was passing by and wanted to borrow the toilet, would you believe me? Gu Chongqing, without waiting for Gu Chongqing to respond, Gu Jiao asked, what about you? Are you also here to borrow the toilet? Gu Chongqing, many people looked in Gu Chongqing's direction. Their gazes were not unfamiliar. It was obviously not the first time they had seen him here. Why are they looking at you? Gu Jiao asked. It's nothing. Gu Chongqing grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and led her into a room diagonally opposite. Gu Jiao noticed that there was also a gourd hanging on the door of this room. All right. After all, she wasn't the one who barged in. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a screen, a bed, a table, and chairs, and some antique furniture. It had a simple and heavy feeling, which could easily make one's heart tremble. Gu Jiao was more curious. Gu Chongqing looked at her fearless appearance and helplessly shook his head. Those who knew would say that she had come to the most dangerous place in Zhao country. Those who didn't know would think that she was strolling through a vegetable garden. Have a seat. Gu Chongqing said as he sat down on the chair beside the table. Gu Jiao sat down opposite him. She stopped looking around and looked at him. Are you really here to borrow the toilet? Gu Chongqing's action of pouring tea paused. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, I'm here to find someone. Gu Jiao said, oh, what a coincidence. Me too. Gu Chongqing looked at her with an indescribable expression. Didn't you just say that you wanted to borrow the toilet? Gu Jiao waved her hand, it's about the same. Gu Chongqing simply didn't know how to continue the conversation. Gu Jiao usually didn't talk much, but this underground martial arts field really piqued her curiosity. She asked, what is this place? Is it just an ordinary martial arts field? Ordinary, she was probably the only one who would think so. However, anyone who truly understood the situation would at least be somewhat fearful if they did not say that they would be terror-stricken upon hearing this. Gu Chongqing put the tea he had poured in her hand and said, "It's mainly a martial arts competition, but it also does some other business. Many people will choose to come here to trade. First, it's confidential. Second, it's safe. The martial arts field takes 20% of the profits." Gu Jiao said, 20%? That's not a small amount. If they traded 10,000 taels of silver, they would have to pay the martial arts field 2,000 taels of silver. So the martial arts field earned this much, but what did that person come here for? Did they come to watch the martial arts competition or to find someone to trade? While she was thinking, waves of excited roars and shouts came from outside. Kill! 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 The underground martial arts field had a total of 4 rings, east, west, south, and north. At this time, there were experts fighting in all 4 rings. However, the one with the most spectators, the one with the fiercest bets, and the one with the most enthusiastic cheers was the East Ring. Coincidentally, their room was facing the East Ring. Gu Jiao saw a bare-chested muscular man press another expert to the ground and wildly beat him up. His face was savage, and his attacks were merciless. If this level of beating continued, the other person would probably be beaten to death. If this were Taihe Martial Arts Club, this fight would have been stopped long ago. As if sensing Gu Jiao's confusion, Gu Chongqing explained, "The experts here have all signed a life and death agreement. They are responsible for their own deaths." This made Gu Jiao think of the underground martial arts field in her previous life. Just like the underground martial arts field, that place was filled with blood and violence. No one cared about the life and death of the fighters. They even hoped to see someone beaten to death. Gu Jiao had once been one of the fighters. She was the youngest and the weakest. She had been sent to the martial arts field by her godfather along with her companion. Half a year later, Gu Jiao had come out, but her companion had stayed behind forever. Gu Jiao looked at the savage and violent scene in the ring without the slightest ripple in her eyes. That's a person's clothes. It's so strange. Gu Jiao's gaze moved away from the East Ring and fell on the South Ring. Gu Chongqing took a look and said, "That's a Turk." Gu Jiao was surprised. There are Turks here? The Turks were a large race outside of the 6 kingdoms. Even though they claimed to be a country, they had never received the recognition of the 6 kingdoms. In the eyes of the 6 kingdoms, the Turks were even inferior to the 3 inferior kingdoms. However, the Turks were exceptionally brave, and they had produced many experts. The Turk expert on the ring knocked out his opponent and stomped his opponent's face into the ground. He raised his arms in a provocative and boastful manner, causing the audience to scream. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the expert he was stomping on. Is the person he defeated also a Turk? His clothes are strange too. Gu Chongqing's eyes narrowed. He clearly didn't approve of the Turk expert's actions. No, that's a saberman from the Zhao kingdom. A Turk expert, a saberman from the Zhao kingdom, this underground martial arts arena was beyond her expectations. Who were you following just now? Gu Chongqing returned to the topic at hand. Who was it that said that all generals were brainless? In Gu Jiao's eyes, Gu Chongqing's scheming was no less than Gu Yan's. He hadn't chased after her to ask, and had instead sold her information for a long time. Only after she let down her guard did he suddenly ask. Forget it, there was nothing she couldn't say. Gu Jiao said, "I think I saw old concubine Jing just now." Old concubine Jing? Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed with surprise. Why would she be here? Isn't she in the palace? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? I'm sure, Gu Jiao said. She would recognize that bad woman even if she turned into ashes. Gu Jiao continued, she was wearing a cloak and acting suspiciously. She must have snuck out of the palace. As Gu Jiao spoke, she waved her hand and pointed. She entered that room. Gu Chongqing took a look and frowned. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Oh right, I forgot to ask you. What's the meaning of hanging a gourd on the door? Gu Chongqing said seriously, it means that no one is to provoke it in this arena. Gu Jiao made an O sound and didn't take it to heart. She said, there's a gourd on your door too. How do I get it? Gu Chongqing looked coldly at Gu Jiao. You still want to do that? Be careful, or I'll tell Lu Lang. Gu Jiao. You win. Gu Chongqing looked at the room diagonally across. If I remember correctly, the current owner of that room seems to be an alchemist. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Alchemist? A doctor? Gu Chongqing thought for a bit. You could say that, but it doesn't seem accurate. Doctors heal the wounded, while alchemists only refine medicine. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, so why is concubine Jing looking for an alchemist? Is she sick? Or is she trying to do something? Can we go stop her? Gu Chongqing rejected without thinking. Absolutely not. She has the shadow dragon guards by her side. Moreover, putting aside the dragon shadow guards, the underground martial field also has its own experts. They will not allow anyone to break the rules of the transaction in the martial field. Gu Jiao hesitated, but didn't give up. Then, can we catch that alchemist? Gu Chongqing shook his head. That's an alchemist from the Yan Kingdom. He's surrounded by experts, so it won't be easy to catch him. How do you know? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing said, I bought medicine from him and met his subordinates. As for what medicine he had bought, Gu Chongqing didn't say. Concubine Jing didn't stay in the Yan Kingdom's pharmacist's room for too long. She came out while the two were talking. She was covered up tightly, and even the way she walked was different from how she used to be. If Gu Jiao hadn't told Gu Chongqing that this was concubine Jing, Gu Chongqing probably wouldn't have recognized her. The man in black next to her was probably the dragon shadow guard. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing didn't think that they could be faster than the dragon shadow guard, so they gave up on the idea of running to the palace to expose the fact that concubine Jing wasn't there. However, Gu Jiao still went to the palace. She had someone call Eunuch Wei to the imperial garden. Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei was overjoyed to hear that Gu Jiao was looking for him. Why are you here? Are you here to see His Majesty? Ever since Miss Gu said that she would never return to Pure Flower's palace, His Majesty had been in low spirits for a long time. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I'm here to see Eunuch Wei. See this servant? Eunuch Wei was flattered. Pure Flower's palace didn't suspect concubine Jing at the moment, so Gu Jiao wasn't in a rush to say anything. I want to ask about concubine Jing's recent condition. Didn't she encounter an assassination attempt last time? I heard that she was injured. Is she feeling better? Eunuch Wei sighed. She's still recuperating. The imperial physician said that Her Highness concubine is getting on in years. I'm afraid that she won't be able to recover from that shock for a long time. Who was that old demonic woman who was walking so fast on the martial field just now? Eunuch Wei was surprised. Why is Miss Gu suddenly concerned about Her Highness concubine? Gu Jiao's expression didn't change. I know that she doesn't have a good relationship with Great Aunt, so I'm worried that people will suspect Great Aunt. Eunuch Wei smiled. Don't worry, Miss Gu. His Majesty doesn't suspect the Empress Dowager this time. Gu Jiao naturally knew this. She nodded. That's good. If concubine Jing's injuries are serious, I can take a look at her. Eunuch Wei was shocked again. Miss Gu, didn't you say that you won't treat anyone from Pure Flower's palace? Gu Jiao turned into a logical genius in a second. But she's already moved out of Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei choked. This works too. Eunuch Wei went to report this to the emperor. The emperor thought that Gu Jiao was using this opportunity to reconcile with him, so he didn't suspect her motives at all. He chuckled. Alright, since she's giving us a way out, we'll take it. Eunuch Wei. But why do I feel that Miss Gu doesn't think that way? The emperor was going to come to the nunnery for dinner tonight, so concubine Jing had already ordered the kitchen to prepare a table full of vegetarian dishes. However, who would have thought that there would be someone else by the emperor's side? Miss Gu? Concubine Jing was startled. Esteemed concubine dowager, Gu Jiao greeted her. The emperor said amiably, Imperial Mother's body hasn't fully recovered, so we brought the little divine doctor over to take a look at her. Concubine Jing smiled helplessly. My body has been fine for a long time. It's all the imperial physician's fault for making your majesty worry. There's no need to trouble Miss Gu. Gu Jiao hurriedly said, it's just taking a pulse, there's no need to trouble yourself. The emperor was very satisfied with Gu Jiao's filial piety. He held concubine Jing's hand and said, let the little divine doctor take my mother's pulse. We can't completely trust the imperial physician's words, so we can only be at ease after the little divine doctor has taken a look. Concubine Jing couldn't refuse, so she sat down and agreed to let Gu Jiao take her pulse. Gu Jiao put 3 fingers on concubine Jing's pulse. There were internal injuries. She didn't beat her up last time, after all. Gu Jiao asked doubtfully, did esteemed concubine dowager encounter another assassination attempt recently? Her veins are all broken. The emperor turned pale with fright. My mother's veins are broken? Gu Jiao said calmly, it's just a few broken veins. It's not a serious injury, but she should have spat out blood. Didn't anyone notice? The emperor suddenly remembered the night the old marquis eloped with concubine Jing. He left in a huff, and a servant came to report that concubine Jing had spat out blood. Could it be that concubine Jing's veins were broken at that time, but he didn't hear anything about her being assassinated? Concubine Jing pinched her handkerchief and said, it's just that I hurt my veins because I'm depressed. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, then esteemed concubine, please don't damage your veins again. It's very harmful to your body. Concubine Jing's face paled. She glanced at the emperor and said, I didn't damage my veins. It's just anger attacking my heart, and sadness. The emperor didn't think it was possible either. Why would concubine Jing do that? Was she trying to soften his heart by injuring herself? His concubine Jing was the purest and kindest person in the world. She didn't understand these schemes at all. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1112973115. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found online can be found here. A person could hide their cultivation, but they couldn't hide their illness. Gu Jiao felt concubine Jing's pulse and found that she was fine apart from being a little weak. In other words, her condition wasn't at the point where she needed to ask an apothecary from the Yan kingdom for medicine. She couldn't have gone there just to chat. Gu Chongqing had said that the apothecary was a loner who never interacted with anyone except for selling medicine. Therefore, concubine Jing must have gone there to buy medicine today. Granny Kai brought in a plate of freshly cut fruits. Gu Jiao looked at her and said, Granny Kai, you don't look well lately. Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look at you. Granny Kai was startled. This, take a look, the emperor said to her. Eh? Granny Kai looked at concubine Jing in confusion, but the latter's expression didn't change. Granny Kai had no choice but to go over and let Gu Jiao take her pulse. To be honest, Nanny Kai's health had not been good recently. When Gu Jiao saw that there was something wrong with her and wanted to take her pulse, she was happy. But she hesitated when she remembered that Gu Jiao was one of the Empress Dowager's people. Great, now the emperor had given the order. Granny Kai, you're overworked and have a bad temper. You're a little heaty, and your tongue is sore. I'll get you some medicine and you'll be fine. Gu Jiao turned around and opened the medicine box to take out some bees or detoxification pills, but it didn't have any. You're picky about your patients, you've got a temper. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the medicine box fell silent. Gu Jiao closed the box and coughed lightly. I've run out of medicine. Don't worry, I'll write a prescription and Granny Kai can follow it. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription for clearing heatiness and handed it to Granny Kai. Looking at the messy calligraphy, Nanny Kai was so scared that her eyebrows almost escaped from her face. Gu Jiao had only seen a few of old concubine Jing's trusted aides. Gu Jiao didn't dare to say that old concubine Jing wasn't asking for the medicine for someone else. Perhaps it was for the dragon shadow guards? Or perhaps it was for someone else. However, there was another possibility behind the request. The medicine that Grand Concubine Jing requested might not be used to cure people, but could be used to harm people. Gu Jiao stayed in the nunnery to have a vegetarian meal. Considering the unknown drug, Gu Jiao paid extra attention while eating. She was sure that there was no poison in the food. After the meal, Gu Jiao didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, so the emperor couldn't just leave Gu Jiao to have a private conversation with concubine Jing. After a few words of greeting, he left the nunnery with Gu Jiao. The emperor was very happy. The little divine doctor still had him in her heart. She even took his mother's pulse for him. He couldn't hide his smile as he looked at Gu Jiao. We have a new box of. Before he could finish his words, Gu Jiaoxiao walked away with a cold face. The emperor was speechless. Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "This servant will send Miss Gu off." When Gu Jiao glanced at him just now, he felt that Gu Jiao had something to say to him. The emperor didn't object. Eunuch Wei quickly followed after Gu Jiao. "Miss Gu." Gu Jiao looked around vigilantly. After making sure that no one was watching them, she said, "You have to pay extra attention to the food in Pure Flower's palace. Don't eat anything sent in by anyone outside of Pure Flower's palace. Even if it's from esteemed imperial concubine, you can't eat it." "Why is that?" Eunuch Wei asked in confusion. "It's nothing," Gu Jiao said calmly, "it's just to guard against the possibility that an assassin might poison His Majesty." Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. "Do we have to guard against esteemed imperial concubine as well?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "She's the one we have to guard against." Eunuch Wei was stunned. Gu Jiao said calmly, "She's the person His Majesty trusts the most. If someone tampers with the food she sends over, don't you think it'll be hard to guard against it?" Eunuch Wei thought about how His Majesty had eaten the date paste pastry sent over by the little nun by esteemed imperial concubine Jing's side without another word. He broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, the date paste pastry wasn't poisonous. If it was, then wouldn't His Majesty? Eunuch Wei was scared out of his wits. He quickly promised, "This servant understands. This servant will be on guard and definitely won't let His Majesty eat anything outside of Pure Flower's palace." Gu Jiao didn't remind her grandaunt. Esteemed imperial concubine Jing's hands couldn't reach into Rinshou Palace at the moment. Gu Jiao continued, "You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell His Majesty about it to avoid enmity. This servant understands." Eunuch Wei said, "This servant will arrange for a carriage to send Miss Gu back." "All right." Gu Jiao sat in the carriage heading back to Jadewater Alley while Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Pure Flower's palace, he ran into Kai Momo. Kai Momo had also just arrived. She greeted him with a smile, "Eunuch Wei." Eunuch Wei smiled politely. "Kai Momo, did esteemed imperial concubine dowager send you over? Did esteemed imperial concubine dowager have any orders for you?" Kai Momo handed over the food box in her hand. "His Majesty didn't eat much during dinner just now. Esteemed imperial concubine dowager was worried that the food wasn't to His Majesty's liking, so she sent me to deliver the white fungus soup she personally made to His Majesty." Eunuch Wei took the food box and said, "Esteemed imperial concubine dowager has worked hard. She's still recuperating, so there's no need for her to keep cooking. If His Majesty finds out, he'll be worried for esteemed imperial concubine dowager." Kai Momo sighed. "I also said that, but esteemed imperial concubine dowager wouldn't listen." Eunuch Wei also knows that esteemed imperial concubine dowager only has His Majesty and Princess Ningyan. Since Princess Ningyan was married off to the Great Wall, esteemed imperial concubine dowager only has His Majesty by her side. How could she not care for His Majesty? In the past, esteemed imperial concubine dowager lived outside the palace and couldn't do as she pleased. Now that she's back, she naturally has to make up for the years of missing His Majesty. Eunuch Wei also sighed. "Even so, you still have to advise esteemed imperial concubine dowager." Kai Momo agreed. "I know, I will." Eunuch Wei, hurry up and bring the white fungus soup to His Majesty. I won't disturb you any longer. Esteemed imperial concubine dowager is still waiting for me to serve her. Eunuch Wei nodded. Take care, Kai Momo. Ah, I almost forgot. Kai Momo walked a few steps and then turned back. She took out a bag of silver from her wide sleeve and handed it to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei hurriedly raised his hand to stop it. What's this for? Kai Momo said, it's a little token of appreciation from esteemed imperial concubine dowager. Just accept it. Eunuch Wei repeatedly refused. How can I accept esteemed imperial concubine dowager's money? Kai Momo stuffed it into his arms. Take it. If you don't, I won't be able to report to esteemed imperial concubine dowager. After Kai Momo left, Eunuch Wei took the food box to His Majesty's bedchamber. If it was in the past, he would definitely give the white fungus soup to His Majesty. But today, the advice of the little magic doctor flashed through his mind. He suddenly hesitated. How about I taste it first? Test the poison? Eunuch Wei scooped up a spoonful of white fungus soup and took a bite. After a long while, he touched his chest. He was still alive, so there was nothing wrong with him. This white fungus soup should be for His Majesty, right? He walked a few steps and sighed. In the end, he still went to the small kitchen to get a bowl of white fungus soup from Pure Flower's palace and sent it to His Majesty. Gu Jiao took Grand Concubine Jing's pulse and didn't accept the consultation fee. In order to express his gratitude, His Majesty had Eunuch Wei give Gu Jiao his own calligraphy the next day. The little magic doctor's handwriting wasn't very beautiful, so His Majesty wrote a calligraphy book that very night and had the little magic doctor copy it. He also stamped His Majesty's imperial jade seal on it. This was much more precious than the imperial brush from before. His Majesty felt that the little magic doctor would definitely like it. However, the little magic doctor's face immediately darkened when he saw the calligraphy book. What kind of enmity did she have with His Majesty? Didn't she just throw a tantrum at him? Was there a need to take revenge like this? Gu Jiao scratched her head in annoyance and punched the calligraphy book. Eunuch Wei jumped in fright. Big sis. We're back. It was Gu Xiaoshuan's voice. Gu Jiao restrained her temper in a second and stood up to walk towards the door. Gu Xiaoshuan jumped down from the carriage with bags of various sizes. Gu Yan also jumped down. That's right, he could even jump now. This was a new carriage that His Majesty's great-uncle had bought. The coachman was one of Gu Yan's hidden guards. There was another carriage following behind the two's carriage that looked a bit unfamiliar. A middle-aged man wearing a grey robe got off the carriage. He then lifted the curtain and helped a woman wearing a white corset dress down. The woman had a graceful figure and a lithe figure. Her jade-like hands were as beautiful as jade carvings. Her clothes weren't extravagant and she only had a simple bun on her head. The only accessory she wore was a wooden hairpin. She wore a veil that only revealed her bright and full forehead and a pair of calm and wise eyes. It's master and mistress, Gu Yan said to Gu Jiao. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had met her two younger brothers, master and mistress. She knew that one of them was Master Lu and the other was called Nan Xiang. Master Lu looked more ordinary, but Nan Xiang was a bit stunning. Her every movement exuded the aura of an aristocratic family's daughter, but she didn't lose the heroic spirit of a martial artist. The two of them came in front of Gu Jiao. Nan Xiang smiled. You must be Xiaoshan and Ayan's older sister? My name is Nan Xiang. She took Master Lu's hand. This is my husband. His surname is Lu. If you don't mind, you can call him Lu Dazhuang. Gu Jiao. The few of them entered the house. Gu Jiao introduced Master Lu, Nan Xiang, and Eunuch Wei. Hello, Eunuch Wei. Nan Xiang smiled and greeted him. Eunuch Wei looked at Nan Xiang. For some reason, he felt that her eyes were a bit familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Madame Yao and senior servant Feng went for a walk in the orchard and weren't at home. Little Jing Kong also went out to play. Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor were working overtime at the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College. Gu Jiao invited them to the central room. The bags in Gu Xiaoshuan's hands were given by Master Lu and Nan Xiang. Gu Jiao had lived for 2 lifetimes and had only seen students give gifts to teachers. It was the first time that she saw a teacher give gifts to a student. Gu Xiaoshan sat next to Nanxiang. Nanxiang smiled at Gu Jiao and said, "To be honest, I came here this time to discuss something with Miss Gu." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Nanxiang touched Gu Xiaoshan's head and said, "I like Xiaoshan so much that I want to take Xiaoshan as my adopted son. I don't know if Miss Gu will agree?" "Miss Gu, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't like Yan. It's just that Yan has parents by his side. It's inconvenient for me to take someone else's son. I've already understood Xiaoshan's situation. His parents aren't in the capital." Her words were tactful. What did she mean by his parents weren't in the capital? Gu Xiaoshan's parents didn't want Gu Xiaoshan at all. When Gu Jiao took away this useless burden and bought out his relationship with the Gu family for 20 taels of silver, needless to say, Gu Xiaoshan's parents were very happy. Nanxiang learned about these things from Gu Yan. She felt even more sorry for Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Xiaoshan. To be honest, she was very surprised. She didn't expect Nanxiang to like Gu Xiaoshan so much. Let's put it this way. If the four of them stayed in the orphanage together, Gu Xiaoshan would definitely be the last one to be adopted. "Xiaoshan, what do you think?" Gu Jiao decided to listen to his opinion. "I'll listen to elder sister," Gu Xiaoshan said. This guy was also not enlightened. Gu Jiao changed the way she asked, "Then do you like Nanxiang and Master Lu?" "I like them," Gu Xiaoshan said without hesitation. Gu Jiao continued, "Then in the future, if they are old and can't support themselves, are you willing to take care of them?" Gu Xiaoshan puffed out his chest, "A teacher for a day is a father for life. Master and mistress are like my parents. Naturally, I have to take care of them." Gu Jiao had been his elder sister for so long. This was the most eloquent speech she had heard from him. Gu Jiao almost understood what he was thinking. In fact, it was not bad to have 2 more people to take care of Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao was happy to hear this. She nodded, "Okay, listen to me. Then why don't you hurry up and pour tea for your adoptive father and mother?" Gu Xiaoshan was startled. "Ah? Aya." Gu Yan bumped his shoulder with his small shoulder. "My elder sister agreed." This. She agreed just like that? Gu Xiaoshan was so surprised that he stuttered. In fact, he only found out today. He hadn't digested the news yet, and then he became someone else's son? No one was happier than Nanxiang. She had been longing for Xiaoshan for a long time. Finally, she could take him back and make him her son. Eunuch Wei didn't expect to encounter such a joyous event when he came to Bai Shui Alley to deliver things. He didn't know that Gu Xiaoshan's background was so pitiful. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Gu Xiaoshan. Come, Xiaoshan, come here." He waved at Gu Xiaoshan. "What?" Gu Xiaoshan walked over. Eunuch Wei untied the pouch at his waist and took out a money pouch from it. He also took out a gold leaf from the money pouch. "Here. Why are you giving this to me?" Gu Xiaoshan didn't accept it. Eunuch Wei wanted to say, "Congratulations on being someone's son." But why did it sound wrong? He cleared his throat and said, auspicious, do you understand? If I ask you to accept it, then accept it." He didn't know what to say. "I don't want it." Gu Xiaoshan was determined not to accept it. Eunuch Wei clicked his tongue. "Oh, you child, you don't like it, right?" Gu Xiaoshan stubbornly said, "It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I can't accept it. My sister said that I can't casually take other people's things." Eunuch Wei stuffed it into his hand and Gu Xiaoshan pushed it into his hand. Nanxiang walked over. "What's wrong?" Eunuch Wei took the opportunity to stuff the gold leaf into Gu Xiaoshan's arms. Gu Xiaoshan took out the gold leaf and said, "Eunuch Wei wants to give me this." "I don't want it." Nanxiang smiled and took the gold leaf. Just as she was about to return it to Eunuch Wei, she suddenly smelled an unusual fragrance. She frowned and put the gold leaf to the tip of her nose to smell it. "What's wrong?" Eunuch Wei asked. Nanxiang's eyes flashed and smiled. "This gold leaf is very unique. It's made like a real one." "Eunuch Wei, do you have more? Can I take a look?" Yes. It's all here." Eunuch Wei handed a bag of gold leaves that Nanny Kai gave him to Nan Xiang. Nan Xiang quietly flipped through the gold leaves in the bag and scratched with her fingertips. "Oh, sorry. My fingernails are too long," and scratched Eunuch Wei's money bag. Eunuch Wei smiled. "It's okay. It's just a money bag." Nan Xiang asked, "Does this money bag belong to Eunuch Wei?" "It's really beautiful." Eunuch Wei said, "It was given by the master in the palace. If Madame Lu likes it, I'll ask if there's more." Nan Xiang smiled and said, "That's not necessary. I broke it. I'll compensate you with a new one." Eunuch Wei said, "No need, no need." Nan Xiang insisted again and again, but Eunuch Wei still refused to accept it. It was just a broken money bag. In his eyes, it was not worth anything. Gu Jiao noticed that something was wrong and looked at Nan Xiang. Nan Xiang smiled. "Miss Gu, do you have a needle and thread? I broke Eunuch Wei's money bag. I'll fix it for him." "No need, there's really no need," Eunuch Wei said. Gu Jiao looked at Nan Xiang. "Yes, please come with me." The two entered the east room. Gu Jiao closed the door. Did something happen? Nan Xiang took out the money bag and tore it with both hands. A pile of dried flower fragments fell out from the interlayer of the money bag. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of dried flower and sniffed it. "It smells so good." "What kind of flower is this?" Nan Xiang said, "This is not a flower. It's grass. It's a kind of herb that grows in the Yin Kingdom. It's colorless and tasteless, but after soaking in the medicine, it will emit a fragrance similar to the fragrance of flowers." Gu Jiao asked, "Is there a problem with this kind of grass?" Nan Xiang stared. "There's nothing wrong with it. But after soaking it, it becomes a kind of medicine." "Medicine?" Gu Jiao frowned. Nan Xiang stared at Gu Jiao and said, "It can make people feel good, but it can also make people feel disgusted." Did Eunuch Wei suddenly become particularly close to anyone, or particularly hate anyone? Eunuch Wei didn't. His Majesty did. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111294983. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. Gu Jiao heard from Eunuch Qin that the relationship between His Majesty and her grandaunt used to be very close, but they gradually drifted apart for some reason. Eunuch Qin himself didn't know where it started. In short, the relationship between the two became more and more tense, and Princess Ning'an was caught in the middle. After His Majesty ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager ruled from behind the curtain, and concubine Jing was sent to the nunnery. The relationship between the two was completely destroyed. Nan Xiang saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression and knew that she had thought of something. However, she didn't ask too much. She liked Gu Xiaoshan and was willing to become Gu Xiaoshuan's family. Naturally, she would treat Gu Jiao differently, but she wouldn't use her status as an elder to interfere with Gu Jiao's private matters. She would listen to what Gu Jiao was willing to say, but she wouldn't ask what was inconvenient for her to say. Gu Jiao continued, "Martial Aunt Nan, you said that this grass is a catalyst. Does that mean that it needs to be combined with other medicines to be used?" "That's right. This medicine is very rare even in the 6 nations. It was originally..." Nan Xiang paused and smiled. "It was a knockout drug from the Tang sect. It was divided into white medicine and black medicine. At first, it was used to control disobedient people, but it was later banned by the elders of the Tang sect because its methods were too despicable. However, many people in the 6 nations coveted this prescription and stole it from the Tang sect." The Tang sect. Gu Jiao heard a new name. Nanxiang continued, however, even with the prescription, it's not that easy to refine the medicine. As far as I know, there aren't any physicians or pharmacists in the lower nations who can make this prescription. Gu Jiao asked, Martial Aunt Nan, have you seen this prescription before? Nanxiang sighed and shook her head, unfortunately, I haven't. Gu Jiao nodded and asked, so, white medicine makes people like it, while black medicine makes people hate it? Nanxiang replied, that's right. She had lived for 2 lifetimes, yet she didn't know that there was such a medicine in the world. Gu Jiao's interest was piqued. She continued to ask, how does this work? How can I guarantee that I won't get the wrong person? Nanxiang smiled warmly. As long as it's fed by hand, there won't be any mistakes. Gu Jiao immediately understood. If this speculation was true, then concubine Jing had personally fed the emperor the white medicine, and her grandaunt had personally fed the emperor the black medicine. There was no way his grandaunt would set him up like that. His grandaunt hadn't put up her guard against grand concubine Jing back then, so she must have been set up by the latter. Gu Jiao asked again, what about the guiding drug? Are the catalysts of the black and white medicines the same? Nanxiang nodded with a smile, the guiding herbs are all the same. Some people had a firm mind and were not easily swayed by drugs. At this time, they needed drugs to stimulate the effect. Of course, there was also another situation, which was that after a long time, the effects of the medicine would not be stable enough and would need to be guided in to deepen the effects. The guiding drug doesn't need to be consumed. It's enough to let people smell it from time to time. At this point in the conversation, it was easy to guess who had given the money pouch to Eunuch Wei. Gu Jiao picked up the pouch and smelled it. There was a strong sandalwood fragrance on it. It was undoubtedly sent from the nunnery. Gu Jiao weighed the pouch in her hand and said, Mistress Nan's nose is really sharp. The sandalwood fragrance is so strong, but you can still smell the guiding drug inside. Nanxiang smiled. This is the same principle as how you doctors distinguish medicinal herbs. People were always very sensitive to things they were familiar with. If there was monkshood aconitum inside, this little girl would be able to smell it through the sandalwood fragrance. Gu Jiao looked at Nanxiang and said, to be able to recognize this drug, it seems that Mistress Nan isn't an ordinary person. Nanxiang smiled. Likewise. This little girl wasn't a soft persimmon that could be bullied. She hid her abilities and didn't want others to know. Both of them were very smart and tactful. They didn't talk about private matters. It was respect and trust. They respected each other's identity and secrets. At the same time, they trusted that these secrets wouldn't hurt each other's family and themselves. From Nanxiang's words, Gu Jiao had a new understanding of this time and space. It turned out that there was not only the Turks outside the 6 countries, but also the Tang sect. The Tang sect lived in seclusion and didn't have any contact with the 6 countries. The people in the Tang sect couldn't leave the Tang sect and couldn't step into the 6 countries. Of course, Nanxiang and Gu Jiao talked about this drug most. No matter the black medicine or the white medicine, there was no specific antidote. It could only be made slowly disappear with the passage of time, or it could never disappear. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, what symptoms will there be when the drug's effect disappears? Nanxiang shook her head. I haven't seen the specific symptoms. I only heard that there may be a backlash, such as nightmares. What Nanxiang didn't say was that there may be some confusion. But she hadn't seen it, so it might be nonsense. Gu Jiao thought seriously. Eunuch Wei did say that the emperor had trouble sleeping. Could it be related to this? She looked at the dried flowers on the table and said, can the guiding drug prevent the drug's effect from disappearing? In theory, it can, but... Nanxiang touched the dried flowers on the table. 1 or 2 of the guiding drug is enough. Using so many of them can only mean that the person who was drugged is very unstable. The guiding drug's effect can't be reversed. Unless the other party is going to drug that person again. Will it still be effective the next time? Gu Jiao asked. Nanxiang thought seriously. It should be, but it's hard to say how much more. So concubine Jing did go to buy medicine yesterday. She planned to drug the emperor again, because no matter how effective the drug was, it wouldn't be worse than it was now. Concubine Jing led the emperor to the nunnery for dinner last night so that she could drug him. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao was there, so Concubine Jing didn't know where to start. But Concubine Jing wouldn't give up. Gu Jiao felt that she would find another chance to get close to the emperor. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll visit another day. Xianxia got up and left after sitting for a while. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan walked her and Master Lu to the door. Master Lu sighed when they got into the carriage. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity by talking so much to that girl? Xianxia didn't care. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. She'll be our son's sister soon. We can't just stand by when she's in trouble. Master Lu held her hand and said earnestly, it's not that I'm selfish, but you can't put yourself in trouble again. I don't want the thing that happened more than 10 years ago to happen again. The fight for the imperial family will be settled by the imperial family. Don't get involved in it. Xianxia touched her disfigured face through the veil and said with a smile, I know. At night, the whole family came back except for little Jing Kong, who was taken to the imperial palace. They were all happy for Gu Shaoshan when they heard that he had recognized Master Lu and Xianxia as his adoptive parents. The old chancellor personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes to celebrate for Gu Shaoshan. Gu Shaoshan was embarrassed. He was still confused. How did he become the son of his master and his mistress? Gu Yan looked at the dishes in his bowl that were almost full and said seriously, see, I wasn't wrong. His mistress has taken a fancy to you. Gu Shaoshan was speechless. Is this what you mean by taking a fancy to me? After the meal, Yu took the bowls and chopsticks to the backyard. Everyone began to do their own things. Gu Yan went to help little Jing Kong walk the chicken. He should have done it before dinner, but who told him to procrastinate? He only went out when it was dark. Gu Shaoshan went to straighten his wood. Xiao Lulang returned to the study room. Gu Jiao was watering the vegetable garden in the front yard. Yaoshi walked over, Jiao Jiao. And? Gu Jiao looked at Yaoshi while watering. Yaoshi was holding a box in her hand. She looked nervous and perturbed. Jiao Jiao, come here for a moment. Okay. Gu Jiao put down the kettle and came to the stone table. Yaoshi had already sat down on a stone bench. Gu Jiao sat beside her. Yaoshi put the box on the table and gently pushed it in front of Gu Jiao. What is this? Gu Jiao asked strangely. Yaoshi looked expectant. Open it and take a look. Gu Jiao raised her hand and opened the box. She found that it was filled with jewelry. They were exquisite and of high quality. This is... Gu Jiao did not understand Yaoshi's intention. Yaoshi calmed herself down. She gathered her courage and held Gu Jiao's hand. This is for you. Why? Gu Jiao asked. Today was not a big day. Why did she give her so much jewelry? Yaoshi lowered her head and pinched the handkerchief. I wanted to give it to you a long time ago. I was worried that you would not want it. These were not expensive jewelry. Although the quality was good, they were all given to her by her grandmother before she married. She did not know how many years had passed, but the style was old. She was not really living a poor life. It was just that the jewelry she bought outside was not as meaningful as the ones her grandmother gave her. But she did not know if her daughter would like the things she thought were meaningful. Moreover, other than making a few sets of clothes for her daughter every month, her daughter did not want money. Gu Jiao did not say a word. Yaoshi thought that she was going to refuse and quickly said, It's not worth much. It's all old jewelry. If this was not worth much, then what was worth much? Gu Jiao did not understand much about the styles of the ancient era, but she still recognized gold. A box of gold jewelry could be sold for a small residence in the capital. Gu Jiao made a sound. It's very old, Yaoshi. It's not very old. Aya, what exactly was she saying? If it was too valuable, she was worried that she would not accept it. If it was too worthless, it would seem that the gift did not have enough weight. Yaoshi had never felt so conflicted before. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a smile. It's beautiful. I like it a lot. This was, agreeing to accept it. Yaoshi's eyes lit up. Her heart that had been in suspense all night finally relaxed. She could not help but let out a sigh of relief. In reality, rather than saying that she was worried that her daughter would refuse her gift, she was more worried that her daughter would refuse her kindness. Gu Jiao returned to the east room and took out the jewelry box one by one to admire. As a visitor from another world, she really liked these jewelry. They were all antiques. While she was admiring them, Xiao Lulang stopped in front of the door. Gu Jiao was keenly aware of the breathing outside the door. She turned her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled. "Husband." Xiao Liulang's habitual address, which didn't contain any lingering thoughts, nearly messed up his breathing. Xiao Lulang clutched his chest. His eyes swept over the jewelry on the table and he used his sleeve to cover his right hand. "What did you take?" Gu Jiao's sharp eyes noticed. "It's nothing." Xiao Lulang said, "I still have a book that I have not finished reading." As he said this, he turned and left. Gu Jiao put down the pearl hairpin in her hand and walked forward a few steps. She grabbed Xiao Liulang's sleeve. "What did you take?" "Let me see." Xiao Lulang lightly said, "I said it's nothing." Gu Jiao did not believe him. She reached out to grab his right hand that was hidden under his sleeve. Even if he wanted to hide, how could he be Gu Jiao's opponent? Gu Jiao quickly took the red string from his hand. This was a hand-woven red string with a few small pieces of jade. The color of the jade was not very good, but the craftsmanship of the red string was exquisite. "Is this for me?" Gu Jiao asked. Since she had it, there was no point in denying it. Xiao Lulang gave a vague sound. This was personally woven by an old woman on his way home from the Hanlin Academy. The moment the bright red color came into his eyes, he almost immediately thought of her. At that time, he did not think too much about it. He thought that she would look good wearing it. But when he bought it home, he found that she had so many expensive jewelry. Then his shabby bracelet. Gu Jiao handed the red string and her left wrist to him. "Help me put it on." Xiao Liulang's eyelashes trembled. He took the string and his fingertips accidentally touched hers. A tingling feeling went from his fingertips to the bottom of his heart. He put the red string on her slender wrist. Her jade-like wrist was accentuated by the bright red color, making her look extremely alluring. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/111269982. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. The bracelet was already put on, but Xiao Liulang's hand still didn't let go of her wrist. Her light wrist fell into his palm. It was so soft that he couldn't help but want to gently knead it. This snow-white and delicate wrist ignited a ball of raging flames in his chest, burning his blood and qi to the point of surging. If it was a year ago, Xiao Lulang would have immediately let go, but now he couldn't let go. He had never experienced such a thing, nor had he gone to a place he shouldn't go, but occasionally Feng Lin would talk about men's topics in front of him and Xianxia. He knew that it was normal for men to have such thoughts, but he wasn't sure if his feelings for her were just a man's instinct, or if he really had feelings for her. "Does it look good?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Caught off guard, Xiao Lulang panicked as if his thoughts had been seen through. His throat moved, and he quickly let go of her hand. "It looks good." Gu Jiao raised her left wrist and gently fiddled with the small jade stone on the red string with her right hand. "I think it looks good too." Xiao Lulang saw that she really liked it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Then Xiao Lulang saw her turn around and put away the jewelry on the table. Any of those jewelry was more expensive than the red string, but she only wore the one he gave her. Xiao Liulang's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion that he didn't notice. Gu Jiao closed the box and opened the cabinet door. She planned to put it in the highest drawer, but she found that she was too short to reach it. Xiao Lulang walked over and was about to help her put it up, but she jumped on the spot and put the box down. After putting it down, Gu Jiao saw Xiao Lulang's hand frozen in the air. She rolled her eyes and jumped up to sweep the box down. "Oh, I didn't put it down properly." Xiao Lulang put the box down. He was tall and had long arms, so he put the box in a very deep place without much effort. What Xiao Lulang didn't know was that when Gu Jiao looked up and saw him do all this, she was shocked in her heart. She clearly remembered that when she first moved to Clearwater Alley, he couldn't reach this place, and he only had the air of a young boy. But at that moment, she had clearly felt the charm and aura of an adult man. Gu Jiao's, S Jiao's, and Guz's. The bed in the west room hadn't been fixed yet, so Xiao Lulang was still sleeping in the east room tonight. Gu Jiao fell asleep with her head against the pillow as usual. Xiao Lulang didn't fall asleep so quickly. He lay beside Gu Jiao and calculated the ancestral ratio in his mind. Suddenly, a small arm came over and pressed on his chest, interrupting his thoughts. The weather was dry, so they had to be careful of candles. In order to avoid accidental fires, it was best for them to sleep far away. He gently put her little arm down. But the next second, her leg was on top of him again. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and helplessly put her leg down gently. But not long after, her whole body was on top of him. Her body was on her side, and her little head was in his arms. "Husband!" she called out in a daze. Xiao Lulang's hand paused and he stopped pushing her away. He looked down at her and found that she was sleeping soundly. That husband just now was just her sleep talk. Xiao Lulang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But she called out to him in her dreams. Didn't that mean that this girl also had some feelings for him? She didn't call out to Jing Kong in her dreams, did she? Jing Kong. Gu Jiao called out in a daze. Xiao Lulang, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The entire imperial city was asleep. But in Pure Flower's palace, the emperor was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei walked over with a lantern. "You can't sleep again? Do you want this servant to call for an imperial physician?" The emperor slept in Jadewater Alley for a night and then slept peacefully for the next few days. But tonight, he found it hard to sleep again. The emperor sat up and waved his hand. "No need. The imperial physician's medicine won't be effective." Eunuch Wei said, "Then, this servant will have the imperial kitchen make something for you to eat." "We can't eat." The emperor got off the dragon bed. "We will look at the memorials for a while." Eunuch Wei earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, don't look at them. Even if you can't sleep, you should lie down. You're resting after all." The emperor sat down behind the desk. "What's the point of lying down and not sleeping? Stop wasting time and bring the memorials." "Yes." Eunuch Wei helplessly agreed. He personally went to the imperial study and brought back a stack of memorials. The emperor pinched his swollen eyebrows and began to read through one of the memorials. Eunuch Wei saw that the emperor's complexion wasn't good, so he still secretly had someone call for an imperial physician. Fortunately, he did, because just as the emperor finished reading the third memorial, he collapsed due to exhaustion. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Eunuch Wei's voice became more and more distant. The emperor closed his eyes and fainted. The emperor was awakened by the sound of wind chimes. When he opened his eyes, he felt a glaring ray of sunlight. He raised his hand to block it. After adjusting to the light, he realized that he wasn't lying on a bed in Pure Flower's palace. "This is..." He sat up. "Someone come." "Your Majesty." It wasn't Eunuch Wei who came, but concubine Jing. Concubine Jing had changed out of her nun's clothes and was now wearing a gorgeous palace dress. Her hair had also grown long and was tied up in an exquisite bun. She wore a high hat and a wide belt. "Your Majesty, you're awake." Concubine Jing sat down by the bed and looked at him with concern. "Concubine Mother Jing." The emperor looked at her in a daze. "Where is this?" Concubine Jing smiled gently. "Your Majesty has been unconscious for so long. I'm afraid you're confused. This is Pure Flower's palace." How did Pure Flower's palace become like this? What happened? The emperor looked at concubine Jing in confusion. Concubine Jing waved her hand at a palace servant, who presented a bowl of medicine. Concubine Jing picked up the bowl and fed the emperor a spoonful. Your Majesty, it's time to drink your medicine. The emperor looked at the bowl of black medicine. Suddenly, something seemed to be wriggling in the bowl. A trace of extreme fear flashed through the emperor's heart. What's wrong? Your Majesty, drink your medicine. Concubine Jing looked at him in confusion. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing, then at the wriggling medicine in the bowl. He was so disgusted that his stomach churned. He knocked over the bowl and got out of bed. However, he didn't have much strength left. His legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Concubine Jing looked down at him from above. She grabbed his chin and poured the terrifying medicine down his throat. No. The emperor shuddered and opened his eyes. He broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the familiar canopy and then at the familiar bed. It was his bed. It was Pure Flower's palace. He sat up and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He actually had a nightmare again, but wasn't he reviewing memorials? Why was he lying on his bed? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei lifted the bright yellow canopy and hung it on a hook. You fainted while reviewing memorials. You scared this servant to death. The emperor rubbed his chest with lingering fear. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, did you have a nightmare again? The emperor said indifferently, I'm fine. What time is it? Shouldn't we be going to morning court? How was this fine? He was drenched in cold sweat. Eunuch Wei said with heartache, Your Majesty, you can't keep tormenting your body like this. When the imperial physician took your pulse, he said that your body is severely damaged and that you should rest more. You shouldn't worry about the morning court. That won't do. Cough, cough, cough. The emperor coughed violently halfway through his words. Where's the medicine? Is it ready? Eunuch Wei hurriedly urged the young eunuch in the hall. The young eunuch quickly said, This servant will go take a look now. The medicine is here. Accompanied by a familiar voice, a bowl of steaming hot medicinal soup was presented before the emperor. The emperor coughed violently as he reached out to take the medicine. However, when he saw the hand holding the bowl, his body suddenly froze. He followed the hand and looked at the person's face. That concerned expression overlapped with the face in his dream. The black medicine seemed to have moved a little. The emperor's expression changed abruptly, and he knocked the bowl over just like in his dream. The boiling medicine splashed all over old concubine Jing, who cried out from the heat. The back of her hand and wrist turned red instantly. Old concubine. Granny Kai was shocked. The emperor jumped off the bed and retreated to a distance of at least 10 steps away from old concubine Jing, as if he was avoiding the plague. Old concubine Jing held the back of her hand and looked at the emperor with hurt in her eyes. Your Majesty, it's me. The emperor couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. He gasped for air and looked at old concubine Jing with fear and vigilance. Eunuch Wei was dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? Why was His Majesty suddenly treating the old concubine like this? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei cautiously walked forward. Old concubine Jing also stood up and walked toward the emperor with red eyes. Don't let her come here, the emperor shouted. Eunuch Wei and the other eunuchs and maids looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. At this time, Eunuch Qin's voice came from outside the hall. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The eunuchs all knelt on the ground. Eunuch Wei also hurriedly knelt down. When Empress Dowager Zhuang, dressed in a phoenix robe, walked into Pure Flower's palace's bedchamber with an imposing aura, the emperor pounced over without even thinking. Imperial Mother, save me, he jumped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms in front of everyone. Empress Dowager Zhuang was almost knocked down by him. What the hell are you doing at your age? Do you still think you're little Jing Kong? Don't you know how heavy you are? Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her index finger and pushed the emperor's head away from her arms. However, the emperor hugged her tightly and wouldn't let go. Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother, Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes in disgust. Old concubine Jing clenched her fingers as she watched this scene. No one dared to pull the emperor away, and Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't push him away herself. She was hugged by the emperor for a long time. Perhaps it was because Empress Dowager Zhuang had a calming aura, but the emperor's emotions gradually calmed down. The fear in his heart gradually dissipated, and he gradually regained his rationality. He finally realized what he had done. He let go of Empress Dowager Zhuang and abruptly retreated a few steps. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Eunuch Wei's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support him. He awkwardly grabbed Eunuch Wei's hand and stood up. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. He actually hugged this vicious woman and called her imperial mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disdain. What kind of madness is the emperor having this morning? The emperor choked. As expected of a vicious woman. Even her words were so vicious, he must have been crazy to jump into this vicious woman's arms. It was so embarrassing, old concubine Jing said sadly and worriedly. His Majesty had a nightmare and was frightened. He didn't scare the Empress Dowager, right? Eunuch Wei frowned. How did the imperial concubine know that His Majesty had a nightmare? Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes at the emperor. I didn't scare her, but I felt disgusted. The emperor gritted his teeth in anger. Your Majesty, are you all right? Old concubine Jing looked at him uneasily. Now that the emperor had regained his rationality, he naturally wouldn't confuse reality with dreams. He looked at the reddened back of concubine Jing's hand and felt a pang of guilt. He walked over and said, It's my fault for hurting Mother. Old concubine Jing shook her head. It's just a small injury. It's nothing compared to His Majesty's body. She then looked at Granny Kai. His Majesty's medicine has spilled. Go and pour a new bowl. Remember, don't make it too hot this time. Yes, Granny Kai complied. Eunuch Wei thought for a bit. This servant will do it. All right. Old concubine Jing nodded. Eunuch Wei personally brought the medicine over. I'll do it, old concubine Jing said. Eunuch Wei thought about how he was the one who brought the medicine here. It was brewed by Pure Flower's palace and didn't count as outside food, so it should be fine. Moreover, he was the one who personally handed it to the imperial concubine. No one would have the chance to do anything to it. Old concubine Jing helped the emperor onto the imperial bed and had him sit up against a pillow. Eunuch Wei handed the medicine over to old concubine Jing. Old concubine Jing calmly took the bowl and stirred it with a spoon. The emperor said, We'll do it myself. Let me do it. Old concubine Jing scooped up a spoonful with a smile and fed it to the emperor. The emperor didn't really want concubine Jing to feed him medicine, but he had embarrassed the old concubine in front of so many people. If he were to refuse now, everyone in the 6 palaces would think that he was tired of the old concubine. He sighed helplessly and opened his mouth to drink. Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly said, Wait. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/111268118. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are available here. The emperor reluctantly closed his mouth and glanced impatiently at Empress Dowager Zhuang. What does this vicious woman want to do now? She didn't let his lady mother feed him medicine. Does she want his lady mother to live a good life? Empress Dowager Zhuang walked over with an arrogant expression and said to concubine Jing, who was sitting on the dragon bed, Give the medicine to me. I'll feed him. As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Although it was disrespectful, was the Empress Dowager crazy? Why would she want to feed His Majesty medicine? It was Already merciful of her not to poison His Majesty to death. No, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty seemed to have eased recently. They could often see the mother being kind and the son being filial. It was said that they didn't quarrel in court anymore. The officials of the two factions were so bored that they almost dug out a two-room residence in the throne room with their toes. It was just that the two had been fighting for so long that the palace servants couldn't get used to their sudden reconciliation. They thought they were still at odds with each other. No need to trouble the Empress Dowager. I'll do it, concubine Jing said gently from the dragon bed. That's right, he didn't want to drink the medicine fed by this vicious woman. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her. Your clothes are so wet. Aren't you worried about catching a cold? Isn't your body weak? Only then did the emperor remember that he had knocked over the bowl of medicine and caused Mother Consort Jing's hand to be injured. He must have been scared silly by the nightmare and had forgotten such an important matter after going through his mind once. He looked at concubine Jing's red hand and wet clothes and said guiltily, Lady Mother, quickly go back and change clothes. Eunuch Wei. This servant is here. Eunuch Wei walked forward with his horsetail whisk and bowed. Your Majesty. The emperor said, send my Lady Mother back to the nunnery. Also, remember to send someone to call the imperial physician and have him take a look at my Lady Mother. Eunuch Wei replied, yes. He turned to concubine Jing. Imperial concubine, please. At this point, concubine Jing had no choice but to leave. Nanny Kai glanced at concubine Dowager, clenched her fists, and a trace of anxiety flashed across her eyes. Concubine Jing, however, stood up unhurriedly and handed the bowl of medicine to the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't move. Eunuch Qin went to pick her up. If Marquis Xianping Ho was a professional at bullying others, then Zhuang Jintz was also a professional at crushing others. She didn't deserve to receive the things handed over by an old concubine. Grand concubine Jing clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. The emperor was furious. This vicious woman was here to embarrass Mother Jing. Ah! Grand concubine Jing's hand slipped, and the bowl slipped from Eunuch Qin's fingertips and fell onto the foot of the bed. The footrest was made of wood, so the medicine bowl did not break, but it was completely overturned. The medicine juice splashed all over the floor, and several drops even splashed on Empress Dowager Zhuang's luxurious and exquisite robe. Your Majesty! Eunuch Qin was the most miserable. He was the closest and his shoes were all wet. However, he didn't care about himself and hurriedly bent down to wipe Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix robe. No need, get up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said calmly. Mother, are you all right? The emperor asked worriedly. Eunuch Qin secretly curled his lips. Grand concubine Jing wasn't even as wet as the Empress Dowager. She didn't care about the Empress Dowager, but instead cared about Grand concubine Jing. Didn't she see that she was the one who spilled the medicine? Grand concubine Jing said in shame, I'm fine. I'm so useless that I can't even carry a bowl of medicine properly. The emperor couldn't bear to see her sad. Mother's injuries haven't healed yet, Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly interrupted the emperor. You know you're useless, so why are you still standing here? Hurry up and back down. Grand concubine Jing was stunned. The emperor, Granny Kai, and the others were also shocked. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Grand concubine Jing had been at odds for a long time, but it was the first time that Empress Dowager Zhuang had spoken so harshly to Grand concubine Jing in front of everyone. Even when they met in the imperial garden last time, Empress Dowager Zhuang had only ignored Grand concubine Jing. The emperor's face darkened. Grand concubine Jing lowered her eyes and said softly, Your Majesty is right. I'll leave now. Grand concubine Jing's expression was very calm. She didn't cry or show weakness, but everyone could feel her grievance. The emperor's face darkened even more. Grand concubine Jing was escorted out of the bedchamber by Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Qin personally went to bring a new bowl of medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang reluctantly took the bowl with a look of disgust. The emperor was furious. You disdain it? I disdain it, but he remembered that the two of them were pretending to be at peace, so he couldn't break with her in front of everyone. He said to the servants in the hall, Leave. Yes. The servants left one by one. Only Eunuch Qin stayed by Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. He was in the know, so the emperor didn't mind his presence. Well, there was no one else. The emperor was about to find the Empress Dowager to settle the score with Grand Concubine Jing. Unexpectedly, his hand sank. Empress Dowager Zhuang had stuffed the bowl of medicine into his hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "Drink it yourself." With that, she left without looking back. The emperor was speechless. Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong didn't have classes today, but he went to find Xianxia, so Rinshou Palace was quite quiet for the time being. Empress Dowager Zhuang's flowers and plants had been ruined by the little monk again. Empress Dowager Zhuang was heartbroken. Gu Jiao came out with a watering can she made herself. Great aunt. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and reached out her hand. My candied plums. Gu Jiao put down the watering can, opened her purse, took out the box of candied plums, and counted 5 for her great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with a dark face, I said I'd add 1 more. Otherwise, who would be willing to compete with Grand Concubine Jing for the medicine? Okay. Gu Jiao rummaged through the box and found the smallest candied plum to give to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Oh. This action was quite familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Gu Jiao couldn't remember it at the moment. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyelids twitched. Jiao Jiao, you've changed. You're a miser. You gave me such a small candied plum. Empress Dowager Zhuang was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She took the candied plum and went back to the study angrily. She closed the door and found the candied plum jar. Fortunately, she still had some private collection. Miss Gu. Outside the hall, Eunuch Qin asked about Pure Flowers Palace. Why did you let the Empress Dowager compete with Grand Concubine Jing for the medicine? The relationship between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty has been progressing well recently. Even without this, it's enough to gain their trust. Gu Jiao went to the palace early in the morning, but before she could talk about the drugging, she heard a spy from Pure Flowers Palace report that His Majesty had fainted and Grand Concubine Jing had gone to Pure Flowers Palace in the middle of the night. This was the best time to make a move. Gu Jiao guessed that Grand Concubine Jing wouldn't let go of this opportunity, so she quickly had her great-aunt go to Pure Flowers Palace as well. It's not like she has to fight for the medicine. In Gu Jiao's opinion, it wasn't important whether her great-aunt fed the medicine to the emperor or not. The important thing was to stop Grand Concubine Jing from doing so. Gu Jiao asked, did she knock over the bowl of medicine in her hand? Eunuch Qin was shocked. Yes. How did you know? Did the spy report it just now? No. Gu Jiao shook her head. Eunuch Qin was even more confused now. Eunuch Qin was a trustworthy person, so there was nothing that couldn't be said to him. Gu Jiao then told him about how she found the guiding drug on Eunuch Wei's body yesterday. Eunuch Qin was shocked and only came back to his senses after a while. Miss Gu, you mean, the relationship between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager became so strained because Grand Concubine Jing drugged him? His Majesty listens to Grand Concubine Jing's every word because he was drugged? This is too. It was too shocking. There was actually such a terrifying drug in the world. No, it should be said that Grand Concubine Jing would do such a terrifying thing to His Majesty. She had raised him single-handedly. Apart from the fact that he wasn't born from her womb, he was no different from her own flesh and blood. Moreover, His Majesty did view her as his own mother. There was no need for him to do such a thing. This was also what Gu Jiao was puzzled about. Why would Grand Concubine Jing drug the emperor with 2 different drugs at the same time? Drugging the emperor to make him hate her great-aunt and use this to sow discord between the 2 of them was somewhat plausible. But it also didn't make much sense. Her great-aunt held court behind the curtain and dominated the court. No matter how one looked at it, she had crossed the emperor's bottom line. Therefore, even if she hadn't been drugged, the emperor still wouldn't have tolerated her. As for the drug, there was even less of a need. The emperor was a sentimental person. He would even treat Eunuch Wei well, let alone his mother who had raised him. The emperor would definitely treat Grand Concubine Jing well and be close to her. Gu Jiao murmured, did something happen between them? Eunuch Qin looked pensive. They? Miss Gu, Are you referring to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager? Gu Jiao said, there's also Grand Concubine Jing. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. Her great-aunt held court behind the curtain, so there's no way His Majesty wouldn't have a strained relationship with her. Drugging her to sow discord was an unnecessary move, unless what? Eunuch Qin asked anxiously. Gu Jiao said seriously, unless something happened that made Grand Concubine Jing feel that the relationship between His Majesty and her great-aunt was unshakable. Even if she held court behind the curtain, His Majesty still wouldn't break with her. What kind of relationship could be so strong in this world? Digression. Short Little June came out today recommended Jean Yu's new article. The imperial exam brings fortune to the wife in the palm of the hand. Lu Weiwei stepped onto the path of no return for the imperial exam and vowed to make a name for herself. It was just that there seemed to be a lot of obstacles on her path. Apart from all kinds of top-notch items, there was also a certain heir's face turned suspiciously red. Lu Wei, as long as it's you, I'm willing to turn gay for love. Spoiling daddy, good girl, daddy's everything is yours. Why do you have to work so hard? Lu Weiwei was expressionless. I only have one thing on my mind, and that's to take the imperial exam. No one can stop me from taking the exam. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1112405664. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online can be found here. Gu Jiao was someone who had been abandoned by her biological parents in a corner. To her knowledge, no relationship was solid, and trust between people didn't come from the relationship itself. Her world was very simple. It was either black or white, and all solidity came from mutual love and the strength of one's heart. However, Xianxia understood that not everyone was like her. In fact, most people were different from her. They had their own standards of judgment, mixed with the complexity and balance of human nature. Gu Jiao frowned. Eunuch Qin was keenly aware of her expression and could not help but ask, Miss Gu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. Gu Jiao shook her head. This question is beyond the scope of my syllabus. I can't answer it. Eunuch Qin was speechless. However, even if she couldn't answer it, it wouldn't affect her next step in her plan. Not everything in this world needed to be explained. Take treating a disease for example. If a patient caught a cold, even if she didn't know how he got it, she could still cure him. The same was true for concubine Jing. Regardless of the reason she drugged the emperor, Gu Jiao wouldn't allow her to succeed again. She couldn't have bought just one pill, could she? She had knocked it over so cleanly, so she must have had a backup plan. Gu Jiao went to the study to say goodbye to her grandaunt and then left the palace. She didn't try to hide her whereabouts, so the emperor soon got the news. The emperor thought she had come to the palace to treat his illness, so he waited expectantly for a while. Only to hear that she had already left the palace. The emperor's face turned green. Eunuch Wei returned from the nunnery and reported to the emperor, Your Majesty, the imperial physician has taken a look at the concubine dowager. It's still the same old illness, but it's nothing serious. She just needs to rest. The emperor wasn't satisfied with this reply. Mother's hand was scalded. Is she really fine? Eunuch Wei replied, She's not injured, just a little red. The imperial physician has prescribed some medicine and said she'll recover in a few days. The emperor said in a deep voice, I'm still worried. As he spoke, he was about to lift the quilt and get out of bed. Eunuch Wei hurriedly stopped him. Your Majesty. What are you doing? The emperor said, Zhen will go and see imperial mother. Imperial Mother was wronged in Pure Flower's palace today and must be feeling very sad. If Jin still doesn't appear, there will be rumors in the palace that Jin no longer values her. Eunuch Wei had been in the palace for many years. How could he not understand this? However, the emperor's body was still weak, and the imperial physician urged him to rest well. Eunuch Wei earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, your top priority is to take care of your dragon body. Imperial concubine dowager will surely sympathize with you. As for those palace servants, Imperial concubine dowager is your Imperial concubine mother. Who would dare to give her any face? Except for the one in Rinshou Palace." Eunuch Wei added in his heart. He continued, "If you're still worried, this servant will make a few more trips for you." Eunuch Wei was the emperor's trusted aide. His appearance represented the emperor's position to a large extent. His frequent visits to the nunnery would also cause others to be wary of imperial concubine Jing. The emperor still insisted on going, but as soon as he lifted the quilt and got out of bed, he felt a wave of dizziness and fell on his butt on the dragon bed. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to go for a while. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei helped the emperor lie down and tucked in the quilt. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Your Majesty, did you tell Imperial concubine dowager about your nightmare today?" The emperor said, "No, why?" Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. No, it's just that when the Empress Dowager came to visit your Majesty, Imperial concubine Dowager immediately said that you had a nightmare." "How did she know that you had a nightmare?" "This servant doesn't remember mentioning it to her." The emperor frowned. After a while, he said carelessly, "Perhaps Imperial Mother heard our conversation when she came in with the medicine." Was that so? Why did he vaguely feel that Imperial concubine Dowager's expression was a bit strange at the time? Eunuch Wei didn't dare to say this. He might have seen wrongly. After Gu Jiao left the palace, she didn't go to the medical center, nor did she return to Jade Water Alley. Instead, she went to Qinghe Academy. Gu Qingfeng had just finished using the outhouse and was still pulling up his pants when a small hand reached over and pulled him out. Gu Qingfeng's pants almost fell to the ground. He grabbed his belt tightly and looked back at the person who pulled him up the wall. He was so angry that his face turned into the color of pig liver. "Stupid girl. Why do you have this kind of hobby? Peeping at men taking off their pants in broad daylight." Those who knew would say that she was their sister, but those who didn't would think that she was a thief. Gu Jiao glanced at him with disdain. "Who wants to peep at you taking off your pants? Do you think you're very good looking? That little bit." That little bit." Gu Qingfeng fell from the wall with a thump. He fell outside Qinghe Academy, which was exactly what Gu Jiao wanted. Gu Jiao tiptoed and landed lightly beside Gu Qingfeng. She put her small hands behind her back and bent over, looking at Gu Qingfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground with no love for life. Gu Qingfeng felt that one day, when he died young, it would be because of this girl who angered him to death. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. What was the meaning of saying that he was so small? Gu Qingfeng's self-esteem as a man was ruthlessly crushed. He hated that he couldn't ask her if she was blind. He always felt that he was incomparably cruel, until one day, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Xiao Liulong's. Since then, he didn't say anything. Gu Jiao didn't go to the outhouse to catch him on purpose. There were too many people in Qinghe Academy, and Gu Yan's shadow could be seen everywhere. This was probably the telepathy between the twins. As soon as she got close, Gu Yan would sense it. There was only one place where Gu Yan wouldn't come to find her, and that was a man's outhouse. The result proved that Gu Yan still underestimated his sister's thick skin. Gu Jiao wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, but she still threw Gu Qingfeng to the river to wash his hands. Gu Qingfeng, who was repeatedly despised, after sitting in the carriage, Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Jiao, "I disappeared from the academy without even saying goodbye. This has a bad influence. I'm a student, and I have to study." Gu Jiao took out a banknote worth 500 taels and put it on the table. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth and said, "Even if the academy doesn't pursue the matter, when it reaches my grandfather's ears, I can't avoid punishment." Gu Jiao took out another banknote worth 500 taels and put it on the table. Gu Qingfeng silently put the banknote away. "It doesn't matter if it's a banknote or not. I just want to help you. Tell me, where do you want to go this time?" Gu Jiao, the Imperial Palace. Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt the banknote in his bosom heat up. Was it too late for him to regret it now? Gu Jiao entered the palace openly, but Gu Qingfeng wasn't so lucky. He was an outsider and it wasn't easy for him to enter the inner palace. He also didn't have any open relations with Renshou Palace, so the Empress Dowager wouldn't summon him. The Emperor also had no reason to see the second young master of Marquis Ding in Fu. More importantly, he couldn't expose his identity. He could only grit his teeth and climb over the high palace walls. The two met near the nunnery. Gu Jiao had just arrived when Gu Qingfeng also arrived. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. His movements were very fast. He was very skilled. "You've been to the Imperial Palace?" Gu Jiao asked. "How is that possible? Do you think the Imperial Palace is a place you can casually enter?" Gu Qingfeng took out a map from his bosom. "This? A map of the Imperial Palace?" Gu Jiao's eyes widened. "How do you have this?" Gu Qingfeng chuckled and said, "My father is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. All of the large and small halls in the Imperial Palace are maintained by the Ministry of Works. Even the Imperial Concubine Dowager's nunnery was built by the Ministry of Works." So this guy knew the layout of the various government offices like the back of his hand. Coming and going without a trace, was it all because he stole his father's map? Gu Qingfeng coldly said, "He's also your father." "Delicate father, he. Gu Qingfeng, forget it. She's not the real Gu Jiao's mother. What do you want to steal from the Imperial Palace?" Gu Qingfeng was actually very puzzled. This girl was doted on by the Empress Dowager and highly regarded by the Emperor. What kind of treasure could she not have? Did she need to steal it herself? Gu Jiao didn't answer and brought him near the nunnery. Seeing the simple and unadorned nunnery, Gu Qingfeng fell into confusion. What is there to steal from a nunnery? Gu Jiao asked. "There are dragon shadow guards inside." "Can you go in?" Gu Qingfeng almost peed himself. He exploded. What did you say?" "Dragon shadow guards." Gu Jiao found it strange. "You know about them?" Gu Qingfeng snorted. "I'm the #1 bandit in the Zhao Kingdom. How could I not know about the dragon shadow guards? They are the men of sacrifice of the previous emperor. Their martial arts are top-notch and they are very talented. Almost no one in the world is their match." "Oh my, it's just a nunnery. Why would there be dragon shadow guards guarding it?" "Oh, I forgot that this guy doesn't know about Imperial Concubine Jing." Gu Qingfeng looked pensive. "Did His Majesty send them?" "Isn't His Majesty a bit too filial to Imperial Concubine Jing?" Even the dragon shadow guards were sent out because he was afraid that the Empress Dowager would harm her. Listen, the whole world thought that Grandaunt would harm Imperial Concubine Jing, but no one thought that Imperial Concubine Jing would harm Grandaunt. Gu Qingfeng asked, "What do you want to steal from her?" Gu Jiao, "Medicine." "Medicine?" Gu Qingfeng looked her up and down and said suspiciously, "You're a doctor yourself. Do you need to steal other people's medicine? Can we go in or not?" Gu Jiao was irritated. "I've never tried." Gu Qingfeng had never even been to the Imperial Palace, let alone a nunnery guarded by dragon shadow guards. She couldn't beat him in a fight. But when it came to hiding one's aura, Gu Qingfeng looked deeply at the little girl beside him, then looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. To be honest, if he were to die one day, it would either be because this girl angered him to death or because she caused his death. Gu Qingfeng put his arm around Gu Jiao's slender waist. "Don't make a sound and don't breathe later." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Qingfeng looked at the nunnery that looked like a dragon's den and a tiger's den. His eyes narrowed, then he took Gu Jiao and sneaked in. Gu Jiao didn't expect him to be able to bring her in under the watchful eyes of the dragon shadow guards. Even the old duke couldn't avoid alerting the dragon shadow guards when he was alone. Gu Jiao suddenly had a new understanding of Gu Qingfeng. This guy's qigong was really good. The nunnery that had been built at the last minute wasn't too big, and the terrain wasn't complicated. Gu Qingfeng found Concubine Jing's room without much effort. Perhaps the two were lucky that Concubine Jing wasn't in the room at the moment. She had gone to the small Buddhist hall to chant sutras. Gu Qingfeng took Gu Jiao into the room. "What do the medicine you're looking for look like?" Gu Qingfeng asked. "I don't know." She forgot to ask Madame Nan. But she's not a doctor, so she shouldn't have a lot of medicine. find them all. The two began to rummage through the room. Soon, they found some ointment for burns and wound, as well as some pills that replenished qi and blood. There wasn't anything that Gu Jiao hadn't seen before. She couldn't have brought it with her, could she? Gu Jiao murmured. As soon as she said that, Gu Qingfeng patted her shoulder and motioned for her to look at the wardrobe. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the wardrobe. It looked ordinary, but for some reason, it gave Gu Jiao a feeling that something was wrong. Gu Qingfeng whispered, "You also think it looks strange, don't you?" Gu Jiao nodded. She stared at the wardrobe for a while, but she didn't go closer. Instead, she took a few steps back. She said, "I know what's wrong. The pattern on the wardrobe door is reversed." The pattern on each side of the two wardrobe doors was supposed to face each other to form a full moon. But now, the two halves of the moon were facing each other with their backs facing each other. It made people feel uncomfortable, and they didn't want to look at it a second time. Gu Jiao walked forward and touched the halves of the moon with both hands. With a twist, the two halves of the moon were straightened, forming a full moon. With a click, the wardrobe door opened. Gu Qingfeng had opened this wardrobe before, and it was filled with clothes. But now, it was in a different state. The wardrobe door was very thick, and it was almost open together with the wardrobe. And at the innermost side, there was a hidden compartment embedded in the wall. Gu Qingfeng's arms were long. He opened the hidden compartment and took out a small box. "Someone's coming," Gu Jiao suddenly said. Gu Qingfeng didn't have time to open the small box, and he couldn't take it away. Otherwise, if someone found out that it was missing and alerted the Shadow Dragon guards, they would be dead. Gu Qingfeng put the small box back, closed the wardrobe door, and restored the pattern. He took Gu Jiao and used Qinggong to go up to the roof beam. The door was pushed open. Nurse Kai walked in. "All right, just give me the Nyang Nyang's clothes. Go and see if the medicine for the Nyang Nyang is ready." "Yes." The two accompanying little nuns handed the dried clothes to Nanny Kai and turned around to leave. Nurse Kai closed the door and went to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe door and put the clothes inside. Then she closed the wardrobe door and turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she turned back and looked at the wardrobe with a frown. On the roof beam, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng held their breaths. No way, she found out that the wardrobe had been touched so quickly. Gu Jiao pinched a silver needle between her fingers. Nurse Kai reversed the pattern and opened the secret door of the wardrobe. She moved a stool, stood on it, took out the small box, and checked the contents. Gu Jiao looked down. There were 2 medicine bottles, one black and one white. Good heavens, it was really here. Granny Kai took out the 2 medicine bottles and put the small box back. No way, she wanted to take the medicine away. Nurse Kai came to the door. Gu Jiao slowly raised the silver needle in her hand. Gu Qingfeng grabbed her wrist. She would be exposed. The Shadow Dragon guards were not to be trifled with. As soon as Gu Jiao made a move, the Shadow Dragon guards would immediately notice. "Do you want the medicine or your life?" Gu Jiao's movements when she killed people would not be louder than their voices. However, the Shadow Dragon guards were men of sacrifice. Their brain circuits were different from normal people. They turned a deaf ear to conversations, but were very sensitive to killing intent and martial arts. However, Nurse Kai hesitated, shook her head, and sighed. She still put the medicine bottles back. After Nurse Kai left, Gu Qingfeng brought Gu Jiao back to the ground. Gu Jiao could also jump down, but she could not do it as well as Gu Qingfeng. She would be noticed by the Shadow Dragon guards. Gu Qingfeng took out the small box from the secret compartment and opened it. He said to Gu Jiao, "These 2 bottles are the medicine you are looking for?" Gu Jiao pulled out the corks of the 2 bottles and poured out 1 pill from each bottle. Gu Qingfeng said strangely, "They look the same. Why put them in 2 bottles?" They did look the same. They were both dark brown pills. "Smell them." Gu Jiao put the 2 pills under Gu Qingfeng's nose. Gu Qingfeng sniffed. "Yes, they are medicine." "What about it? Is there a difference?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." Gu Qingfeng shook his head decisively. There was a difference, but it was very subtle. Those who were not proficient in medicine would not be able to tell. If Gu Qingfeng couldn't tell, then concubine Jing shouldn't be able to either. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. She had wanted to steal the medicine at first, but now she had changed her mind. Oh no, this girl is up to mischief again. Who knows which unlucky person is going to get into big trouble again. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and continued to study the small box. He suddenly exclaimed, "There's something else in the box." He opened the inner compartment of the box and dug out a rolled-up, bright yellow imperial edict. Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Why would concubine Jing have an imperial edict? He had never heard of His Majesty giving concubine Jing an imperial edict. It was obvious that this imperial edict was quite old. Gu Qingfeng's mind flashed. I suddenly remembered something. It's just a rumor among the people. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. This girl was always so impatient. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips and said, before His Majesty passed away, he ordered Empress Dowager Zhuang to be buried with him. Concubine Jing risked her life to steal the imperial edict and burn it. That was how Empress Dowager Zhuang was saved. He suddenly laughed. Do you think the thing in the box is the one that was burned, the imperial edict that could kill Empress Dowager Zhuang? Digression, did you guys forget that I just released a new chapter? They all urged me to release more chapters in the comment section. Great, the editor really came looking for me. Editor, release another chapter. It doesn't need to be too much. Just twice as much as this one. Me, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111238410. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bhikkhu Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. This was the first time Gu Jiao had heard of such a thing. Most of the rumors she heard about the late emperor and her grandaunt came from consort Rui Wang, but most of what Rui Wang mentioned was related to consort Jing. For example, consort Jing's heart belonged to someone and she was willing to move into the nunnery. Consort Rui Wang's words might not be the truth. At the very least, her willingness to move into the nunnery was a lie. Eunuch Qin had already refuted the rumors for Gu Jiao. It was Empress Dowager Zhuang who sent her to the nunnery with a decree. Gu Jiao once thought that the reason why Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't directly order consort Jing's death was because of the emperor. If her grandaunt gave the decree openly, the emperor wouldn't hesitate to go against her and issue an imperial edict to stop her. If her grandaunt did it secretly, the emperor would send the Shadow Dragon Guards to stop her. However, if what Gu Qingfeng said was true and consort Jing burned an imperial edict ordering her death for her grandaunt, then her grandaunt would owe her a life-saving grace. However, Gu Jiao didn't think this was likely. Consort Jing had already drugged her grandaunt and the emperor. Why would she be so kind as to burn an imperial edict for her grandaunt? Of course, there was another possibility. The imperial edict ordering her grandaunt to be buried with her hadn't been burned by consort Jing, but had been used as leverage against her. Before getting that imperial edict, her grandaunt couldn't let consort Jing die. Otherwise, no one could be sure that consort Jing didn't have a backup plan. Once she died, the imperial edict would be issued in broad daylight. However, Gu Jiao quickly eliminated this possibility. Consort Jing had schemed to deal with her grandaunt. With this imperial edict, she could directly send her grandaunt to the 18th level of hell. Why would she leave it as leverage? Wasn't this an unnecessary move, assuming that Gu Qingfeng was telling the truth and that old concubine Jing had risked her life to steal the imperial edict and burn it, who had seen the contents of the edict? How could they prove that the edict was for her grandaunt to be buried with her and not something else? Wasn't it all based on her words? As long as it did not involve relationships and love, Gu Jiao's brain worked quickly. Don't be fooled by the fact that she had thought so much. In fact, it had only taken a moment. Gu Qingfeng had already taken the imperial edict out of the box. He placed the box on the crook of his arm and opened the imperial edict with both hands. However, old concubine Jing suddenly returned the moment he opened the imperial edict. She had sensed something while she was still in the corridor. Unlike the dragon shadow guard, she was extremely sensitive to the sound of conversation. "Who goes there?" she snapped. Gu Qingfeng's hand trembled and the box in his arm fell to the ground with a clatter. "Catch him." At Grand Concubine Jing's command, the dragon shadow guards burst through the door and grabbed at Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao with their bare hands. "Let's go." Gu Qingfeng grabbed Gu Jiao with one hand and stuffed the imperial edict into his bosom with the other. Seeing that the dragon shadow guard was about to grab the two of them, Gu Jiao quickly took out a black gunpowder from her pouch and threw it at him. The dragon shadow guard had suffered from gunpowder before and knew that it was a hidden weapon that couldn't be taken head-on. He quickly dodged to the side, and the gunpowder smashed onto the table behind him, causing it to explode. Taking advantage of this, Gu Qingfeng grabbed Gu Jiao and rushed out of the nunnery. The two of them had both put on masks and changed their clothes, so Grand Concubine Jing couldn't recognize them. Grand Concubine Jing entered the room and saw that the imperial edict was gone. Her expression changed drastically as she said to the dragon shadow guard, "Take the imperial edict back." The dragon shadow guard received the order and chased in the direction that Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng had left. The dragon shadow guard was invincible in both martial arts and qigong, so he quickly caught up to the two. When Gu Qingfeng took the imperial edict, the dragon shadow guard saw it. He knew that the imperial edict was on Gu Qingfeng's body, so he grabbed Gu Qingfeng's shoulder without another word. That hand that was like an eagle's claw dug into Gu Qingfeng's flesh. Gu Qingfeng's face was twisted in pain. He did not resist immediately. Instead, he used all his strength to push Gu Jiao away. The moment he pushed her away, he stuffed the imperial edict into Gu Jiao's sleeve. He was probably the only one who could do this under the dragon shadow guard's nose. The dragon shadow guard didn't notice that the imperial edict had been moved. He reached out with his other hand towards Gu Qingfeng's chest. He was a death warrior, so he didn't know how to control his strength. This time, he was probably going to dig open Gu Qingfeng's chest. Gu Jiao looked back at the two of them and suddenly took out the imperial edict. "The imperial edict is here." The dragon shadow guard's gaze swooped towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao threw the imperial edict in the other direction of the palace. The dragon shadow guard was ordered to take back the imperial edict, so he chased after it. Gu Qingfeng held his shoulder and knelt on the ground, exhausted. Gu Jiao squatted down. "Can you still walk?" Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a pale face. "I can't use my qigong." The dragon shadow guard was too scary. He had only grabbed him casually, but he couldn't use his martial arts in an instant. "Hurry up and leave." He endured the pain and weakness all over his body. The imperial edict was too important. It was only in a state of panic that concubine Jing only cared about grabbing the edict. Once she got the edict, she would think of silencing the two of them. Gu Jiao grabbed him. "Come with me." The dragon shadow guard found the imperial edict and handed it to Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing took the imperial edict with a cold expression. "Grand Concubine." Granny Kai hurried over and looked at the imperial edict in her hand. Her expression changed. "Someone came to steal the imperial edict? Who is it? How did they know about this imperial edict?" Grand Concubine Jing looked in the direction of the palace walls without saying anything. Renshou Palace. Eunuch Qin was feeding his pond of tortoises when two figures suddenly fell from the sky and landed on his tortoises. "Oh my! My tortoises!" Eunuch Qin was so shocked that the leaves in his hand flew out. He was about to call for the palace experts when he saw one of the small figures take off her mask. He stared. "Miss Gu?" At that moment, Gu Qingfeng's mask fell off as well, revealing a pale, handsome face. Eunuch Qin was shocked again. "Second young Master Gu? His Majesty has arrived." Gu Jiao, so fast. Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't here. She had gone to the side hall of the throne room to discuss matters with the ministers. Eunuch Qin brought Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng into Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. Eunuch Qin then went to Rinzhou Palace and kowtowed to the emperor. "Greetings, your majesty." Granny Kai was beside the emperor. Eunuch Qin glanced at Granny Kai calmly and smiled. "Why is his majesty here?" "The Empress Dowager is discussing matters with the ministers in the throne room." The emperor said. Granny Kai said that an assassin tried to assassinate Mother Jing and was injured by the experts around her. The assassin escaped into Rinzhou Palace. Something like that happened? Eunuch Qin was shocked. Was the old imperial concubine injured? Granny Kai said politely. The old imperial concubine was a bit frightened, but it's nothing serious. The old imperial concubine was worried that the assassin would harm the Empress Dowager, so she quickly reported it to His Majesty. "I didn't see any assassin." Eunuch Qin turned to look at the palace servants. "Did you see the assassin?" They all shook their heads. "No." Eunuch Qin smiled. "Your Majesty, Granny Kai must have seen wrongly. This is Rinzhou Palace, where experts are as common as the clouds. Which assassin would be so reckless as to charge in?" Granny Kai said worriedly. "The assassin's martial arts are very high. He was able to escape from the dragon shadow guards." "Eunuch Qin, you should be careful." In the past, the emperor would not care about the life or death of Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, he was now in an alliance with Empress Dowager Zhuang. They had a common enemy. That person was hiding in the dark, holding his neck to deal with the people he cared about. He could not let the other party succeed. "Get out of the way," the emperor said coldly. Eunuch Qin did not move. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is not in Rinzhou Palace. If the assassin really wanted to assassinate her, he should have gone to the throne room." Granny Kai's previous worried and modest expression changed. She frowned and said, "Perhaps the assassin was lying in ambush here, waiting for the Empress Dowager to come back." "Eunuch Qin, you are blocking His Majesty's search. Could it be, you are in cahoots with the assassin? Who gave you the courage to shout in front of Aijia's door?" Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix sedan appeared behind everyone, accompanied by a voice that was not angry but powerful. Everyone turned around and bowed in unison to Empress Dowager Zhuang on the carriage. The emperor looked at the phoenix carriage in the distance with an uneasy expression. The phoenix carriage stopped in front of the group. After it landed, Eunuch Qin walked forward and gave his wrist to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang held his wrist and slowly walked out. She did not need to speak loudly or speak harshly. Just a faint look was enough to intimidate everyone. Granny Kai, who had been relying on the emperor's support, suddenly did not dare to say anything. Empress Dowager Zhuang strolled in front of her. "Speak, why are you not speaking? Weren't you quite eloquent when Aijia was not here? How come you became a gourd with a sawed-off mouth when Aijia came?" Granny Kai lowered her head in grievance and stood next to the emperor. In the end, she was concubine Jing's trusted servant. The emperor could not bear to see her suffer an injustice, so he said, "What wrong did Granny Kai do? With the assassin, it is natural to search. However, this old servant is obstructing us in every possible way. It is indeed suspicious." Eunuch Qin reported to Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Miss Gu is resting inside. This servant was worried that so many people would disturb Miss Gu, so I stopped them. Moreover, this servant did not discover any assassins. If Empress Dowager does not believe me, you can ask the palace experts in Rinzhou Palace." They also did not. Before Eunuch Qin could finish, the sound of weapons clashing came from the bedchamber. Everyone's hearts trembled. Then, Gu Jiao's cold shout rang out, "You still want to escape? Ah! Miss Gu." Eunuch Qin's expression changed greatly. He called out to the palace experts, "Quick! Go take a look." 4 palace experts turned and ran towards the bedchamber. However, before they could move out, a miserable cry came from the end. Ah, it was a man's voice. Eunuch Wei spread his arms and blocked the emperor. "Assassin! Assassin! Protect the emperor!" Just as the experts from Pure Flower's palace were about to move out, Gu Jiao walked out with a black-clothed assassin whose head and face were covered in dirt. She threw the assassin to the ground and said indifferently, "Assassin, here." Gu Jiao had already changed back into her own clothes. Her hair was disheveled, as if she had just woken up from her bed and did not have time to comb her hair. Mama Kai looked at the assassin in a daze. Her Highness the Imperial Concubine had guessed correctly? The assassin was from Rinzhou Palace, but, wasn't there two? Mama Kai looked suspiciously at Gu Jiao. Miss Gu, there were two assassins in total. Two? I only caught one. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said without a change in expression. The assassin's face was covered in dirt and his original appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was probably heavily injured and did not have the strength to fight back. The Emperor looked at him coldly. Who sent you? If you tell us the mastermind behind this, we will spare your life. I am the Emperor, and I never go back on my words. A trace of hesitation flashed across the assassin's face. His frightened eyes swept over the people outside Rinzhou Palace and finally fell on Mama Kai's face. An ominous premonition suddenly rose from the bottom of Mama Kai's heart. The assassin looked at Mama Kai in horror and said, It's Jing, shut up. Mama Kai strode forward. She seemed to have guessed what the assassin was going to say. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The assassin half lay on the ground and supported his body with his elbow. He gritted his teeth and said, It's Imperial Concubine Jing. Imperial Concubine Jing asked me to assassinate the Empress Dowager. Mama Kai was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could the Imperial Concubine be the one to catch the assassin? She panicked and said, You are slandering me. When did Imperial Concubine Jing ask you to assassinate the Empress Dowager? If it was really Imperial Concubine Jing who asked you to come, why did she ask me to search you? The assassin coughed up blood and sneered. How would I know? Maybe Imperial Concubine Jing suddenly found out that I knew her secret. Before the assassin could finish his words, Mama Kai suddenly rushed over and stabbed the assassin in the heart. You killed, silenced. After saying this, the assassin's eyes rolled back and his body tilted to one side, falling into a pool of blood. Mama Kai was so shocked that she took a few steps back and fell straight to the ground. I didn't. It wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. She really didn't want to kill anyone. She didn't rush over on her own. Her knee seemed to have been hit by something and she fell toward the assassin. Before she could react, a knife appeared in her hand. Then the knife was stabbed into the assassin's heart. Gu Jiao squatted down and used her fingertips to check the assassin's neck. She stood up and said, He's not breathing. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and said, Hurry up and get rid of him. Wipe the door clean for me. Don't leave a single drop of blood. I hate the smell of blood. Yes. Eunuch Qin hurriedly asked the eunuchs of Rinzhou Palace to take the assassin's body away and asked the palace maids to clean up the scene. Mama Kai was confused by this series of events. She had never seen such a shameless operation. Her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think at all. She could only defend herself. Your Majesty. I didn't kill anyone. Believe me. That knife isn't mine, Gu Jiao said, You saw it. If it's not yours, then whose is it? Eunuch Wei said, Yes. If it's not yours, then whose is it? I also saw it. Granny Kai glared at him coldly. Wei. Have you forgotten which side you are on again? Eunuch Wei shrunk his neck and turned around to slap his own mouth. Stupid mouth again. Stupid mouth again. Mama Kai fell to her knees. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you should believe Imperial Concubine Jing. How could she frame the Empress Dowager? Imperial Concubine Jing is kind-hearted. She wouldn't do such a thing. A complicated feeling flashed through the Emperor's heart. He and Imperial Concubine Jing grew up together, so he knew very well what kind of person she was. She couldn't even bear to kill an ant and always repaid evil with good. Even when Empress Dowager Zhuang drove her out of the palace, she never complained about the latter in front of him. Not only that, but she also tried to persuade him to reconcile with Empress Dowager Zhuang. How could she do such a terrible thing? Moreover, no one would send an assassin to do an assassination and then catch the assassin with great fanfare. According to the assassin, he knew Imperial Concubine Jing's secret, and Imperial Concubine Jing only realized it after she sent him out. That was even more ridiculous. How could someone as innocent as Imperial Concubine Jing have a secret? No, she did have a secret. A secret with Gu Chao. The emperor suddenly became irritated. He was furious when he thought about how Gu Chao almost became his father. He didn't know if it was because he was angry, but he suddenly found Mama Kai an eyesore. Your Majesty. Mama Kai looked at the emperor nervously. The emperor frowned. Detain Mama Kai, and interrogate her. He used the words detain and interrogate with great distress. One had to know that the emperor used to listen to imperial concubine Jing's every word without any doubt. He even regarded imperial concubine Jing's confidant as his own. But now, he was treating Mama Kai as a suspect. Eunuch Wei was shocked. Your Majesty? The emperor didn't pay attention to anyone else. He flicked his sleeves and left irritably. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao returned to the bedchamber. In the backyard of the sleeping chamber, the corpse that was supposed to be disposed of sat up with a swoosh. He wiped the mud off his face and removed the blood bag in his arms. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. My acting skills are not bad, right? Gu Jiao said faintly, SOSO. Not as good as me. Gu Chungfeng, the latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/111211400. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Who is this silly boy? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked casually. Gu Qingfeng then realized that Empress Dowager Zhuang had also come over and was standing behind Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng and Empress Dowager Zhuang had met twice. One time was in Bai Shui Alley, and the other time was when he and Gu Jiao were chased by Tang Ming to the vicinity of the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang killed them as assassins, which made Tang Ming feel relieved. The inspiration to pretend to be assassins and get killed came from Empress Dowager Zhuang. At that time, Gu Qingfeng was wearing a mask, so Empress Dowager Zhuang did not recognize him as Gu Jiao's friend. Gu Qingfeng's face was covered in dirt, so Empress Dowager Zhuang did not recognize him. But in the next second, Empress Dowager Zhuang guessed something. Oh, the one who went to the marshal's mansion. Were her eyes so sharp, she could guess that? She had changed her voice when she spoke. If Empress Dowager Zhuang did not have this ability, then she had been in the imperial court and the harem for so many years in vain. She glanced at Gu Qingfeng indifferently. What's your relationship with Jiao Jiao? Why did it feel like this was a fatal question? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao hugged the child with both hands and looked on with folded arms. Ah. This girl, she threw him away after using him. She was too heartless. Empress Dowager. He stood up and bowed. Gu Qingfeng greets the Empress Dowager. Oh. Jiao Jiao's brother was not a wild flower or wild grass. He would not disturb her holding her little great-grandson. Empress Dowager Zhuang then left without asking why Gu Qingfeng knew martial arts or why he entered the palace. Gu Qingfeng was a little confused. The Empress Dowager's temperament is quite unique. Eunuch Qin's tortoise was the one that really stunned the two of them. Fortunately, the tortoise's shell was tough, so it wasn't a big deal. It was just a little frightened, so it hid in its shell for the whole afternoon. Gu Jiao treated the injury on Gu Qingfeng's shoulder and asked him for 1,000 taels of silver, calling it a consultation fee. Gu Qingfeng, who hadn't even warmed up the 1,000 taels banknotes, Gu Qingfeng looked at her with a headache. Speaking of which, you would rather give up the imperial edict to save me from the hands of the dragon shadow guard. Could it be that you coveted this 1,000 taels of silver? After all, if he died, his body would definitely be disposed of and she would not be able to get the banknotes. Gu Jiao had a look of disbelief on her face. Gu Qingfeng understood. He suddenly felt a little touched. This girl actually had some conscience. She didn't only know how to exploit him. Gu Jiao analyzed seriously, if you die, I'll lose 1,000 taels. But if you're alive, I'll earn a lot of 1,000 taels. As for the imperial edict, aren't you the #1 thief? I'll steal it back next time. Gu Chungfeng, so why should he be touched? The two ate lunch at Empress Dowager Zhuang's Rinshou Palace. In the end, Gu Chungfeng couldn't treat Empress Dowager Zhuang as an ordinary great-aunt. He ate the meal very cautiously. On the other hand, Gu Jiao kept puffing and stuffing her cheeks, reminding him of the little fat squirrel he once caught in the back mountain. In the nunnery, Grand Concubine Jing was chanting while knocking on a wooden fish while waiting quietly. However, she didn't receive the news that Granny Kai had caught the assassin. Instead, she received the bad news that Granny Kai had been detained and interrogated by the emperor. Grand Concubine. The little nun who delivered the news knelt behind her and looked at her uneasily. What should we do? Granny Kai was taken away. Why did His Majesty take her away? Isn't Granny Kai a member of our nunnery? Didn't His Majesty? The little nun spoke a string of grievances in one breath. By the end of it, she even shed tears. The palace had never been able to hide anything. Moreover, a small matter could be described with great detail. There was no need for Rinshou Palace to spread anything. Granny Kai's capture was enough to make people wonder if the relationship between Grand Concubine Jing and the emperor had truly become tense. Grand Concubine, let's go plead with His Majesty and ask for Granny Kai's release. Granny Kai is old. She can't endure such hardships. The little nun hadn't been in the palace for long, but she'd heard a lot about the torture that was worse than death. After being taken away for interrogation, at least a layer of her skin would be peeled off regardless of whether she got anything out of the interrogation. She was worried. She was also afraid. She was afraid that this huge building would collapse and crush her to death. Night fell and the nunnery was silent. The little nun's sobs gradually melted into the night. Grand Concubine Jing didn't do anything. She didn't even send anyone to inquire about Granny Kai. She just sat quietly in the temple with her palms together as if she was praying to Buddha sincerely, but also as if she was just sitting there. The little nun finally couldn't take it anymore. She'd only heard about the cruelty of the palace, but had never personally experienced it. She ran to Pure Flower's palace while choking with sobs. Let me see His Majesty. Grand Concubine hasn't eaten or drank for an entire day. If this goes on, she'll get sick. She cried very loudly. This was a great taboo in the palace. She didn't know how lucky she was that she hadn't been dragged away and punished by the palace rules. What's the commotion outside? The emperor put down the booklet in his hand and pinched his forehead. Eunuch Wei said in a low voice, it's the Grand Concubine's little nun. She said, the Grand Concubine hasn't eaten for an entire day. The emperor's brows furrowed. Eunuch Wei observed his expression and said, Your Majesty, do you want this servant to go take a look? The emperor opened his mouth. He actually hesitated. For a moment, he wanted to nod. But then, he was frightened by his own thoughts. In the past, whenever he heard news about concubine Mother Jing, he would immediately put aside his official duties and go visit her. Why was it that he wasn't in such a hurry when she hadn't eaten or drank for an entire day? He shouldn't be like this. He closed his eyes and said, We will make a trip to the nunnery. Eunuch Wei replied, Understood. The emperor didn't take the palanquin and walked over with Eunuch Wei. Concubine Jing liked tranquility, so the nunnery was located in a very remote area. Moreover, the construction had been rushed through the night, so the nunnery itself wasn't very big. Now that it was swallowed up by the night, it seemed even more insignificant and helpless. The little nun was pleasantly surprised to see the emperor. Your Majesty. The emperor didn't look at her and only raised his hand indifferently. The little nun was immediately intimidated by the might of a true dragon. The lights in the hall were lit, and a lonely figure jumped on the paper window. The emperor walked over. Concubine Jing was sitting on the ground alone in the cold hall. She tried to straighten her back, but it seemed that she couldn't withstand the passing of time. Her body was showing a trace of dispiritedness in her old age. The emperor suddenly felt a bit sour in his heart. Mother, Concubine Jing didn't turn around. She said calmly, "Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, please go back." The emperor heard her emotionless voice and felt even more sour in his heart. "Mother, are you blaming me?" Concubine Jing laughed self-deprecatingly. "Blaming you for what? Should I blame you for kidnapping Kaimomo because of a disagreement? Or should I blame you for having nightmares and thinking that I was a scourge and that the Empress Dowager was your true mother? Or should I blame you for hurriedly sending me out of Pure Flower's palace even though you clearly brought me back from outside the palace? Your Majesty, what am I? How many mothers in this world would wish for their own son to call them mother?" She turned around as she spoke. There were no tears in her eyes, only endless sorrow. The emperor felt his heart ache when he saw her like this. How could he suspect his own mother? How could she have secrets of her own? How could she have sent assassins to assassinate the Empress Dowager? Ningyan had married far away, and she had been forced to go to the nunnery. Her only son couldn't even be at her side. How had she spent all these years alone? Had he forgotten everything? He walked forward and sat down in front of her, holding her hand. "Hong'er will never do it again. In Hong'er's heart, mother will always be my only mother." Concubine Jing's fingers trembled and her eyes turned red. The emperor held her hand tightly in guilt. "Mother, you haven't eaten yet, right? Hong'er will eat with you." Concubine Jing asked firmly, "Then your Majesty won't suspect me from now on?" "We." The emperor hesitated for a moment. "We won't do it again." Concubine Jing lowered her eyes. So Concubine Jing has hidden her secrets so deeply. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh to Gu Jiao on the carriage back. Gu Jiao would not tell him these things. Gu Jiao was a woman of few words. It was Gu Qingfeng who helped Eunuch Qin feed the tortoise. Eunuch Qin had already told him about their revolutionary friendship. What shocked Gu Qingfeng the most was that Concubine Jing could even bear to kill the emperor. He was her adopted son, so how could she bear to feed him so many strange drugs? Wasn't she afraid of feeding him until he turned stupid? A woman's heart is the most poisonous. His words had a double meaning, and he wanted to take the opportunity to mock Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao didn't react at all. Gu Qingfeng felt as if he had punched cotton. As the carriage swayed, Gu Qingfeng suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. "You switched the black and white medicine just now, didn't you? Won't it backfire the next time she tries to drug the emperor?" It was a dark and windy night, and the monastery was secluded. Only the sound of stir-frying could be heard from the small kitchen. The emperor went to another meditation room to wait. Concubine Jing pushed open the door to her room and slowly walked in. She then waved her sleeve and closed the door with her internal energy. She opened the wardrobe and took out the black and white medicine from the small box. She pulled out the cork of the white medicine bottle and poured out a dark brown pill, which she wrapped in a white handkerchief. She was about to leave when she suddenly paused. Her gaze fell on the small box, where the imperial edict had been placed, and then the two bottles. She suddenly put the pill back into the white bottle and poured out a pill from the black bottle. She took the medicine from the black bottle and went to the meditation room next door. The vegetarian dishes were all served. The emperor sat with her on the cushion, and he personally served her the dishes. "Your Majesty, eat by yourself," she said. "There's no emperor or concubine here. There's only Hong'er and mother." The emperor picked up a piece of bamboo shoot for the concubine. "I remember that mother likes to eat bamboo shoots. It's not the season now, so there's only pickled bamboo shoots. When the winter shoots come out, I'll have someone dig up a big basket." Concubine Jing said, "How can I eat so much?" "Your Majesty, this is the mushroom soup made by the concubine herself." The little nun happily presented a bowl of soup. The emperor said, "Mother, you don't have to work so hard anymore." Concubine Jing said, "It's rare for you to come here." The emperor said solemnly, "I'll come here every day." Every day. Perhaps it was because these words touched the concubine's heart, but her expression was no longer as cold. She sighed, picked up the spoon, and scooped a bowl of mushroom soup for the emperor. "You can all leave," she said. "Yes." The little nun and the palace servants gradually retreated. "You can leave as well," the emperor said to Eunuch Wei. "Eunuch Wei." "Yes." Only the two of them were left in the room, which was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. The so-called white medicine and black medicine weren't forced to be fed to him. She only needed him to see her when the medicine took effect and remember her deeply. That was enough. Drink it while it's hot. She handed the bowl to the emperor. The emperor took a sip and said with a smile, "Mother's cooking is as good as ever. As long as you like it. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager has summoned you for a meeting." Eunuch Wei's voice suddenly came from outside. Concubine Jing looked at him with a flicker in her eyes. The emperor's heart ached at her uneasy and reluctant gaze. He said, "I'm having my meal. We'll discuss it another day." "Yes," Eunuch Wei said helplessly. The emperor picked up the spoon and drank the mushroom soup that his lady mother had personally made for him mouthful by mouthful. After finishing the soup, the emperor put down the bowl and held his forehead. "Mother, I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Concubine Jing looked at him gently. "It's all right. Just sleep for a while. You'll be fine when you wake up." The emperor lay on the table and looked at Concubine Jing in a daze. Her smile was in front of him, her voice was in his ears, and her scent was at the tip of his nose. All of this was deeply imprinted in his mind. He wanted to remember this person, but he didn't know why. He just wanted to remember her deeply. In the carriage, Gu Jiao leaned lazily against the wall. "I did change the black medicine and the white medicine, but I changed them back." Gu Qingfeng was shocked. "What did you say? You changed them back? That means, the white bottle is still filled with white medicine, and the black bottle is still filled with black medicine?" Gu Jiao nodded. "That's right." Gu Qingfeng was stunned. "Why did you do that?" Gu Jiao said faintly, "Because my godfather said that there are always people in this world who like to be too smart for their own good." The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111210271. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng parted ways at Zhuke Avenue. Gu Qingfeng took Chang'an Avenue to Qinghe Academy, while Gu Jiao went to Hanlin Academy. Hanlin Academy was busy with work recently. Xiao Lulang always got off work late, so Gu Jiao went to bring him some food. Gu Jiao brought a few boxes of snacks from the imperial kitchen from Rinzhou Palace. She left a few boxes for Yao Shi and little Jing Kong, while the other box was for Xiao Lulang. She took the snacks and went near Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang happened to come out of Hanlin Academy. Hanlin Academy was the place where the scholars studied. Although it belonged to Hanlin Academy, it was not inside Hanlin Academy. It was on the same street as Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao saw the handsome young man from afar. It was not appropriate to call him a young man. Other than his tender face, the aura he exuded was very calm. However, the men of Zhao country had to be called young man before they reached the age of 20. The twilight shone on his delicate face, making it seem even gentler. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned against the wall at the entrance of the alley. She looked at him, and her lips unconsciously curved into a beautiful arc. Xiaoshuzhua. A scholar ran out of Hanlin Academy. He held a book in his hand. Judging from the color, it seemed that he had read it countless times. Xiao Lulang stopped and turned to look at him. "What's the matter, Master Zhou?" The scholar who was called Master Zhou scratched his head embarrassedly. "Xiaoshuzhua remembers me," Xiao Lulang said. "During the court examination, you sat in front of me. I heard Du Ruhan call you." Master Zhou believed that Xiao Lulang remembered him. He was flattered. He widened his eyes for a long time before he reacted. He was so excited that he stammered. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Xiao Lulang was a top scholar who relied on underhanded means to get to the top. However, after listening to Xiao Liulang's lectures so many times, he deeply felt the depth of Xiao Liulang's knowledge. This new top scholar Xiao Lulang was fully deserving of the title. Brother Du and I are friends. No, He was worried that Xiao Lulang would think that he was using his relationship with Du Ruhan to get close to Xiao Lulang. The more he spoke, the more nervous he became. Xiao Lulang looked at the book in his hand and asked, "Are there any questions you don't understand?" While Attendant Yang was recuperating, Xiao Lulang and Jun Wang took his place to give a few lessons to the scholars of the Hanlin Academy. After Attendant Yang returned, they no longer went to the Hanlin Academy. Today, Minister Deng had something to do at the last minute and had asked him to teach a lesson on the laws of the current dynasty. The book in young Master Zhou's hand was the law of the Zhao country that he learned in class. Young Master Zhou smiled embarrassedly. "I understand everything that Xiao Shozhua taught." "Really, you taught it very well. It's not boring at all." "I don't like laws. In the past, I would always be absent-minded in law classes, so I fell behind a lot." He wasn't flattering Xiao Lulang. He really understood Xiao Liulang's class. He never knew that law classes could be taught like this. Xiao Lulang didn't recite the laws for them from the beginning. Instead, he first talked about a murder case of the 5 viscera of the previous dynasty. In an instant, he attracted the attention of all the students, including himself. The ingenuity of this class was that all the students forgot that they were in a class. They felt that they were really solving a shocking unsolved case. They were guessing the murderer until they almost got into a fight. Xiao Lulang said that if it was in the current dynasty, then the murderer of this case wouldn't be convicted. They were confused. Killing 5 people in a row, how could such a cruel murderer not be convicted? How could this be? They didn't believe it and refuted Xiao Liulang's words. They thought that Xiao Lulang was talking nonsense. Xiao Lulang didn't get angry. He just looked at everyone calmly and said, "What evidence do you have to prove that I'm talking nonsense?" "A life for a life," a student said. Xiao Lulang said calmly, "A life for a life is a principle. It's not the law of Zhao country. Executioners kill people, bandits kill people, self-defense kill people, negligent homicide, intentional homicide. Every situation is different and can't be generalized." The class ended here. Everyone wanted to continue. It wasn't that they liked Xiao Lulang, but they felt that they didn't win the argument. If they could do it again, they would be able to perform better. They suffered because they didn't know the law. In the past, everyone left after class, but today, young Master Zhou smiled and said, "Everyone stayed in the classroom to discuss, saying that what Xiao Shozhua said was wrong." Then they all went to look for evidence. In order to overthrow Xiao Lulang, the scholars went all out. "I've never seen everyone so serious," young Master Zhou said with a smile. Xiao Liulang's expression was very calm. He looked at young Master Zhou and said, "You came here just to tell me this?" No. Young Master Zhou scratched his head. His face was red, but he couldn't say anything. "All right, Su-er, let me say it." A tall and sturdy man with strong facial features walked over from the other side of the street. "Uncle." Young Master Zhou turned and bowed to him like a junior. Xiao Lulang looked at him in surprise. "Minister Xing?" The man was none other than Minister Xing Yun. Minister Xing smiled and said, "Xiao Shozhua, how have you been?" Xiao Lulang cupped his hands and bowed. Xiao Lulang had helped the Ministry of Justice solve a murder case. Minister Xing appreciated Xiao Lulang. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be Su-er's teacher. I see that you're even younger than Su-er. You're young and promising." "Minister Xing, you're too kind." Xiao Lulang said politely. "Go to the carriage and wait for me," Minister Xing said to Zhou Su. Zhou Su was thin-skinned, so he felt like he was being pardoned. He bowed to Xiao Lulang and quickly ran to the carriage. Minister Xing smiled and said, "I asked Su-er to find you for 2 reasons. First, I wonder if you're interested in joining the Ministry of Justice? You have the talent to solve cases, and you have great ambition. You're upright. The Ministry of Justice lacks talents like you. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice isn't the Zhuang family's territory. Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands can't reach here. To be able to say this, it was clear that Minister Xing had done his homework. At the very least, he had investigated Xiao Liulong's experience in the Hanlin Academy. Minister Xing smiled and said, "You don't have to rush to answer me. Take your time to think about it. If you have any ideas, you can come to the Ministry of Justice at any time to find me. Or let Su'er tell me and I'll go see you." Up until this point, Gu Jiao was very happy. She knew that her husband was very capable. Xiao Lulang didn't comment and asked, "Then the second thing." Minister Xing rubbed the bridge of his nose and smiled. "I have a daughter. She's about the same age as you. She's not married." Gu Jiao's face darkened. Xiao Lulang understood Minister Xing's meaning. He cupped his hands and said politely and distantly, "I'm indebted to Minister Xing's love, but I already have a wife." Already have a wife. Why did these words sound so nice coming from his mouth? Gu Jiao shook her head. Minister Xing's face was full of shock. He said embarrassedly, I was rude. Xiao Shozhua, don't take my words to heart." The two talked for a while more before Minister Xing left in the carriage. He didn't agree, did he? In the carriage, Zhou asked his uncle. Minister Xing shook his head. He refused so straightforwardly. Zhou said without surprise, "I knew it. Lord Xiao is a gentleman. On the day he passed the imperial examination, he didn't even go to the brothel to drink. I heard that he went back to accompany his wife. His wife was born in the countryside. Her appearance is average, but he never disdained her. Uncle, you can't take this kind of person home as a son-in-law." Minister Xing rubbed his hands and sighed regretfully. Minister Xing had just left when Xiao Lulang saw Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him in a good mood. Her pair of clear eyes curved into two small crescent moons. Xiao Lulang was stunned. He didn't expect her to come, and he didn't expect to see her smile. She also smiled normally. She smiled obediently in front of him, laughed heartily when she was amused by others, and smiled gently when she played with little Jing Kong. But none of them were as sweet and affectionate as the one in front of him. She didn't seem to know. Her eyes were as bright as fire. When she looked at him, there was light in her eyes. The dim corners of Xiao Liulong's heart seemed to suddenly welcome a light. "En?" Gu Jiao tilted her head, as if asking him why he didn't leave. Xiao Lulang felt that he was probably sick. She looked so silly, but he actually felt that she was quite cute. He wanted to grab her. He wanted to hug her. He wanted to rub her. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1111183219. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Xiao Lulang didn't work overtime tonight, so the two went back to Qingshui Alley together. As soon as they arrived at the door, a small figure rushed out and pounced on Gu Jiao. He hugged Gu Jiao's leg and called out in a small voice with a hint of grievance, "Jiao Jiao." It was little Jing Kong. He left Jiao Jiao for 2 days and 2 nights. He missed Jiao Jiao so much that his heart ached when he thought about it. Gu Jiao picked up the little guy on her leg and asked, "Did Grandaunt ask you to come back?" Little Jing Kong said, "I asked to come back." Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't stand this little loudspeaker anymore. Without Gu Jiao by his side, he was really good at blabbering. Even Eunuch Qin's little bastard became autistic because of his blabbering. It was important to have a little great-grandchild, but it was more important to live until the day the little great-grandchild was born. So when he asked to leave the palace again, Empress Dowager Zhuang hurriedly asked eunuch Qing to pack him up and send him back. Little Jing Kong hugged Gu Jiao's neck and rested his head on her shoulder. "Jiao Jiao, I missed you so much. Did you miss me even a little bit?" Gu Jiao was amused by him and nodded. "Yes, I missed you. I knew it." The little guy was so proud that his little body twisted in Gu Jiao's arms. Xiao Lulang looked at the little guy who was acting spoiled with Gu Jiao unscrupulously. His handsome face gradually darkened. "Jiao Jiao, there's a lantern festival tonight." Little Jing Kong didn't notice his bad brother-in-law's sour face. He hugged Jiao Jiao's neck and sighed. "I'm so old, but I haven't seen a lantern festival yet." The little fellow had learned how to beat around the bush. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't have anything to do tonight. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan happened to be at home as well. Thus, after dinner, the young couple went out with their 3 younger brothers and 2 secret guards. The lantern festival was held on Chang'an Avenue. Other than the end of the street and the end of the street, the stalls in the middle of the street were filled with dazzling lanterns. Some of these lanterns were for sale directly, some were for reward, and some were for making friends with lanterns and gathering to recite poems. Gu Jiao only had one thought in her mind when she glanced over: so many people, having been in the capital for so long. This was the first time Gu Jiao was so shocked by the bustling city. As far as the eye could see, there was a surging tide of people, overflowing with colorful lights and waning lights. Aya! I can't see anything." Little Jing Kong was too small and was completely blocked by the people around him. He was so anxious that he jumped on the spot. Secret guard A picked up little Jing Kong and let him ride on his neck. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that the view suddenly became higher. Wow! The air above was so fresh. Secret guard A carried little Jing Kong and followed behind Gu Yan. Secret guard B followed behind Gu Shaoshan. The 2 of them were shadow guards, not dragon shadow guards. Their brain circuits were normal, and the 2 of them had very sharp judgment and extremely strong comprehensive abilities. They knew that they only needed to look after the 3 little men. They didn't need to worry about the son-in-law. Eldest Miss alone was enough to protect the son-in-law. "Jiao Jiao. Look. Lotus lantern. Jiao Jiao. Peach lantern. Jiao Jiao. Tiger lantern." Little Jing Kong wanted to tell Gu Jiao when he saw a lantern. At first, he could still get a response from Gu Jiao. But somehow, they were separated by the crowd. Little Jing Kong turned around and found that Jiao Jiao was gone. "Jiao Jiao?" Just now, there was a vendor who made lanterns on the spot beside a small stall. He didn't need to buy them with copper coins. If he guessed the riddle correctly, he would get a free one. Many people heard the news and came over. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were pushed to the side by the crowd. At the moment when they were about to be separated by the crowd, they reached out their hands at the same time and grabbed each other's hands. Gu Jiao did it subconsciously, and so did Xiao Lulang. The difference was that Gu Jiao was used to being nice to Xiao Lulang. She treated him so well that she didn't hide it. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, had been very restrained. Therefore, it was the first time for him to grab her hand without any hesitation. Fortunately, Gu Jiao wasn't that sensitive. If it were someone else, they might have asked him why he took the initiative today. Gu Jiao didn't ask. She just turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes were sparkling and the corners of her lips curved slightly. "Don't worry, I will catch you. I won't lose you." Xiao Lulang felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't think too much about it. But the next second, he frowned again. Why didn't she think too much about it? Didn't she realize that he took the initiative to hold her hand? Didn't she think that things weren't that simple? He took a deep breath and looked at her. Oh? There's really a peach lantern." Gu Jiao looked at a big pink peach in front of her and exclaimed. After saying that, she realized that he had also spoken. She asked, "What did you say just now?" Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. "Nothing." There were more and more people. The 2 of them walked hand in hand to the end of Chang'an Street. Xiao Lulang actually didn't like crowds. He felt that it was very noisy. There was too much sweat and the smell of cosmetics in the air. It would make him breathless. But that didn't happen. Tonight. A road that was supposed to be very difficult seemed to have become less difficult to walk. After the Lantern Festival, they met up with Gu Yan and the others at the other end of Chang'an Street. Little Jing Kong was crying like a sieve. Do it again. Do it again. I want Jiao Jiao. The Lantern Festival was incomplete without Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong felt that he had wasted his time tonight. He was crying very sadly. However, the Lantern Festival had already ended. The streets were bleak and desolate. There were only broken lanterns on the ground that had been trampled by people. Even the streets matched his mood so well. Wah, he bawled loudly. He only stopped crying when Gu Jiao promised to take him to the Lantern Festival alone next time. His eyes were red and swollen. He said with a twitch, then I want to sleep with Jiao Jiao tonight. Xiao Liulong's mouth twitched. Little monk, I think your sadness is fake. Your real intention is to sleep with Jiao Jiao, right? Gu Jiao agreed. However, the little guy cried too hard. He was exhausted and fell asleep on the way back. Xiao Lulang rubbed his little head, but he didn't wake up. Xiao Lulang, haha. Xiao Lulang planned to carry little Jing Kong to Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoxuan's room. Then, he would go to Gu Jiao's room. However, when he arrived at the central room, he heard Gu Xiaoxuan say, "It's okay, brother-in-law. You don't have to squeeze with us tonight. The bed in the west room has been fixed." Xiao Lulang was stunned. It's been fixed? Who fixed it? I fixed it. I fixed it in the afternoon. Gu Xiaoxuan patted his chest and said. He was his master's direct disciple, and his carpentry skills were excellent. It was just a bed, and he could fix it back. Wait. Why did everyone's face look so pale? Was he cultivating too slowly? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone had fallen asleep. The noisy city had also fallen into silence. The sound of the wooden fish in the nunnery had also stopped. Only a few candlelight flickered on the candlesticks. Eunuch Wei stood guard outside the door. He thought that His Majesty had been eating for too long. Why did he suddenly become quiet? Suddenly, the door to the meditation room was opened. Grand Concubine Jing slowly walked out. Eunuch Wei hurriedly bowed. Grand Concubine. His Majesty has been so busy with state affairs that he fell asleep while eating. Ask Huiyan to bring a mattress and a pillow. Eunuch Wei looked inside and saw the emperor sleeping on the table. He was very worried, but still went to the little nun named Huiyan to get a mattress and a pillow. The wooden floor was clean. Grand Concubine Jing laid the mattress behind the emperor and helped him lie down with Eunuch Wei. The pillow, she said. Yes. The little nun put the pillow on the emperor's head. Grand Concubine Jing personally opened the thin blanket and gently covered the emperor. She held the emperor's hand and murmured, "Go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll be my hanger again." Eunuch Wei looked at Grand Concubine Jing strangely. That was a taboo. She wasn't the Empress Dowager, so she didn't have the right to call the emperor by his name, let alone call him mother. However, he was more concerned about the words "when you wake up, you'll be my hanger again." Why did she say that? Wasn't he the same before he woke up? The emperor slept for a long time, and it was already dawn when he woke up. Grand Concubine Jing had been watching over him all night. She couldn't take it anymore as dawn approached and fell asleep on the table beside him. She had been holding the emperor's hand the whole time, so she was the first to wake up when the emperor moved. Although there was a thick mattress, it wasn't as comfortable as the dragon bed. The emperor's back was aching. Eunuch Wei, he called out drowsily. He was still a little groggy. Grand Concubine Jing sat up straight and looked at him with gentle eyes. Hanger. The emperor opened his eyes and looked at her with a frown. What did you call me? Grand Concubine Jing was startled. She stared at the emperor without blinking. However, she found that the emperor's eyes didn't have the admiration she expected. On the contrary, there was only an iceberg-like coldness and alienation. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/111182244. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Your Majesty, you called this servant? Eunuch Wei walked in with a basin of water. He had gone to the small kitchen in the nunnery to have someone prepare hot water for the emperor. After serving the emperor for so many years, he knew that the emperor was about to wake up. Even if he didn't wake up, he had to wake the emperor up. Otherwise, what else could he do? There was still morning court to attend. Your Majesty? Eunuch Wei entered the room and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He looked at the emperor, then at concubine Jing. Was he imagining things? Why did it seem like something bad had happened between the two of them? The emperor's expression was very cold, and concubine Jing's expression wasn't very good either. Why, Your Majesty? Eunuch Wei lowered his voice and carefully walked over with the basin of hot water. The emperor held his forehead. He was still a bit dizzy, as if someone had forcefully stuffed a ball of cotton into his head. Eunuch Wei gathered his courage and glanced at concubine Jing, but the latter only looked at the emperor without saying anything, as if she was shocked by the emperor's appearance. Eunuch Wei thought, does His Majesty have a terrible headache? Even the imperial concubine is frightened. Eunuch Wei knelt down and placed the hot water on the floor beside him. He asked quietly, Your Majesty, do you have a headache? This servant will call for an imperial physician. The emperor put down his hand from his forehead. No need, morning court is about to begin. Eunuch Wei was startled by the emperor's unfamiliar tone. He then looked at concubine Jing without batting an eyelid. This morning was really strange. After the emperor finished washing up, he returned to Pure Flower's palace to change into his dragon robes and go to court. Granny Kai was released on the emperor's orders last night, so no one stopped her. She stumbled out of the torture chamber in Pure Flower's palace and was delighted to see the emperor. She respectfully bowed. This servant kowtows in salute to Your Majesty. The emperor expressionlessly walked past her. Granny Kai was stunned. Since the emperor let her go, that meant he trusted the imperial concubine. Why was he treating her so coldly? Nanny Kai hurried back to the nunnery with wounds all over her body. Concubine Jing sat quietly in her meditation room. There were 2 bottles, one black and one white, on the small table beside her. Both bottles were upside down, with pills spilling out of the openings. Aya! Why was the medicine spilled? How much did he spend to buy it? You can't buy more. Mammy Kai didn't even have time to greet her and hurriedly put the pills back into their respective bottles. She pretended to look sideways, only to see old concubine Jing's lifeless expression. She then recalled how His Majesty had ignored her this morning. Her heart skipped a beat. Old concubine. Could it be that His Majesty found out? Concubine Jing didn't say anything. She merely clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Granny Kai knew her master too well. Her face turned even paler because of this. If you didn't find anything, then, what was it? Did the medicine lose its effect, or was it the wrong medicine? Either way, the consequences would be terrible. That incident back then had almost caused him to fall out with Her Majesty. It hadn't been easy for him to use medicine to make him forget all the bad things about Her Majesty and reconcile with Her Majesty. If he remembered. Eunuch Wei. After court, His Majesty sat in his palanquin and suddenly spoke. Did I forget something? Ah? Eunuch Wei walked beside the palanquin as he looked at His Majesty and asked, What is Your Majesty talking about? Would I be asking you if I remembered? His Majesty said grumpily. Ah. Then I don't know what you're asking about. His Majesty frowned. He massaged his forehead and then his temples, feeling that he'd forgotten something important. Why couldn't he remember it all of a sudden? Your Majesty, are you still going to the nunnery? Eunuch Wei asked. Why would I go there? His Majesty asked in return. This question stumped Eunuch Wei. Did His Majesty not know why he was going to the nunnery? His Majesty remembered that he'd gone to visit concubine Jing yesterday. He asked strangely, isn't concubine Jing in the nunnery outside the palace? I remember that the Empress Dowager sent her out of the palace back then. Why did she come back? Eunuch Wei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Your Majesty, did you drink alcohol last night? What's wrong? His Majesty frowned. Eunuch Wei said, have you not sobered up yet? Did you forget that you were the one who brought Her Highness the Imperial Concubine back to the palace? His Majesty was confused. I brought her back to the palace? Eunuch Wei nodded. That's right. Esteemed Imperial Concubine Dowager fell down in the nunnery and was severely injured. After you went to visit esteemed Imperial Concubine Dowager, you were worried about her safety and brought her back to Pure Flower's palace. You even had someone build a small nunnery for esteemed Imperial Concubine Dowager in the palace so that she could often accompany the ancient Buddha. So there was such a thing. His Majesty tried hard to recall, but his head hurt as soon as he did. There seemed to be some fragmented memories, and Eunuch Wei wasn't lying. What he didn't understand was why he'd done this. It was against the rules. Although concubine Jing was his mother, that's right, she was his mother. She was the mother who'd raised him. It was only right that he was filial to her. It was only right. The Emperor's head hurt again. He suddenly felt that concubine Jing's mother wasn't that good. What about her? That's right, she'd punished him and Ning'an. In the middle of winter, he and Ning'an had been punished by concubine Jing to kneel in the snow because they'd sneaked out to pick some pomelos. But that day had been Empress Dowager Zhuang's birthday, and he and Ning'an had only gone to the cold palace to give her a bag of silver charcoal and a few pomelos. She'd punished them until Ning'an had fallen ill. She punished me and Ning'an, the Emperor suddenly said. Eunuch Wei was stunned. The Emperor said, in the middle of the snow, Ning'an and I had only gone to deliver some things to the Empress, but she punished us to kneel for an entire night, the Emperor sighed. She's that afraid of us getting close to the Empress. Eunuch Wei was stunned. This Empress should be Empress Dowager Zhuang when she was young. He'd heard His Majesty mention this before, but that wasn't what His Majesty had said at first. In the middle of the cold, she actually tricked Ning'an into delivering things to her, causing Ning'an to be punished by concubine mother and even fall ill. That vicious woman can't bear to see others live a good life. These were His Majesty's original words. Why did it change now? What happened to His Majesty? The Emperor suddenly realized that his head didn't hurt as much. He turned to look at Eunuch Wei. What did you say just now? No, nothing. Eunuch Wei felt that His Majesty had probably been provoked by something and had become so strange. He had to go back and ask the little miracle doctor if His Majesty had fallen ill or been possessed. Eunuch Wei was thinking about when to leave the palace to find Gu Jiao, but he didn't expect that Gu Jiao would enter the palace by herself. Eunuch Wei ran into Gu Jiao in the Imperial Garden, and his eyes lit up. Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei. Gu Jiao greeted. Eunuch Wei smiled. Why are you in the palace? Are you here to visit His Majesty? Gu Jiao said, I'm here to visit Grandaunt. Eunuch Wei smiled awkwardly but politely. How could he forget that His Majesty had always suspected that Empress Dowager Zhuang had offended the little miracle doctor? Gu Jiao saw that he was hesitating and asked, What's wrong, Eunuch Wei? Is something the matter? Eunuch Wei looked around and lowered his voice. Well, this servant doesn't know how to put it. It's just that His Majesty, he's a bit, Eunuch Wei. Grand Concubine Jing's unhurried voice came from not far away. Eunuch Wei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and bowed respectfully. Grand Concubine. Granny Kai was injured and was recuperating in the nunnery. The little nun called Huiyan was accompanying Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing walked over with her. She looked at the two and smiled. Miss Gu has also entered the palace. I happen to be on my way to visit His Majesty. Do you want to come with me? Sure, let's go together, Gu Jiao said. Eunuch Wei's eyes widened. Didn't she say she was here to visit the Empress Dowager? Grand concubine Jing's eyelashes trembled, as if she hadn't expected Gu Jiao to agree so readily. She stared blankly for a moment before smiling. Then let's go together. Gu Jiao and Grand concubine Jing headed to Pure Flower's palace together. The little nun was very excited and looked around. Gu Jiao didn't know what Grand concubine Jing was up to. She hadn't spoken much with Eunuch Wei before Grand concubine Jing arrived. Gu Jiao had followed because she wanted to see what Grand concubine Jing was up to. She really just wanted to take a look and didn't plan on doing anything. However, there were always accidents in this world. When Eunuch Wei crossed the threshold of the small garden, he suddenly slipped and accidentally bumped into Gu Jiao. Because it was Eunuch Wei, Gu Jiao didn't dodge. Otherwise, he would have fallen. The emperor, who had just come out of the study after approving a memorial, saw Eunuch Wei, who was by Grand concubine Jing's side, suddenly bump into Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao received a solid bump. Although she didn't cry out in pain, the emperor could tell that the bump wasn't light. The emperor's face darkened. Mother, why did you push Eunuch Wei? Grand concubine Jing, who hadn't even moved a finger. Digression, there will be more chapters, but you need to save up your manuscripts, especially since the number of words in the upcoming chapters will be doubled. Everyone, be patient. Love you. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. https://zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111175279. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei wanted to say that concubine Jing didn't push him, but the emperor said coldly, "Shut up." Eunuch Wei, shut up. The emperor looked at the hurt concubine Jing. For some reason, he didn't feel any pity for her. Instead, there was a hint of resistance and doubt. I didn't. Concubine Jing didn't say this. She knew the effects of this medicine better than anyone else. Concubine Jing didn't, the nun argued. It was Eunuch Wei who lost his footing. The emperor said coldly, "Why is he the only one who lost his footing?" Eunuch Wei, It's true that I lost my footing. Concubine Jing took one last look at the emperor, clenched her handkerchief, and turned to leave. Concubine Jing. Concubine Jing. The nun had no choice but to follow. She kept looking back until she stepped out of the door, hoping that the emperor would make concubine Jing stay. However, the emperor didn't. The emperor looked at concubine Jing's back in a daze for a moment. But it was only for a moment before he went to the study with a serious face. Eunuch Wei was confused. He dismissed the servants and said to Gu Jiao, "Miss Gu, did you see that? Is there something wrong with His Majesty? He wasn't like this before. Did he have a fight with concubine Jing? Or did he suffer some kind of shock?" Gu Jiao didn't answer him. Instead, she asked, "Concubine Jing really didn't push you just now?" Eunuch Wei said, "No. His Majesty made a mistake. I fell down on my own. It has nothing to do with concubine Jing. It's really strange. When did His Majesty become like this?" "Miss Gu, you mean, he's suddenly very cold to concubine Jing." Eunuch Wei suddenly understood. He had been looking for a word to describe His Majesty, but couldn't come up with one. So it was cold. He said, "Not too long ago. Yesterday, His Majesty caught Kai Mama in a fit of anger and questioned her. At night, Huiyan, who served Imperial Concubine Dowager, came to report that Imperial Concubine Dowager didn't eat or drink for the whole day. His Majesty was moved and went to visit Imperial Concubine Dowager. His Majesty was so tired that he fell asleep in the middle of his meal. When he woke up, he was already like this. Oh, then someone must have touched the medicine in the black bottle. Godfather was right. There were really people who liked to be too smart for their own good. Eunuch Wei looked at the smile on Gu Jiao's face and felt his scalp go numb. Miss Gu, why are you smiling? Gu Jiao blinked. It's nothing. He's fine. His Majesty is fine. You don't have to worry. Eunuch Wei was skeptical. Is there really no need to worry? Gu Jiao waved her hand. No need, no need. His Majesty is doing very well. If there's nothing else, I'll go to my great aunt's place first. Ah, I'll see Miss Gu out. Eunuch Wei escorted her out of Pure Flower's palace. Gu Jiao went to Rinzhou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang had just finished court and was reading memorials in the study. Her memorials were different from the emperor's. She read the memorials from the 6 ministries. Only those that she agreed to submit would be sent to the emperor by the ministers. Thus, the memorials that the emperor read every day were all second-hand memorials. What a miserable emperor. Gu Jiao didn't disturb her great-aunt and went to the side hall to find Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin was sunbathing on the grass with his little tortoise. When he saw Gu Jiao come over, his first reaction was to protect his little tortoise. Gu Jiao, ahem. Eunuch Qin probably realized that he had overreacted and coughed awkwardly. He put the little tortoise into the pond and said to Gu Jiao, Miss Gu, you're here? The sun is bright. Why don't you go sit in the pavilion for a while? He would never admit that he was worried that Miss Gu would hit his little tortoise again. Although Miss Gu didn't do it on purpose, he could deeply feel that the little tortoise was scared. That's fine. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. The two went to the pavilion and Eunuch Qin came over with tea and snacks. Gu Jiao said, Eunuch Qin, the Empress Dowager and His Majesty were at odds even before the late emperor passed away. It wasn't until the late emperor passed away, His Majesty ascended the throne, and the Empress Dowager refused to relinquish power that they completely broke up. Eunuch Qin nodded. That's right. From the looks of it, the drug had been administered before His Majesty ascended the throne. However, the effect of the drug was not instantaneous. It had a fermenting process. It was not until His Majesty's last line was crossed when His Majesty's last line that the two of them had no way to turn back. If that was the case, then His Majesty's dislike for old concubine Jing would have to slowly deepen with each misunderstanding. Oh, I thought His Majesty would be able to get Shadow Guard Long back immediately, Gu Jiao murmured. What did you say, Miss Gu? Eunuch Qin didn't hear her clearly. Oh, nothing. There was no rush. After bullying her great-aunt for so long, she should at least collect some interest from her. Gu Jiao said without a change in her expression. I mean, didn't great-aunt suspect that someone had drugged His Majesty? Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin sighed. Back then, the late emperor was seriously ill, and the Liu family and the imperial court were in chaos. Who would have thought of this? They all thought that the two of them had a dispute over the late emperor's illness. Gu Jiao paused. What's there to dispute about the illness? Eunuch Qin said, back then, the late emperor was suffering from a head disease. The imperial physicians and doctors of Zhao country were helpless. The imperial court invited a doctor from Yan country. The doctor said that to cure the disease, the head must be opened. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Great-aunt advocated a craniotomy, but His Majesty didn't agree? Knowing her great-aunt's personality, she would have tried it boldly. His Majesty, on the other hand, was more conservative. Unexpectedly, Eunuch Qin shook his head. No, Miss Gu, you've guessed wrong. It was His Majesty who advocated a craniotomy, but the Empress Dowager didn't agree. There was such a thing? Gu Jiao was surprised. Eunuch Qin nodded again. That's right. But before that, the two of them had a few disputes. It's just that outsiders don't know about it. I don't remember what the first dispute was about, and neither does the Empress Dowager. It's been too many years. No matter what, in the eyes of outsiders, it was over whether or not to open the late emperor's head. Was it opened in the end? Gu Jiao was more curious about this. Eunuch Qin shook his head. No. The late emperor passed away before the two of them could reach a conclusion. Gu Jiao asked again, then, when did the Empress Dowager and concubine Jing break off their relationship? Eunuch Qin said, it was a few days before the late emperor died. The Empress Dowager and concubine Jing quarreled, and the Empress Dowager slapped concubine Jing. This old servant was waiting outside at the time and didn't hear what they quarreled about. I only know that the Empress Dowager stopped interacting with concubine Jing after that. With her granddad's personality, she was willing to take any risk as long as there was a glimmer of hope. She was a woman who was braver and more decisive than men. It was one thing if the two of them didn't agree, but even the emperor agreed. How could granddad be more conservative than the emperor? Could it be that there was something wrong with that doctor from the Yan kingdom? Or perhaps a more daring guess was that the doctor had been hired by concubine Jing to murder the late emperor. It was just that granddad had found out about concubine Jing's scheme, which was why she was opposed to opening the head. The emperor, on the other hand, had been drugged and obeyed concubine Jing's every word. He had rebelled against granddad in every way possible, which was why he had advocated opening the head. Then, did the late emperor really die of illness? What was written in the imperial edict he left behind before he died? Empress Dowager Zhuang came over after reading the memorial. Gu Jiao saw that she was dressed properly and looked like she was about to go out. She couldn't help but ask, eh? Is granddad going out? Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Aren't you going to put on a show with that stupid emperor? There's no need. Gu Jiao's lips curved. It's been hard on granddad these past few days. In the future, granddad doesn't have to force yourself to put on a show with His Majesty anymore. A normal person would have asked why, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't ask this. She asked, are you still giving me the candied plums? Gu Jiao spread her hands. I'm not acting anymore, so of course I'm not giving them back. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened. Act, she was going to act. She was going to act as the one with 5 candied plums. Then, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up her phoenix robe and stomped to Pure Flower's palace. Did this girl think that her acting wasn't good enough? Humph, at worst, she'd just put in a bit more effort. There were a lot of memorials today. Empress Dowager Zhuang had called him to discuss matters last night. The news that the Crown Prince Consort had solved the situation had already reached the other 5 countries. Among them, the Liang, Zhao, and Chen had all replied, expressing their admiration for the Crown Prince Consort and congratulations to the Zhao Kingdom. Moreover, the 3 countries had all sent invitations to the Zhao Kingdom's Crown Prince Consort. Empress Dowager Zhuang's original intention was for the two of them to get on good terms first so that they wouldn't quarrel again in court. He didn't go. As a result, today's morning court really was full of arguments in the throne room. Some people wanted to go to the Liang Kingdom. The Liang Kingdom was a superior country, so being on good terms with it would only benefit the Zhao Kingdom. Some people wanted to go to the Zhao Kingdom. After all, old Sir Meng's hometown, Pu City, was in the Zhao Kingdom. Pu City was also known as the chess capital. There were also people who wanted to go to the Qin Kingdom. Because the king of the Qin Kingdom was about to confer the title of a new empress, the Crown Prince Consort and the envoys would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The emperor was having a headache when a palace servant reported that Empress Dowager Zhuang had arrived. The emperor didn't think much of it, thinking that she had come to discuss this matter. He picked up his teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. In the end, he heard a forceful call from the door. Hunger, the emperor's body shook, and the teacup in his hand flew out. The newest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/111157352. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. BQG's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. This hunger is too scary. The emperor felt a tremor from his soul. If it wasn't for the fact that he was old and couldn't move, he would have thrown himself out as well. Empress Dowager Zhuang rushed into the emperor's study. Thanks to more than a year of care by Gu Jiao's side, her body was much stronger than before. Even a lot of black hair grew on her head. She sat on the chair opposite the desk, crossed her legs, and looked straight at the emperor. The emperor frowned at her bandit look. "Mother, what's the matter?" "Nothing, I just came to see you," Empress Dowager Zhuang said faintly. After she finished speaking, she realized that her attitude was perfunctory. With this kind of acting, she was afraid that she would lose some candied fruits. She paused and grinned. "I just came to see Hunger." The emperor had goosebumps all over his body. In order to show her soulful acting skills, Empress Dowager Zhuang asked eunuch Qin to guard the door. At this moment, only the mother and son were in the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her legs and looked at the emperor meaningfully. It was as if she saw 5 walking candied fruits. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that the emperor was much more pleasing to the eye. "Emperor, why do I feel that the way mother looks at me is not right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang decided to care about her candied fruits. No, son." She smiled rarely and said very gently, "Have you eaten? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Are you wearing warm clothes? How is your life? If you have any difficulties, tell mother." The emperor, Empress Dowager Zhuang took good care of the emperor. Not only that, she also forced the emperor to eat lunch and forced the emperor to stroll around the imperial garden to ensure that everyone in the 6 palaces knew that she was a loving mother empress today. Then she leisurely returned to Rinshou Palace. "Where is Jiao Jiao?" she asked eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin smiled. "Miss Gu left the palace." Empress Dowager Zhuang's face sank. "What about my candied fruits?" Eunuch Qin's neck shrank. She took them away." Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened in a second. After Gu Jiao left the palace, she did not immediately return to the medical center. Recently, the medical center had a new doctor, so she did not have to see patients every day like before. It was really convenient for her to do her own things. She had run out of saltpeter, so she planned to find some more saltpeter. Unfortunately, this kind of thing was extremely difficult to buy on the market. Gu Jiao stroked his chin thoughtfully as he walked down the street. "Doll." Suddenly, a voice called out to her. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks. She turned her head around strangely and saw the old beggar who had played chess with her a few times running towards her. "It's really you." The old beggar came to Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Just now, I thought you looked like you from the back, so I called you." Gu Jiao made an O sound and said, "This is not Willow Silk Street. Why are you here?" If she remembered correctly, the old beggar was active around Willow Silk Street, and this place was close to Xuanwu Street. I'm just casually walking around," the old beggar said. He held a broken beggar's bowl in his hand and carried a basket on his back like Gu Jiao. However, his basket was also broken. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." The old beggar's face sank. "Doll, why haven't you come to play chess for several days? Am I not saving money for you?" Gu Jiao boasted shamelessly. The old beggar's mouth twitched. "You said it as if you weren't the black-hearted person who only agreed to play chess for 10 taels of silver," Gu Jiao said, "then you can walk around. I'm leaving first." The old beggar stopped her. You're not going to play chess?" Was it easy for him to catch this little doll? Gu Jiao faintly raised her eyebrows. "Do you have money?" The old beggar held the bowl and put it on his waist. His face was full of pain. "Do you have the heart to squeeze an old man like me?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes." The old beggar was speechless. The old beggar took off his basket and gave it to Gu Jiao. He also gave the unused bowl to Gu Jiao. "My stall is over there. You take care of it for me. I'll be back in a while." You have a stall just to beg for food?" She learned something new. After the old beggar finished giving his instructions, he left in a hurry. Gu Jiao saw him enter an alley. There was a chess club in that alley. Gu Jiao had gone there for treatment before. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She took the old beggar's things to the so-called stall and squatted down expressionlessly. Her small body squatted there with a broken bowl in front of her. She looked a little pitiful. She didn't dress like a beggar, but the more noble a person was, the more pitiful they would be. After all, who didn't want to save face these days? If it wasn't because her family couldn't survive, why would a girl beg on the street? Everyone looked at Gu Jiao sympathetically. Gu Jiao didn't think so. She was attracted by the chess game left by the old beggar on the ground. This chess game was different from the ones she had solved before. It was very strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange about it. She began to calculate the positions of each chess piece in her mind. Clang, a copper coin was thrown into the broken bowl in front of her. Gu Jiao didn't look up and continued to play chess. Clang, another person passed by and threw a copper coin into the bowl. Gu Jiao still didn't look up and focused on solving the game. She finally knew what was strange about this chess game. It was so murderous. How murderous was the person who created this chess game? Although chess was supposed to be a battle between two chess pieces, it was rare to see such a battle. Gu Jiao was so engrossed in the game that she didn't notice that there were many copper coins in the broken bowl. If the old beggar knew that he couldn't get more than a few copper coins in the whole day, but Gu Jiao had a full bowl without doing anything, he would probably vomit blood. Young master, look. On the second floor of a tea house behind Gu Jiao, a gray-cloaked guard opened the window and leaned half of his body out. He pointed at Gu Jiao in front of him. The man also leaned out and looked in the direction of the gray-cloaked guard's finger. He patted his fan and said, "What's there to see about a little beggar?" The gray-cloaked guard quickly said, "No, young master, it's her." The man asked, "Which her?" The gray-cloaked guard anxiously said, "The little girl who was with the little monk." The man's hand that was playing with the fan paused, "The one who used the black fire bead to blow you up?" "Yes, young master, it's her." The gray-cloaked guard scratched his head. "Strange, why is she begging?" The man meaningfully hooked his lips. "Let's go and take a look." The gray-cloaked guard closed the window and followed the man. "What are you doing here?" the man asked in a bad mood. The gray-cloaked guard said, "Didn't young master say to go and take a look?" The man coldly snorted, "I'm going to take a look, not you. Wasn't it exposed enough last time?" The gray-cloaked guard curled his lips and unwillingly stayed in the room. The man was wearing a crescent white robe with a dark blue muslin robe and a jade belt around his waist. He looked handsome and elegant. Gu Jiao was guarding the old beggar's stall. From time to time, people would come and go, but they wouldn't stay here. The light above Gu Jiao's head dimmed. She didn't pay attention to it at first, but the shadow didn't leave after a while. She raised her head in annoyance. What came into view was a handsome face that was elegant and noble. His eyebrows were extremely deep, his nose was high, and his lips were light in color. The corners of his lips were curled up in a beautiful arc. Was this person of Hu descent? He was quite good-looking. The man showed a smile. "Miss," Gu Jiao said, "you're blocking the light." The man, Gu Jiao, ignored him and continued to think about the game of chess. The man curiously touched the bridge of his nose. He was so good-looking, how could a girl ignore him? Was his hair messy, or was his face dirty? "Miss?" he called. Again. However, Gu Jiao ignored him. The man stepped to the side, trying not to block Gu Jiao's light. At the same time, he also looked at what Gu Jiao was doing. It turned out that she was playing chess. It was a bit of a stretch to call it a game of chess. It was nothing more than a chessboard drawn with an old wooden board. Stones were used as chess pieces, and each of them was irregular. The black piece was just a drop of ink on the stone. The man's mouth twitched. Was she so poor? Didn't she live in Bai Shui Alley? That was near the Imperial College, and the house prices were very high. Moreover, he had seen the little monk's things. Any one of them could be sold at a sky-high price. If she couldn't live anymore, she could sell the little monk's things. Why beg on the street, anyway? This girl was so poor. Did she know how to play chess? The man just glanced at the chessboard with the mentality that if she didn't know how to play, he could reluctantly teach her a thing or two. At first glance, he didn't feel much, just a bit uncomfortable. He glanced again, a third time and a fourth time. His expression froze. It couldn't be, right? Could it be that he was mistaken? How could he be here, on the street of Zhao country, to be exact, in the hands of a little beggar, a little girl? He saw this chess game. Everyone knew that the chess sage of the 6 countries, old Mr. Meng, had created countless chess games in his life. Among them, the 8 games were the most famous. There were very few people who could solve them, especially the Qianquan game. It was said that the crown princess of Zhao country recently solved the Qianquan game, becoming the person who solved the 8 games the most in the 6 countries. But no one knew that old Mr. Meng actually had another set of chess games, the life and death 6 games. This was truly a forbidden situation that no one could break. The reason why it was forbidden was because the murderous aura of the life and death 6 games was too strong. Often, before the game was solved, the player would go crazy first. He was lucky to see the first game of the life and death 6 games. Before he went crazy, he chose to give up. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he could see it again. Why was this girl not affected at all? She looked very relaxed. Was she not affected by the murderous aura of the chess game? You. The man moved his gaze away from the chess game. Gu Jiao pointed at the broken bowl in front of her. The man was stunned for a moment, then he seemed to understand. He took out 2 gold ingots and put them in the bowl. Gu Jiao finally responded, "What's the matter?" Sure enough, money could make the devil turn millstones, and money could make people speak. The man patted his folding fan speechlessly and said, "This game. What do you think?" "Well, it's quite interesting," Gu Jiao said. "Does it mean something?" "That's it? Don't you think it's difficult, Bottom?" "Well, it's a little difficult," Gu Jiao admitted. The man was confused. "I'm asking you if it's difficult?" "There's a bottom at the back. What kind of freak was this girl? How could she talk about a chess game with murderous aura so lightly? No, shouldn't he be curious about where this lass learned how to play Go? The life and death 6 games were not like the 8 games that were widely spread in the 6 countries. They had been banned by the royal family of the Yan kingdom. Ordinary people had never seen them. One moment, it was the black fire pearl of the royal family of the Yan kingdom. The next moment, it was old Mr. Meng's life and death 6 games. What was this girl's relationship with the Yan kingdom? Doll. The old beggar came out of the alley with the silver in his hands. The man didn't want to have too much contact with people for the time being, so he didn't want to leave any information. He turned around and went back to the tea house. The old beggar came in front of Gu Jiao, squatted down, and handed the shining silver in his hands to Gu Jiao. He laughed and said, "Doll, look, I won." Then he lowered his head and saw the broken bowl at his feet. There were 2 shining gold ingots in the bowl. In addition to the gold ingots, there were also many copper coins and pieces of silver. The old beggar was flabbergasted. This. Where did this come from? Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then said lightly, "Well, a passerby gave it to me." The old beggar looked at the bowl of gold, silver, and copper coins, and then looked at the scattered silver ingots in his hands. He suddenly felt that the silver ingots weren't very attractive. He worked so hard to play chess with a group of idiots, but in the end, he didn't earn as much as the doll squatting here. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and wanted to ask him if he wanted to play chess. The old beggar raised his hand bitterly and said, "Don't talk to me first. I need to calm down. It was too painful." "Okay." Gu Jiao continued squatting by the roadside, drawing circles with a chess piece. Suddenly, a very gorgeous carriage stopped in front of him. The curtain of the carriage was opened, and a burst of fragrant wind came. Gu Jiao's nose itched, and she sneezed. A female official in a pink palace dress came down from the carriage. She covered her nose with a handkerchief, stopped 3 steps away from the old beggar, and didn't go forward anymore. She didn't look at Gu Jiao squatting on the ground, but looked down at the old beggar sitting by the roadside and said, "Your Excellency, my master invites you to go to the Qingfeng gang with me." "No." The old beggar refused without thinking. The female official said, "I heard that Your Excellency was driven out of the Qinghuan Chess Club, and you can't go there to play chess from now on. My master felt sorry for Your Excellency when he heard the news." Gu Jiao took a look at the old beggar. The old man was driven out of the chess club? No wonder he changed to another chess club. The old beggar put his hands on his hips and said, "They didn't drive me out. It's me who decided to never go to that kind of rubbish chess club again. Let me pretend to lose? How can you embarrass me like that?" This was not a bluff, but the truth. He really didn't know how to lose to a group of rookies. The female official tried her best to keep her expression from collapsing. "My master sincerely invites your excellency to play chess. Please come with me to change your clothes and go to the Qingfeng gang to meet my master." The old beggar laughed and said, "I have to change my clothes to meet your master. Who is your master? The emperor or the empress?" The female official said seriously, "It's inconvenient to disclose the identity of my master, but it's definitely a noble identity that you can't imagine. With my master's protection, no one in the capital's chess club will dare to drive your excellency out." "I'm not going." The old beggar still refused without any hesitation. The female official's face showed a trace of impatience. "Your excellency might as well consider it." The old beggar waved his hand. "I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. Aren't you annoying? You're disturbing me from playing chess with my child. Go, go, go." The female official was driven away. She coldly knitted her brows and looked at Gu Jiao, who was squatting on the ground studying the Go board. Her eyes moved. "It's her." The female official went to a side room of the Qingfeng gang to reporting to the crown princess. "He is not willing to come." "Why is he not willing to come?" The crown princess was puzzled. The crown princess had hesitated for a long time before deciding to invite that old beggar. At first, she did not pay much attention to him, but he had won against Maoshan practitioner time and time again. It was impossible for the crown princess to not pay attention to him. The female official respectfully said, "He wants to play chess with someone." "Who?" The crown princess put down the teacup in her hand and asked. The female official replied, "The daughter of Marquis Ding An's matter. The one that grew up in the countryside." The crown princess had personally seen Gu Jiao play chess with the old beggar. At that time, she did not pay much attention to it, but now, she could not help but be curious. How did she know that old beggar? The female official thought for a while and said, "I heard that the old beggar used to set up a chess game on Lusu Street. However, everyone thought that he was a lunatic and no one went to play chess with him. Perhaps Miss Gu happened to go there and they got to know each other." Showing her face in public and squatting on the side of the road to play chess with a beggar, only a vulgar girl from the countryside would do such a disgraceful thing. She is the daughter of Marquis Ding An's matter and the wife of the new top scholar, yet she does not care about her family's face at all. The crown princess cared about face. She definitely would not lower her status to interact with a beggar on the street. "Forget it. It's fine if he doesn't come." The crown princess did not think too highly of him. "Is there any news from old Sir Meng's side?" The female official said, "There is currently no news from the country of Yen. As for the country of Liang, the country of Chen, and the country of Zhao," the crown princess cut her off and said loftily, "What I want is news from the country of Yen. What I need is old Sir Meng's attention." The newest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1111149825. HTML Genius remembers this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. BQG's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. Gu Jiao played chess with the old beggar for a while and then left. Of course, she didn't forget to take the gold ingots and work fees she earned. However, she still had some conscience and left the copper coins and silver pieces for the old beggar. It was still early, so Gu Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy. She originally planned to wait for Xiao Lulang to finish his duty, but after asking the Hanlin Academy's Kong Mu, she learned that Xiao Lulang went to the countryside again. However, this time, he didn't go far. He was in the capital and could come back at night. Thank you. Gu Jiao thanked him politely and turned to leave the Hanlin Academy. Little Jing Kong was going to play at Su Kongji's house today. She had already informed them in the morning, so she didn't need to pick him up at the Imperial College. The Su family would send him back to the medical center in the evening. Gu Jiao decided to go directly to the medical center. However, even Gu Jiao didn't expect that she would encounter some hooligans on the way back to the medical center. Gu Jiao was puzzled. There was still a long way to go before the new year. Were they open for business so early? There were a total of 6 hooligans. Judging from their clothes, they looked like bandits and refugees. However, they were strong, and they looked like they were holding knives and swords. They should have some martial arts foundation. They covered their faces with cloth and stared at her covetously. Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, "Robbery?" With her current appearance, she couldn't be robbing, right? However, it was hard to say. Some men wouldn't care so much if they didn't have sex for a long time. Sigh. Gu Jiao wasn't interested. Gu Jiao turned and left. She didn't even want to fight. Stop. The leader of the hooligans shouted. Gu Jiao stopped, and the result was that the hooligans were beaten black and blue. They were crying for their parents. Gu Jiao didn't bother to report it to the authorities. With their current miserable state, it wouldn't take long for the nearby officials to be alerted, so she didn't have to do anything. Gu Jiao flicked his wide sleeves and walked back to the clinic. The reason why she chose to walk was not because she was idle, nor was it because she was distressed about the cost of hiring a carriage. It was purely because she wanted to observe the shops along the street. On the way back to the clinic, they didn't encounter any more trouble. Xiao Gu. You're back. It was the second master. The business of the medical hall had improved a lot, and the orders of the pharmaceutical factory had also increased. In addition to making their own brand of medicine for wounds, Huichun Hall also made some pills that could replenish qi and blood. The second boss was so busy that he rarely bumped into Gu Jiao. Uncle Hu. Gu Jiao greeted him. What's the good news today? Second boss smiled mysteriously. Let me show you something. What? Gu Jiao asked. This. The second boss took out a dazzling golden invitation from his chest. This is something that I fought for with great difficulty. Originally, our Miracle Hand Hall had just opened and didn't have the qualifications to participate in this kind of gathering, but who told me to be so amazing? Gu Jiao still didn't understand. Thus, the second boss explained to her, and Gu Jiao finally understood. This was actually a meeting organized by the capital's Chamber of Commerce. Although the Miracle Hand Hall was a medical hall, it wasn't a welfare organization of the imperial court, so it still had the qualifications to join the Chamber of Commerce. In the Chamber of Commerce, one could seek more opportunities for development and cooperation with partners. There were official members and unofficial members. The second boss had indeed spent a lot of effort to obtain the invitation to the Chamber of Commerce. The date was next month. He also didn't expect to become an official member of the Chamber of Commerce immediately. After all, Huichun Hall had joined the ranks of the Chamber of Commerce several years ago. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. This time, we're mainly going to broaden our horizons. What do you think? The second boss asked. Okay. Gu Jiao didn't have any objections. When it came to business, she wholeheartedly trusted the second boss. It had to be said that this feeling of being trusted was very good. The second boss smiled and said, then I'll go arrange it. Remember to clear out these few days. Gu Jiao nodded in response. Alright, you go do your work. Aya. The second boss suddenly looked at Gu Jiao's sleeve and loudly shouted, You're injured. His shout was very loud, and the entire hall heard it. Even Eunuch Wei, who had just gotten out of the carriage, heard it. What happened? What happened? Who's injured? Is Miss Gu injured? Eunuch Wei anxiously ran inside and came to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Jiao lifted the sleeve that the second boss was looking at. There were indeed a few drops of blood on it, but she wasn't injured. She must have accidentally rubbed the other party's blood on her clothes when she was dealing with that group of ruffians. It's not mine, Gu Jiao said. Then what's up with the blood? Eunuch Wei pointed at her sleeve and asked worriedly. Gu Jiao made an O sound. I just ran into a few ruffians and taught them a lesson. Eunuch Wei was still worried, so he pulled Gu Jiao's wrist and used his body to block everyone else's view. He rolled up her sleeve and carefully examined it. After confirming that there were no wounds or bruises, Eunuch Wei finally let out a long sigh of relief. He helped Gu Jiao pull up her sleeve. He was a eunuch and didn't have too many barriers between men and women, but he still didn't want others to see Gu Jiao's arm in public. Eunuch Wei, why are you here? Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Wei said, His Majesty had this servant come. His Majesty wasn't in a good mood earlier in the palace and didn't pay attention to Miss Gu. After His Majesty calmed down, he felt apologetic and ordered the imperial kitchen to make some of Miss Gu's favorite snacks. He was talking about what happened in the morning. The emperor misunderstood that Grand Concubine Jing had pushed Eunuch Wei. He was furious and had mixed feelings as he turned to enter the study. After being poisoned by the black medicine, only the bad side of that person's memory would be left. Gu Jiao was still the little miracle doctor that the emperor thought highly of. Gu Jiao accepted the snacks. Eunuch Wei returned to the palace to report and told the emperor about the attack on Gu Jiao. It was just a few ruffians. Miss Gu wasn't hurt. Ruffians of this level were most likely ruffians in the capital. It wasn't likely that they were sent by some big shot to assassinate Gu Jiao. After all, they were too weak and couldn't do any harm to Gu Jiao. However, the emperor didn't know why, but a figure suddenly appeared in his mind and couldn't be erased. A terrifying thought surged into his mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Reason told him that it was impossible, but the more he thought about it, the more that thought magnified in his mind. In the end, it was as if he had been possessed, and he firmly believed in this conjecture. He slammed the booklet in his hand on the table and went to the nunnery with a cold face. It was evening, and all the palaces had begun to have their meals. It was also dinner time in the nunnery. Green smoke was rising from the chimney of the small kitchen, adding to the atmosphere of the common people among the pavilions and terraces. The setting sun should have been a very warm scene. However, the emperor's heart was cold. Your Majesty? The little nun, Huiyan, who was sweeping the courtyard, saw the emperor. Her eyes sparkled as she put down the broom and bowed. The emperor didn't even look at her as he went to Grand Concubine Jing's small temple with a cold expression. Grand Concubine Jing wasn't in the temple, but in the meditation room next door. She was sitting on the polished wooden floor with a small table in front of her. There were a few bottles and a few fresh ingredients on the table. She was using a pestle and mortar to make something in a small jar in her arms. Her left thumb was wrapped in a white gauze, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. It could be seen that she was working very hard at it. Granny Kai stayed by her side and helped her. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps was heard. Granny Kai paused in her cutting of the taro and looked at Grand Concubine Jing beside her. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her head and ate the mashed taro, as if she hadn't heard the commotion outside. Granny Kai gently placed the knife and taro on the table, intending to go over and see what was going on. She had just stood up when the emperor entered the room. He left his shoes outside the door. Granny Kai bowed. Your Majesty. Grand Concubine Jing seemed to have finally realized that someone had come. She calmly raised her head with a gentle gaze, but there was also a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She only glanced at the emperor without saying anything, and then lowered her head to continue eating the mashed taro. You're dismissed, the emperor coldly said to Granny Kai. Granny Kai turned her head and looked at Grand Concubine Jing, who didn't say anything. She lowered her head and said, Yes, this servant will take her leave. Granny Kai got up and left the room. The emperor knew that she hadn't gone far and was probably listening at the door, but he didn't care that much. He suddenly sat down in front of Grand Concubine Jing and looked at the face that he had missed day and night. He said with a pained voice, Why did you do this, mother? Grand Concubine Jing stopped eating the mashed taro. She held the jar in one hand and the pestle and mortar in the other. Her eyes were full of confusion. What did I do? The emperor stared at Grand Concubine Jing without blinking, and his hands on his knees slowly clenched. Mother, don't play the fool anymore. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Mother, you know very well what you did. I know very well what I did. Your Majesty, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Grand Concubine Jing said indifferently as she angrily threw the pestle and mortar into the jar. She then placed the jar on the table indifferently. There wasn't a trace of guilt on her face, so logically speaking, she really shouldn't have done anything. However, the emperor's suspicions were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They had grown on the way here, and had grown even more when he saw her in person. The emperor said seriously, "Very well. If Mother wants to hear it, then I'll tell you. The young divine doctor was attacked today and almost got injured. If it wasn't for her quick wits and skills, she would have been killed." Grand Concubine Jing was surprised. "So your Majesty believes that I was the one who instigated this?" "Wasn't that the case?" the emperor asked with gritted teeth. "Why would I do that?" Grand Concubine Jing asked. The emperor sneered. "Why?" "I want to ask you why, Mother. Is it that as long as it's someone Zhen likes, Imperial Mother will drive them away from Zhen's side? You used to be Mother Zhuang, and now you're the young divine doctor. In Mother's heart, I can't get close to anyone other than you." Grand Concubine Jing suddenly raised her voice. "I've never thought of it that way." The emperor's lips curled up in a mocking smile. "Is that so? Then why did Mother stop me from seeing Mother? When did I?" Grand Concubine Jing paused mid-sentence. The emperor looked at her coldly. "Mother, you remember now, don't you?" "To be honest, I've forgotten about it as well, but I suddenly remembered it a few days ago. Ningyan and I secretly went to the cold palace to visit Mother, and she punished us by making us kneel in the snow for an entire night. Ningyan fell seriously ill because of it." Grand Concubine Jing closed her eyes and explained patiently, "That's because I didn't want noble consort Lu to have something on me. The Empress didn't want you to visit her in the cold palace either. She didn't want to implicate you, and neither did I. The son was hurt, and the mother was hurt. How could I not feel bad when you were kneeling in the snow?" The emperor said indifferently, "Is that so? I don't remember Mother feeling bad at all." Grand Concubine Jing clenched her fists. Outside the room, Granny Kai was so anxious that she felt suffocated. She knew the situation at the time. Grand Concubine Jing punished His Majesty and Ningyan while tears welled up in her eyes. Anyone could tell that she couldn't bear it. Yet, the emperor said that he didn't remember. "That pill, it must be that pill, whatever you say, Your Majesty." Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes, her expression and tone filled with hurt. "Your Majesty." Granny Kai couldn't help but walk in and kneel. Grand Concubine wouldn't do that. She's someone who can't even bear to step on an ant. Why would she send someone to assassinate Miss Gu? Endless mockery flashed through the emperor's eyes. Can't even bear to step on an ant? Then who was it that beat my fucking to death back then? Grand Concubine Jing's pupils shrank. "What did you say?" The emperor said coldly, "I said, Mother beat my fucking to death." Fucking was a name so long ago that no one in the palace remembered his existence. He was the one who served the emperor when he was young. After his death, the emperor had eunuch Wei by his side. However, fucking was bribed by noble consort Lu to frame the emperor several times. Even death couldn't wipe out his crimes. Moreover, it wasn't Grand Concubine Jing who ordered him to be beaten to death. It was the virtuous Empress Xianxia. All of you, look carefully. This is the consequence of betraying your master for glory. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please save this servant. This servant knows her mistake, Mother, execute her. It was Zhuang Jins who did it, so why was she blamed? Grand Concubine Jing's hands clenched into fists. She was using so much force that her knuckles turned white. Granny Kai choked. "No, Your Majesty." It wasn't Grand Concubine. The emperor didn't look at Nanny Kai at all. Instead, he stared at Concubine Jing with blazing eyes. "Fine. Mother won't admit to the matter of the young divine doctor or fucking, but Mother won't be able to get away with you Ro's matter. You row, Concubine row." When the emperor was still a prince, he went to Jiangnan with the previous emperor and brought back a beauty. After ascending the throne, he made her concubine Ro. Concubine Ro died in childbirth. The emperor gritted his teeth. The day before concubine Ro passed away, mother summoned her to her chambers. What did mother say to concubine Ro that caused her to give birth prematurely? In all honesty, Grand Concubine Jing didn't summon concubine Ro. It was concubine Ro who came to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing. As for why she gave birth prematurely, it had nothing to do with Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the emperor in disbelief, her fingernails digging into her flesh. Once she got used to someone treating her well, she would forget that it was because of a pill. She even had the confidence and misconception that he would still treat her well even after the effects of the pill wore off. Don't touch the young divine doctor again. Don't touch anyone around me, and don't waste the last bit of our mother-son relationship. The emperor said coldly, stood up, and walked away without looking back. Grand Concubine Jing was so angry that she swept the jar on the table to the floor. It was the mashed taro she had been making all afternoon. She had planned to make taro puffs for the emperor. The emperor liked the pastries she made. He liked all of them, such as jujube puffs, taro puffs, osmanthus puffs, and thousand-layer puffs. Your Highness. Granny Kai felt wronged. The Grand Concubine's hand was injured because of the mashed taro. Grand Concubine Jing looked at her bandaged thumb and murmured, he didn't even notice that my hand was injured. A person who had been treated with care had suddenly become someone who didn't care about anything. The difference was huge. Granny Kai said with heartache, Your Highness. I've already advised you, but it's useless. You might as well not do anything. Grand Concubine Jing's eyes were deep. Zhuang Jintz didn't do anything back then. I've often wondered why she didn't do anything. Didn't she want to redeem herself? She didn't know that His Majesty was drugged. How could she be so ruthless and so proud? How could she let it go so easily? When Zhuang Jintz realized that this son of hers was no longer close to her, she didn't ask him to stay. She flew away like a proud phoenix without any reluctance. She left so decisively and straightforwardly, as if she had never loved this son of hers. Grand Concubine Jing clutched at her heart, which felt like a sharp knife was stabbing at it. Isn't she sad? Granny Kai sighed inwardly. How could she not be sad? It's just that her personality is like that. She'd rather be sad until she dies than beg for pity from anyone. She was like this to the late emperor and to His Majesty. How many sleepless nights must Zhuang Jintz have had where she could only lick her wounds in the dark? She might have been in pain, cried, and torn apart, but she wouldn't let anyone see her weakness. She was no longer the Zhuang Jintz of the past from the moment she turned the late emperor's harem into her own. Grand Concubine Jing returned to her room and took out the imperial edict. Granny Kai's expression changed. Your Highness, what are you doing? Don't be rash. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1111128876. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. Grand Concubine Jing gripped the imperial edict with a cold expression. Granny Kai grabbed her arm and dropped to her knees. She was so scared that her face turned pale and her voice trembled. Your Highness. I'm on my knees. Please don't be impulsive. His Majesty is just momentarily blinded. Wait a while. His Majesty will be fine after a while. Naturally, this was just a consolation, but Granny Kai couldn't think of any other way. I'm begging you, please put the imperial edict back, please put it back, you don't only have His Majesty. You still have Princess Ningyan. Please don't be impulsive, please think for the princess. Grand concubine Jing was dazed. Ningyan won't be able to come back in this lifetime, she won't be able to, she won't. Granny Kai sobbed and shook her head. The Empress Dowager said that as long as the princess dared to marry, she wouldn't be able to come back for the rest of her life. She was just angry. The Empress Dowager loves the princess so much. If the princess really wanted to come back, how could the Empress Dowager refuse her? Grand concubine Jing murmured, "Can Ningyan come back?" "Yes. Yes." Granny Kai looked at Grand concubine Jing's dazed expression and stood up quietly. She carefully reached out to hold one end of the imperial edict. "Your Highness, please give the imperial edict to me. I'll put it away for you. I'll grind the ink for you later. Your Highness, please send a letter home to the princess and say that you miss her." Grand concubine Jing looked confused. "Write a letter to Ningyan." Granny Kai slowly pulled the imperial edict out of her hand. "Yes. Yes, Your Highness. Write a letter to Princess Ningyan. You haven't written a letter home for this month yet." Grand concubine Jing didn't resist in the end and let her hand fall. Granny Kai took the imperial edict in her hand and let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly put the edict in another secret compartment. The previous secret compartment had been exposed, and this one was under the floorboards. Granny Kai was afraid that Grand concubine Jing would change her mind, so she quickly went to the study to get a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Your Highness, no matter what, she had to divert the imperial concubine's attention. Grand concubine Jing raised her brush indifferently. In the darkness of the night where no one could see, she closed her eyes and a tear fell. Xiao Lulang went to the countryside, little Jing Kong went to the Su Kanji house, and Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun went to learn martial arts again. Gu Jiao felt that it would be unreasonable if she did not do something secretly at such a perfect time. She infiltrated Marquis Dingyan Manor. Marquis Dingyan's manor was as quiet as usual. Originally, Gu Qinglin was a little noisy, but a few days ago, Marquis Gu did not have a carriage. Walking from the countryside to the capital, he nearly broke his legs. When he returned home, he fell ill. Today, Gu Qinglin was taking care of his father in his courtyard. This just so happened to be convenient for Gu Jiao. After all, Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng lived in the same courtyard. It was never a bad thing to have one less person watching over them. Gu Jiao entered Gu Qingfeng's courtyard with ease. Gu Qingfeng was taking a bath. As he soaked, he sang an opera in the wooden tub. Gu Jiao did not understand opera, but for some reason, she felt that his voice was quite pleasant to listen to. In the sky, the wild geese soar hearing the slave's voice, the shadow falls on the painting screen. Gu Qingfeng was very engrossed in singing. His voice was mellow, his voice melodious, and his gestures were full of charm. "You can sing a female voice?" Gu Jiao bent down and whispered into his ear. The tone of this sentence was so casual that it was as if he was greeting an acquaintance on the street. However, the reality was that Gu Qingfeng was in his own room, bathing, singing an opera, and not wearing a single stitch of clothing. In order to not be heard by others, he specially chose a time when Gu Qinglin was not in the courtyard and dismissed all the servants. Thus, he did not expect that he would be disturbed. Saying that he was disturbed was not enough. This was simply a shock. Gu Qingfeng fell into the water with a plop and almost choked himself to death. When he held on to the edge of the wooden tub and sat up, he did not know how many mouthfuls of his bathwater he had drunk. He grabbed the towel hanging on the wooden tub to cover a certain unspeakable part. He was so panicked that his hair stood up in the tub. "Why did you come in the middle of the night? And you specifically chose to come when I was bathing. Do you have some strange fetish? Last time it was in the toilet, and this time it was in the bathtub." Gu Qingfeng seriously suspected that she did it on purpose. Gu Jiao spread her hands. "I didn't know that you were the one singing the opera. Who asked you to sing an opera when you were bathing, and a female one at that?" Gu Qingfeng's face turned red. "Xingdan is clean and ugly, it's whatever I sing. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Gu Jiao said bluntly. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. You. Get out." "Oh." Gu Jiao turned around, opened the door and walked out. She had already crossed the threshold when suddenly a small head popped in. It's quite nice. Gu Qingfeng. Shut up. Last time, when he pretended to be an assassin to frame Nanny Kai, Gu Qingfeng had used a voice that was completely different from his usual voice. Gu Jiao did not take it to heart at that time. She only thought that they were professional thieves. Not only could they hide their appearance, but they could also disguise their voice. But tonight, when she heard it, it was not a fake voice. He could really change his voice. Hey, what other voices do you know? Gu Jiao asked after Gu Qingfeng came out of the room with a gloomy face. None. Gu Qingfeng said in a bad mood. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng thought that she had given up. She suddenly asked again, do you know a lowly voice? Then. Mature voice? Teenager voice? Queen voice? Gu Qingfeng stopped and looked at her in confusion. Although I don't know what you are talking about, but, when did you become so talkative? Isn't little Jing Kong the only little loudspeaker spirit in your family? Gu Jiao blinked and stopped pestering him to change his voice. She took out a copper coin from her pouch and handed it to him. What is it? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao said, a tip for you. Gu Qingfeng, the two left the courtyard and walked forward at a moderate pace. However, the old duke was not around and most of the secret guards in the residence were not around either. When they passed by a small wooden house, Gu Qingfeng said, if you want to see me in the future, can you let me know in advance? Or, you can at least knock on the door. Today, she only saw him bathing and singing. What if one day, he was a man and it would be inconvenient for him to be seen by others? Oh, is that so? Gu Jiao raised her hand and knocked on the door of the small wooden house. Creak, the door of the small wooden house opened. Both of them were stunned. No one expected that there would be someone here and the person who walked out was Gu Chongqing. Both of them were wearing night clothes and holding masks in their hands. When Gu Qingfeng saw his eldest brother, he put on his mask and ran away with his lightness skill. Gu Chongqing frowned, who is it? However, Gu Qingfeng's figure had already disappeared. Did someone pass by here just now? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Jiao shrugged, I don't think so, that guy wasn't human. She didn't want to say that. Gu Chongqing stopped looking around and looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. It's so late, why are you here? Where are you going wearing night clothes? Gu Jiao, well, Gu Chongqing asked, are you looking for me? Gu Jiao thought for a while, that's fine too. Gu Chongqing. What do you mean that's fine too? Is it true or not? I want to steal an imperial edict, Gu Jiao said bluntly. No one would believe her if she said she was here for a walk since they had already seen her. Gu Chongqing was shocked, what imperial edict? Why do you want to steal one? Gu Jiao said calmly, concubine Jing has an imperial edict. I want to steal that. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously, how do you know she has an imperial edict? Did you investigate her before? Did you steal something from her? Gu Jiao blinked innocently. Gu Chongqing sucked in a cold breath, you're crazy. She has shadow dragon guards with her. You'll die if you go near her. Gu Jiao blinked but didn't say anything. Gu Chongqing suddenly couldn't get angry. No, he was still angry, it's too dangerous. Don't do this alone in the future. Of course, he didn't know that Gu Jiao had dragged Gu Qingfeng along. Gu Chongqing asked, when did you go? Gu Jiao thought for a while, the day before yesterday? Gu Chongqing frowned, did you alarm her? Gu Jiao nodded, yes. Gu Chongqing sucked in a cold breath again. Did this girl know what she was doing? She had managed to escape unscathed after alarming her. Should he say that she was lucky or lucky? Moreover, it had only been a few days and she dared to go again. Was this girl's guts made of iron? Gu Chongqing didn't know what to say. He face-bombed, it's too dangerous to steal an imperial edict now. Moreover, she might move it. Do you know what imperial edict it is? Gu Jiao shook her head, I didn't have time to see it. Gu Chongqing said thoughtfully, could it be the imperial edict that the late emperor issued before his death to bury Empress Dowager Zhuang? Gu Chongqing's reaction was the same as Gu Qingfeng's, which wasn't strange. After all, the matter of concubine Jing stealing the imperial edict and burning it had caused a great uproar. Although the emperor had suppressed the news that should have leaked had already spread among the noble families. If concubine Jing had an imperial edict, Gu Chongqing could only think of this imperial edict. Gu Chongqing said, "Leave the imperial edict to me. Don't act rashly. It's important to deal with her, but your safety is more important." Gu Chongqing couldn't bring himself to say such mushy words. The night wind was a bit strong, and Gu Jiaozi stood up again. Gu Chongqing raised his hand and gently pressed down her hogue. Once he let go, it stubbornly stood up again. Gu Chongqing suddenly wanted to laugh. He thought of Gu Yan. As expected of a boy phoenix twin, even the ahogue on her head was as stubborn. He gently rubbed her head. "I'll send you back." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Gu Chongqing sent Gu Jiao out of the manor through the main entrance. He had someone prepare a carriage for Gu Jiao to sit in, and they left Marquis Ding An's manor openly. The carriage stopped at Bai Shui Alley. "You enter the room first," Gu Chongqing said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao suppressed the urge to steal the imperial edict and slowly entered the room. Gu Chongqing went over to the old chancellor's side. The old chancellor was inspecting the candied fruits in the kitchen. That's right, the candied fruits given to Grand Aunt every day were all personally made by the old chancellor. They tasted better than the ones on the market. More importantly, they had less sugar and were healthier. The old chancellor met with Gu Chongqing in the study room. Gu Chongqing stated the purpose of his visit. The old chancellor stroked his beard. "You're saying, it's very likely that imperial concubine Jing didn't burn the imperial edict? That's strange. She and Zhuang Jin's were irreconcilable. If she really had an imperial edict ordering Zhuang Jin's death, why didn't she take it out earlier?" Gu Chongqing said, "Could it be a trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager?" The old chancellor pondered for a moment and said, "Why would she want to threaten Zhuang Jin's? Wouldn't it be better to just kill her? Whatever Zhuang Jin's could give her, His Majesty could also give her." On the contrary, because of Zhuang Jin's restriction, His Majesty's power was greatly reduced and he gave her less. So no matter how you look at it, killing Zhuang Jin's was the best choice for her. Gu Chongqing asked, "Could it be that the imperial edict didn't say that the Empress Dowager was to be buried with her?" The old chancellor frowned, "But if it wasn't for Zhuang Jin's to be buried with her, then what would it be?" Gu Chongqing had a headache. There isn't a third living person who has seen the imperial edict. No one knows what was written on it. The old chancellor's eyes lit up. "No, maybe there is one person who knows." Gu Chongqing looked at him in confusion. The old chancellor said, "Princess Ning and Gu Chongqing, her?" The old chancellor said, "She is imperial concubine Jing's daughter and the closest person to her in the world. Maybe, she has seen the imperial edict." Gu Chongqing hesitated for a moment and said, "But she is far away at the frontier fortress. Even if she has seen it, she won't be able to come back for a while. Send someone to ask her and get the news back a long time later. Moreover, she might not say it." If Princess Ningyan had really seen it and didn't mention a word about the imperial edict after so long, then there was only one possibility: she couldn't mention it. Gu Chongqing sighed. Could it be that no one else knows the contents of the imperial edict? "Maybe, there is one more," the old chancellor said. "Who?" Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor looked at the west room next door with a complicated expression. "Xiaoheng's mother, Princess Xinyang. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/111127520. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The reason for this conjecture was that Xiao Lulang had told the old chancellor that Princess Xianxia also had the dragon shadow guards. No matter what purpose the late emperor had for giving the dragon shadow guards to Princess Xianxia, it at least meant one thing: Princess Xianxia was very important in the late emperor's heart. In fact, if he hadn't heard from Xiao Lulang that Princess Xianxia had the dragon shadow guards, the old chancellor probably wouldn't have known that the relationship between father and daughter was so deep. Princess Xianxia's birth mother was Consort Yu, who had died of illness when she was 13. At that time, Princess Xianxia had already grown up, so there was no such thing as who would adopt her and who would raise her. The late emperor didn't take special care of her because she had lost her parents. He treated her no differently than he treated the other princesses in the palace. The old chancellor shook his head. It seemed that there were still many things he didn't know. Gu Chongqing and Princess Xianxia weren't of the same generation, so he didn't know much about the situation at that time, so he didn't feel as much as the old chancellor. He only thought that the late emperor had always loved this daughter very much, but he didn't know about it. He considered the current situation and said, "Princess Xianxia isn't in the capital, but it's not too far away. You can get there in a few days if you ride fast." "She might not see you," the old chancellor said. Gu Chongqing was silent. He knew that the old chancellor wasn't lying. Ever since the young duke had died in the fire at the directorate, Princess Xianxia had been so overcome with grief that she couldn't control herself. In the end, she took her confidants and left the sad capital. She refused to see anyone related to the capital. It was understandable. The blow of losing her son was too big for her. She didn't want to be hurt by the scene, and she didn't want to come into contact with anyone who could make her recall her past in the capital. "We have to try," Gu Chongqing said. The old chancellor didn't refute. Neither of them were fools. On the surface, the simplest and most direct way was to steal back the imperial edict. However, as long as the Shadow Dragon Guard was in the hands of old concubine Jing, they couldn't do it. Even if they knew the contents of the imperial edict, they might not be able to get their hands on it. However, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to be victorious in every battle. As long as they knew the contents of the imperial edict, they would be able to figure out what old concubine Jing's trump card was. Gu Chongqing said, "Princess Xianxia is near Fengdu Mountain, right? It just so happens that I'm going there soon, so I'll pay her a visit." "Why are you going to Fengdu Mountain?" the old chancellor asked out of concern. Gu Chongqing said, "Grandfather asked me to go." It was probably related to the secret army. His grandfather didn't say much about it. Speaking of which, it was strange. Last time, his grandfather acted as if he was making arrangements for his death and gave them all the tokens. In the end, he took them all back the next day. The old chancellor's mood became gloomy. "If you go to Fengdu Mountain, help me offer incense to an old friend." "Okay." Gu Chongqing didn't ask who the old friend was or how he was related to the old chancellor. He only asked for the address of the graveyard before getting up to leave. When he reached the door, he unexpectedly ran into Xiao Lulang. He didn't know how long Xiao Lulang had been here and how much he had heard, but he wasn't an outsider after all, so there was no need to hide it from him. Gu Chongqing nodded in greeting. Xiao Lulang also nodded in return. After Gu Chongqing left the courtyard, the old chancellor also came out. He looked at the thin and lonely Xiao Lulang under the moonlight and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. After a long while, he sighed in shame. "Sorry, I should have told you in advance. I shouldn't have dragged Princess Xianxia into this." That being said, even if it happened again and Xiao Lulang stopped him, he would have still told Gu Chongqing and hoped that Gu Chongqing could ask Princess Xianxia for an answer. It wasn't just to take down concubine Jing, but also for Xiao Liulang's safety. Xiao Lulang was already in the picture. As long as concubine Jing wasn't removed, he wouldn't be able to eliminate the danger. "But, teacher, it's getting late. You should rest." The old chancellor and Xiao Liulang's voices sounded at almost the same time, which meant that it was indeed the old chancellor who spoke first. However, Xiao Lulang continued after just 2 words. It was the kind of seamless connection that made it impossible to tell if he interrupted on purpose or if it was really a coincidence. The old chancellor paused and nodded. "Okay, I'm almost done here. You should go rest as well." You've worked hard in the countryside today. Go to bed early. According to the usual practice and their relationship, the old chancellor would have been concerned about what he did in the countryside. After all, for Hanlin officials, it was often these political achievements that played a role in promoting them. However, at this point in the conversation, everyone knew that it was time to end the topic. Xiao Lulang returned to the room next door. Lu Quan walked over from the corridor. Master. Sigh. The old chancellor sighed. Why do you think he's so stubborn? Lu Quan already knew Xiao Liulang's identity, but he still didn't quite understand the old chancellor's words. Why do you say that, master? The old chancellor waved his hand. Forget it, it's nothing. After returning to his residence, Xiao Lulang plunged into the study and closed the door. He didn't light the lamp and just stood there alone in the boundless night. He knew what his teacher wanted to ask. Why didn't you tell Princess Xianxia that you've returned? Not telling Marquis Xianping could still be considered pardonable. After all, the father and son relationship wasn't close, and there would always be some strange rejection and friction between men. It wouldn't be strange for a rebellious youth and a dissolute father to become enemies. But what about Princess Xianxia, that mother who placed you at the top of her heart? What did she do wrong? What crime did she commit? Why did it have to be like this? Previously, I thought that you didn't go find her because you were worried that your matter would involve too much and implicate her. But she has the dragon's shadow guard in her hands. Who can hurt her? Why did you do this? Ahung, why? Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to boil some water and made some supper. She planned to see if the man at home had returned. When she passed by the study, the door was closed and no candlelight came out. She didn't pay much attention to it and walked over. But before she took 2 steps, she turned back. It was a kind of intuition. She didn't knock on the door like she usually did. Instead, she gently pushed open the door and walked in. The weak candlelight in the corridor shone in, allowing her to clearly see the figure in front of the desk that seemed to be shrouded in sorrow. She closed the door behind her, and her figure was once again swallowed by the darkness. But she knew where he was. She could hear his breathing. She slowly walked over and stopped behind him. Xiao Lulang didn't turn around, nor did he speak. She also didn't speak. It was impossible for him to not know that someone had come in. His lack of reaction definitely meant that he didn't want to speak. Gu Jiao just couldn't understand too many complex emotions, but that didn't mean that she couldn't feel other people's emotions. He was sad. Very sad. Very sad. Gu Jiao's mind flashed back to when she was sad because her grandaunt had forgotten about her. The scene of him pulling her into his embrace and gently comforting her. Unfortunately, she wasn't tall enough and couldn't pull him into her embrace and have him bury his head in her chest. She thought for a bit then walked forward. Reaching out her small arms, she gently hugged him from behind. Like this, it was fine, right? It would make him feel less sad, right? Gu Jiao hugged him very gently at first, but when she pressed her cheek against his slightly stiff back, she didn't know if it was because she was close to his heart, but she felt even more sad. She tightened her arms. In the darkness, Xiao Lulang endured the pain in his throat, raised his hand, and covered her hand around his waist. This time was no different from any other time. Gu Jiao comforted him considerately, but she didn't question him. Gu Jiao clearly felt that after he calmed down a little and she pulled away, he opened his mouth as if he had something to say to her. Gu Jiao paused for a second. That second was neither fast nor slow. If he wanted to explain, he could stop her. If he still decided not to explain, it wouldn't be too awkward for the two of them. In the end, he didn't explain. The next day, Gu Jiao got up early and helped senior servant Feng make breakfast for the family. When Xiao Lulang came out of the west room, Gu Jiao was arranging the bowls and chopsticks. She smiled at him and said, "Good morning." It was as if nothing had happened and was no different from usual. Xiao Lulang nodded and also greeted, "Good morning." Soon, little Jing Kong also got up. He went to the backyard too. Practice. After a while, Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Yan also got up. A lively morning began. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. Little Jing Kong followed the old chancellor to the Imperial College. As for Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen, they naturally went to the Qinghe Academy. Now, the family had 2 carriages. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan used one carriage. Xiao Lulang and the other two sat in Lu Quan's carriage. Lu Quan first sent the old and young to the Imperial College, and then sent Xiao Lulang to the Hamlin Academy. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. She received a letter from Xianxia. It had been half a year since Xianxia sent her a letter. However, after reading the contents of the letter, Gu Jiao understood why Xianxia sent her a letter so late. Xianxia's mother-in-law died of illness on the third day after Zhou Erzwang returned home. Gu Jiao had seen Xianxia's mother-in-law. She was aging and her organs were all failing. It was not something that could be reversed by medicine. It was not easy for her to persist until her son came back to see her for the last time. She died in her sleep. She passed away peacefully. Zhao country had a system of mourning for the dead. The elders of the family had to stay at home for at least 1.5 to 3 years to observe mourning for the dead. Zhou Erzwang was only a soldier and was not in the mourning team. However, his mother's funeral still had to be arranged properly. Zhou Erzwang asked his companions to apply for leave and stayed in the village to bury his mother properly. This was something that happened in the spring. Now that summer was almost over, Zhou Erzwang should have returned by now. However, something big happened. Dean Li of the Heavenly Fragrance Academy actually came to propose marriage to Xianxia. Seeing this, Gu Jiao was really surprised. Xianxia did not talk about everything with her, but she did not mention anything about Dean Li and her. Of course, there was an explanation in the letter. It turned out that when she and Xiao Lulang were still in the countryside, Dean Li had already met Xianxia several times. Gowa even chased after him and called him father. Gowa was a child who had just learned to speak. He did not understand the meaning of father. When he saw other children calling adult men father, he probably thought that all of these men were fathers. This was Gu Jiao's understanding. Xianxia did not explain in detail. He only said that Gowa was later seen by old Madame Li. Old Madame Li was old and her mind was not clear. She thought of Gowa as her own little grandson. Dean Li was a good person. He had a good relationship with Xiao Liulang's family. He also helped Xianxia out of trouble. Xianxia could not bear to see the old man sad, so she let him be mistaken. Who knew that after that incident, things got out of hand? Old Madame Li would ask for a little grandson every few days. She even thought of Xianxia as her own daughter-in-law. Dean Li told Xianxia not to misunderstand. Xianxia really did not misunderstand. Who knew that he would come to propose marriage? Gu Jiao knew that trouble was coming when she saw this. Sure enough, the letter wrote that Zhou Erzwang and Dean Li had a conflict. Zhou Erzwang even fought with Dean Li. Zhou Erzwang was a soldier, while Dean Li was a scholar. It was obvious who was at a disadvantage in this fight. Gu Jiao had already seen through Zhou Erzwang's feelings for Xianxia. However, she did not have the opportunity to discover Dean Li's feelings until today. It was not difficult to explain why Xianxia's calligraphy improved so much. Her literary talent also improved by leaps and bounds. She did not even need someone to write for her. Now Xianxia was having a headache. She said that she wanted to shave her head and become a nun, but she was reluctant to leave Gowa. Gu Jiao could vaguely understand Xianxia's troubles. In this era, women were not very tolerant. Xianxia was a widow. Her second marriage was already criticized. What's more, she was going to marry either Dean Li, who was not a match for her in terms of social status, or Zhou Erzwang, who violated the moral principles. No matter how she looked at it, it was a dead end. Unless she could withstand those rumors and slanders. Obviously, she could not. Otherwise, she would not want to become a nun. At the end of the letter, it talked about the Medicine Mountain. The Medicine Mountain had been reclaimed. Under the leadership of Luo Lijing, the villagers had also planted the medicine that Gu Jiao had specified. Gu Jiao's fingertips tapped on the table a few times. She took the letter to the palace. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that could not be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1111102202. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Gu Jiao wasn't good at dealing with relationships, but she remembered that her grandaunt liked Xianxia. She wondered if she still remembered Xianxia after being hit in the head. "Miss Gu, you're here." The servants of Renshou Palace bowed to Gu Jiao. "Is the Empress Dowager here?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes, she just left court." The servant added, "Prince Ning is here as well." "Oh, Prince Ning is back." After Gu Jiao got close to the palace, she could hear some of the movements in court without deliberately asking around. Prince Ning had taken Tang Yuashan north to suppress bandits a few days ago. Although it was called suppressing bandits, it was actually an excuse to investigate the situation at the border. The Qin state was restless again and had secretly stationed a lot of troops at the border. Since they were discussing politics, Gu Jiao didn't disturb them and went straight to the swing to bask in the sun. She wasn't afraid of getting tanned, even though it seemed that her body couldn't get tanned. As she swung on the swing, she secretly thought about when she could find old concubine Jing again. That woman had harmed her grandaunt for so many years. Even if she couldn't immediately pull her down, she should at least collect some interest. Just as she was thinking, she heard someone call her from behind. "Auntie?" "Oh?" When Gu Jiao's body swung back to the ground, she reached out with the tip of her foot and stopped the swing. Then she turned around and looked at the handsome young man who had just walked through the Chuehua gate. "Prince Ning?" Prince Ning was in a trance for a moment. He let out an ah and came back to his senses. He smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." His gaze lingered on Gu Jiao's body. "You really do look like her." Gu Jiao lowered her head to look at her clothes. It was not the green clothes she usually wore. It was the lake blue corset dress with water sleeves that she had worn at her grey tant's place after dirtying her clothes last time. Was it because he mistook her for someone else? Or, Gu Jiao had never asked her grandaunt why there were so many young women's clothes in her bedroom. She thought her great-aunt had prepared it for her. But from the looks of it, that didn't seem to be the case. That's right, it shouldn't be. Their styles were clearly different. As long as it didn't involve a mission, Gu Jiao wasn't someone who would care about the details of clothing. Normally, Yaosher would make clothes for her based on what she liked, but in reality, she was not that picky about clothes. It was like someone who liked to eat meat, but if they were given a table full of vegetables, they would not refuse to eat them. She would take whatever she found in the closet as long as she could wear it. Coincidentally, she was wearing this set today. Ning Wang had saved Gu Jiao once when consort Rui Wang had been attacked. At that time, the two were not familiar with each other. Perhaps it was because he had heard about the relationship between Gu Jiao and the Empress Dowager, or perhaps it was Gu Jiao's clothes that he found familiar, but he took the initiative to walk over and strike up a conversation with Gu Jiao. "Has anyone ever told you that you look very much like Aunt Ningyan?" he asked. "Princess Ningyan?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No." Ning Wang smiled and said, "When I was very young, Aunt married off to the northern frontier. After that, I never saw her again. However, Aunt was very good to me. I have always remembered her." Gu Jiao made an O sound and asked, "Do we look very similar?" Then she would have to wonder about her own past. "No, you do not look alike." As Ning Wang spoke, his gaze landed on the birthmark on her left cheek. But in this place, she was once injured and left a small scar. She would always use cinnabar to draw a begonia. Gu Jiao touched her own birthmark. Ning Wang couldn't help but look at Gu Jiao a few more times. "Last time, I was busy catching the assassins and did not think it was very similar. Seeing you today, to be able to make Ning Wang constantly say that she looked like Princess Ningyan, it seemed that other than her face, she was very similar to Princess Ningyan in other aspects. Normal people would be very happy to be praised like a princess. This meant that she had the temperament and presence of a princess. It was a high praise. However, Gu Jiao was very calm. She was not happy, nor was she unhappy. Ning Wang then said, I have heard about the Empress Dowager. I still have not thanked you and your family for taking care of the Empress Dowager. If you need anything, you can come to Ning Wang Fu to find me at any time. No matter if it was because Ning Wang had pulled out his sword to help for the sake of consort Rui Wang, or because of his duty as a prince, Gu Jiao had avoided disaster because of him, it was an indisputable fact. Gu Jiao nodded, all right. Ning Wang seemed very happy and smiled, then it is settled. Right, I heard from the Empress Dowager that your medical skills are good. Can you come to the Fu to see a doctor? The consultation fee is not cheap. Gu Jiao said. Ning Wang probably did not expect Gu Jiao to react like this. Normal adults would be so honored to be able to go to the Fu to see a doctor that they would not accept the consultation fee. Ning Wang probably did not expect Gu Jiao to react like this. He did not know how to respond. A moment later, he couldn't help but say, of course. Gu Jiao said, when I have time I will have someone send an invitation to the Fu. Ning Wang smiled, then it is settled. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. After Ning Wang left, Gu Jiao got up from the swing and walked to her great-aunt's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was reading the memorial. When she saw Gu Jiao come in, she snorted angrily. Her great-aunt was always like this, so Gu Jiao did not feel that she had done something unforgivable. She walked over and handed Xianxia's letter to her great-aunt. What is it? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Xianxia's letter. Does great-aunt still remember her? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and thought. Gu Jiao reminded, Go Wa's mother. When it came to Go Wa, Empress Dowager Zhuang remembered. If she gave him a candied fruit, he would lick her courtyard all day long. He was not noisy at all and was much easier to take care of than little Jing Kong. Then Empress Dowager Zhuang remembered Xianxiang. The main reason was that Xianxiang's cooking was good and Liulong's was bad. As long as Gu Jiao was not here, she would call Xianxiang over to cook. The food is good. Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Read the letter first. Gu Jiao said. Empress Dowager Zhuang finished reading the letter. To be honest, Xianxiang's handwriting was really ugly. But with Gu Jiao's pearls in the front, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that this kind of handwriting was barely acceptable. Oh. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows, little Xianxiang is quite popular. Looking at this reaction, she was worthy of being her great-aunt. Gu Jiao sat down opposite Empress Dowager Zhuang and looked at her without blinking, right? Then how should this matter be resolved? Empress Dowager Zhuang did not speak, but reached out her hand and made a give-it gesture. Gu Jiao pretended not to understand, what? Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, don't play dumb with me. Make up for yesterday's performance fee. Otherwise, don't talk about it. She knew it. Okay. Gu Jiao sighed and reluctantly took out the box of candied fruits. She counted 5 and put them in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. She said with a pained expression, there are only a few left. There is nothing to eat in Jingkong. Empress Dowager Zhuang was choked by Gu Jiao's exaggerated and painful acting skills. This girl did not enter the palace to fight for favor. Otherwise, who would be fooled by her acting skills? However, Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes swept over her small fist. It seemed that she did not need to pretend. With one punch, even the emperor would be lying down. Empress Dowager Zhuang put away the candied fruits and said to Gu Jiao, what's so difficult about this? Who does she like? Jiao will arrange a marriage for her. The problem was, Xianxiang did not write who she liked in the letter. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows, then should I write a reply to her? Forget it. She won't say this in the letter. Empress Dowager Zhuang called eunuch Qin. Send 2 reliable people to the county in Yuzhou. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave the order and eunuch Qin left. This was the convenience of power. Whether it was the way to solve a problem or the speed, it was simple and crude. With her grand-aunt taking over, Gu Jiao did not have to worry about this. She was just curious. One was a middle-aged warm uncle, the other was an infatuated wolf puppy. Who would Xianxia choose to marry? As Gu Jiao was thinking, a eunuch came from outside the door to announce that the emperor had come. The emperor came to ask Empress Dowager Zhuang to put on a show. Even if the emperor had slowly developed a dislike for concubine Jing, he would not see her true colors so quickly. Therefore, the emperor always thought that the murderer was still in the dark and had not made a move yet. Gu Jiao, who knew the whole truth, not only did she make a move, but she also smashed her own foot. Forget it. Just put on a show. It's not a bad thing. Her grandaunt had tolerated the emperor for so many years without knowing that he had been drugged. Who could say that she did not care about the mother-son relationship in her heart? Gu Jiao also kept the truth from her grandaunt. Therefore, her grandaunt also thought that concubine Jing had not made a move. "Mother, do you want to go to the imperial garden today?" the emperor asked faintly. This was also a person with terrible acting skills. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes and did not leave Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to act with him. Yes, why not? But, she dragged out her words and deliberately looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao understood. It was a candied fruit. She understood, she also wanted to see how effective the emperor was on her grandaunt. Madame Nan had said that when a drugged person needed such a large amount of the guiding drug, it meant that the drug was about to lose its effect. She was not sure if it was concubine Jing's white drug or her grandaunt's black drug that was about to lose its effect, or if both drugs were losing their effect at the same time. Gu Jiao made an okay gesture to her grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at her 5 candied fruits with satisfaction. "Let's go." The emperor was speechless. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like the Empress Dowager was drooling? Neither of them had any complaints about Gu Jiao being a tail. Gu Jiao followed them leisurely. Eunuch Qin and Eunuch Wei were also there, but they did not have much of a presence, unlike Gu Jiao who was sitting in Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage. The emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang walked all the way to the imperial garden. The weather was good today, so there were many people in the imperial garden. Coincidentally, concubine Jing was also there. Empress Dowager Zhuang had already entered her role as soon as she left Rinshou Palace and was not affected by concubine Jing's presence at all. However, the emperor, who was next to her, stiffened the moment he saw concubine Jing. He panicked as if he had been caught red-handed. Concubine Jing looked at the emperor with a hurt expression. The emperor knew that he shouldn't have done this. His mother was the most important person to him, but he left her and Empress Dowager Zhuang to stroll around the garden. But, Gu Jiao understood. The black medicine had only taken effect a little, and the emperor was not completely disgusted with concubine Jing yet. He was probably feeling guilty and complicated at the moment. Gu Jiao guessed that old concubine Jing had expected this, which was why she wanted to come out and see for herself how far the relationship between the emperor and the Empress Dowager had progressed. This could very well affect the next step of her plan. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not know. She was just acting for concubine Jing. It was good that she was here in person. She did not have to tell her through someone else, and the effect would be reduced. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the emperor gently and took out a handkerchief to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead. "Hong-er, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Let's go sit in the pavilion." "No." The emperor came back to his senses, but he did not avoid her touch. Concubine Jing's eyes darkened. "Eh? Isn't that your mother?" Empress Dowager Zhuang acted as if she had just seen concubine Jing. There was no mistake in her tone and gaze. "Eunuch Qin, go invite concubine Jing over." "Yes." Eunuch Qin went to invite concubine Jing. Even Nurse Kai knew that it was very irrational to go over at this time, but sometimes people who had won half their lives would think that they could control everything. Concubine Jing agreed. They sat down in the pavilion. There were 4 stools. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat next to the emperor, and Gu Jiao sat on the other side of the emperor. This caused concubine Jing to sit directly across from the emperor. "Hong-er has lost weight recently. He needs to eat more." Empress Dowager Zhuang gently picked up a piece of crab cake and handed it to the emperor. "His Majesty doesn't eat crab cake," concubine Jing reminded gently. Empress Dowager Zhuang. I forgot that this silly son is picky. Empress Dowager Zhuang said calmly, he likes it now. Really? His Majesty? She smiled and gave him a threatening look. The emperor frowned and took the crab cake with disgust. Empress Dowager Zhuang's handkerchief fell to the ground and was stepped on by herself. She picked it up. Then she took the handkerchief and smeared it on the emperor's mouth. Aya, why is your mouth full just like when you were young? Come, let mother wipe it for you. The emperor's temples throbbed. Do you want to die? Don't think I didn't see that you stepped on the handkerchief. The two's eyes fought back and forth a dozen times, but concubine Jing didn't see it that way. They were clearly very close. Concubine Jing didn't know that they were acting and thought that they were really starting to reconcile. Jealousy surged in her heart and she tore the handkerchief in her hand. Digression, Good morning, the latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1111013339. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were busy fighting a battle of wits and courage, so neither of them noticed concubine Jing's strange behavior. In other words, concubine Jing was like air in their eyes at this moment. Only Gu Jiao, who had been observing concubine Jing's reaction, saw everything. She didn't quite understand. Concubine Jing could be so ruthless as to drug the emperor and arrange for someone to assassinate him. Although the assassination attempt that night might not have been to take the emperor's life, but to frighten and injure the emperor so that she could frame her grandaunt, it still showed that she didn't love the emperor that much. So why should she care who the emperor favored? Gu Jiao wasn't a person with a strong desire for control, so she naturally couldn't understand concubine Jing's feelings. However, if she had to put it in her shoes, she would probably be hurt if little Jing Kong, who always talked about Jiao Jiao, suddenly stopped liking her one day and turned his head to call someone else. She would probably be very hurt. However, the little Jing Kong to her was different from the emperor to concubine Jing. So, Gu Jiao didn't think that it was very accurate. But that didn't stop her from directly seeing concubine Jing's little movements. Oh, she's angry, she's quite angry. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and looked at concubine Jing with interest. Concubine. Jing's senses weren't so weak in the past, but perhaps because she was too angry, it took her a while to notice two strange gazes on her. She turned her head and met Gu Jiao's gaze. Generally speaking, it was quite embarrassing to be caught peeping at someone, and one would immediately look away and pretend that nothing had happened. Gu Jiao didn't. She wasn't embarrassed. She even looked at the handkerchief in concubine Jing's hand with a good temper and raised her eyebrows, as if indicating for her to continue. Please continue, there's no need to be polite. In any case, even if the handkerchief is torn, it's not mine. The most shameful thing in the world wasn't developing feelings of jealousy that one shouldn't have, but being discovered by someone else while being jealous. In the end, the one who was caught was concubine Jing. Grand concubine Jing's body stiffened, and her heart felt stifled. She stood up and said, I'm not feeling well. I'll leave first. Then she turned around with a great movement. This was naturally to attract the emperor's attention. She wanted to use this method to evoke the emperor's shame and pity. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated. The emperor's mouth was wiped by Empress Dowager Zhuang's dirty handkerchief. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to hide. Empress Dowager Zhuang directly pressed down on his head, and he tried to pry her hand away. This scene. To be honest, it was just short of a fight. Eunuch Wei and Eunuch Qin could no longer watch. They turned their faces away and looked at the sky. Other than Gu Jiao and old concubine Jing's trusted servant, Nanny Kai, no one else noticed that old concubine Jing had left in a fit of pique. Naturally, Gu Jiao would not keep her. She paused in her steps and looked at the two who were in a heated argument. She noticed Gu Jiao's gaze. She then looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gestured for her to leave. Didn't you want to leave? Go on, don't stay here. Old concubine Jing was furious and left with a livid expression. When the emperor finally broke free from Empress Dowager Zhuang's clutches and looked up at old concubine Jing, she was nowhere to be seen. The emperor felt awkward and glared at Empress Dowager Zhuang. This is great. Mother left in a fit of anger. Can't the Empress Dowager restrain herself in front of old concubine Jing? You were acting for the culprit, not for. Before he could finish his sentence, Empress Dowager Zhuang slapped the soiled handkerchief on his face. She then stood up and said, Jiao Jiao, let's go. Even when Empress Dowager Zhuang wiped his mouth with the soiled handkerchief, there was no trace of impatience in her tone and smile. She was like a good mother who liked to joke with her son. The emperor almost believed that Empress Dowager Zhuang's act had become real and that she loved her son. He was about to tell her, don't take it seriously. I'm just acting with you. I don't think of you as my mother. My only mother is old concubine Jing. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped acting in the next second and regained her domineering aura. The emperor was dumbfounded by the speed at which she changed her attitude. The emperor said, you're leaving just like that? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. She didn't even give him a look and left with Gu Jiao. The emperor was speechless. On the other side, old concubine Jing returned to the nunnery with Granny Kai. She maintained a gentle and decent expression along the way, but her face turned cold as soon as she entered her room. In Nanny Kai's view, her master was in a hurry to suffer. Since the emperor had been drugged, his intimacy with her would begin to decrease day by day. There was no need to verify anything in front of the emperor. It was obvious and there was no way to solve it. Actually, her master understood, but she just couldn't accept it. Over the years, the emperor had treated her too well, too well. She had even forgotten where this kindness came from. Perhaps she hadn't forgotten, but she had put in a lot of effort, believing that they had cultivated an unbreakable bond between mother and son. To put it bluntly, it was her pride and self-esteem that didn't allow it. She felt that she shouldn't be so unattractive that she couldn't even handle a son. He must have truly developed a mother-son bond with me. Old concubine Jing had said this in front of Granny Kai more than once. Granny Kai still remembered the smile on old concubine Jing's face. It was a very happy smile, but it wasn't a mother showing off her relationship with her son. It was more like a general showing off his spoils of war after winning a battle. Now, that spoil was gone. Her pride and self-esteem had been crushed. No matter what, old concubine Jing was her master. As a servant, Granny Kai wouldn't be disloyal to her. She just didn't want to see her master sink into a bad mood that she shouldn't be in. Grand Imperial Concubine. She looked deeply at her. Old concubine Jing waved her sleeve and summoned the Shadow Dragon Guard. An ominous feeling rose in Granny Kai's heart. She asked nervously, Grand Imperial Concubine, what do you want to do? Old concubine Jing looked at the Shadow Dragon Guard, who was like a killing tool, and said coldly, go to Rinshou Palace and kill Empress Dowager Zhuang. Granny Kai turned pale with fright. Grand Imperial Concubine. You can't do that. You'll have no way out if you're discovered. You'll be buried with the Empress Dowager. Old concubine Jing looked coldly at the Shadow Dragon Guard. Do it discreetly and don't let anyone discover you. Otherwise, don't come back. The Shadow Dragon Guard had the ability to sneak into Rinshou Palace and kill people. He hadn't done it before because there was no need. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been fighting with the emperor day and night, and her days weren't easy at all. Wasn't it better to see her suffer than to kill her? However, the Shadow Dragon Guard didn't move. Old concubine Jing frowned. I want you to go to Rinshou Palace and kill Empress Dowager Zhuang Jins. The Shadow Dragon Guard still didn't move. Old concubine Jing repeated herself to make sure that the Shadow Dragon Guard had heard her, but he still refused to carry out the order. When the Shadow Dragon Guard had been sent to her side, the emperor had ordered them to listen to all her orders. But she also knew that the Shadow Dragon Guard's orders were divided into ranks. The first order they obeyed came from the previous emperor, and the second order came from the emperor. When her orders conflicted with their previous orders, the Shadow Dragon Guard wouldn't carry them out. Ever since the emperor had given the Shadow Dragon Guard to her, he hadn't spoken to them again. In other words, before she had gotten the Shadow Dragon Guard, someone had already ordered them not to harm Xianxia. Who had given the Shadow Dragon Guard this order? Was it the emperor? Or the previous emperor? If it was the previous emperor, then what was the imperial edict all about? If it was the emperor, the previous emperor had given the Shadow Dragon Guard to the emperor before his death. At that time, his relationship with Empress Dowager Zhuang had already begun to tear apart, but he still ordered the Shadow Dragon Guard not to harm her. Old concubine Jing couldn't figure it out. She didn't know which of the two men had protected Xianxia. Xianxia clearly wasn't worth it. As a wife, she had never truly loved her husband. She had used the previous emperor for his entire life and turned his entire harem into leeks in her bowl. As a mother, she had never wholeheartedly supported her son. She had held court from behind a curtain and dominated the court, turning the emperor into a laughable puppet. Xianxia was the demon empress, the source of all evil. Everyone had the right to punish her. Imperial concubine. Imperial concubine. Mama Kai saw that old concubine Jing's expression was becoming more and more unnatural. She worriedly walked forward and gently held her arm. You're tired. Don't think about anything. This servant will help you to the bed to rest for a while. Old concubine Jing dazedly raised her head, but the moment she turned around, her qi and blood surged, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Renshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was very happy today. Not only did she slap her foolish son a few times, she also received 5 candied fruits that she had worked so hard to earn. No, including yesterday's, there were 10 candied fruits in total. She took out her small jar of candies and only ate 5 of them. She saved the remaining 5 for when she ran out of food in the future. The all-powerful demon empress who brought disaster to the country was just that quick-witted. Gu Jiao ate lunch at Renshou Palace before leaving. Eunuch Qin sent a carriage to send her off. Gu Jiao didn't return to the medical center. Instead, she gave the coachman another place to go. The carriage was neither too slow nor too fast. It just so happened that it was maintained at a speed that wouldn't make Gu Jiao anxious or too bumpy. Gu Jiao was very satisfied with the coachman of Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao was in a good mood today. She even hummed a few lines of a song that she heard from Gu Qingfeng. However, her voice was fine when it came to singing pop songs from her previous life, but it was a bit lacking when it came to operas. The coachman almost drove the carriage into a ditch several times. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Narcissus Embroidery House. The coachman said, "Miss Gu, this servant will wait for you here." Gu Jiao said, "No need. I'll go back by myself later." "You can go back to the palace." Those who came from Renshou Palace were all shrewd people. He could tell that Gu Jiao wanted to do her own things, so he didn't insist and drove the carriage back to the palace. Gu Jiao passed through Narcissus Embroidery House and arrived at the underground arena of the dye house. He had been pacing back and forth at the entrance for a long time. When he finally saw Gu Jiao, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Aya, you scared me to death. Little brother Gu, I thought you weren't coming." Gu Jiao had already changed her clothes and put on her mask while she was in the carriage. She took out her little notebook and scribbled, "Is it my turn to go on stage today?" He hurriedly said, it's here. Don't worry, the first round won't be difficult. I've already informed them. With your strength, it won't be a big problem. I've already told you the rules, right? You still remember, right?" Gu Jiao nodded her head. The rules of the underground arena were similar to those of Taihe Martial Arts Hall. It was also a promotion system, but it was stricter and crueler. There were 10 levels here. For example, a novice would be promoted by winning 10 matches. You could challenge someone of a higher level, but it wasn't like the martial arts hall where you could directly take away your opponent's score after winning. Gu Jiao looked at the most conspicuous wall of the arena. There was a black gold embossed ranking board hanging high up. There were also some small wooden plates hanging on it in order. "What's that?" Gu Jiao wrote. He looked at it and showed an incomparably respectful expression. that's the ranking of the experts in the underground arena. The top 100 people are all on the ranking board. What happens if you're on the ranking board? Gu Jiao wrote again. Old He smiled, you'll receive an offering from the underground arena. There's a salary? Gu Jiao's small eyes lit up. How much is the offering? Old He patiently explained, there's not much for those below 50. It ranges from 1 to 10 taels per month. Those above 50 get 20 taels per month. Those above 40 get 50 taels per month. Those above 30 get 100 taels per month. Those below 20 get 100 taels per month. Gu Jiao wrote again, what's the highest? Old He only thought that she was curious and casually asked. He didn't think that her ambition was that big. Old He said, there's no upper limit. Gu Jiao wrote, then you can have as much as you want? You can give as much as you want. As far as I know, there's a champion who received this amount of offering in a month. Old He said and stretched out a finger. Gu Jiao wrote in surprise, 1,000 taels? Old He smiled, gold. Gu Jiao looked at the arena that was overflowing with murderous aura. She narrowed her eyes and licked her lips. She liked it here. Digression champion, did you ask me if I agreed? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1110763446. HTML genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Do well, you'll have a chance. Uncle Ho patted Gu Jiao's shoulder with a smile. What kind of joke was this? How could there be a chance? He had brought this kid into the arena himself. He didn't brag, nor did he belittle others. If he worked hard, there was still some hope for him to be in the 70th or 80th position. But painting a pie in the sky for others was not a bad thing. Old He saw that the young man was full of vigor and wanted to tell him that if he could become the top of the list, it would not be as simple as a consecration. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Gu Jiao had already impatiently gone to find her own competition platform. The arenas were randomly arranged. There was no such thing as an exclusive arena. She was arranged to be in the West Arena. When Gu Jiao first came to the underground arena, the battle in the West Arena left the deepest impression on her. It was bloody and brutal. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that the shirtless man had beaten his opponent to death. Gu Jiao was the first to go up the arena. According to the rules of the underground arena, when one went up to the arena, there would be 2 square plaques on both sides of the arena. The plaques would have the name and rank of the duelist. Usually, they would use a title or an alias. For example, Gu Jiao's plaque had the words, Xiong Badian, no rank. Originally, Gu Jiao wanted to call him Long Out Yin. But Uncle Ho said that the word Long clashed with the word Tian, so Gu Jiao settled for the next best thing. When he saw this name, Uncle Ho's mouth twitched for a few seconds. Xiong Badian's name was not bad. Everyone thought that it would be a burly man with a face full of beard. But in the end, it was a clean and tidy young man. Gu Jiao was tall for a woman, but in the underground arena full of strong men, she was a little petite. Everyone looked again. He didn't even have a rank. He was a newbie. Their interest instantly decreased by half, and they all turned to look at other arenas. This situation changed when Gu Jiao's opponent's plaque was raised. The square plaque read, Blade Mountain Warrior, Level 2 Master. The people who had left came back with a whoosh. Gu Jiao was puzzled. There were level 4 fighters in the South Arena. Why did they stop for a mere level 2 fighter? Soon, Blade Mountain guest arrived. Gu Jiao understood what was going on. This Knife Mountain warrior was the bare-chested brawny man she had seen in the West fighting ring. He was extremely violent, and every punch he threw caused the audience to scream. Coming here to watch was for the thrill. Death or not, it was good enough to make one's adrenaline soar. The moment Uncle Ho saw Knife Mountain Guest, his face changed. What happened? How could it be him? Didn't you say that you're also a newbie? Surnamed Zhu. Come out. Old He rushed into the accounting room to look for the young man surnamed Zhu. Zhu Yun was in the middle of accounting, and did not even lift his eyelids. Why are you so rash? Uncle Ho was so angry that his whole body trembled. You didn't keep your word. How could you arrange this person for him? Didn't you say that he's a newbie? You've already taken the money. Zhu Yun said slowly, let me correct one thing first. The money was given to the arena. I did not pocket it. Furthermore, anyone within level 3 can fight each other. I did not break the rules of the arena. Uncle Ho clenched his fists. But you said, Zhu Yun said innocently, I did say that, but that person had something to do and could not come. He stood me up. What can I do? The only one who can take his place is Blade Mountain Guest. If you're worried that he'll lose, then let him quickly jump off the stage. Blade Mountain Guest will not chase someone down. The arena will stop him. All fights in the arena could only take place in the arena. Once someone left the arena, regardless of the reason, the fight would end and the winner would be announced. At this point, no matter how angry Uncle Ho was, Zhu Yun could not argue with him. He had to quickly remind young Master Gu not to fight Blade Mountain Guest. Hurry up and admit defeat, he would pay for the money he lost, that's right. Unlike Taiha Martial Arts School, the duelists here would get a share of the money if they won, and a fine if they lost. The fine would be deducted from the initial deposit. After that, the duelist would lose the right to fight in the arena. Gu Jiao's deposit was given by Uncle Ho. Uncle Ho did not plan to ask Gu Jiao for it. As for why Uncle Ho was so nervous, it was because of Blade Mountain Guest's strength. He had come to the arena last month, and in a short month, he had defeated more than 20 masters. He only needed one more fight before he could move up a level. One could only imagine how fierce he would be in this fight. The Knife Mountain Man was so popular that he had surrounded the West fighting ring. Everyone was in high spirits. Old Ho tried his best but could not squeeze his way in. He was so anxious that he jumped in the crowd and waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao saw him and waved back. Come down. Uncle Ho changed to waving. Seeing that Gu Jiao did not understand, he pointed at Blade Mountain Guest, then pointed at Gu Jiao, and made a throat-slitting gesture. It meant, he will kill you. Come down quickly, Gu Jiao made an O sound and made an OK gesture. Hurry up and KO this Blade Mountain Guest, then rush to the next fight. Okay, she understood. Old He did not understand what this gesture was, but Gu Jiao nodded at him. She should have understood what he meant, right? The gongs and drums sounded, and the duel began. Everyone let out a fanatical cry, Blade Mountain Guest. Blade Mountain Guest. Blade Mountain Guest. Blade Mountain Guest moved his neck, clenched his fists, and walked towards Gu Jiao with contempt. Uncle Ho was anxious. Why are you still not coming down? Come down. Come down. Come down quickly, sigh. Why are you in such a hurry? Okay, as you wish. Gu Jiao tiptoed, and her body flew up like a swan. She threw a punch at Blade Mountain Guest. Blade Mountain Guest also showed his hammer-like fist. There was a bang, and someone fell to the ground. The shouts came to an abrupt end, and the audience gasped in shock. The one who fell to the ground was not the skinny little boy, but the mighty and majestic Blade Mountain Guest. One punch, he only threw one punch, Blade Mountain Guest fell, and Gu Jiao's body also landed lightly. She knelt on one knee, and her fist pressed against the floor of the arena as she landed beside Blade Mountain Guest. The arena was silent, and even Uncle Ho was mute. Did he see wrongly? The one who fell was young Master Gu, right? How could Blade Mountain Guest fall? He had not fought yet, and he did not want to come out. Uncle Ho pinched himself, and the pain made him cry. He finally accepted the fact that Blade Mountain Guest had been defeated by Gu Jiao with one punch. While everyone was still in a daze, he squeezed through the crowd and came to the edge of the arena. He said to the judge, "Why aren't you hitting the gong?" She won. She won. Uncle Ho was worried that Blade Mountain Guest had lost his footing and would get up and beat Gu Jiao down. He wanted to end the fight quickly, so that Blade Mountain Guest would not be able to attack again. It turned out that Uncle Ho worried too much. After the judge hit the gong, he could not wake Blade Mountain Guest up. In the end, he called 2 people from the arena to carry him down. Uncle Ho was soaked in cold sweat. This was too exciting. After this, Gu Jiao fought 2 more matches. Her opponents were not as strong as Blade Mountain Guest, and she won easily. One person could fight 3 matches a day, and that was the limit of the arena. Gu Jiao could not fight anymore, and she could only sigh and leave the arena. It was not that she liked to fight, but this was the best way to recover her strength from her previous life. Moreover, she could also make some money. This time, there were not many people who bet on her, so the odds were very high. However, because her rank was low, she did not get much money, so she only got 10 taels of silver. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry. She put away the silver, adjusted the mask on her face, and turned to leave the accounting room. This guy is not bad, Zhu Yan said with a smile. Gu Jiao did not plan to stay in the arena for long. She promised little Jing Kong in the morning that she would go to the Imperial College in the afternoon to pick him up after school. She walked out of the arena. When she was about to reach the door, a young man dressed as a guard came in front of her and blocked her way. Xiong, he wanted to call her Xiong Badian, but he was too ashamed to say it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young master." "Xiong, my master invites you." Gu Jiao was about to say no, but she remembered that she was a little mute. She took out her little notebook helplessly. At this time, she was envious of Gu Qingfeng's voice-changing skill. If she could learn how to speak like a man, wouldn't it be much easier? However, after this delay, Gu Jiao changed her mind. She scribbled, "Silver." The guard was stunned. Gu Jiao wrote seriously, "I won't go if you don't pay." Appearance fee, 10 taels of silver. The guard was speechless. His master had ordered that he must invite her. The guard reluctantly took out 10 taels of silver. Gu Jiao pocketed the silver and left very respectfully. She did not expect it to be another room with a gourd hanging on it. Gu Jiao had already asked around. This kind of room with a gourd hanging on it usually belonged to the top 30 masters. Of course, these rooms could be obtained through special means. For example, if you bought the master, you could also get the right to use this room. Gu Jiao thought of Gu Chongqing. She did not know which type he belonged to. Gu Jiao entered the room. The man in the room was wearing a brown brocade robe and a jade mask. This kind of mask looked good, but it was too heavy. It would easily fall off in a fight. It seemed that this man did not come to the martial arts arena to fight. This room was most likely obtained by buying the master. "Young hero Xiong, please sit." The man politely pointed to the chair next to him. As soon as he spoke, Gu Jiao recognized who he was. She did not expect this underground martial arts arena to have so many hidden masters. The Marquis's heir, Gu Chongqing, and the Prince of Zhao Country, Qin Chuhan, also came. Qin Chuhan was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao recognized Prince Ning, but Prince Ning did not recognize Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat down quietly. "Young hero Xiong, do you want to drink wine or tea?" Prince Ning politely asked. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote seriously, "I'm still young. I can't drink wine." Prince Ning was stunned. His eyes seemed to say, "You're still young. How can you come to such a dangerous place to fight?" Prince Ning was experienced. He could handle this kind of child. He smiled and said, "Okay, bring the tea." A servant served Gu Jiao tea. Soon, Gu Jiao found a problem. The mask did not show the mouth. In other words, she had to take off the mask if she wanted to drink tea. Wait. Was Prince Ning being polite to her or testing her to take off the mask? Gu Jiao wrote, "I don't like to drink this kind of tea." Prince Ning smiled and said, "What kind of tea does young hero Xiong like?" He probably thought that no matter how expensive Gu Jiao said the tea was, he could get it. Gu Jiao wrote expressionlessly, "Follicle." Prince Ning was speechless. "I didn't treat you well. Next time, I'll get someone to prepare." Prince Ning looked at the 3 words and doubted whether there was really such a thing called follicle. He recovered quickly and said gently, "Young hero Xiong, is this your first day in the arena? You fought well. I admire young hero Xiong. I want to be friends with you. I forgot to tell you that my surname is Chu." "Gu Jiao, I don't believe you." Prince Ning's tone was easygoing and his expression was gentle. "Young hero Xiong, are you a native of the capital?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and wrote quickly, "What? If not, are you going to buy me a house?" Prince Ning was speechless again. Although it wasn't like he couldn't afford to give her a house, when someone asked him to do so, it made him feel very awkward. Prince Ning took a sip of tea and smiled. "If..." Young hero Badian. He almost couldn't say the name. "If you don't have a place to live, you can come to my house first." Gu Jiao wrote, "I don't live under someone else's roof." Prince Ning smiled. "How is this living under someone else's roof? If young hero Xiong is willing, you can be my guard. Then you'll be a member of my house. I'll give you a separate house. The scenery in my house is very good. Young hero Xiong might consider it." Many people wanted to be a guard of Prince Ning's house. Moreover, guards were also divided into ranks. There had never been a guard who lived alone. Prince Ning waited for Gu Jiao to ask about his identity. But, was it an illusion? Why did he feel that there was a little disdain in her eyes? Gu Jiao curled her lips. After so long, she only gave him a small house. Renshou Palace was unobstructed. Who cared about Prince Ning's house? Gu Jiao got up and left. The guard stopped Gu Jiao. "Our young master hasn't finished speaking." Gu Jiao waved her hand and wrote, 10 taels of silver is up. If you listen to him again, you'll have to raise the price. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/11107527 HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. King Ning was considering whether he should raise the price or not. Why did he have to think about it? It was not that he couldn't afford it, but that this young man didn't play by the rules. He felt that it was meaningless to continue the discussion. Although he didn't raise the price because of this consideration, it was inevitable that people would suspect that he was stingy and unwilling to raise the price. The embarrassment of being dominated by the words, "Are you going to buy me a house?" came up again. It was the first time they met, and the ability and mutual trust shown by this young man were not worth a house. But in the end, it always gave people an illusion that King Ning was stingy and couldn't afford the house. King Ning had lived for more than 20 years, and it was the first time that he had experienced such a situation where he was unwilling to accept the situation and retreated. King Ning took a deep breath, opened his mouth and was about to say something. Gu Jiao raised her small hand coldly and made a gesture to stop him. Then she wrote in her small notebook, "The time to consider is over. Goodbye." King Ning was stunned. What did she mean by the time to consider was over? He just hesitated for a moment. How could even the right to choose be terminated? It was always him who stopped others, and no one stopped him. The lethality of this sentence was more terrible than, "Are you going to buy me a house?" or, "If you listen to him again, you have to raise the price." Originally, he planned to leave Gu Jiao hanging and frustrate Gu Jiao's spirit. That way, he wouldn't be in such a passive situation when they talked next time. But who would have thought that she didn't even give him a chance to raise the price? King Ning only felt that he had been hit in the chest with a hammer, and a sentence floated in his mind, "He should have raised the price earlier." Gu Jiao did what she said. After writing that sentence, she put away her small notebook and left without looking back. No matter how King Ning's guards urged her to stay, she didn't change her mind. King Ning was unlikely to be rough with her. He clenched his fists, resisted the slight trembling of his body, and finally asked her, "When will young hero Xiong come next time?" Gu Jiao did not answer. She had already walked out. Prince Ning leaned back in his chair and panted heavily. He was not too angry. After all, he was a young man of Jianghu. It was inevitable that he would have some arrogance. Prince Ning was not so narrow-minded. He would not be like the crown prince, who would feel offended by someone who did not respect him. He had always been tolerant of such talented advisors and chivalrous men of the world. But today, Prince Ning wanted to say that he wasn't angry, but his heart had been stabbed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. How could there be such a weird person? He didn't reveal his identity, so it wasn't strange that the other party was so bold. What was strange was that this method of choking people was unheard of. "Water," King Ning said. The guard hurriedly brought him some tea. Ning Wang drank half the pot in one go before he was finally able to relieve some of the depression in his heart. He said to the guard, "Go and find out who introduced this Xiong Badian." The underground martial arts field was very well hidden. Most people would not be able to find this place. Most people relied on someone familiar to introduce them or people from the martial arts field to find them. Finding out this information was not difficult. The guard quickly came back and reported, replying to Master, it was a branch manager called Old He. The branch shopkeeper was a respectable name. In fact, they were hired by the underground dojo to recruit people. They usually appeared in the various dojos in the capital, looking for strong martial arts seedlings and then brought them to the underground dojo. Every person they brought would have a share of the arena's profits in the future. Prince Ning gave the guard a bag of silver. "Go and tell him that the next time Xiong Badian comes, tell him to come to my residence and inform me." "Yes," the guard replied. The residence that Prince Ning was talking about was not his own residence. It was another residence. Prince Ning would not easily reveal his identity. The guard went to find Old He while thinking that this Xiong Badian was really a little troublemaker. After following his master for so long, he had never seen him choke like this before. Prince Ning was the most outstanding and calm among all the princes. He was both intelligent and courageous. He was highly talented and was the role model of all the princes. His performance today was indeed a little unexpected. He had to go back and think about it carefully so that he would not be so passive next time. Gu Jiao came out of the Narcissus Embroidery Building and hired a carriage to go to the Imperial College. The timing was just right. Little Jing Kong had just finished school and ran out with a head full of sweat. The students in the elementary school had already figured out his pattern. He was usually more aloof than the teachers. Once he became a 3-year-old child, he would definitely be the older sister at home. Gu Jiao was standing under a big tree by the roadside, thinking about how she should charge the next time Prince Ning came to her. The Zhuang family was so rich. As the grandson of Grand Tutor Zhuang, Prince Ning should not lack money. This was a pot of golden leek. She had to harvest it well. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself at Gu Jiao and hugged Gu Jiao's thigh. Gu Jiao stopped thinking for a second and looked at the little dumpling who had turned into a pendant on her leg. She picked him up and looked at his sweaty face. She asked, "Did you run a race again today? You're sweating so much." "I learned Kuju today," Little Jing Kong said cutely. Gu Jiao had seen Kuju in the grassland of the Qinghe Academy before. It was similar to soccer in her previous life. The ball was kicked into the goal. The only difference was that soccer's goal was called a goal. It was very big and there were 2 goals on the ground. Kuju's goal was called a romantic eye. It was very small and there was only one in the sky. Moreover, there was no net in the romantic eye. In short, Kuju was a very popular sport in the 6 nations. Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief. Little Jing Kong obediently stretched his little head over. "How's it going? Do you know how to kick?" Gu Jiao asked while wiping his sweat. Little Jing Kong nodded vigorously. Yes. I'm very good at it. I almost kicked it into the romantic eye." The small empty space was half the size of the Kuju court. Little Jing Kong was not to be blamed. He was too small and his arms and legs were too short. When he kicked, he fell down before he could kick the kuju ball. Moreover, the romantic eye was set according to the height of most children. They ranged from 6 to 8 years old. Although he was already 4 years old, little Jing Kong looked like he was only 3.5 years old. He was at a disadvantage. After that, he almost never touched kuju because no one passed it to him anymore. The little guy was also very frustrated. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Is it really good? Little Jing Kong's eyes were as big as a bull's. Really? I've been kicking it. Jing Kong. Do you want to come to my house to play kuju? In the carriage by the roadside, Su Dangsong waved at Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong's eyes flashed. He put his little hands behind his back. No. It's not very fun. He refused to admit that he was not good at it and could not even touch kuju. Su Dangsong was not in the same class as him, so she did not know that he almost did not touch kuju today. Su Dangsong waved her hand. Okay. Then I'll go first. Tell me what you like to play next time. I'll play with you. Okay. Little Jing Kong answered vaguely. After Gu Jiao wiped little Jing Kong's sweat, she held his hand and went back to Xianxia Alley. After they went back, Gu Jiao made a kuju ball for little Jing Kong. She also took down the shelf where she dried the herbs and made a romantic eye beside the crabapple tree in the backyard. It was slightly bigger than the one in the academy and was at a height suitable for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong came out after finishing his homework and saw the kuju ball on the threshold. Wow! His big eyes lit up and his eyelashes fluttered. His little eyelash fairy was just like this. He bent down, picked up kuju with his small hands, and ran towards the rear courtyard. He saw the flirtatious eyes, who was obviously shorter than the directorate, and pounced over excitedly. He put down the kuju ball, tiptoed and hugged the big romantic eye. Xiao Lulang went on a business trip again. This time, he was in the capital. The Examination Institute was holding a random examination for some of the officials of the 6 ministries. The examination would last for 3 days. As one of the invigilators, Xiao Lulang would enter the Examination Institute with the officials. It was not the first time Xiao Lulang came to the Examination Institute. However, he used to sit in the examination shed, but now he was sitting in the invigilator's seat. He did not need to mark the papers. After the examination 3 days later, he could leave with the officials. Xiao Lulang was not at home. Gu Jiao went to the underground martial arts arena again the next day. Uncle He took the money from Prince Ning's bodyguard, but he did not immediately send the message to Prince Ning. Instead, he found Gu Jiao and told her about it. This kind of thing was not rare in the martial arts arena. Many big shots would secretly bribe masters. However, these big shots were all famous in the capital. Generally, they would not let the people in the martial arts arena know their true identity. If you want to see him, I'll send the message to him now. If you don't want to see him, I'll walk slowly. When the message arrived, Gu Jiao had already left. This was not a dereliction of duty. He only promised to send the message, but not to keep Gu Jiao here. Gu Jiao made a no sound. It's fine. Go send the message. The sooner the better. Gu Jiao fought 2 matches in the afternoon. She did not arrange for the 3rd match because there was no suitable opponent. The underground martial arts arena had a rule. You could not fight someone 3 levels higher than you. In other words, Gu Jiao, who did not have a rank, could only fight with a level 2 master. The bladesman was the first master that Gu Jiao fought. She thought that he would be the appetizer. Who would have thought that he would be the hardest dish? It was no wonder that the bladesman was so popular. There were not many people below level 3 who were stronger than him. At least, the 4 masters that Gu Jiao fought later were not as good as him. After Gu Jiao defeated the bladesman, she gained a bit of fame in the underground martial arts arena. Today, there were finally a few more people who bet on her victory. Unfortunately, she only received 10 taels of silver. No matter. If the money was not enough, the leeks would make up for it. See, the leeks were here. Gu Jiao stepped down from the arena. Ning Wang personally walked up to the arena. He had changed his clothes, but the jade mask on his face was still the same as yesterday. His mask could only show his mouth and chin. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiong, we meet again. I watched the 2 matches just now. You played even better than yesterday. Do you have time to come in?" Gu Jiao took out the price list that she had already written in a small notebook. She handed it to him, 50 taels of silver for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The guard's eyebrows twitched. It was not 10 taels yesterday. Gu Jiao wrote, "The price has increased." Guard, Ming Wang, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense was about half an hour in her previous life. It was not more, not less. It was the price that Gu Jiao could accept. The guard behind Ming Wang twitched his mouth. "You are raising the price." Gu Jiao, "Congratulations, you got it right." Ming Wang also felt that the price was too high. It should be known that 50 taels of silver was enough to buy a master outside. However, with the lesson of the past, Ming Wang did not dare to hesitate today. Moreover, with his wealth, 50 taels of silver was not worth mentioning. "Okay." He agreed. Gu Jiao accepted the money before entering the room with him. Ming Wang had just sat down when he saw Gu Jiao light an incense stick on the table. "Ming Wang, young hero Xiong, to be honest, I came to find you not only to make friends with you, but also to make a deal with you." Making a deal was the strategy that Ming Wang came up with last night. Since this young man called Xiong Badian was so greedy, then he would use money to make him bend. There was no need to force him to come to his side as a guard. Gu Jiao quickly wrote, "The deal will be charged separately. The fee will not change." Ming Wang's mouth twitched and he smiled. "Of course, I will not treat young hero Xiong unfairly." In another room with a gourd hanging, a luxuriously dressed man and a fairy-like woman slowly sat down. They had just arrived. They had something to do today, so they came a little late. "Is there Knife Mountain guest today?" the woman wearing a veil asked. The servant said, "Madam, Knife Mountain guest was injured in a fight yesterday. He can't get out of bed today." "Oh? He's injured?" The woman was surprised. "Who injured him?" In the woman's impression, Knife Mountain guest should be unrivaled in his current level. The servant said, "A new young man. He looks weak, but his moves are very powerful. He defeated Knife Mountain guest with 1 move, and then won 3 matches in a row." Winning 3 matches in a row was nothing, but to defeat Knife Mountain guest with 1 punch was beyond the woman's expectations. "Your Highness." The woman looked at the man. The man asked, "Where is that young man?" The servant thought for a moment and said, "He just finished the fight. It seems that he was called away." The man said, "Go see if he left. If he hasn't left, bring him to see me." The woman looked at him worriedly. "Your Highness," the man held her hand and smiled. "Lin Lang, don't worry. I will send someone to take you to the Yen Kingdom." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/111045604. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao learned from King Ning that the top 3 masters in the underground arena were qualified to go to the Yen Kingdom to compete and could bring others with them. Gu Jiao knew the relationship between the Zhao Kingdom and the Yen Kingdom. The Yen Kingdom was a superior country. Without the Yen Kingdom's permission, even the emperor of the Zhao Kingdom couldn't go there easily. However, a small underground arena was qualified to send masters to the Yen Kingdom. Nominally, it was a competition, but in fact, it was an opportunity to win them over. Such arenas existed in all the 6 countries. The Yen Kingdom's method was too simple and crude. King Ming said, the first and second masters haven't appeared for many years. There is no chance to compete with them. The third master has only come to the arena recently. King Ming's meaning was obvious. Gu Jiao only needed to defeat the third master. I believe in young hero Xiong's strength. Gu Jiao didn't believe that. He only said this to her. She was afraid that he was casting a net and focusing on training her. In addition, Gu Jiao extracted a message from their conversation. King Ming wanted to go to the Yan Kingdom. Young hero Xiong, what do you think? King Ming asked. Gu Jiao glanced at the incense on the table and stood up. She signaled with her eyes that time was up. King Ming almost choked to death. After Gu Jiao left, the guard looked around warily at the door and returned to King Ming's side to report, Your Highness, someone was watching us nearby just now. Has he left? King Ming asked. Yes. The guard nodded. King Ming's eyes dimmed. Did you see who it was? The guard shook his head. I didn't see his face clearly, but I felt that his figure was familiar. He seemed to be one of the Crown Prince's men. King Ming picked up the teacup. So, the Crown Prince is here too? The guard looked nervous. Did the Crown Prince find us? King Ming wasn't worried at all. He took a sip of tea. It doesn't matter. He has no evidence. Be careful next time. Don't let others watch us. Yes. However, that servant wandered around Prince Ning's room to no avail and asked the manservant guarding the door before reporting to the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. I was a step too late. That person has already left. Gone? The Crown Prince frowned, looking very displeased. The Crown Princess asked, Did you find out who he is? Who invited him over just now? His name is Xiong Badian, and I don't know who invited him to the east side of the house. The servant reported the information he had gathered. The Crown Princess looked in the direction of his finger and saw a gourd hanging on the roof. She understood that the other person's identity was not simple. The man asked strangely, why would someone have such a terrible name? It should be an alias. The servant said, the people here don't use their real names. The Crown Princess paused for a moment before continuing, then go and find out who brought Xiong Badian here. Yes. The servant responded and turned to leave the room. The Crown Princess sighed, lowered her eyes, and picked up the teacup. The Crown Prince looked at her with heartache. Lin Lang, don't be sad. He's just a new master. There are others. I can always find someone to get into the top 3 and bring you to the Yan Kingdom to see old Mr. Meng. The Crown Princess lowered her eyes. Your Highness, am I being selfish? I'm the Crown Princess of the Zhao Kingdom. I have enough. Why should I hope to see old Mr. Meng? The Crown Prince said seriously, how can you be selfish? Isn't it right for you to see old Mr. Meng? You broke old Mr. Meng's chess game. If old Mr. Meng knows about it, he will appreciate you. The Yan Kingdom hasn't replied yet. I guess the news hasn't reached old Mr. Meng. When you go to the Yan Kingdom and see him, everything will be solved. I know you want to be old Mr. Meng's disciple. I will help you. The Crown Princess' eyes were filled with tears. I'm not going to the Yan Kingdom just to see old Mr. Meng. I want to see the culture of the Yan Kingdom. I want to know what the strongest country is like. I want to learn how the Yan Kingdom's monarch rules the country so that I can better assist your highness when I return. The Crown Prince was moved. Lin Lang, you're so nice. The Crown Princess smiled. Your highness is my husband. This is what I should do. I heard about that young hero just now. I feel that this young hero called Xiong Badian is young and promising. He has great potential. The Crown Prince said, since you say so, I'll go and invite him properly. The Crown Princess said earnestly, it's inevitable for a youth from the pugilistic world to have some pugilistic spirit. It's not impossible to be young and frivolous. Your Highness, remember to treat people with courtesy. Don't let the incident with Bainu happen again. At the mention of this, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across the Crown Prince's eyes. Bainu was a Turkic expert. He was extremely strong and swift. He was ranked 39th on the ranking list. The Crown Princess asked the Crown Prince to win him over. In the end, he said a few arrogant words to the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince punished him for being disrespectful. This incident happened outside the martial arts arena. The arena itself did not interfere. However, the Turkic experts spread the news, causing them to lose a few experts who disliked the Crown Prince's actions. The Crown Prince coughed lightly and said, "Don't worry. I won't use my status to pressure him this time. I'll talk to him calmly." Gu Jiao did not know that she was being targeted again. It was still early. It was not yet time for school to end in Little Jingkong. She went back to the medical center after leaving the Narcissus Embroidery Building. She entered from the back door and did not let anyone see her. She entered her courtyard, took off her mask, washed up, and changed into her usual clothes. Just as she was done, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. "Why did you bump into me?" It was a little girl's voice. "Who bumped into you?" "You were the one who bumped into me." It was a man's voice. It sounded familiar, like Gu Qingfeng's. "Bumblebee. Cylinder." That's right. In the backyard of the medical center, Gu Qingfeng, who came to buy hair growth medicine for his younger brother, bumped into Yuan Tong, who accompanied her elder sister to the clinic. This encounter was like a needle against an awn. Yuan Tong's eyes widened. "You did bump into me on purpose. I didn't expect a man like you to be so narrow-minded. You're bullying a woman." Gu Qingfeng raised his right foot in anger. "Who bullied you? Look at my shoe. You were the one who stepped on me. I didn't say anything, but you're accusing me of bumping into you. You're being unreasonable." Yuan Tong took a closer look. There was indeed a shoe print on it. Her eyes flashed and she stuttered, Who told you not to look at where you're walking?" Gu Qingfeng chuckled. "I don't look at where I'm walking?" "Fine, even if I don't, you should have eyes. Why didn't you dodge?" "So you saw that I didn't have eyes, so you purposely stepped on my foot and bumped into me." Gu Qingfeng didn't mean anything else, but in Yuan Tong's ears, it sounded like she was shameless, unreserved, and purposely trying to attract his attention. Yuan Tong was furious. You're shameless." Gu Qingfeng coldly said, "Who's shameless?" Yuan Tong huffed. "Who's the shameless one?" "You, humph." "Yuan Tong, come back." At the back door of the hall, the pale-faced Taoist nun spoke to Yuan Tong with the help of a maid. Yuan Tong turned around and walked over with a pale face. "Elder sister, why did you get off the carriage? Didn't I tell you to wait in the carriage? I'll go get Miss Gu for you." Gu Qingfeng had no grudge against the Taoist nun. Seeing that she was so ill, he didn't want to argue with her younger sister. He snorted and turned around to leave. Gu Jiao came out just as he arrived at the door of the small courtyard. Gu Jiao had already seen the Taoist nun. Her expression didn't look right. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat. "You can go treat the patient first. I'm not in a hurry." Gu Jiao nodded. The consultation room was full at the moment. Gu Jiao had Yuan Tong help the Taoist nun into her courtyard. Gu Jiao couldn't go in, so he waited in the hall for a while. He didn't want to rush her since she wasn't in a hurry, so he waited in the hall, bored to death. The Taoist nun lay on the bed in the side room, her hands clutching her stomach. Cold sweat poured down her face. "Where are you feeling unwell?" Gu Jiao asked her. The Taoist nun glanced at the maid and Yuan Tong who were standing by the side. Gu Jiao turned around. "You can leave first. I'm not used to people watching me when I treat patients." Yuan Tong opened her mouth. "Oh, then I'll leave my sister in your care." Gu Jiao nodded. Yuan Tong and the little servant girl retreated. Gu Jiao looked at the Taoist nun again. "Can you tell me where you're feeling unwell now?" The Taoist nun hesitated, as if she was too embarrassed to speak. After a while, she muttered, My stomach hurts, let me take a look." Gu Jiao took her wrist and began to feel her pulse. The Taoist nun lost her usual composure when she saw Gu Jiao's silence. She bit her lip and whispered, Am I going to have a miscarriage?" A miscarriage? Gu Jiao wondered if she had heard wrong. Gu Jiao looked at the Taoist nun's wrist, then at her face. The Taoist nun's eyes reddened and she burst into tears. "I knew it. I'm going to have a miscarriage. My baby is gone." Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. Wait, what did I miss? The little Taoist nun cried very sadly. She sobbed and hiccuped, causing Gu Jiao to listen for a long time before she understood the whole story. It turned out that something indescribable had happened between Gu Chongqing and the Taoist nun in the carriage on the day they were rescued. I started it. I tore his clothes. I couldn't control myself. My period hasn't come for 2 months, this morning. I suddenly had a stomachache, and I was bleeding. Of course you would have stomachache and bleed. When you were on your period, Gu Jiao looked at her with an indescribable expression. You're just having an irregular menstrual period. You're not pregnant, Gu Jiao said. The Taoist nun cried. I don't believe it. I'm already riding on him. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Was it really that shocking? You're really not pregnant. You didn't have a miscarriage. You don't have to comfort me. I know, the baby is gone, sob. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. She had been a doctor for 2 lifetimes, but this was the first time anyone had questioned her skills. Forget it, whoever started the trouble should end it. Gu Jiao called Gu Qingfeng over and told him to bring Gu Chongqing here. Gu Jiao didn't say anything, so Gu Qingfeng didn't expect it to be related to the Yuan family. Coincidentally, Gu Chongqing was in the manor today, so Gu Qingfeng quickly brought him over. Gu Jiao used the excuse of buying medicine and food to send Yuan Tong and the maids away, then brought Gu Chongqing into the courtyard. Gu Jiao also wanted to enter the room, but Gu Qingfeng mercilessly refused. In the side room, the Taoist nun had cried herself to sleep. Gu Jiao told her situation to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing had not expected that this matter would be brought to the surface in such a way. His face, which had never changed in 10,000 years, instantly turned red. There's no such thing. He took a deep breath and pinched his fingers. I didn't do it with her. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh, you only touched and rubbed? No. Gu Chongqing wanted to say that he didn't, but he choked on his words. He turned around, his face red as he said seriously, anyway, she won't get pregnant. She's still a virgin. Men always knew more about this than women. Gu Jiao didn't doubt the reliability of Gu Chongqing's words. She pointed at him and said, then you explain it to her yourself. It's getting late. I have to go pick up little Jing Kong. She carried the small basket on her back and left without hesitation. Gu Chongqing wanted to call her but didn't have time to stop her. Gu Chongqing was in the room. He didn't know whether to stand or sit. No one knew what kind of shame and torment he went through while waiting for the Taoist nun to wake up. What happened that day was indeed an accident. He didn't want to get married in this lifetime. However, they did have physical contact. If she couldn't get over it like Gu Jinyu, then he would take responsibility for her and propose marriage. But after she woke up, she said she didn't want to get married. This matter became a secret between the two of them. Who would have thought? She thought she could get pregnant like that. And she cried when she had a miscarriage. Could it be that she planned to give birth to the child in secret, without telling him at all? He was the father of the child. No, there was no child. He was almost led astray. Gu Chongqing helplessly pinched the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, the Taoist nun on the bed slowly woke up. She was still immersed in the great sorrow of losing her baby. When she saw Gu Chongqing, she didn't care that she didn't have any feelings for this man. She suddenly felt very wronged and grabbed Gu Chongqing's hand. Sob sob, our baby is gone. Grand Secretary Yuan, who had rushed over after receiving the news, had just arrived at the door when he heard this sentence. Grand Secretary Yuan. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1110450022. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. This book's newest chapter is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. What had happened? He had just gone out on a business trip, and when he came back, his granddaughter had even given birth to a baby. No, it was gone again. He had just become a great-grandfather and his little great-grandson was gone. No, the main point was off. How could he have a little great-grandson? Wasn't Yuan Baolin not married yet? That was Baolin's voice. He hadn't misheard, right? Even if he had misheard, this little Taoist nun holding a man's hand was still his family's little Taoist nun, right? He couldn't be blind, right? Grand Secretary Yuan finally came back to his senses. Not only had he heard it, he had even ing caught her in the act. Who was this stinky brat? Before Gu Jiao left, she had already told Gu Chongqing about the little Taoist nun's illness. However, hearing someone else say it was one matter, hearing the little Taoist nun personally complain to him was another matter. She held his hand, large tears falling down. That genuine pain of losing a child shocked Gu Chongqing. Just as he was shocked speechless, a murderous aura suddenly shot out from behind him. Gu Chongqing turned his head and saw Grand Secretary Yuan standing in the doorway in a rage. Gu Chongqing's heart thumped. He almost instinctively pulled back his hand. Unfortunately, it was too late. Grand Secretary Yuan had seen everything he should have seen and heard everything he should have heard. Grand Secretary Yuan charged into the room with murderous aura. Arriving at the bedside, he stood between the two. Gu Chongqing consciously moved back a few steps. Who are you? Grand Secretary Yuan sternly asked. The capital's social circle was very large. The Yuan family and Marquis Ding An's manor had very little interaction. Grand Secretary Yuan had only seen the old Marquis in the throne room. Last time in Jade Water Alley, Gu Chongqing was in the dark, while Grand Secretary Yuan was in the light. This caused Gu Chongqing to secretly see him, while he did not see Gu Chongqing. It's over now. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to clear my name. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands in greeting. This one is Ding in Marquis Manor's Gu Chongqing. Greetings to Grand Secretary Yuan. Grand Secretary Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chao's grandson? Yes. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands, not daring to look straight at Grand Secretary Yuan's face. This was the etiquette of the younger generation, and it was also him who made him feel a bit stupefied and lacking in confidence. Grand Secretary Yuan then thought of the latter part of his words. You recognize me? Yes. Gu Chongqing did not deny it. Now that things had developed to this point, there was no way to hide it anymore. Grand Secretary Yuan wasn't stupid. That day's events were a bit strange to begin with, but since Yuan Baolin insisted that she was fine, he didn't take it to heart. Thinking about it now, it was likely that Yuan Baolin was not saved by Ding in Manor's Madame Gu. Grand Secretary Yuan's gaze turned cold. It's you? You took Pauline away? You took advantage of her. Once he thought of his own granddaughter leaving the wolf's den of Royal Princeton and jumping into the tiger's den of Gu Chongqing and being bullied to the point of having a child. Grand Secretary Yuan hated that he couldn't slaughter the stinky brat on the spot. Gu Chongqing had no way to defend himself. If it was anyone else, they might have been able to cleanly refuse, but Gu Chongqing did not have that kind of personality. At this time, the old Marquis had also rushed over after hearing the news. Once he heard that his own grandson had gotten someone pregnant, the old Marquis was so angry that one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens. If this was another girl's home, the old Marquis would not have believed it so easily, but the other party was Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter. In addition, Gu Chongqing had tacitly agreed. It was clear that he was entangled with the girl. He pulled out his whip and swung it at Gu Chongqing's body. The little Taoist nun's face turned pale. She reached out a hand to stop the old Marquis while choking with sobs. Don't hit him. It's not his fault. It's me. I forced myself on him. The old Marquis, whose hand trembled as the whip struck his own head. Grand Secretary Yuan, who also seemed to have been struck in the face by an invisible whip. As well as Gu Chongqing, who even though he had been cleared of his crime, he still wished he hadn't been. He might as well smash him to death with a wall. Gu Chongqing had military matters to attend to and would be heading to Fengdu Mountain soon. Just now, he had been packing his luggage in the courtyard. If it wasn't for Gu Chengfeng saying that Gu Jiao wanted to see him, he wouldn't have come at all. Now things were great. It wasn't that he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River, but that he couldn't wash himself clean even if he peeled off a layer of his skin. Grand Secretary Yuan learned about the ins and outs of the matter from his granddaughter's mouth and confirmed that this brat had not taken advantage of his granddaughter in the slightest. Instead, it was his granddaughter who had taken advantage of him quite a bit. Grand Secretary Yuan felt quite apologetic. He apologized to the old marquis. The old marquis obviously wasn't angry. No matter how he looked at it, it was still this brat who had taken advantage of him. This brat was someone who practiced martial arts, so he could clearly knock him out with a single palm strike. Since he didn't do that, it meant that he also had a bit of interest in young Miss Yuan, right? Good brat, no wonder he always ignored him when he tried to matchmake him. So it turned out he had secretly taken a fancy to young Miss Yuan. This young Miss Yuan was truly outstanding, not someone an ordinary aristocratic family's young miss could compare to. Take this matter for example. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have the courage to shoulder all the blame on themselves, resolutely not making things difficult for Gu Chongqing. How could the old marquis know that the reason why Gu Chongqing didn't knock Yuan Baolin unconscious was because the drug Yuan Baolin was too strong, making it difficult for her to breathe? If she really did faint, it might cause her to suffocate to death. This junior still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands in greeting towards Grand Secretary Yuan and also gave the old marquis an indifferent greeting before turning around to leave the room. The little Taoist nun chased after him. Don't worry, young Miss Yuan. I won't agree to this marriage. He knew she didn't want to marry him. I won't agree either. She also knew that he didn't want to marry her at all. She couldn't let him shoulder the pressure alone. Gu Chongqing thought she had chased after him precisely because of this matter. Since they had made things clear, it was time for him to leave. Farewell. He turned around to leave. Wait. The little Taoist nun called out to him. Gu Chongqing stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at her. Young Miss Yuan, is there something else you're worried about? I really. The little Taoist nun's eyes drifted as she rubbed her belly. Gu Chongqing's gaze swept over her small movements. He opened his mouth and sighed. You're not pregnant. You can't get pregnant at that level. The little Taoist nun furrowed her brows in confusion. But Gu Chongqing used up all the face he had in his lifetime. Pregnancy requires a man's cooperation. The little Taoist nun muttered, it's all written in those novels. When a woman is drugged and pushes a man down, she'll have a child. Gu Chongqing asked strangely, you're a Taoist nun. Why do you read romance novels? Romance novels could kill people. Gu Chongqing felt there was no way to continue this topic. He planned to leave. The little Taoist nun suddenly glanced at Gu Chongqing sympathetically. Or is it because you can't? It's written in those novels that women can't have children only if men can't do it. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. In the future, don't read those novels again. Gu Jiao didn't know that the matter between Gu Chongqing and the little Taoist nun had already reached the ears of Grand Secretary Yuan and the old marquis, but Gu Chengfeng knew. He had been hiding in a large tree and had been watching a good show. At first, when Gu Jiao had only let his older brother into the courtyard and blocked him outside, he had sensed that something wasn't right. After eavesdropping, he realized that his older brother looked serious, but he had secretly found a sister-in-law for him. TSK. This speed was worthy of being his older brother. It was a pity that Ling family's younger cousin was going to be hurt. Ling Shuixian was completely in love with his older brother and wouldn't marry anyone else. He heard that. She had been on a hunger strike at home recently. Although Ling Shuixian was his younger cousin, he actually didn't like Ling Shuixian. Ling Shuixian was too arrogant and wasn't suited to be Marquis Ding and Fuzer's wife. The Yuan family's daughter looked more mature than Ling Shuixian, but her way of thinking was a bit, hard to explain. Forget it, as long as his older brother liked her, it was a pity that the girl left early and missed this good show. Aya. Gu Qingfeng slapped his head, I still haven't gone to buy medicine from that girl. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to go to Jade Water Alley. Gu Jiao had already brought little Jing Kong back from the directorate. Little Jing Kong was currently playing kuju with a few friends in the alley in the backyard. Gu Jiao was drying medicine in the front yard. Gu Qingfeng told Gu Jiao about the development of Gu Chongqing and the little Taoist nun. Based on this progress, we should be able to have a sister-in-law soon. This was the first time he had used this kind of word. He had always understood that this Gu Jiao in front of him wasn't the real Gu Jiao's mother, so when he blurted out these two words, he felt very surprised. Fortunately, Gu Jiao didn't seem to notice his inappropriate choice of words. Gu Jiao grunted and turned the medicine in the sieve, quite compatible. Gu Qingfeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved that Gu Jiao did not chase after him to ask him how he used them and if he was in a hurry to be her older brother or something like that. Of course it's compatible. He was worried that Gu Jiao would come back to her senses, so he quickly changed the topic to the two of them. One is the heir of the Marquis residence, the other is the daughter of the Yuan family. How are they like? He wanted to say, how are they like you and Xiao Lulang? One is the daughter of the Marquis residence, the other is a poor boy from the countryside. But when the words reached his lips, he felt that something was wrong. This girl wasn't the daughter of the Marquis residence. Who knew where she came from, what kind of background she had in that faraway place, and what kind of parents she had? This girl seemed to be a bit pitiful. Gu Jiao didn't know what he was thinking and continued drying the medicine. Right, where's my brother's medicine? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao had already taken it out and put it in her purse. She took it out and handed it to him. Gu Qingfeng reached out to take it, but Gu Jiao suddenly took her hand back. Give me the money. Gu Qingfeng had a toothache, you just took 1,000 taels from me last time. Gu Jiao spread her hands, that was the money for the last bottle of medicine. Gu Qingfeng stomped his feet in anger, go outside and ask around. Which family's medicine is as expensive as yours? Gu Jiao put the medicine back into her purse and patted it, saying, then, go buy it from whichever family's cheaper. Gu Qingfeng's anger was completely extinguished. Of course, he had tried other people's medicine before. However, not only was it ineffective, but it also made Gu Qingling's hair fall off. Ever since then, he didn't dare to try other people's medicine. Gu Qinglin wore a hat to school every day. It was very uncomfortable in the hot weather. Gu Qingfeng said bitterly, I didn't bring that much money with me today. He took out his purse and poured out the broken silver and copper coins into his hands. Look, it doesn't even add up to 2 taels. I've been very poor recently. Gu Jiao was silent. Gu Qingfeng continued to act pitiful, I'm not like you who only needs to make a living every day. I have to study during the day and can only take on some work at night. But recently, there's not much work to do. Gu Jiao nodded, that's quite pitiful. Right? Gu Qingfeng cried that he was poor while secretly glancing at her. How about this, if you help me run an errand, I'll give you a 10% discount on your medicine. That means I'll charge you less than 10%. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. Shouldn't the routine be, if you help me run an errand, I'll give you this bottle of medicine? How come it was only 10% less? Examination courtyard. Xiao Lulang finished invigilating for the day and returned to the Jingyi Pavilion with the other invigilators. This was the place where they would rest this time. Their range of activity was from the Jingyi Pavilion to the examination area. They couldn't wander anywhere else. The Jingyi Pavilion was heavily guarded by guards. First, it was to prevent people from colluding with the invigilators to cheat. Second, it was to protect the safety of the invigilators. He was only an invigilator and didn't grade the papers. It was only a bit tiring, but not mentally. The food was sent to the rooms of the invigilators. Not long after he returned to his room, the food was sent over by the guards. Xiao Lulang opened the door and came to the door. He reached out to take the food box, many thanks. The moment he took the food box, he inadvertently glanced at the guard. The guard took back his hand and turned to patrol. Xiao Lulang frowned suspiciously. Wasn't this the guard who brought him food in the morning and afternoon? Was it a different person for dinner? Xiao Lulang took the food box into the room. Just like at noon, there were 2 dishes and 1 soup. A plate of braised pork with radish, a plate of cold tofu, a bowl of vegetable and egg drop soup, and 2 large and thick steamed buns. Xiao Lulang took out the food one by one. When he brought out the bowl of egg drop soup, his eyes paused for a moment. The days of the 7th month of the lunar calendar weren't that long. At this time, the sun had completely set and the sky was a greenish gray. The light in the room was a bit dim, but it was still okay to eat. Most people wouldn't light a lamp. Xiao Lulang looked at the bowl of egg drop soup and frowned. He lit an oil lamp and turned the wick to the brightest. He saw that there was some strange powder on 2 or 3 floating green onions. At first glance, this powder looked like seasoning, but Xiao Lulang had cooked before. It was one thing if it tasted bad, but he could recognize seasoning. Xiao Lulang picked out the green onions. The smell of the green onions was too strong. It suppressed the smell of the powder, but the powder itself was enough to make people suspicious. If it wasn't for Xiao Liulang's good eyesight, and if it wasn't for Xiao Liulang's familiarity with seasoning, he would have probably thought that it was an ordinary bowl of egg drop soup and drank it. Xiao Lulang not only didn't drink the egg drop soup, he also didn't touch the other food. The bag that Gu Jiao gave him was filled with fruits and jerky. He had just taken it out when a figure jumped in through the window. "Who is it?" Xiao Lulang asked vigilantly. "It's me." Gu Qingfeng, who was dressed in black, took off his mask. He actually didn't want to reveal his identity, but if he didn't reveal it, how could he make him believe him? Xiao Liulang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but it wasn't too surprising. Since Gu Jiao went out with him in the middle of the night, he wasn't just an ordinary weak scholar. "Here." Gu Qingfeng threw a bag to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang opened it and saw that it was a box of exquisite and delicious pastries. It was still slightly steaming, and it was obvious that it had just been made. Gu Qingfeng snorted. So sour, so sour. Wasn't it just a few days of not coming back? Was it worth it for him to sneak into the tribute institution in the middle of the night to give him pastries? Xiao Lulang looked at the various pastries in the box and gave a low laugh. Gu Qingfeng was so sour that he rolled his eyes. He didn't even eat dinner before running over to give Xiao Lulang pastries. He saw that there was food on the table, so he rolled up his sleeves and picked up a steamed bun. Xiao Lulang hurriedly said, "Wait. You can't eat it." Gu Qingfeng took a bite. "I already ran an errand to give you pastries, and you still can't eat a steamed bun?" Xiao Lulang said, "No, I might have been drugged." Gu Qingfeng hurriedly spat out the steamed bun in his mouth. Pay, pay, pay. There are people who would drug the tribute institution? That's right, how could there be people who would drug the tribute institution? Normal people wouldn't be able to reach into the tribute institution. Even if they did, it would be for the sake of cheating. Who would poison the invigilators? While Xiao Lulang was deep in thought, Gu Qingfeng suddenly said, "It can't be white medicine, right? Was it that old witch who did it? Or it could be black medicine." "No, it's useless even if I gave you black medicine or white medicine." Xiao Lulang asked in confusion, "What black medicine or white medicine?" Gu Qingfeng covered his mouth. "Oh. No, he spilled the beans." Xiao Lulang stared at him. His eyes weren't cold or scary, but there was a kind of sharpness that made people unable to hide. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head. Forget it, forget it. I've already said it. You can ask that girl later. She'll know that I spilled the beans all the same." "What exactly is it?" Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Qingfeng sighed and told him about how Gu Jiao had abducted him to the nunnery to steal the black medicine and white medicine. He also told him about how the emperor had been poisoned by the black medicine and white medicine through Xiao Liulang's silent technique. In the end, the radish was pulled out of the mud, and the imperial edict was also pulled out. Xiao Lulang, imperial edict? Everyone cared about different things. For Gu Qingfeng, the emperor being drugged was the most shocking thing. However, what shocked Xiao Lulang the most was the imperial edict in Grand Concubine Jing's hands. That was because he had seen that imperial edict before. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1110163778. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. He hadn't been born when the late emperor passed away, but he had followed the emperor to visit concubine Jing in the nunnery. He was still young at the time and didn't know what he had accidentally seen. It wasn't until he grew up that he realized it was an imperial edict, and from the content, it seemed to have been left behind by the late emperor. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone. He didn't mention it when he was young because he didn't understand. He didn't mention it when he grew up because he felt it was too serious and didn't want to bring disaster to the Marquis estate. Not long after he had seen the imperial edict, he had been poisoned near Rinshou Palace. He had never linked the two incidents together. Even after he grew up, he didn't think they had anything to do with each other. As for why he didn't suspect concubine Jing of stealing the imperial edict, it was because he would have done the same if it had been him. But he thought that there must be a knot in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped Gu Jiao from going to the nunnery outside the palace to treat concubine Jing's illness. Perhaps concubine Jing had long discovered that he had seen the imperial edict, which was why she had poisoned him. It wasn't just to frame Empress Dowager Zhuang, but also to silence him. After he had luckily escaped with his life, Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang had increased his protection, so concubine Jing had no way to do it. Until, hey, why aren't you talking? Are you scared out of your wits? Gu Qingfeng waved his hand in front of his eyes. What are you talking about? Xiao Luling came back to his senses. No, I'm just thinking about what you just said. That day, he had gone next door to find his teacher and heard him mention Princess Xinyang to Gu Chongqing. His teacher had said that he had something to ask the princess, but he hadn't heard much. He hadn't expected it to be about the imperial edict. He thought it was about concubine Jing. Gu Qingfeng didn't know that he was thinking about the imperial edict, and thought that he was as shocked as he was by concubine Jing's poisoning of the emperor. I knew she was vicious, but I didn't expect her to do it to His Majesty. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized that he couldn't find the words to describe this old witch. He curled his lips and snorted, it's been hard on the Empress Dowager all these years. His Majesty and her didn't have to go to this step. But, I heard that His Majesty's medicine was about to expire, so the old witch went to buy more medicine. I wonder if she has drugged His Majesty recently. Gu Jiao was at the top of the information pyramid, while Gu Qingfeng was ranked second. He still didn't know that concubine Jing had given the emperor the wrong medicine. But soon, he might not even be ranked second. Xiao Luling paused and said, wait a moment. I'll write a reply to Jiao Jiao. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. She only brought you some food and you still have to reply to her letter. If he were to die one day, it would definitely be because of their jealousy. Xiao Luling wrote a note for Gu Qingfeng, folded it, and put it in the pouch that Gu Jiao had given him. He didn't use any security measures. First, he trusted Gu Jiao's judgment. If Gu Jiao could let Gu Qingfeng come over, it meant that Gu Qingfeng was on their side. Second, it was impossible for Gu Qingfeng to come and go as he pleased under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Shadow Guard without any ability. No matter how tightly he sealed it, Gu Qingfeng could still see it if he wanted to. Alright, then I'll make another trip. I was planning to return to the Marquis estate after delivering your food. Gu Qingfeng accepted the pouch. When food was mentioned, his gaze swept over the desserts on the table. That girl wasn't good looking, but the desserts she made were exceptionally exquisite. Thank you, Xiao Luling said sincerely. If you're sincere about thanking me, then give me one of your desserts, Gu Qingfeng said. No. Xiao Luling heartlessly refused. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to leave the examination courtyard. Because of the anger in his heart, he didn't even show himself when he went to Jadewater Alley. He directly threw the pouch that Xiao Lulang had him bring back on Gu Jiao's windowsill. Gu Jiao didn't need to guess to know that Gu Qingfeng had brought it over. Gu Jiao threw the medicine bottle into the air. As expected, Gu Qingfeng nimbly spun around and caught the hair restorer. He landed in front of Gu Jiao's window and said angrily, "You're just blindly throwing it like that. You're not afraid of giving it to the wrong person." Humph. Saying this, he took Gu Qingling's medicine and plunged into the endless night. Gu Jiao took out the note from the pouch. "You already know the contents of the imperial edict. Do not act rashly. Wait for my return." When she read the first two sentences, Gu Jiao's heart didn't waver at all. But when she read the last sentence, the corners of her lips slightly curved into a beautiful arc. "Wait for my return." Gu Jiao read the last four words. Her elbows were on the windowsill as she rested her chin on her hand and looked into the distance. Why was she a bit happy? Gu Jiao couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. "Hey!" Gu Qingfeng suddenly came back. He was hanging upside down from the roof beam, his head hanging outside Gu Jiao's window. He was almost face to face with Gu Jiao. The difference was that Gu Jiao's face was facing up, while his face was upside down. Gu Jiao looked at this uninvited guest who was ruining the atmosphere. "What?" Gu Qingfeng said, "There's something I forgot to tell you. Your husband was poisoned in the examination courtyard." Gu Jiao's expression turned cold. Fortunately, I was there early, just in time. Before Gu Qingfeng could finish speaking, Gu Jiao had already jumped out of the window with one hand. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. I haven't finished the second half of my sentence." With Gu Jiao's current skills, sneaking into the examination courtyard wasn't a big problem. Although the examination courtyard was big, the layout was simple. The examiners all lived in the Jingyi Pavilion. Xiao Lulang had just finished washing up and was only wearing a thin inner garment. He extinguished the oil lamp on the table and was about to go to sleep when someone gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Xiao Lulang came to the door, removed the bolt, and gently opened the door. It wasn't any of his colleagues outside the door. It was a petite figure dressed in black, wearing a gaudy mask. The pair of eyes under the mask seemed to have gathered the light of the Milky Way, all the way to the darkest part of his heart. He looked at her in a daze, and also looked at himself in her eyes in a daze. He forgot to react for a moment. "You two, go over there and take a look." A guard's voice sounded not far away. Xiao Lulang quickly stretched out his hand and pulled her in, knocking her head into his embrace. He hugged her with one hand and quickly closed the door with the other. Almost at the same time that he locked the door, the guard outside also arrived. "You two, go over there and take a look. You two, search this courtyard. You come with me." "Yes." Gu Jiao was tightly held in Xiao Liulang's arms. She didn't move, but blinked her large eyes and looked at him. Xiao Lulang raised his index finger and gently placed it on his lips. Gu Jiao understood. She didn't say anything, she understood. Achoo, but she couldn't hold back her sneeze, her mask was knocked askew. "What's that noise?" A guard walked towards Xiao Liulang's room. "It's me." Xiao Liulang's tone was normal as he said. "It's so late, is Lord Xiao still awake?" The guard asked outside the door. Xiao Lulang hugged Gu Jiao, not daring to move a single step. "I was asleep, but you guys woke me up again. Sorry." The guard outside the door cupped his hands. "It's our brothers who found a fainted guard near the kitchen. It seems like he has been unconscious for a long time. We don't know if there are thieves who have snuck in. We are currently investigating under orders, so we ask Lord Xiao to be patient." Gu Jiao took off the askew mask. He hugged her so tightly that she couldn't pull away, so she simply buried her little head in his chest. Xiao Liulang's heart skipped a beat and his breathing became heavy. He calmed himself down and said, "I didn't hear anything here. You guys should quickly go and take a look at the other lords." "Yes, sir." The guard replied. "Big brother, there's nothing here." "There's nothing there either." "Let's go." The guards left Jingyi Pavilion one after another. Xiao Lulang carefully listened to their footsteps. After confirming that the last guard had walked far away, the surroundings became quiet again. However, Xiao Lulang didn't move, and neither did Gu Jiao. There was no light in the room, only a thin ray of moonlight shone in through the paper window. There was almost no light. The night was quiet. He hugged her, hearing each other's breathing and a sound of his own heart beating like a drum. That guard wasn't knocked out by me. I didn't hit anyone. Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang made a sound of agreement and gently let go of her arm. The night covered the red color of his cheeks. It's so late, why did you come? Gu Qingfeng said that someone poisoned you. Gu Jiao's fingertips were already on his pulse when she said this. I didn't eat. Xiao Lulang said, that guard who fainted should be the one who originally brought me dinner. There's no problem with your pulse. Gu Jiao asked, is the food that was drugged still there? Xiao Lulang groped his way to the table in the dark and took out a match to light the oil lamp. It's been taken away. I left some chopped green onions that were drugged. As he spoke, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his bag. Gu Jiao poured out the chopped green onions inside. After carefully examining it, her face darkened. It's arsenic. Someone actually poisoned her husband with arsenic. Her little fists indicated that they were itchy. Xiao Lulang looked at her fierce little expression and couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and gently rubbed the top of her head. I'm fine. I wasn't poisoned this time. The other person should have guessed that we were exposed and won't make a move for a while. At least they wouldn't make a move in the tribute court. You came here in the middle of the night just for this? In his eyes, this was an insignificant matter. From the moment he returned to the capital, he had already expected that the road ahead would be filled with thorns. I will find the culprit, Gu Jiao said seriously. Okay. Xiao Lulang smiled and stroked the strand of hair on her head that had been blown up by the wind. It was very strange. He wouldn't have done this in the past. They had always been husband and wife in name, but they had never interacted with each other. They were more like guests living under the same roof. They had their own territory and didn't interfere with each other's business. Just when did their boundaries start to blur? Did they start to involve each other in their plans? Xiao Lulang lowered his head and laughed. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiao asked. Nothing. Xiao Lulang shook his head. He just couldn't help but laugh. As for what he was laughing at, he seemed to know, but also didn't. By the way, what was written in Concubine Jing's imperial edict? Gu Jiao skipped the question of how he knew the contents of the edict. Xiao Lulang seemed to finally understand what he was laughing at. He was happy. When he was with her, it seemed that he never had to worry about her asking him difficult questions. Of course, he wouldn't purposely ask her about things she didn't want to talk about. This wasn't the cautiousness of someone who understood each other well. It was a natural tacit understanding between the two of them. Xiao Lulang said, that's an imperial edict left behind by the late emperor. It contains very important matters. Saying it was important was an understatement. It was something that could shake the entire court. Gu Jiao asked, does it have anything to do with Grandaunt? Xiao Lulang nodded. Yes. It seemed that it had something to do with Grandaunt. Otherwise, Concubine Jing wouldn't have used it as a trump card for so many years. Gu Jiao continued to guess, did the late emperor agree to Grandaunt holding court behind the curtain? If the late emperor had agreed, then Grandaunt wouldn't have had to suffer so much criticism. The fact that Concubine Jing had this imperial edict in her hands was undoubtedly a great obstacle to Grandaunt's path as regent. Xiao Lulang shook his head. No. Gu Jiao changed the direction of her guess. So it's to prevent Grandaunt from interfering with the court? That's not it either. Xiao Lulang shook his head again. Gu Jiao made a strange sound. It can't really be an imperial edict to bury Grandaunt with the late emperor, can it? Xiao Lulang fell silent. Seeing him like this, Gu Jiao had an answer in her heart. The imperial edict that the late emperor had issued before his death was indeed for Grandaunt to be buried with the late emperor. This made Gu Jiao even more confused. But why would Concubine Jing keep an imperial edict for Grandaunt to be buried with the late emperor? She and Grandaunt were at loggerheads and couldn't wait to get rid of her. Why would she hide an imperial edict? Xiao Liulong's gaze turned deep. Because, Grandaunt isn't the only concubine to be buried with the late emperor. Concubine Jing is also buried with the late emperor. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1110149116. HTML Genius memorized this website's URL in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. So concubine Jing's name is on the imperial edict as well. Gu Jiao came to a realization. No wonder she wanted to steal it and hide it. Xiao Luling grunted in agreement. First, it's to save her life. Second, it's to hold on to her final trump card. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and said thoughtfully, Great-aunt won't be threatened by anyone. Even if she really did take out the imperial edict and say, if you don't agree to my terms, I'll announce it to the world and take you down with me, Great-aunt won't give in. So? Xiao Luling nodded. So her most dangerous move is to take Great-aunt down with her. Gu Jiao slapped the table. That bad woman. Xiao Luling looked at her angry expression. Although he shouldn't have, a trace of a smile flashed through his eyes. Of course, his smile faded when he thought of Great-aunt's situation. Seeing the imperial edict was something that had happened when he was young. Moreover, it wasn't something he cared about at the time, so that memory had long since been submerged in the river of his memories. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't brought it up, he might not have thought about it for the rest of his life. We have to steal the imperial edict back. They couldn't let concubine Jing hold on to such a ticking time bomb. Gu Jiao didn't care if concubine Jing died or not, but Great-aunt couldn't go to hell with her. Xiao Luling said, before that, don't push her too far. Otherwise, she might impulsively take Great-aunt down with her. Gu Jiao finally understood what her husband meant when he said not to act rashly. With concubine Jing's current condition, it wasn't appropriate for them to provoke her. That woman had already gone crazy. Who knew what she would do in a fit of anger? Sigh. Gu Jiao sighed. She placed her hands on the table and her head drooped, resting on the back of her hands. Xiao Luling couldn't help but raise his hand and touch her fluffy little head. It won't take long. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. She believed him. He trusted him so much that he didn't have to ask him about his plans. Speaking of which. She straightened her body in contemplation. Xiao Luling calmly retracted his hand. The soft feeling of her hair still remained in his palm, and he gently stroked it with his fingertips. Gu Jiao didn't notice his small action of reminiscing. She looked at him doubtfully and asked, what kind of person was the previous emperor? Why did he want Great-aunt and grand concubine Jing to die with him? Xiao Luling paused. His first reaction was to get rid of the mother and keep the child, but after thinking about it carefully, he wasn't sure if that was the case. It was hard for him to describe what kind of emperor the previous emperor was. The previous emperor had already passed away when he was born. All of his knowledge of the previous emperor came from the previous emperor's documents and rumors. But judging from the previous emperor's arrangements before his death, he was a man of means. Perhaps the reason he buried Empress Dowager Zhuang and old concubine Jing with him was because he saw the influence they had on the new emperor and was worried that the power of the imperial court would fall to someone else. Or maybe the previous emperor had other plans. An emperor's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Who could guess? For example, he didn't understand why Princess Xianxia had the shadow dragon guards. In the end, Xiao Luling could only say to Gu Jiao, the truth will come out one day. He didn't say that he didn't know. Of course, he didn't know. But if she wanted to know, he would find the answer. Xiao Luling looked at the endless night sky. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, then I'll come see you tomorrow night. Xiao Lulang looked at her and didn't refuse. Okay. After Gu Jiao left, Xiao Lulang turned off the light and lay on the thin bed. The box of snacks that Gu Jiao had Gu Qingfeng bring him was placed on the bedside table. The night was very quiet, but his thoughts weren't calm. A certain someone was disobediently running around in his mind. It took him a lot of effort to regain control of his mind. He began to think about the imperial edict. The imperial edict was left behind by the previous emperor. Even the current emperor couldn't disobey it. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Zhuang family had great power, they weren't strong enough to compete with the previous emperor's edict. As a woman of the imperial harem, Empress Dowager Zhuang had done too many things that the secular world wouldn't tolerate. The first thing she bore the brunt of was holding court behind the curtain. The previous emperor's subordinates didn't make things difficult for Empress Dowager Zhuang for two reasons. First, the Empress Dowager did have the means to suppress them. Second, the previous emperor couldn't attend court due to his illness in the last days of his reign. Moreover, the Lu family was ambitious. The previous emperor had no choice but to drive the tiger to chase the wolf. He appointed the virtuous empress as regent. The previous emperor didn't have time to remove the empress's regent before he passed away. Xiao Lulang guessed that the previous emperor might have thought that since he had left the imperial edict for the empress to be buried with him, it didn't matter whether she was removed or not. Unfortunately, the imperial edict was stolen by concubine Jing. The virtuous empress was promoted to the position of regent by the previous emperor. After the new emperor ascended the throne, she continued to hold court behind the curtain, so the previous emperor's subordinates didn't dislike her as much. But as soon as the imperial edict was issued, the previous emperor's subordinates would bite Empress Dowager Zhuang into the imperial mausoleum like hungry wolves. Thus, Gu Jiao was right. The imperial edict couldn't continue to fall into concubine Jing's hands. They had to find a way to steal it back and destroy it. But with the dragon shadow guards around, it would be difficult for them to succeed. The dragon shadow guards. Xiao Lulang narrowed his eyes in the darkness. The next night, Gu Jiao really did come. She brought Xiao Liulang's favorite spicy beef. She skewered the beef with bamboo sticks and put it in a jar. The two of them sat in the room and ate the skewers. Shall I come again tomorrow? Gu Jiao asked before she left. Xiao Lulang chuckled quietly. I can go back after the exam tomorrow. There's no need to come again. Gu Jiao, oh. She really wanted to come. It would be fun to eat skewers with him in the middle of the night. Xiao Lulang was an invigilator and didn't participate in marking the papers. After the exam, he packed his things and left the examination hall. It wasn't too late. He first went to the Hanlin Academy to take care of the work he had left behind in the past 3 days. Ever since his confrontation with Grand Tutor Zhuang outside the Hanlin Academy, not many people in the Hanlin Academy dared to pick a fight with him. Everyone knew that he was there to invigilate the exam, not play around. Thus, no one dared to assign him any work. It was nothing more than sorting out the classics. He spent the whole afternoon sorting out the scriptures and sent them to Scholar Han. When he came back from Scholar Han's office, he ran into Ning Ziyuan poking his head out of his office. What's up? He walked up and asked. Ning Ziyuan turned around and said, I heard that you were back. How was it? Did the invigilation go well? Xiao Lulang recalled the scene of him eating skewers with a certain someone last night. He couldn't help but laugh. It went well. Ning Ziyuan looked at him strangely. You're laughing strangely. Xiao Lulang pressed down the corner of his lips and restrained the smile on his face. He said sternly, you came to find me just to say hello? When it came to business, Ning Ziyuan didn't continue to joke with him. Well, Ning Ziyuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I brought my family to the capital. It's just your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law asked me to bring my friends over. I don't have many friends in the capital, so I wanted to ask if you were free. When he asked this question, he was actually very nervous. Although he and Xiao Lulang were the top 3 in the same subject, their identities and experiences were very different. He was also someone who was favored by the emperor, but the emperor treated him differently than he treated Xiao Lulang. Of course, the main reason was that their abilities were different. He was self-aware and didn't feel any jealousy. It was just that, he felt a little inferior. Not only was Xiao Lulang appreciated by the emperor, but he also heard that he had a good relationship with the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress Grand Tutor Zhuang. Being friends with such a person, was he trying to climb up the social ladder? Besides, he didn't have much money. The house was rented and his family was quite poor. Thinking of this, Ning Ziyuan didn't wait for Xiao Liulang's reply and hurriedly refused on behalf of Xiao Lulang. But the Hamlin Academy has been quite busy lately. Neither of us should have time. Okay, Xiao Lulang said. Huh? Ning Ziyuan was surprised. Xiao Lulang said, I'll go back and ask when my wife is free. We'll visit together. Ning Ziyuan was dumbfounded. Did he just agree? Gu Jiao came to the tribute compound twice to see Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang more or less learned about the current situation from Gu Jiao and decided to go to the palace. Your Majesty, Xiao Shozhuan requests an audience. In the imperial study, Eunuch Wei reported in a low voice. The emperor's hand that was reading the memorials paused. He pressed his tired head and said, he hasn't been here for a few days. Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, Xiao Shozhuan went to the tribute compound to invigilate the exams for 3 days. The exams for the 6 ministries. The emperor had almost forgotten about this. The exams for the 6 ministries were usually held in June. This year, due to the visit of the Liang Kingdom's envoy, the court exams were delayed by a month, let alone the exams for the 6 ministries. Not all officials participated in this kind of exam. It was only a random test hosted by the Hamlin Academy, but it was also very strict. Let him in, the emperor said. Yes. Eunuch Wei went to the door and let him in. Xiao Lulang cupped his hands and bowed. This humble subject greets your Majesty. The emperor picked up a memorial and said calmly, how did you find time to come to my place today? Xiao Lulang cupped his hands and said, this humble subject has something to report. What is it? The emperor asked. Xiao Lulang said seriously, on the first day of invigilating the exams at the tribute compound, someone put arsenic in this humble subject's dinner. The emperor's brows furrowed. This humble subject originally left behind the evidence, but the weather was too hot, and the evidence was already spoiled. Although he said this, Xiao Lulang still took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Eunuch Wei went forward and took the small porcelain bottle. He pulled out the cork, and the smell of rotten green onions came to his nose. Eunuch Wei quickly covered his nose. Since it was like this, it was not good to sully the emperor's eyes. The emperor asked, how do you know it was arsenic? Xiao Lulang naturally would not say that Gu Jiao had come to the tribute compound. Sneaking into the tribute compound without permission was a capital offense. Even if the emperor would not punish Gu Jiao, why waste the emperor's good impression of Gu Jiao? Xiao Lulang said, Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Jiao Jiao is a doctor? When she was in the countryside, there were rats at home. Jiao Jiao used arsenic to make some rat medicine. This humble subject even helped her. This was a lie. Gu Jiao would not let Xiao Lulang touch any dangerous items. However, Xiao Lulang had learned the old chancellor's theory of thick black officialdom, so he said it without changing his expression. Xiao Lulang continued, that person disguised himself as an imperial bodyguard to send me food. I saw that he looked unfamiliar, so he was not the imperial bodyguard from this morning and afternoon. I kept an eye on him, and only then did I realize that the food had been tampered with. The emperor frowned suspiciously, who would actually go to the tribute compound to make a move on you? The tribute compound was heavily guarded, so it was impossible for an ordinary assassin to sneak in, let alone poison Xiao Liulang's food. The emperor stared at Xiao Lulang. I have not heard of such news from the tribute compound. Xiao Lulang did not avoid the emperor's scrutiny. This humble subject did not say anything. This humble subject did not know who the culprit was, so this humble subject did not dare to make a big deal out of it. This humble subject was afraid that the culprit would act out of desperation. The emperor thought that this was reasonable. He looked at Xiao Lulang and said, You can go back first. This matter, I will investigate it thoroughly. Xiao Lulang cupped his hands, this humble subject will take his leave. For the sake of caution, after Xiao Luling left, the emperor called for the imperial physician and asked him to check the chopped green onions. The chopped green onions were picked out from the egg drop soup, so it had already gone bad. However, the imperial physician still found arsenic on it. Replying to Your Majesty, it is indeed arsenic, the imperial physician said. The emperor's gaze turned cold. I know. You can go back. That night, the emperor called the chief imperial bodyguard of the tribute compound and asked him if he had found anyone suspicious in the tribute compound. The chief imperial bodyguard said, on the first day of the examination, someone seemed to have snuck in and knocked out a guard. He even stripped the guard of his clothes. Unfortunately, this subordinate was incompetent and could not catch him. This matched up with Xiao Liulong's story. The emperor ordered a thorough investigation. Unexpectedly, before the poisoning case of the tribute compound could come to light, something else happened to Xiao Luling the next day. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this is bad. Miss Gu and Xiao Shozhua are injured. Eunuch Wei anxiously rushed into the imperial study. The emperor put down the booklet in his hand. Where are they? Eunuch Wei said worriedly, at the medical center. Miracle Hands Hall. This humble subject saw Eunuch Qin rushing out of the palace and asked what was wrong. Only then did Eunuch Qin tell this humble subject that something had happened to Miss Gu and Xiao Shozhua. Xiao Lulang was an official that the emperor favored. Gu Jiao was even more important. In the emperor's heart, her weight was no different from his own child. The emperor did not care about approving the booklet. He changed into casual clothes and rushed to the medical center with Eunuch Wei. In the side room of the small courtyard, Gu Jiao was lying unconscious on the bed. Xiao Lulang was guarding by the bed. His left hand was wrapped in gauze and hung around his neck. There were bruises at the corner of his mouth and forehead. This was the first time the emperor had seen the two of them injured in front of him. He was stunned. What happened? Your Majesty. Xiao Lulang stood up and wanted to salute him. However, he looked awkwardly at his bandaged arm and bowed instead. No need to be so polite. The emperor raised his hand and came to the bed. He looked at Gu Jiao, who was unconscious with her eyes closed. From the corner of his eye, he saw a pile of blood-stained clothes in the basket at the side. His breathing tightened. Xiao Lulang said in low spirits, Dr. Song has seen her. He said that she lost a lot of blood. The emperor's eyes became cold. His gaze fell on Xiao Liulong's arm. What happened to you? Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and said, this humble subject is fine. It's just that my arm was dislocated. It has already been reconnected. A dislocated arm was fine? How could a weak scholar withstand this kind of pain? The emperor's face turned ugly. What's going on? Where did you get injured? Xiao Lulang said with a pained face, it was near Chang'an Avenue. This humble subject met an assassin on the way home from Hanlin Academy. Jiao Jiao happened to come to Hanlin Academy to pick me up. We fought with the assassin. Jiao Jiao was no match for him and was seriously injured. Later, Jiao Jiao used a hidden weapon to destroy the assassin's mask. The assassin then escaped. The emperor asked, did you see what the assassin looked like? Xiao Lulang shook his head, it was too chaotic at the time. This humble subject didn't see his facial features clearly. I only remember that he had a tattoo on his face. The emperor hurriedly asked, what tattoo? It looks like. Xiao Lulang tried hard to recall and said, forget it, this humble subject might have seen wrongly. The emperor frowned and said, there's no harm in saying it. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment and said, it looks like a tortoise, and also like a snake. Tortoise body and snake tail. Black tortoise. The tattoo of the Dragon's Shadow Guard. The Dragon's Shadow Guard was a death warrior, but not every death warrior was qualified to become a Dragon's Shadow Guard. Back then, the previous emperor bought a large number of death warriors from the Yan Kingdom. When he bought them back, they were already strong enough. However, the previous emperor was not satisfied with their strength. He invited an expert to train the death warriors with all his strength on this basis. In the end, there were more than 100 death warriors, but only a dozen or so Dragon's Shadow Guards emerged. Some of the Dragon's Shadow Guards died in the mission, and the previous emperor left him the youngest Dragon's Shadow Guards. When he first saw them, he was shocked by the black tortoise tattoo on their faces. It was said that the previous emperor had it tattooed to distinguish the dragon's shadow guards from ordinary death warriors. No one else in the world had such a tattoo. The emperor's mood instantly became complicated. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Xiao Lulang thought for a moment. This humble subject is not sure. This humble subject only took a quick glance at the time. This humble subject might have seen wrongly. The emperor closed his eyes. He must have seen wrongly. The dragon shadow guards were now in the hands of consort Jing's mother. How could she have sent someone to assassinate Xiao Lulang? Although she didn't want to be close to Empress Dowager Zhuang's faction, strictly speaking, Xiao Lulang wasn't part of Empress Dowager Zhuang's faction. Xiao Lulang was a subject that she had personally promoted. He was the son of Heaven's disciple and one of her people. Consort Jing had no reason to deal with Xiao Lulang. The emperor waited in the room for a while longer. Halfway through, Dr. Song came over to change Gu Jiao's medicine, but Gu Jiao didn't wake up. The emperor watched as basins of blood were brought out from behind the screen. He couldn't bear to continue watching. On the way back to the palace, he didn't say a word. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei wanted to remind him that they had arrived at the palace. However, the emperor suddenly sighed. Consort Jing's mother wouldn't do that, right? Ah? Eunuch Wei was startled. What was going on? Did His Majesty suspect that the person who tried to assassinate Xiao Lulang was sent by the imperial concubine? The dragon's shadow guards usually wore masks, so Eunuch Wei didn't know that they had tattoos on their faces. It definitely wasn't her. The emperor didn't know if he was talking to Eunuch Wei or himself. How could Eunuch Wei dare to answer, "This is a matter between you and your son. I can't get involved." He remembered how His Majesty and the Empress Dowager seemed to have drifted apart in the same way. It seemed that His Majesty wasn't so close to the Empress Dowager overnight. Gradually, His Majesty began to quarrel with the Empress Dowager, blaming every little thing on the Empress Dowager. Sometimes, Eunuch Wei felt wronged for the Empress Dowager. Every dog has its day, and now it's concubine Jing's turn. "Your Majesty, do you have a disease that will drive your mother to her grave?" Cough. Eunuch Wei covered his mouth before he could open it. The emperor got off the carriage. His thoughts were a bit messy. There were two voices in his head. One was telling him that Xiao Lulang wouldn't lie to him, and the other was telling him that consort Jing wouldn't betray him. Who is it? Eunuch Wei suddenly asked. What's wrong? The emperor asked. Eunuch Wei pointed to the end of the imperial garden. This servant just saw a sneaky figure go that way. Wasn't that the direction of the room? Perhaps someone was in a hurry to go to the toilet. The emperor wouldn't go to see a servant go to the toilet, but for some reason, he felt a bit uneasy. He turned around after taking a step and went in the direction of the room. It was a room, after all, so the emperor didn't really go in. He just watched from a distance. Unexpectedly, he heard a familiar voice. What? You failed again? To think that you're a dragon shadow guard. How can you not even kill a scholar who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? This was Consort Jing's voice. Consort Jing said that she had failed again. Concubine Jing had even said that he was a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. He must have heard wrong, the voice continued. Does His Majesty know that you're such a piece of trash? His Majesty didn't give you guys to me to just eat and wait for death. It's just killing a little cripple, not some martial arts expert. Is that all you dragon shadow guards are capable of? If I had known, I would have hired a few Jianghu assassins. They'd be more efficient than you guys. It was impossible for the emperor to lie and say that the voice didn't come from consort Jing's mother. He only felt a chill rise from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Digression: when a beauty makes a move, you'll know if it's real or not. Happy Christmas Eve. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1109907665. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. The emperor didn't want to believe it at first, but every sentence, every word, and every fact matched up with Xiao Liulong's experience. How hateful. He had such a pure and innocent heart, but in the end, he was betrayed like this. Just listen to what his imperial mother had said. Every single one of her words was like a knife stabbing into his heart. The emperor's heart was bleeding. It felt like someone had fished him out of an ice cave and stabbed him a few more times. He staggered and almost fell. Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei didn't dare to make a sound, and could only reach out to support him. To be honest, he was also scared out of his wits. He never expected that he and the emperor would overhear concubine Jing's words, nor did he expect the contents to be so explosive. From concubine Jing's tone, it sounded like she was the one who had sent people to kill Xiao Lulang twice. That made sense. Apart from the legendary dragon Shadow Guard, who else would have the ability to sneak into the examination compound and cause trouble? Eunuch Wei was mistaken. Although the examination compound was heavily guarded, there were still many experts who could sneak in. But since concubine Jing admitted that she had failed again, then she must have been the one behind the incident. What was worse was that the conversation inside hadn't stopped. Instead, it was getting more and more shocking. All right, Your Highness, don't be angry. Be careful not to harm your health. It was Granny Kai's voice. It's not the Dragon Shadow Guard's fault. Those people are too cunning. Otherwise, how could His Majesty be bewitched by them? In this servant's opinion, what little divine doctor, what Xiao Zhuangyuan? They were all obtained by bewitching His Majesty. But how could His Majesty be bewitched by them? Did they drug His Majesty as well? It was concubine Jing's voice. If the emperor was only angry at the beginning, then he was a little confused at this point. What did she mean by drug him as well? Mama Kai's voice continued, you're not the only one who can buy this medicine. Maybe the pharmacist from the Yan Kingdom sold it to someone else. Old concubine Jing's voice rang out, this kind of medicine is extremely rare. It's not something that can be sold just because he says so. Those herbs can't be found in the Zhao nation. Money makes the world go round. Your Highness, you're still underestimating them. You mean? His Majesty values Xiao Lulang and the Gu clan's daughter so much because Xiao Lulang and the Gu clan's daughter also drugged His Majesty? Your Highness, you have personally experienced the effects of the white medicine and the black medicine. Think about how His Majesty reconciled with you after that incident and how he became enemies with the Empress Dowager. Wasn't it all because of these two medicines? The emperor could not hear what was said after that. His head was buzzing, his vision turned black, and the world spun. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself sitting on the ground. Eunuch Wei knelt beside him and shook him anxiously. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the emperor was drenched in cold sweat. He said woodenly, Imperial Mother, They left. This servant didn't see them come out. They probably left through the back door. Eunuch Wei's eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. Your Majesty, you scared this servant to death, help us up. The emperor dazedly offered his arm to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei wiped his tears and helped the emperor up. Your Majesty, the emperor was like a puppet that had lost its soul. He turned around with a dazed expression. Returned to Pure Flower's palace, not long after the emperor and Eunuch Wei left, two figures walked out from behind the fake mountain near the guest quarters. Both of them were wearing the clothes of eunuchs, but they were taller than normal eunuchs. One of the eunuchs, Xiao Lulang, spoke up. You changed the lines without thinking. The second eunuch, Gu Chengfeng, curled his lips. When did I? I read the lines you gave me. Xiao Lulang glanced at the script book in Gu Chengfeng's hands and expressionlessly said, Little Cripple wasn't written in there. Gu Qingfeng. Cough, I was improvising. The effect was more unique. Xiao Lulang, I'll deduct a bottle of hair growth medicine from you. Gu Qingfeng? This is too much. Did you think it was easy for him to agree to impersonate a female voice? He even had to play 2 roles for each person. He didn't even relent when that lass told him to imitate a female voice. How could this brat's heart be even blacker than that lass's? No, that lass was truly black-hearted. This brat was completely black-hearted. He looks pure and harmless, but he has more tricks up his sleeve than anyone else, Xiao Lulang calmly said. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back to take care of Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng exploded. Does she need you? To take care of her? It's not like she's really injured. She's still alive and kicking. She can even climb trees to catch sparrows. The emperor collapsed after returning to Pure Flower's palace. He didn't faint, but rather was too exhausted to support his body. He lay on the spacious dragon bed, his face full of struggle and despair. Some things wouldn't have had this kind of effect if they had been done earlier or later. The timing was just right. The effects of the black medicine on Empress Dowager Zhuang were dissipating, while the effects on Grand Concubine Jing were gradually increasing. Xiao Lulang calculated the extent of the emperor's acceptance. He cut in from the simplest and most convincing matter, then ended with the most shocking and painful truth. It was as if a knife had sliced open the emperor's heart, causing his unbearable past to flow out along with his blood. Of course, the emperor was still the emperor. Although he wasn't as suspicious as the previous emperor, he was still the ruler of a country. He wouldn't convict someone with just a few words. Xiao Liulan's words revealed a few very important pieces of information: assassination, shadow dragon guards, drugging, Yan Kingdom's pharmacists. The shadow dragon guards were tools for murder. They didn't have the thoughts of a normal person, so it was impossible to learn the truth from their mouths. However, among so many truths, as long as one was proven, people would believe everything. Summon Marquis Xianping, the emperor said. Your Majesty, Marquis Xianping went to Fengdu Mountain to visit Princess Xinyang. Have you forgotten? Eunuch Wei asked. Marquis Xianping was an important official of the court. It wasn't a big deal for him to leave the capital for a day, but he still had to report to the court if he really went too far. We have indeed forgotten. The emperor felt that his brain was getting worse and worse. He pressed down on his aching head and said to Eunuch Wei, summon Gu Chao then. Understood, Eunuch Wei replied. Wait, the emperor called out. Eunuch Wei bowed. What other orders do you have, Your Majesty? The emperor wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He waved his hand. Forget it. Summon Gu Chao first. Understood. Eunuch Wei sent 2 palace experts to invite the old marquis over as quickly as possible. The old marquis didn't know why the emperor had summoned him. He thought that the emperor was going to make things difficult for him because of his relationship with Grand Concubine Jing. He swore that he and Grand Concubine Jing had already severed all ties and had no more contact. We ask you, where in Zhao Kingdom can you find a pharmacist from Yan Kingdom? This was the emperor's first question. The emperor's mind was in a mess, and he even skipped the basic pleasantries. The old marquis didn't understand why the emperor was asking this, but he still answered truthfully. There is an underground dojo in the capital, and there is a pharmacist from Yan Kingdom there. Does Your Majesty want to invite a pharmacist? The emperor said dejectedly, no need. Go buy 2 kinds of medicine for me, black medicine and white medicine. By the way, what are they used for? Who has bought them before? Understood. Strange, what black medicine and white medicine? Despite his doubts, the old marquis still left to carry out the order. Pharmacists from Yan Kingdom had a very high status in the underground dojo, and most people wouldn't be able to see them. It was fortunate that the emperor had asked the old marquis for help. The old marquis returned quickly. Your Majesty, I didn't manage to buy them. The pharmacist said that these 2 kinds of medicine are used to control people. One makes people feel good about the person who put it in them, while the other makes people feel disgusted. They've already sold them out, and it's not convenient for him to reveal who he sold them to. It's a rule of the trade. However, he did tell me that not many people buy them. First, they're expensive, and second, the ingredients are very hard to come by. He might not be able to gather all of them even after several years. He's only made less than 10 pills this year, and all of them were bought by a customer. 1. Therefore, it was impossible for both parties to have drugged him. It was obvious which party it was. However, the emperor still wanted to give the old concubine one last chance before seeing the medicine. He didn't want to believe that the love he had received all these years was an illusion. The old marquis said, "The pharmacist said that you'll have to wait a few years before you can buy them. Maybe even 10 years, you may leave," the emperor cut him off. The old marquis was startled. Sensing that something was wrong with the emperor's mood, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" The emperor murmured, "I'm fine. Don't tell anyone about this." The old marquis suppressed his doubts and cupped his hands in salute. "Your servant obeys." After the old marquis left, the emperor called over a palace expert and handed him a token. "Go and call a shadow dragon guard over. Don't let anyone find out." "Yes." The expert took the emperor's token and left. The emperor had given the shadow dragon guard to the old concubine to better protect her, but that didn't mean that he was no longer the guard's master. The shadow dragon guard was the first to obey the late emperor, and after the late emperor passed away, they were the first to obey him. His orders were higher than the old concubine's. The shadow dragon guard quickly came over. The emperor asked, "Have you tried to assassinate the young divine doctor?" The shadow dragon guard didn't answer. The emperor laughed at himself. That's right, the shadow dragon guard couldn't answer at all, so he didn't show the guard a portrait of the young divine doctor. It was fine as long as he could carry out orders. The emperor looked at the shadow dragon guard and said coldly, "Bring all the medicine in the nunnery to me." Digression, secretly adding a new chapter. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428626/1109856606. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. The emperor didn't know what the so-called black and white medicine looked like, so he had the dragon shadow guards bring all the medicine. He also told them not to alert anyone. The dragon shadow guards were shockingly efficient, and they soon brought all the bottles and jars from concubine Jing's room. While waiting for the medicine, the emperor was actually thinking about whether there were any flaws in Xiao Liulang's words. Normally, the dragon shadow guards wouldn't have been unable to kill Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao with their martial arts. If concubine Jing had really given them the order to kill the two, they wouldn't have stopped halfway. However, the first order of the dragon shadow guards was to protect the emperor and never harm him. They would work for concubine Jing, but they wouldn't lose their lives in her mission. Every dragon shadow guard was extremely precious. The late emperor had passed them down to his son, not because he wanted them to become the sword in his son's hand, but because he wanted them to become the shield that protected his son. Only if they didn't die would their master die. Only then would they give up their lives. They would stop when their lives were in danger, and the breaking of the mask was one of the signals the dragon shadow guards used to determine danger. The emperor knew this very well, which was why he didn't doubt Xiao Liulang's words. Xiao Lulang was also worried that there would be flaws, so he strictly followed the details of Gu Jiao's assassination attempt. The emperor looked at the jars and jars on the table and called for the imperial physician to identify them. This is the blood-invigorating pill, this is the golden sore medicine, this is the Dieta wine, this is the qi and blood-replenishing pill. The imperial physician carefully identified the herbs on the table, but he couldn't give an answer even after looking at the 2 bottles of medicine for a long time. "What is it?" the emperor asked with a frown. The imperial physician put down the white and black jars and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, my medical skills are shallow, and I have never seen these two medicines before. The emperor had a vague guess, but he suppressed it. He told himself to be calm and to have concrete evidence. You may leave, he said to the imperial physician. Yes, the imperial physician replied. Wait. The emperor suddenly stopped him. What should be said and what should not be said, do you know in your heart? The imperial physician replied fearfully, I will keep my mouth shut. Eunuch Wei personally escorted the imperial physician out of Pure Flower's palace. When he returned to the study, he saw that the tea on the emperor's table had turned cold, so he hurriedly removed it and replaced it with a new one. Your Majesty. The emperor found that the pills in the black bottle and the white bottle looked exactly the same. The smell was also basically the same. He casually took out a white pill and asked Eunuch Wei, I remember that the fire-clearing pill that the imperial physician prescribed last time looked similar to this. Go and get it. Yes. Eunuch Wei took the fire-clearing pill. The fire-clearing pill was also a brown pill of the same size, but its gloss was not as good as the black and white pills, and its smell was not very similar. However, if they were mixed together, it would not be a big problem if one did not carefully identify them. The emperor took out 2 pills from each of the white and black bottles and put the fire-clearing pill inside. The emperor actually wanted to take a few more pills, but after taking too many, the smell in the bottles would be very difficult to pass off as genuine. The emperor had the shadow dragon guards put the pills back in the nunnery and summoned the old marquis to the imperial palace again. This time, he did not plan on having the old marquis investigate for him. He decided to go himself. Your Majesty. That kind of place is filled with crooks and honest folk. I'm afraid it will bring shame to your Majesty's status. It's best if your Majesty does not go. The old marquis advised. We are not going there to play. He was going there to solve a case. Now that things had progressed to this point, his curiosity had been completely aroused. Of course, he was not going to investigate the truth just to satisfy his curiosity. Rather, it was because of his many years of feelings and sincerity. He wanted to know if he had really invested in the wrong person. The old marquis was a military general and was not skilled in the ways of a civil official. He was not even as eloquent as the emperor, so how could he win against him? After stammering a few more times to no avail, the old marquis could only helplessly agree. The emperor changed into travel clothes and came out. The old marquis looked at him and reminded, Your Majesty should wear a mask. Don't let people recognize you. The emperor said unconcernedly, I am the son of heaven. Only you court officials have seen me. If I go to that kind of place, how could I be recognized? The old marquis thought to himself, that might not be the case. In the end, the emperor put on his travel bamboo hat. There was a veil on the outside of the bamboo hat that could also hide his appearance. What he did not expect was that the emperor would be recognized as soon as he entered the underground martial arts field. It was none other than Prince Ning who had once gone to Jiangnan with the emperor. At that time, the emperor had been wearing this bamboo hat. Prince Ning was not at the level where he could not recognize his own father. He gently closed the window, leaving only a small gap. Puzzled, he asked, What's the situation? Why did father come to this kind of place? Could it be to catch the crown prince? The guard asked. The crown prince was not as watertight as Prince Ning. It was reasonable for the emperor to notice. Prince Ning shook his head slightly. No, father went to find the pharmacist of the Yan kingdom. The guard did not understand. Why did his majesty go find the pharmacist of the Yan kingdom? Is his majesty not feeling well? Speaking of this, Prince Ning remembered something. His father met a Taoist priest on the way back to the palace. The Taoist priest said that he could refine the elixir of immortality for his father. In order to achieve immortality, his father was determined not to set foot in the harem for 2 years. He had investigated the Taoist priest. His origin was not good. Just as he was thinking about how to persuade his father to stay away from the Taoist priest, his father suddenly sent the Taoist priest out of the palace. It was as if immortality was just a joke or a whim of his father. Prince Ning did not know that the emperor had venereal disease. Naturally, he could not guess that the emperor sent the Taoist priest away only because he had recovered from his venereal disease and no longer needed the art of immortality. In the end, the emperor did not see the pharmacist of the Yan kingdom. He was one step late. The pharmacist of the Yan kingdom had left the city to pick herbs. As for how long he would take to return, it was not set. At least 3 to 5 days, at most 10 days to half a month. The emperor was anxious to find out the truth and could not wait that long. He thought of someone. Gu Jiao pretended to be a patient in the medical hall for a while. Thinking that the emperor would not come again, she removed the bandages on her body and sat in Xiao Sanzi's carriage to return to Jade Water Alley. Just as she stepped into the room, the emperor arrived. She did not care about the half-dried herbs and rushed back to her room. Her movements were too fast. Yaoshi, who was watering the vegetable garden, did not react in time. The emperor entered the courtyard. Yaoshi quickly put down the watering pot and bowed. She did not call him Your Majesty. Instead, she called him Official Chu. The emperor knew that the relationship between the little divine doctor and Marquis Ding in manner was not good, so he let the old marquis return first. He came alone and only brought eunuch Wei. "Is Jiao Jiao here?" he asked. Jiao Jiao. Yaoshi did not know that the young couple had conspired to trick the emperor. Just as she was about to say that Jiao Jiao was in the room, Xiao Lulang leisurely strolled over from the neighboring courtyard. His neck and arms were wrapped in bandages. "She is here. Official Chu, please follow me." Outside the palace, Xiao Lulang also used his status as Official Chu to address the emperor. Yaoshi looked at Xiao Lulang's arm and was shocked. "Lulang, you." Xiao Lulang stared at her. "I am fine. Mother, do not worry." Yaoshi froze for a moment before immediately understanding. She lowered her eyes and calmly said, "I will go see if the pastries are ready. You take care of Official Chu." Saying this, she turned and went to the kitchen. Xiao Lulang brought the emperor to the central room and personally poured a cup of tea for the emperor. This place was far from the door. Xiao Lulang lowered his voice and changed his words. "Did your majesty come to visit Jiao Jiao?" The emperor asked. "We just went to the medical hall. The shopkeeper said that she had returned." "Is she better?" Xiao Lulang's expression did not change as he said, "She was awake for a while, but she did not hold on for long. After she returned home, she fell asleep again." The emperor frowned. Xiao Lulang then said, "Did your majesty come here to visit Jiao Jiao?" The emperor sighed. "I came to visit her. I also have something I want to ask her." Xiao Lulang looked at the emperor. "I don't know, what is it?" The emperor frowned and said, "There is a type of medicine that the imperial doctors cannot recognize. We want to see her. Since she is still unconscious, we will come back another day." Xiao Lulang said, "She is awake." Emperor, since Xiao Lulang said that Gu Jiao was awake, then Gu Jiao really slowly woke up. She lay on the bed and covered her mouth. Her face was full of pain and hurt. Xiao Lulang entered the room to take a look at her. It was fortunate that he saw her. Otherwise, with her awkward acting skills, she would be exposed at any moment. "Your Majesty." Xiao Lulang walked out and coughed lightly. He said to the emperor, "She is a little weak. Why don't this subject go in and ask her?" The emperor thought that Gu Jiao's injured body was wrapped in bandages and it was really inconvenient for her to see people. So, he asked eunuch Wei to take out 2 medicine bottles that he carried with him and handed them to Xiao Lulang. "Go and ask Jiao Jiao what medicine is in these bottles." After a pause, he asked eunuch Wei, "Which is the medicine in the white bottle and which is the medicine in the black bottle?" This. Eunuch Wei looked embarrassed. This subject remembered it on the way here. Now, suddenly, I forgot. This was a pair of jade bottles. The patterns on the bottles were different. Eunuch Wei thought that he remembered, but in the end, he overestimated his brain. The emperor waved his hand. "Forget it. The little godly doctor is a doctor. He should be able to tell." Reality proved that the emperor also overestimated people. Gu Jiao could indeed smell the slight difference in the smell of the 2 pills. She knew that the 2 pills were different and would not be mixed in the same bottle. But as for which one was the white medicine and which one was the black medicine, she could not remember. Life was like a play. Everything depended on her mouth. Xiao Lulang sat in the east room for a while and took out the 2 bottles of medicine. He pointed at the 2 bottles and said, "Your Majesty, these 2 pills are not ordinary drugs. The bottle on the left is the white medicine and the bottle on the right is the black medicine. They are a long-lost knockout drug. Originally, it came from the Tang sect. It is said that the recipe was stolen and gradually spread among the 6 nations. But because the ingredients are extremely rare and the steps are very complicated, only the pharmacists of the Yan Kingdom can make it." Gu Chao had indeed inquired about these 2 drugs from a pharmacist of the Yan Kingdom. The emperor's expression darkened. He felt that he was close to the truth. "Then, what kind of knockout drug is it?" Xiao Lulang said, "Jiao Jiao said that it is a drug that can confuse people's minds. The white medicine makes people have a good impression of it and the black medicine makes people feel disgusted." The emperor, "Is it the person who drugged it?" Xiao Lulang, "It is not necessarily the person who drugged it. It is the person who saw it when the drug took effect." The emperor, "How long after the drug takes effect?" Xiao Lulang, "Very soon." This wasn't completely consistent with what Gu Chao had inquired about, but it wasn't conflicting either. If the drug took effect quickly, then it was very likely that the person he saw was the person who drugged it. As the truth deepened, the emperor felt that he was holding his breath. It took a lot of effort for him to break through the blockage in his throat. What is it like when the drug takes effect? This varies from person to person. Some people don't even have a reaction. This was Xiao Liulang's own speculation. Back then, Madame Nan hadn't told Gu Jiao in such detail, but Xiao Lulang felt that if the emperor had a strong reaction after taking the drug, he would have noticed it himself. After taking this kind of knockout drug, the most it would do was make people sleepy, but it wouldn't get any stronger. The emperor clenched his fingers and closed his eyes. How long can the drug last? If it didn't last long, then his kindness to concubine Jing and his hatred of Empress Dowager Zhuang might have nothing to do with them. Xiao Lulang shattered his hopes with one sentence. If there is a catalyst, it can last for many years. The emperor was startled. Catalyst? Xiao Lulang said, "It's a kind of powder with a floral scent. It can be made into calming incense or dried flowers and put into a brocade pouch." Calming incense, he had been using the calming incense that concubine Jing had given him all these years. "Go, bring the calming incense that concubine Jing sent over to me, Your Majesty, the calming incense is useless." "This servant has gotten rid of it," Eunuch Wei said awkwardly. His eyes lit up as he thought of something. "A while ago, Granny Kai gave this servant a money pouch. The smell was a bit similar to calming incense. Actually, it wasn't. But people had the habit of associating things, so the more he thought about it, the more he believed it. Madame Nan had broken that pouch before, and Gu Jiao had sewn it back up for Eunuch Wei. The dried flowers inside hadn't been touched. He took the money pouch off. Xiao Lulang already knew what was going on with the money pouch, but he still took it into the eastern room and went through the motions. When he came out, he told the truth. "Your Majesty, it contains the catalyst." "Forgive me for asking, but why does Your Majesty have these things?" "Could it be that Your Majesty," the emperor interrupted him. "There are some things that you don't need to ask." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Lulang cupped his hands. The truth had been traced to this point. No matter how stupid the emperor was, he would understand what was going on. His heart received an unprecedented blow. He even felt that his faith had collapsed overnight. He stood up with the help of a chair, but his legs shook and he fell back down. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei was shocked. "I'm fine." The emperor waved his hand in panic, stopping Eunuch Wei from helping him up. He used all his strength to stand up shakily. His hands were shaking violently, and he looked like a withered leaf shivering in the cold wind. It was a miserable sight. Eunuch Wei's eyes were red. "Your Majesty," the emperor walked forward step by step. "You don't need to help me, I can walk." "I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned black, and he fell to the ground unconscious. When the emperor woke up, he found himself lying in his grey tant's room. It was a familiar environment with simple furnishings, but his state of mind was no longer the same as before. Your Majesty, you're awake? It was the old chancellor's voice. The emperor suddenly became much older. He turned to look at the old chancellor who was guarding by the bed, and said weakly, Huxian. Yes, Your Majesty. The old chancellor took a step forward. Eunuch Wei is boiling medicine in the kitchen. How do you feel, Your Majesty? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I'll call Jiao Jiao over. The emperor moved his gaze away weakly and looked at the monotonous canopy. No need to call her, I'm fine. The old chancellor sighed. Your Majesty, if you have any troubles, you can tell me. Your Majesty, I'll try my best to share your worries and solve your problems. The old chancellor had learned everything from Xiao Lulang just now. On one hand, he felt that Xiao Lulang was too bold for daring to do such a thing. On the other hand, he was quite proud that his son was quite promising. His plan was meticulous, his deployment was comprehensive, and he was bold but careful. The main thing was that his heart was black enough. He was indeed his disciple. But at the same time, he also felt sorry for the emperor. After being schemed by his mother for so many years, the emperor must be in pain in his heart. The truth was cruel, but if he didn't do so, he wouldn't be able to save Zhuang Jin's. Therefore, it was better for the emperor to suffer a few stabs in his heart. The old chancellor decisively gave up the relationship between the monarch and his minister and changed the topic to Zhuang Jin's. Your Majesty, are you going to rest in Bishui Alley or go back to the palace? There will be Empress Dowager tomorrow morning, so you don't have to worry so much. When Empress Dowager Zhuang was mentioned, the emperor was absent-minded for a moment. Huxian. The old chancellor cupped his hands and said, I'm here. The emperor looked at the beam that was shrouded in the shadows and laughed at himself. He said, Do you think she hates me? Even I don't need to. It can be seen that her mood is so complicated that she can't control it. The old chancellor continued to poke in, Your Majesty, are you talking about Empress Dowager? She hates you, right? After all, Your Majesty has hated her for so many years. You even caused her to be infected with leprosy and almost took her life. If I were her. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I've misspoken. No, you can continue. Forget it. There's no point in talking about this now. Your Majesty and Empress Dowager's relationship can't be reconciled. Can't be reconciled. Not knowing why, when the emperor heard these words, his heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. The emperor didn't reveal to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao that he was drugged. The old chancellor also pretended that he didn't know. He sighed and said, If Your Majesty really can't tolerate Empress Dowager, please bear with it. Empress Dowager is only a few years younger than me. She's already old and doesn't have many years left to live. Your Majesty can bear with it. The emperor felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. When he thought that Empress Dowager Zhuang would lie in the cold coffin like the former emperor, he even stopped breathing. He didn't know what was wrong with him. In fact, putting aside the effect of the drug, he and Empress Dowager Zhuang were definitely not on good terms. Even if he wasn't drugged to hate her, he would still hope that she would quickly step down, hand over the power of the court, and leave his throne room as soon as possible. But why? Did he still feel uncomfortable? The old chancellor didn't hesitate to poke the knife. He said, I'm on Your Majesty's side. If Your Majesty really can't tolerate Empress Dowager Zhuang, just let the Shadow Dragon Guards kill her. The emperor's face changed. How can I? The old chancellor seemed to not hear this sentence and continued, speaking of which, it's also old concubine Jing's fault that she was too impulsive. The former emperor clearly left an imperial edict for the virtuous Empress Dowager to be buried with him. If she didn't steal it and burn it, Your Majesty wouldn't be in so much trouble. There would be no Empress Dowager Zhuang in the world. That woke him up from his dream, that was right. The former emperor had left an imperial edict for Empress Dowager Zhuang to be buried with him. One day, concubine Jing was taking care of the former emperor and happened to find the imperial edict. She risked her life to steal it. In order not to be discovered, she immediately found a secluded corner and burned the imperial edict. During that time, the relationship between him and Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't very harmonious. They had several arguments over the former emperor's treatment plan. Concubine Jing said that the doctor from the Yan kingdom was very good. If the emperor didn't have a craniotomy, he wouldn't be able to live. Why not fight to the death? Now that he thought about it, craniotomy was such a terrible thing. Why did he feel that old concubine Jing's words made sense at that time? When Empress Dowager Zhuang opposed the craniotomy, he felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang deliberately didn't give the former emperor the last hope of recovery. How could he? The emperor pulled his thoughts back and focused his attention on the imperial edict. In fact, he had never seen the imperial edict. Everything was just concubine Jing's side of the story. So, did it really exist? If it did concubine Jing really burn it? He didn't know what she was thinking before, but now that the truth was out, how could she let go of a chance to execute Empress Dowager Zhuang? There must be something in between that he didn't know. The night was like water. After the hour of the evening, the palace gradually quieted down. The majestic throne room was like a sleeping lion, quietly hibernating under the curtain of the night. The emperor didn't turn over his tablet today, so the concubines and concubines gave up on waiting and closed the palace doors with sighs. In the secluded nunnery, old concubine Jing had just finished reciting a Buddhist scripture. The cool night fell on her thin figure, casting a layer of silent light on it. Grand Imperial Concubine, it's time to rest, Granny Kai reminded her. Old concubine Jing held the wooden bell in her hand and asked softly, "What time is it?" Granny Kai said, "It's just past the hour of the evening." "Then it's the hour of the evening." Old concubine Jing put the bell back on the table. "His Majesty probably won't come today." Granny Kai sighed. His Majesty hadn't paid his respects to old concubine Jing for a few days. Granny Kai said earnestly, "Your Majesty, His Majesty is." Old concubine Jing nodded faintly. "I understand. I was muddle-headed and gave him the wrong medicine." Granny Kai looked at old concubine Jing with a complicated expression. "Your Majesty," old concubine Jing said faintly, "go to sleep." "Yes." Just as Granny Kai helped old concubine Jing up, Huiyan's cry came from outside. "Your Majesty." Old concubine Jing's dim eyes suddenly brightened, and she tightened her grip on Granny Kai. In the tea room, old concubine Jing and the emperor sat facing each other on their respective cushions. There was a long table between them, on which there was a pot of freshly brewed flower tea and some vegetarian snacks from the nunnery. "Have some tea." Old concubine Jing placed a cup of flower tea in front of the emperor. The emperor looked at the cup of tea and didn't reach out to take it. Instead, his gaze fell on the exquisite vegetarian snacks. "Does mother really like vegetarian food?" Old concubine Jing looked at him in confusion. Granny Kai walked out quietly and said to the few little nuns outside the door, "You all go and have a rest. We don't need you here." The nuns returned to their respective rooms. Granny Kai closed the door for the two and waited quietly in the corridor. Old concubine Jing poured herself a cup of scented tea as well. Despite her age, she picked up the cup with her well-maintained fingers and smiled nonchalantly. "Your Majesty, are you asking me if I'm a vegetarian? I wasn't used to it at first, but after so many years, I should be used to it no matter how much I hate it." "So mother hates going to the nunnery." The emperor caught on to the meaning behind her words. Old concubine Jing was startled. She put down the cup and said, "That's not what I meant. I was just making an example. I don't hate vegetarian food. But I don't like it either," the emperor said. Old concubine Jing frowned and looked at the emperor. "Did your Majesty come so late just to bicker with me?" The emperor smiled wryly. "All right, I'll change the question." With that, he looked into old concubine Jing's eyes. "Mother, do you really think of me as your own son?" Your Majesty's words are getting weirder and weirder. What do you mean by, do I really think of you as my own son? I raised you and brought you to my palace not long after you were born. Although I didn't give birth to you, you're the same as Ningyan in my heart. You're both my flesh and blood. Speaking of this, Imperial Mother reminded us of something. When I was about to be born, Mother was about to give birth as well. In the end, she gave birth to a stillborn child, which angered the late emperor. If it wasn't for that, I would have been Mother's child, right? Old concubine Jing's heart skipped a beat. The emperor didn't let go of the guilt that flashed through old concubine Jing's eyes. He clenched his fists under his wide sleeves. "So it was you who gave birth to a stillborn child?" "Yes, if the empress hadn't given birth to a stillborn child, how could a concubine raise a prince?" I should have been raised under mother's name. Old concubine Jing's clenched fists loosened bit by bit. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. I had just entered the palace not long ago and hadn't made friends with the empress yet. I didn't have the means to make her give birth to a stillborn child. It was concubine Lu who did it, whether you believe it or not. The emperor said seriously, of course I don't believe it. It's just that so many years have passed. Concubine Lu is dead, and the palace maid who delivered mother's child is dead as well. There's nothing left to find out. Old concubine Jing sneered. So your majesty is here to force me to confess under torture? The emperor found this side of old concubine Jing unfamiliar. Mother, you weren't like this in the past. Old concubine Jing sneered. My son didn't abandon me in the past. Of course I didn't have to be like this. So it's my fault. The emperor's Adam's apple moved with difficulty. Mother, don't you know better than anyone why I'm like this? Before old concubine Jing could ask why she knew, the emperor took out 2 medicine bottles and poured out the pills on the table. Old concubine Jing's expression changed as she held her breath. The emperor wasn't here to confront old concubine Jing, so there was no need for him to get a definite confession from her. He was only here to tell her that he knew. He knew everything. The feelings they had built up over the years weren't fake. Even with the effects of the black medicine, he was still heartbroken at this moment. Mother, there's no need to explain. Don't explain. I won't believe a word you say in the future. I won't come to the nunnery again. Mother, you're on your own now. The emperor endured the pain in his throat as he stood up and walked out. He had just opened the door when he suddenly paused and turned back with a choked voice. The dragon shadow guard. I don't think mother needs it anymore. I'll take it back from today onwards. Old concubine Jing clenched her fists tightly and trembled all over. Her eyes were watery, but she couldn't say a single word. Your Majesty. Granny Kai knelt down and begged. The emperor left without looking back. Old concubine Jing's blood and chi roiled as she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She raised her hand and swept all the desserts and tea set onto the floor. Your Highness. Granny Kai rushed into the room with a pale face. Old concubine Jing stood up and stepped on a broken piece of porcelain. Blood flowed down the teacup and onto the floor. Granny Kai hurriedly said, Your Highness. You're injured. Quickly lift your leg and let the servant take a look. Old concubine Jing ignored Granny Kai and the pain in her foot. She stepped on the piece of porcelain that had sunk deep into her foot and ran back to her room in a sorry state. She opened the mechanism, found the secret compartment under the bed, and took out the box from the secret compartment. The black and white medicine had been stored separately from the imperial edict. She still had one last trump card. If she were to die, she would drag Xianxia down with her. If she couldn't live well, Xianxia wouldn't be able to live either. Mother, are you looking for this? A voice suddenly came from the door. Old concubine Jing opened the box and looked at the empty box before turning to look at the imperial edict in the emperor's hand. The emperor's heart was in pain, but his eyes were cold and despairing. He looked at old concubine Jing, who was in such a sorry state, with reddened eyes. Then, he turned and left with the imperial edict. Don't, old concubine Jing threw herself at the emperor. But before she could take a step, she was blocked by the dragon shadow guards who descended from the sky. Digression, Merry Christmas, sweetheart. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/110964486. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Even if concubine Jing suddenly became a martial arts expert, the emperor wouldn't be surprised at all. A person's heart died in an instant. Or perhaps his heart had been slowly dying a long time ago, but he refused to believe it. He was waiting for the so-called evidence, waiting for them to return to the past. Reality proved that the past was nothing more than a bubble. With the dragon's shadow guards present, no matter how powerful an expert was, they wouldn't be able to charge over. Concubine Jing's shouts and roars came from behind him. Her voice sounded a bit hoarse, but there were also soft sobs and loud sobs. The emperor didn't turn around even once. The heavens didn't seem to be cooperating with his current mood and didn't give him a sudden storm. The night was frighteningly quiet. He returned to Pure Flower's palace. It was already late at night. Apart from the eunuchs on night duty, everyone else had returned to their servants' rooms to rest. Eunuch Wei walked in front of the emperor with a lantern. He probably understood that the emperor wasn't in a good mood, so he didn't dare say anything along the way. But now that the emperor was about to sleep, he mustered up his courage and asked, "This servant will go prepare some water." The emperor said with a numb expression, "We will go to the study to read some memorials." He couldn't sleep. Yes. Eunuch Wei didn't try to persuade him. After sending the emperor to the study, he left and instructed the eunuch to go to the imperial kitchen and make some porridge and snacks. The emperor had been sitting in the study a bit too often recently. Eunuch Wei looked at the dark face that looked like it had been struck by lightning and didn't even dare to serve tea. Eunuch Wei sighed as he stood guard at the door. What's going on? How did concubine Jing get torn to shreds in just one day? He felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. His Majesty is so pitiful. His Majesty is so pitiful. His Majesty, what is Majesty? He was a eunuch, yet he pitied the emperor. Was he too bored to do anything? Eunuch Wei held on to his horsetail whisk and quietly stood guard outside the door. The emperor was still immersed in the shock brought by the series of truths. Whether it was the nature of old concubine Jing, the previous emperor's imperial edict, or the Empress Dowager's grievances, he was unable to calm down for a long time. What he should be most upset about was the disillusionment between him and Grand Concubine Jing, but for some reason, it didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. He was angry that he had been fooled, and he was angry that he had been schemed against. Compared to his mother's disillusionment in his heart, the previous emperor's imperial edict was more difficult for him to let go. He didn't understand what kind of state of mind the late emperor had been in to leave behind an imperial edict that would bury the virtuous empress and concubine Jing at the same time. He had read the contents of the edict carefully. Although they were buried together, only Xianxia Empress and Xiandi shared the same coffin and were buried together in the imperial mausoleum. It could be said that they were born in the same quilt and died in the same hole. Concubine Jing was buried in the imperial mausoleum. As concubine Jing, she probably felt more resentment than anything else. She was resentful that even if she were to die, she would die outside of the two of them, like a third person who could never get in between them. He could more or less guess Mother Jing's jealousy and unwillingness. He couldn't guess what Xiandi was thinking. Could it be that Xiandi had long realized that something was wrong with Mother Jing and guessed that she would try to sow discord between him and the Empress Dowager? For the sake of the stability of the court, Xiandi decided to go all the way and take both women to the grave, or perhaps Xiandi really did want Xianxia Empress to go to the Yellow Springs with him and share a bowl of main post soup on the Bridge of Helplessness so that they could still be husband and wife in the next life. The emperor pinched his aching glabella. He suddenly realized that he didn't understand Xiandi at all. This imperial edict couldn't be left alive. To avoid any more complications, he threw it into the brazier and burned it. As the flames danced, Empress Dowager Zhuang's face inexplicably flashed through his mind. It wasn't this face that had been through the vicissitudes of life, but rather the face that had been the most beautiful in the imperial harem when she was young. As the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang clan, her first smile was enough to topple cities, and her second smile was enough to topple countries. There were 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, but none of them could compare to her beauty. He still remembered the first time he had walked up to her and looked at her seriously. His face had immediately turned red. When he returned, he had told Mother Jing that his mother was really beautiful. Was it that time that the seed of jealousy had been planted in Mother Jing's heart, the emperor closed his eyes in self-reproach. Why did you hurt Mother Jing? Why didn't you save father? What intentions did you have? You didn't even let off the people closest to you in order to monopolize power. You're a vicious woman. When the Lu clan plotted against you, it was Mother Jing who took a sword for you and almost lost her life. When Xiandi wanted you to be buried with him, it was Mother Jing who risked her life to steal the imperial edict. Mother Jing treated you with all her heart, but in the end, you couldn't even bear to give her a single Tianshan snow lotus. He had forgotten that the Tianshan snow lotus had already been used in his medicine. It wasn't that Mother didn't want to give it to him, but that she couldn't. However, she hadn't explained a single thing. She had only looked at him deeply before turning to leave. What kind of grievances and sadness had she left with at that time, he didn't know. He didn't know at all. It was a dark and windy night. Jadewater Alley had also sunk into silence. However, the lights in Gu Jiao's room suddenly lit up. That's right, Gu Jiao had been pretending to be asleep. She had waited until everyone had fallen asleep before sneaking out of her bed. The day was still hot, but the night was very cool. Gu Jiao tiptoed out of her room in a thin set of pajamas. She sneakily went to the kennel in the backyard and took Little 8 out of the kennel when it wasn't paying attention. Little 8 was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao walked back with Little 8 in her arms. She thought that she had hidden herself well, but little did she know that she was blocked by Xiao Lulang as soon as she arrived at the central room. Gu Jiao blinked. It's so late. You're still awake? Xiao Lulang was also wearing pajamas. She asked again, you woke up in the middle of the night? Xiao Lulang, thank you. My kidneys are fine. Xiao Lulang looked at Little 8 in her arms and asked, why are you hugging a dog in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Just, for fun? Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang, haha. Xiao Lulang stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. He had the ability to not get angry and not get to the bottom of things, but also make people unable to keep secrets. Gu Jiao knew that if she didn't explain clearly, he wouldn't go back to sleep obediently. That was strange. Had he been pretending to be asleep all this time? Waiting to catch her in the middle of the night? Fine. Gu Jiao finally decided to confess. Who asked him to be her husband? She couldn't bear to beat him until he fainted. I want to test the medicine, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang didn't look too surprised. You guessed it? Gu Jiao blinked and asked him. Xiao Lulang said calmly, I saw you secretly changing the medicine from His Majesty. He really didn't know where she learned this skill from. She was too fast. If he hadn't been paying attention, he wouldn't have noticed. Gu Jiao pursed her lips. No wonder you stopped me in the middle of the night. You want to use Little 8 to test the medicine? Xiao Lulang looked at the puppy in her arms and asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I want to test it myself. I want to know the effects of the black and white medicine and why it can confuse people's minds. Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. So you brought Little 8 here? He asked. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. I don't know which one is the black medicine and which one is the white medicine. It doesn't matter if it's Little 8. It was fine if she got close to Little 8, but if she really hated it, Little 8 was Gu Yan's puppy. For Gu Yan's sake, she wouldn't do anything to Little 8. Xiao Lulang imagined the scene of her hugging Little 8 and kissing him left and right. He immediately felt unwell. No. He flatly refused. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Then. Little 9? Gerfalcon wasn't bad either. I'll test the medicine. Xiao Lulang looked at her and said. No, you're not a doctor. Gu Jiao firmly refused to let him test the medicine himself. She had received medical training in the organization. He didn't have any experience in this area, so he might not be able to handle it physically and mentally. Both of them were stubborn. They treated each other with respect, but when it came to conflict, neither of them would give in. For example, Gu Jiao forced him to go through rehabilitation, and Xiao Lulang forced her to practice calligraphy. In the end, Xiao Lulang took a step back. Fine, you test the medicine. But I have a condition. Half an hour later, the two of them sat in the east room under the dim light of the oil lamp. Gu Jiao had two identical pills in front of her. Because she didn't know which one was the black medicine and which one was the white medicine, she could only try her luck. Think carefully. If I take the black medicine, I'll hate you. Gu Jiao threatened. Okay. Xiao Luling nodded and gently held her hand under the table. Gu Jiao randomly picked one and put it in her mouth. This medicine didn't have much taste. Instead, it had a licorice fragrance. Xiao Luling stared at her without blinking. He didn't want to miss the slightest change in her eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. If, and he meant if, she really took the black medicine, then he would take the white medicine. Gu Jiao's body was probably stronger than an emperor's. It took a full 15 minutes for the medicine to take effect. She didn't know what kind of medicine she took, but she was very sleepy. Before she fell asleep, she looked at the handsome face so close to her and suddenly held his hand. She held his hand tightly, as if she was going to lose him. Xiao Liulong's throat moved with difficulty. Then, Gu Jiao fell asleep on the table. She had a long dream. In the dream, she saw all the places she wanted to go and all the things she liked. The person she saw before she fell asleep was also in her dream. She entered the dream in a sober state. This was a skill she had learned from training in the organization in her previous life. She had been injected with countless types of hallucinogens and had been required to stay awake. Of course, she wasn't able to resist such a strong drug from the beginning. But every time her body and mind were destroyed, she would learn a bit more. She understood what this drug was. It was indeed a knockout drug. It had components of the devil's snare. The effect was similar to the hallucinogens she had been injected with in her previous life. Some hallucinogens made people feel good, while others made people experience torment and fear. The face she saw when the knockout drug took effect would constantly flash in her dream. People who hadn't undergone special training wouldn't remember their dream after they woke up, but the feelings in the dream would remain in their subconscious. If she saw the face in the dream again, it would evoke the feelings in her subconscious. Gu Jiao could completely remove this feeling, but normal people couldn't. That was why the drug took effect. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that these two drugs weren't called black medicine and white medicine. They should have more specific names, but it wasn't convenient for Xianxia to say. When Gu Jiao woke up, she was leaning in Xiao Liulong's arms. She wasn't sure if she had leaned in herself or if Xiao Luling had carried her there. Oh, it was quite comfortable. You're awake? Xiao Luling said in a hoarse voice. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance, who knew what kind of torment he had experienced in his heart just now. I took black medicine. Gu Jiao said coldly. I had a nightmare. I'll think of that nightmare when I see you in the future. From now on, I'm afraid I'll hate you. Oh, Xiao Luling said calmly. Then take your hand out of my shirt first. A certain someone's hand froze in the middle of touching his chest. This drug was effective on normal people, but it had no effect on a top-secret agent like Gu Jiao, who could drink hallucinogens like water. However, it didn't seem to need any additional effects. Chest kill, waist kill, stomach kill, leg kill, and face kill. Gu Jiao felt that her husband's 5 kills were more powerful than any drug. Xiao Luling could actually tell that this girl had taken white medicine, but it didn't seem to have any effect on her. Although it was strange, he understood that all drugs differed from person to person. Although he was looking forward to seeing the effects of the white medicine, he couldn't be too greedy. She was already very lucky that she hadn't taken the wrong black medicine. Speaking of which, her luck had always been good. Xiao Luling couldn't help but smile. Gu Jiao had already sat up straight and was tugging at her little ears. He suddenly leaned towards her, his tall figure enveloping her with his aura. Gu Jiao stared at him in a daze. She saw his slender fingers gently pinch her chin and kiss the corner of her lips lightly. It was very quick and light, but it imprinted an incomparably hot breath. Gu Jiao touched the corner of her lips that had been kissed by him. Why did you kiss me? A reward. His eyes were deep as he sat back in his chair. I didn't choose the wrong medicine. Very good. Oh. Gu Jiao's eyes turned. That's the only reward? Xiao Luling saw her unsatisfied expression and chuckled. What else do you want? Gu Jiao said confidently, I'm watching you bathe. Xiao Lulang, digression, Jiao Jiao. I want to see my 5 drugs. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428266/1109357565. HTML genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. On the other side, the emperor spent an incomparably conflicted night. Eunuch Wei did not dare to rush him. Only when it was close to morning court did Eunuch Wei muster the courage to walk into the study and say in a small voice, Your Majesty, it's time for morning court. The emperor's voice was deep as he responded. Eunuch Wei did not dare to guess what kind of struggle he had experienced that night. He only looked straight ahead and followed behind the emperor. He helped the emperor wash and change his clothes into the dragon robe. Because he had not slept the entire night, 2 large dark circles hung on the emperor's face. Even from so far away, the officials in the front row still noticed it. The Minister of Revenue held the ceremonial tablet and glanced at Grand Tutor Zhuang beside him. He lowered his voice and said, What's wrong with your Majesty? Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a low voice, Perhaps he's tired from state affairs. Is it because of the border? The Minister of Revenue asked. Prince Ning and Tang Ming went to suppress bandits and found that the Qin border was about to make trouble. On the surface, the Qin king wanted to confer a new empress to attract the attention of the other countries, but who could say for sure that the Qin would not secretly send troops to Zhao? Without waiting for Grand Tutor Zhuang to reply, the Minister of Revenue clicked his tongue and said, The Qin hostage is still in Zhao. They can't wait to send troops. Do they not care about the Qin hostage's life? Grand Tutor Zhuang thought, when Marquis Xianping led troops to attack Qin, wasn't Prince An also a hostage in Qin? Thinking about it this way, did the Emperor and Marquis Xianping not care about Prince An's life? However, Marquis Xianping fought that battle too beautifully. Not only did he send people ahead of time to protect Prince An so that he did not fall into Qin's hands and become a hostage on the battlefield, but he also directly attacked the enemy and almost overturned the Qin palace. He wondered if the Qin nation had such an intelligent and courageous general. There was nothing special about today's morning court, except that one of Grand Tutor Zhuang's imperial censors impeached a trusted official of the emperor. The reason was that the official went to a brothel and disgraced his official position. To be honest, the crime of visiting a brothel was very difficult to bring down. Only the imperial censors, who disliked everything, would do this. Everyone thought that the emperor would not accept it. Who knew that with a wave of his hand, the emperor ordered the minister of the Supreme Court to deal with this person? The ministers were all stunned. This works too? Your Majesty. The Minister of Work stepped forward. Even an outsider like him couldn't stand it. How could someone be impeached for visiting a brothel? If that was the case, how many times should Marquis Xianping have been stripped of his black hat? This person was disrespectful to the Empress Dowager and dared to criticize the Empress Dowager in front of me. Such a rebellious official should be punished severely. We have already made up our mind, so there is no need for further discussion. After the emperor finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the curtain. His eyes were a little excited, as if he was saying, Praise me, praise me. Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him. After the court, the emperor caught up with Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage. Empress Dowager Zhuang had the spirit of sacrificing 5 candied plums. She patiently got out of the phoenix sedan and looked at him with a pleasant expression. What does the emperor want from me? The emperor said, I have something to say to mother alone. In the past, he had referred to himself as either I or son with a hint of ridicule. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang only cared about her 5 candied plums and didn't understand the deeper meaning of his self-title. Empress Dowager Zhuang dismissed the servants, and the emperor also dismissed Eunuch Wei and the others. Only the mother and son were left on the long path. The emperor had struggled all night before deciding to tell Empress Dowager Zhuang everything. She was one of the victims and had the right to know the truth. However, his thoughts were still very chaotic, so his speech was somewhat incoherent. Fortunately, Empress Dowager Zhuang understood. She could also see that this foolish son had been tricked by Xiao Lulang, that little black sesame glutinous rice ball. However, the truth was the truth. Xiao Lulang didn't distort the facts. I didn't expect Mother Jing to do that, but Mother, don't worry, I have already destroyed the imperial edict. He didn't know if he had expressed himself clearly enough. The Empress Dowager's expression was too calm. He suspected that she didn't understand. He continued, and the relationship with Mother all these years is actually a misunderstanding. I have been. So you don't have to act anymore? Empress Dowager Zhuang interrupted the emperor. The emperor was slightly startled. The main point is this: no more acting means no more 5 candied plums. Without the filter of candied plums, the emperor lost his attraction. Empress Dowager Zhuang's smile collapsed. She turned around with a look of disgust. I'm leaving. The emperor was speechless. Did he just explain his loneliness? Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold reaction was a heavy blow to the emperor. The emperor naturally didn't think that it was because he had lost the value of the candied plums. He stubbornly believed that Empress Dowager Zhuang was angry at him for hurting her all these years. Some things could be thought through in an instant. However, some ravines took more than 20 years to cross. The emperor went to Qishui Alley again. Xiao Lulang guessed that the emperor would frequently go to Qishui Alley these days, so he asked for leave from Hanlin Academy and stayed at home to take care of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat on the bed, eating and drinking while admiring her husband's handsome face. Xiao Lulang sat on the stool beside the bed and peeled oranges for her. His joints were distinct and his fingers were slender. He also did manual labor, but he was naturally good-looking, like a beautiful jade. Gu Jiao looked at his face for a while, then at his hands for a while. Xiao Lulang was used to her naked gaze, but he couldn't help but feel confused. Was he really that good-looking? He was a cripple who might not get better for the rest of his life, forever dragging a broken body. She would always be criticized if she was with him. Gu Jiao, I am a cripple. He didn't pay attention and said what was on his mind. Gu Jiao said, I know. Xiao Lulang continued to peel the oranges in his hands. You really don't mind? I might not get better. You also saw that I worked very hard for rehabilitation and didn't miss a day, but I just can't walk, like you. She had expectations for him in her heart. She hoped that he could walk like a normal person one day. But he was afraid that he really couldn't do it. When her patience ran out, would she still look at him like she did now? Feelings were very subtle things. The more you cared about something, the more you lacked confidence in yourself. In the past, he didn't think that it was a big deal to have a crippled leg. Anyway, life was dark, and no one could see it. Even he couldn't see it. Those who could see it, he pretended that they couldn't see it. But suddenly, one day, she lit a lamp, illuminating the road under his feet and also illuminating his sorry state. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Didn't he not care about his leg? Feng Lin was scared half to death when he performed the operation on him, but he didn't care at all. Why did he care now? Gu Jiao couldn't guess what he was thinking. She thought about it and pointed at the birthmark on her face. Then do you mind that I'm so ugly? She didn't know that the mark on her face was the mark of chastity. She thought that it would stay with her for the rest of her life. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Idiot. Why would he mind? Moreover, this mark would disappear. When you become so perfect, will you still think that a crippled body like mine is worthy of you? Gu Jiao didn't understand his sudden mood. She thought about it seriously and asked, is there something bothering you? Is it because of what I said last night? You don't want me to watch you bathe? No. It wasn't about that at all. Gu Jiao's big eyes lit up. So you want me to watch you bathe? Xiao Lulang. Why is it so hard to explain? Eunuch Wei and the emperor's voices came from outside the door. Gu Jiao quickly lay down. Xiao Lulang planned to put the peeled orange on the table. Unexpectedly, her small hand reached out and took the orange. She hid it in her hand under the quilt. "It's mine," she said. Xiao Lulang met the emperor in the central room. The emperor asked about Gu Jiao's condition. Xiao Lulang said that it was better than yesterday. He was awake all morning and only went to sleep after lunch. The emperor felt that he came at a bad time. He came to ask about the medicine. "Where's your Majesty feeling unwell?" Xiao Lulang asked. If it was a minor illness, he could ask the doctor in the medical hall to treat the emperor. If it was a serious illness, he could only let Jiao Jiao wake again. The emperor hadn't slept all night. At this time, he was very haggard. It really did look like he was seriously ill. The emperor said, "I want to ask if there is an antidote for the black medicine." Cough. He cleared his throat and continued, "I have been at odds with Imperial Mother for many years. Most of it was because of the medicine. Now that the truth has been revealed, I want to ask about the antidote." Xiao Lulang looked at him in confusion. "You keep calling her Imperial Mother. Do you really need an antidote?" Gu Jiao said that there wasn't much of the medicine left in His Majesty's body. Otherwise, concubine Jing wouldn't have taken the risk of drugging him again. Now that the truth had been revealed, the last bit of the medicine's effect had probably disappeared under the stimulation of the truth. However, Xiao Lulang was no longer the naive youth of the past. He had his own thoughts, his own plans, and even the shrewdness of an official. He lowered his eyes and sighed. There was originally no antidote, but Jiao Jiao once refined a type of pill that was specifically used to counter knockout drugs. "I think it might have some effect." "Are you serious?" The emperor's eyes lit up. Xiao Lulang said, "I'll get it for your Majesty to try. Jiao Jiao's medicine is very safe. Even if it doesn't have any effect, it won't harm the body." The emperor said with joy, "If it really works, I'll remember your merit." Xiao Lulang said, "The medicine was made by Jiao Jiao. It's Jiao Jiao's credit, not mine." Even so, the emperor noted down the contributions of both of them. He had wronged Empress Dowager Zhuang for so many years that he had forgotten some things. Perhaps he would remember everything after taking the medicine. Moreover, there seemed to be a barrier between him and Empress Dowager Zhuang that made him afraid to move forward. He guessed that it was the effect of the black medicine. If Xiao Lulang knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him, "That's your son's problem, Your Majesty." Xiao Lulang quickly brought the pills over. There were 3 in total. In fact, they were for Gu Qinglin's hair growth. There were no side effects. The emperor was middle-aged and had some trouble with hair loss. It was good to take some hair growth pills. Xiao Lulang handed the hair growth pill to the emperor and said without a change in expression, "Logically speaking, 1 pill should be enough. If the effect is not enough, take another." In other words, 3 pills were more than enough. "Will it really work?" the emperor asked. "Your Majesty, you have to believe in Jiao Jiao's medical skills," Xiao Lulang said. "That's true." The emperor paused and thought of something. He asked, "What will happen if I eat too much? Will the effect be doubled or the opposite?" Xiao Lulang looked deeply at the emperor and said, "The effect will be doubled." "It might become what?" the emperor asked anxiously. "Very clingy." The emperor was frightened. He didn't want that. He was the ruler of a country, the emperor. How could he become like that? 1 pill. 1 pill was enough. The emperor suddenly had the urge to urinate. He temporarily put the medicine bottle on the table in the central room and went to the toilet room. The old chancellor secretly came out from the kitchen room. Zhuang Jintz came over today and was playing cards next door. He was making brown sugar glutinous rice cake for Zhuang Jintz. He asked, "Is there really an antidote?" Xiao Lulang said, "It's fake. It's hair growth pills." The old chancellor. When the emperor came out from the toilet room, the old chancellor had already returned to the kitchen room to cook. The emperor planned to take the antidote back to the palace. He didn't expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to come over after playing cards next door. The mother and son met at the door unexpectedly. The emperor was nervous. "Mother," Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even look at him. She snorted and walked past him. Your Majesty, are you still going back to the palace? Eunuch Wei asked. The emperor hesitated for a moment and said, No, I will stay here for dinner. I will return to the palace with mother later. No one dared to say anything when the emperor wanted to stay for dinner. Today, the little men at home weren't here. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun went to learn martial arts. Little Jing Kong went to play at Su Kongji's house. There were only Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor, Yao, the old chancellor, Xiao Lulang, and Gu Jiao, who woke up from her afternoon nap at the dining table. The pill given by Gu Jiao was a little big and couldn't be swallowed. It had to be mixed with water. Before dinner, the emperor gave the medicine bottle to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei brought over a bowl of black medicinal concoction. The emperor endured the unpleasant smell, gritted his teeth, and drank it all in one go. The emperor said with disdain, Why is it so bitter? How many pills did you put in? Eunuch Wei wondered, Aren't there only 3 pills in total? The emperor's face changed. You put all of them? Eunuch Wei was even more shocked. You asked me to put all of them. The emperor had no impression of it at all. Eunuch Wei didn't lie. He did ask and the emperor did say yes. However, the emperor was thinking about Empress Dowager Zhuang at that time and didn't hear what Eunuch Wei said. Thinking of what Xiao Lulang had said about the extremely sticky effects of the drug, the emperor felt unwell. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Eunuch Wei asked worriedly. The emperor took a deep breath. Nothing, I am the emperor. I won't do such a shameful thing. I can bear it. I am very rational. After dinner, Empress Dowager Zhuang should return to the palace. She got up and walked out. The emperor covered his heart. Was the effect of the medicine? Why did he suddenly want to chase after her? Your Majesty? His heart was beating so fast. Your Majesty? Empress Dowager Zhuang got on the carriage with the help of Eunuch Qin. No, he couldn't chase after her, the effect of the medicine was too strong. Who knew what she would say later? The emperor held back. Eunuch Qin put down the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang, took away the footrest, and sat on the outer seat. The wheels of the carriage moved slowly. The emperor's heart tightened and he suddenly reached out to the carriage. Mother! Don't you want your Xiao, Hong? Everyone in the room spat out a mouthful of tea. Then, should they tell His Majesty that the medicine was fake? Digression, psychological hints are very scary. 23333 The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1109346061. HTML Genius remembered the website address www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. In the carriage, Empress Dowager Zhuang's reaction wasn't any better than Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and the old chancellor. She had just sat down, and before she could sit properly, she was so scared that she almost fell out of the carriage. What is this stupid son of mine doing now? Isn't concubine Jing already exposed? Why is he still acting? Or did he take the wrong medicine? Or did his head get caught in the door? Empress Dowager Zhuang sat down again. She had goosebumps all over her body, and they creaked even without being stepped on. Go. What are you standing there for? She said impatiently. If he wants to go crazy by yourself. She wasn't going to accompany him. The coachman was about to wave the whip in his hand, but the emperor took a big step forward and blocked the carriage fearlessly. No matter how obedient the coachman was to the Empress Dowager, he didn't dare to drive the carriage over the emperor. The coachman was stunned and didn't know what to do. The emperor didn't make it difficult for him for too long and quickly got into the carriage. His movements were so fast that Eunuch Qin couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the emperor who suddenly rushed in, and her first reaction was to protect the candied fruit jar in her arms. She took a few more candied fruits. This stupid son of hers isn't here to steal the candied fruits from me, is he? She frowned. What are you doing? The emperor was dumbfounded by this question. Yes, what was he doing? Who is he? Where is he? I understand, it's the effect of the medicine. He took 3 antidotes and overdosed. Even the emperor of a country can't resist such terrible side effects. It's over, he's done, he wants to get out of the carriage, he wants to save his dignity. Get out, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. I won't. The emperor sat down. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't really kick him out, mainly because her foot hurt. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to bother with him. He wasn't here to steal the candied fruits from her, so she turned a blind eye. Eunuch Wei also sat in the outer seat. The 2 eunuchs with the most power in the imperial palace looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with unclear meaning. On the way back to the palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest. The emperor did not dare to disturb her. It was not until they entered the palace that the 2 of them got off the carriage. Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage came to welcome them that the emperor finally gathered his courage and said, I don't want it to be like this. Empress Dowager Zhuang interrupted him angrily, what is it? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or did you eat too much? The emperor was dumbfounded. As expected of his mother, she could even guess this. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and got on the phoenix carriage. Then, the emperor shamelessly got on the phoenix sedan. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him in confusion. He coughed lightly and said, I'm tired and don't want to walk. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the imperial carriage that was hiding behind the rockery not far away. What's wrong with you? What are you trying to do? Puzzled, the emperor asked, what could I possibly want? Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, who does the emperor want to promote? Or to remove someone from their position? You can just say it, there's no need to beat around the bush and fake it. Am I that kind of person? I'm just. He wanted to say that he was simply being filial to his mother, but when the words reached his lips, he felt that it wasn't very believable. Let alone Empress Dowager Zhuang, even he didn't believe it. In the end, he decided to come clean. To tell you the truth, I took an overdose of the antidote. These are the effects of the medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang, the effects of the medicine were too strong, even stronger than what Xiao Lulang said. At least, that was what the emperor felt. Although he had returned to Pure Flowers Palace, his heart had floated to Rinshou Palace. Although he had eaten dinner in Jade Water Alley, his mother didn't seem to have eaten much. He didn't know if she was hungry at this time. Your Majesty, supper is here. Eunuch Wei presented a plate of steaming duck noodle soup. The emperor looked at the fragrant duck noodle soup and suddenly felt that he didn't have much of an appetite. I don't want to eat. Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, Your Majesty only ate a few mouthfuls of dinner. The main reason was that when he heard that he had taken 3 antidotes, he was so scared that he couldn't sit still. How could he eat anything? Smelling the fragrance of the duck soup and chopped green onions made his stomach rumble, but he didn't want to eat the bowl in front of him. Pure Flowers Palace's duck noodle soup isn't tasty, he complained. Are you saying that the supper from Pure Flowers Palace is better? Or the duck noodle soup from another palace is better? Eunuch Wei carefully pondered for a moment and chose the latter based on his outstanding intuition. Then, which palace's duck noodle soup does your Majesty want to eat? How would we know? The emperor said unhappily. The direction was right. Eunuch Wei inwardly let out a sigh of relief and continued, this servant heard that a new chef came to Eternal Life Palace. Why don't we try their duck noodle soup? Eternal Life Palace was noble consort Zhuang's residence. The emperor snorted. The food made by Eternal Life Palace's chef is disgusting. We don't want to eat it a second time after eating it once. Then, what about Eternal Life Palace? It had been a while since the emperor went to noble consort Shu's place. The emperor heartlessly refused. Eternal Life Palace's food is too bland. Eunuch Wei said, what about Earthly Tranquility Palace? Why don't we take a look at His Highness the 7th Prince? The emperor said indifferently, Little Qi has been too naughty these days. We don't have the energy to deal with him. Eunuch Wei then mentioned a few more imperial concubines that could be considered favored. There was the third imperial prince's mother, noble consort Yu, as well as a few young mistresses who had recently gained some face. They were all rejected by the emperor. Eunuch Wei was able to serve the emperor for so long, so he was quite perceptive. The emperor didn't go here or there. It was clear that he had no interest in the imperial harem. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed and he said, "This servant heard the little divine doctor say that the dishes made by Rinshou Palace's chef are not bad. Their duck noodle soup is also excellent." As expected, the emperor straightened his back. The little divine doctor really said that? Of course not. How could the little divine doctor talk to him about this? However, there was a truth that the emperor wanted to know. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Yes, the little divine doctor said that. This servant won't remember wrongly." The emperor cleared his throat and said with a helpless expression, "Since that's the case, then let's go to Imperial Mother's palace." Thus, Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was about to go to bed, saw her foolish son again. "I heard that the duck noodle soup in Imperial Mother's palace is delicious," the emperor boasted shamelessly. In any case, it was the effects of the medicine and not his original intention. He had thought it through, so there was no need to be embarrassed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with a dark expression, "Rinshou Palace doesn't have duck meat today." The emperor hurriedly said, "Pure Flower's palace has it." "Eunuch Wei, go bring the duck over." "Yes." Eunuch Wei called for a nimble eunuch to bring over a live duck. The ingredients were all in place, so the Rinshou Palace's chef could only brace himself to make it. After drinking a bowl of duck noodle soup, the emperor rubbed his bulging belly in satisfaction. The little divine doctor didn't deceive him. Rinshou Palace's duck noodle soup really was delicious, however, he still didn't leave. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was completely dark. "What? You're still going to spend the night at Rinshou Palace?" The emperor said without moving. Imperial Mother left a room for Xiao, Hong. Ah. Kill her. Empress Dowager Zhuang went crazy. She decisively kicked her out of Rinshou Palace. The emperor staggered over the threshold and almost fell. He steadied himself and turned to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Bang, the door mercilessly closed in front of him. The emperor resentfully rubbed his nose and finished his sentence. "Tomorrow, we'll go to court together." Eunuch Wei couldn't bear to watch. After freeloading a bowl of duck noodle soup in Rinshou Palace, the emperor felt refreshed. "We feel that we can still approve memorials for the whole night tonight." In the end, he went back to his bedchamber and fell asleep on the dragon bed. Eunuch Wei, what did it mean to fall asleep instantly? This was it. He slept very peacefully and didn't have any more nightmares. The next day, before dawn, Eunuch Wei woke the emperor up. "Your Majesty, it's time for morning court." The emperor didn't have the habit of lazing in bed. After being woken up, he quickly washed and changed into his dragon robes. Prepare for Rinshou Palace. It was all this damned medicine's fault. He wanted to go to court with his mother. Eunuch Wei vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the medicine, but he thought that the little miracle doctor and Lord Xiao wouldn't lie to his majesty. So, did his majesty really revert to his childhood and become that clingy snot bug? That's right, the emperor loved to have a runny nose when he was young. Eunuch Wei hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he'd heard about it from Eunuch He. He was also clingy to the Empress Dowager and fought with Princess Ning'an for favor. Alas, the past was unbearable to look back on. "Ah, your majesty." Eunuch Wei suddenly remembered something. Eunuch He came just now and asked how you would deal with old concubine Jing. After the emperor and old concubine Jing broke off their relationship, old concubine Jing was placed under house arrest in the nunnery, and Eunuch He was secretly watching over her. The emperor's eyes turned cold. "I haven't thought about how to deal with her yet. Although she made a big mistake, she's still my mother. I was raised under her name, so she's my birth mother. How can I kill my own mother?" That was right. No matter what crimes she committed, she was still the emperor's mother. Everyone in the world could punish her, but the emperor couldn't do it himself. Eunuch Wei muttered, "Tsk, bring out the ruthlessness you used on the Empress Dowager." "What did you say?" The emperor looked at him. Eunuch Wei was startled. He covered his mouth and said, "Nothing." He was talking nonsense again. Damn it, the emperor rolled his eyes at him. Why do you think I sent He-san to watch over the nunnery? Eunuch Wei was startled. Your Majesty, you mean, the emperor said with a complicated expression, I want to know if she's been plotting this all by herself all these years, or if she has other accomplices. It's best to catch them all in one fell swoop. His feelings for old concubine Jing couldn't have faded away in a few days. The emperor still felt pained at the mention of old concubine Jing, but he wouldn't sympathize with her anymore. Some beliefs collapsed overnight and couldn't be built up again. The emperor said in a deep voice, send someone to keep an eye on the Duke of Yong'an's household as well. The Duke of Yong'an's household was old concubine Jing's maternal family, so the emperor didn't suspect them. The Duke of Yong'an's household's children were all hopeless. Even the Duke of Yong'an himself was mediocre. However, old concubine Jing was now under house arrest. If she really had accomplices, the Duke of Yong'an's household might be the only way to get close to her. The emperor paused. There's one more thing that I don't understand. Eunuch Wei said, please speak, Your Majesty. The emperor was puzzled. I gave her 4 dragon shadow guards. Why is there only 1 left? Where did the other 3 go? Keep an eye out for this. I really don't want to ask her myself. I don't believe anything she says anymore. I also don't want to see her again. Understood, Eunuch Wei replied. Jade Water Alley. After breakfast, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan went to Qinghe Academy. The old chancellor took little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, and Gu Jiao sent Xiao Lulang to Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang was dazed for a moment. It was as if he had returned to the days when she sent him to Tianxiang Academy. He still remembered that there was a time when there was no more space on the ox cart. She walked for more than 10 miles just to prevent anyone from bullying him or kicking him off the cart. We're here, Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang's gaze fell on her cheeks, which were slightly red from walking. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Xiao Lulang raised his hand to wipe it away for her. Gu Jiao opened her arms and gently leaned into his embrace, hugging his waist that didn't have a trace of excess fat. His body stiffened slightly. Don't you want to hug me? She reached out her hands. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. I want to wipe your sweat for you. Yes. He admitted it when he was about to say it. He didn't understand why he was so useless. Gu Jiao straightened up in his arms and looked at him with a pair of clear and bright eyes. I'll pick you up after you're off duty. Okay. He still couldn't refuse. Gu Jiao curved her lips. You go in. I'm leaving. Yes, Xiao Lulang responded softly, but didn't go in. Jiao Jiao. Yes? Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him with her clear eyes. Ning Ziyuan's family came to the capital and invited us to their home. Okay, Gu Jiao said, when are we going? Xiao Lulang thought for a moment. Next weekend? At the end of the month. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed without hesitation. Silly girl, don't you know that you're going out as my wife? It'll be hard to get rid of it in the future. Gu Jiao waved her sleeves and left. Xiao Lulang stared at her back and watched her disappear at the end of the street before turning to walk into Hanlin Academy. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Royal Princeton was standing at the entrance of Hanlin Academy. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, but he was looking in the same direction as him. Editor Zhuang. Xiao Lulang greeted him calmly. Royal Princeton wasn't ashamed of being caught red-handed. He looked away calmly and looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang's eyes flashed with coldness, but his face was calm. Congratulations, Editor Zhuang. Royal Princeton frowned strangely. What are you congratulating me for? Engagement. With my sister-in-law. I heard that His Majesty bestowed the marriage. The date has already been set. Your sister and I will be there to watch the ceremony. I wish you a long and happy marriage. Royal Princeton clenched his fists. He had only sneaked a few glances at Gu Jiao, but Xiao Lulang had mercilessly stabbed his heart into a sieve. Was this man's possessiveness this terrifying? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1109101149. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Xiao Lulang ignored the ashen-faced royal prince and turned to enter Hanlin Academy. He had taken 2 days off and there was a pile of official business on his desk. He flipped through it and found that it wasn't much and could be finished in 1 morning. Starting tomorrow, he would resume teaching the Crown Prince. He had to set some questions for the Crown Prince, but it wouldn't take too long. In short, he would be able to finish on time. But what no one expected was that right after he finished dealing with the official business at hand, he was given a new one by Attendant Yang. It was to write a eulogy to the late emperor and was used during sacrifices. This was a task that Hanlin Academy scholar Han had given to Attendant Yang. But Attendant Yang was too lazy to do it, so he found Xiao Lulang. Speaking of which, Attendant Yang hadn't bullied Xiao Lulang for a while. First, he had just recovered from a serious injury and had no energy. Second, Xiao Lulang and Grand Tutor Zhuang had an undefeated confrontation at the gates of Hanlin Academy. Third, it was said that Marquis Xianping had personally gone to the countryside to pick up Xiao Lulang. With all of the above added together, most people no longer dared to provoke Xiao Lulang. However, there were some people who were stubborn and forgot the pain after the scar healed. Attendant Yang happened to be one of them. He shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Have you never written or seen it before? If you don't know, go flip through your own books. There are eulogies from previous years in the library." Xiao Liulang's eyes coldly glanced at Attendant Yang. Just this seemingly casual gaze made Attendant Yang's heart skip a beat. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake? When Attendant Yang looked at Xiao Lulang again, Xiao Lulang had already returned to his usual cold and indifferent expression. Xiao Lulang understood that if he didn't write this eulogy to the late emperor 20 or 30 times, Attendant Yang wouldn't be satisfied. He wouldn't even look at it and would make him rewrite it again and again. If it was in the past, he would not have cared. A person like him, a person who should have died in the fire, what was there to talk about? But now, if he wasn't doing well, someone would be worried. Xiao Lulang turned around and returned to his office. Attendant Yang sneered, "I knew it. You brat, you're just lucky. You're just a cripple from the countryside. Do you really think that those nobles would take a fancy to you?" Perhaps it was because of the gaze that Xiao Lulang gave him earlier that made him feel uncomfortable. He made things difficult for Xiao Lulang for the entire morning, rewriting it countless times. Finally, when he saw that it was time to hand it in, he picked up the first eulogy that Xiao Lulang had written. "I think this is the best one." Xiao Lulang walked out in silence. Attendant Yang snorted in disdain. Then, he picked up a neatly written eulogy and went to Master Han's office. Master Han looked at the delightful handwriting and couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. "This is Xiao Liulang's handwriting, right?" In the entire Hanlin Academy, Xiao Liulang's handwriting was the best. Even Royal Prince An's handwriting paled in comparison. Attendant Yang smiled flatteringly, "My handwriting is not good, so I had him make a copy." Making a copy was not much of a merit. Writing a soul-stirring eulogy was true skill. Yes, these lines are written well. Master Han was not stingy with his praise. Attendant Yang was overjoyed. But his happiness did not last long. Master Han's smile froze on his face. "You really wrote this?" Attendant Yang was immersed in his own fantasy of praising himself and did not notice Master Han's expression. "This official wrote it." Master Han slammed the eulogy on the table with a bang. Attendant Yang was shocked. "Han, Master Han?" Master Han said angrily, "Attendant Yang, do you not want to live anymore? You dare to disgrace the late emperor's name." Late emperor's name? Attendant Yang was stunned. He quickly took the eulogy and looked at it. The eulogy did mention the late emperor's name, but it was not his real name. It was a nickname. It appeared in a couplet that was first suppressed and then raised. Coincidentally, it was the suppressed part. Therefore, if one looked at it carefully, it could really be said to be an insult to the late emperor. Attendant Yang's face instantly lost all color. He said in fear, "Master Han. It's not me. It's Xiao Lulang. It's him." He almost said that the eulogy was written by Xiao Lulang, but he quickly changed his words. He must have copied it wrongly. Master Han said coldly, "He is the new top scorer. Would he make such a laughable mistake? Moreover, if you don't add the late emperor's nickname, you won't be able to read it." Yes, this sentence was clearly written so well. It was flawless and smooth. If it wasn't for the late emperor's nickname, it would have been a perfect couplet. No, it was all thanks to the late emperor's nickname. That was also not right. Xiao Lulang was so daring. He actually used the late emperor's nickname to write a couplet. He must have done it on purpose. Good on you, Xiao Lulang. Attendant Yang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At this critical juncture, he couldn't care less about the fact that he was a ghostwriter. He cupped his hands and said, "Dr. Han, to be honest, this eulogy was written by Xiao Lulang. He wrote a lot of it. It's all on my desk. If you don't believe me, I'll go get it now." After he finished speaking, he put down the eulogy and left. However, what made him despair was that the eulogy that was originally on his desk had all disappeared. He panicked. What's going on? Where are the eulogies written by Xiao Lulang? Where are the dozens of fake eulogies? Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? At this moment, Scholar Han's servant walked over. "Attendant Yang, Master Han wants you to go to his side and confront Xiao Lulang." Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang. Attendant Yang gritted his teeth and went to Master Han's office. As soon as he entered the office, he pounced on Xiao Lulang. "Did you do it? Did you do it?" Putting aside whether Xiao Lulang was guilty or not for the time being, Assistant Lecturer Yang's appearance of a mad dog biting randomly was indeed beneath the grace of an Hanlin official. Scholar Han knitted his brows. Xiao Lulang's expression was very calm. Although he was the one who was crippled, he stood straight like a pine tree and had an outstanding temperament. Instead, it made Attendant Yang look even more pathetic. Attendant Yang was an old Hanlin official. When he closed the school, he took the law exam and his results were quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the Hanlin Academy. He was very clear in his heart how serious a crime it was to blaspheme the late emperor's name. He looked at Scholar Han in horror. "Master Han. Believe me. It's him who did this. It's him. He harmed me." Xiao Lulang calmly said, "Attendant Yang, how come this official doesn't understand what you're saying? I have no grievances with Attendant Yang. Why would I harm Attendant Yang?" "Because." Attendant Yang almost said that it was because he was unhappy that he made things difficult for him. He gritted his teeth. "This time, it's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you. I originally thought that since it was your first time writing a eulogy, I didn't know if it was to Master Han's liking. If it wasn't, then I would take the blame for you. If Master Han really likes it, then I would tell him that you wrote it." This could be considered as explaining to Scholar Han why he said that Xiao Lulang had copied it. Unfortunately, this wasn't the main point. Lord Han was only concerned about who wrote this eulogy. Xiao Lulang already knew the ins and outs of the matter. He said, "I don't know the late emperor's nickname." Scholar Han suddenly understood. That's right, the late emperor's nickname wasn't the name of the country. How could the world know it? The reason why Attendant Yang knew it was because the history of the Zhao country would be examined when the school closed, including the Imperial Book of History. But Xiao Lulang had only been in the Hanlin Academy for a few months and hadn't learned this yet. He was a scholar from a poor family from the countryside, not a relative of the imperial family. It was impossible for him to know the late emperor's nickname without learning the Imperial Book of History. As a result, Xiao Lulang's suspicions were completely eliminated. Scholar Han didn't think that Attendant Yang had intentionally offended the late emperor. The biggest possibility was that he didn't remember it himself and accidentally used the late emperor's nickname. This matter. Scholar Han looked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang faintly cupped his hands. Please handle it impartially, Master Han. Scholar Han closed his eyes. He wasn't an easy person to talk to. To be honest, this was Attendant Yang's first offense. As long as the three of them didn't say anything, Scholar Han could have just given them a small punishment and let this matter pass. But Xiao Lulang clearly didn't want to help Attendant Yang. If this matter were to spread, he would inevitably be accused of not being strict enough and handling matters unfairly. Scholar Han sighed, I understand. You can leave now. Attendant Yang couldn't keep his official position. Scholar Han wrote a memorial to the cabinet. Officials of this rank were usually dismissed or appointed by the cabinet. In the afternoon, Attendant Yang was demoted by 2 ranks and became a 7th-rank editor in the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Liulang's official position was editor, 6th rank. After the end of the day, Xiao Lulang was talking to Ning Ziyuan about visiting his home during the next break when Yang Zhou aggressively rushed over. Ning Ziyuan saw that the situation wasn't good and stopped him. What are you doing? Although Ning Ziyuan was a civil official, he wasn't small and had grown up with hardships. He was much stronger than these officials in the capital. Yang Zhou couldn't push him away. It's okay. Let him come over, Xiao Lulang said calmly. Are you sure? Ning Ziyuan turned around and saw that Xiao Lulang didn't seem to be putting on a brave front, so he let go of Yang Zhou's hand. Yang Zhou came in front of Xiao Lulang. He originally wanted to punch Xiao Lulang in the face, but when he actually faced Xiao Lulang, he suddenly realized that this little brat was much bigger than him. Xiao Liulang's eyes were very cold. It reminded him of the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. He clenched his fists and suppressed the fear in his heart. He looked at Xiao Lulang angrily, you're so despicable. Xiao Lulang faintly twitched the corner of his lips, you flatter me. You. Shameless, it wasn't easy for Yang Zhou to climb to his current official position. He had endured many years in the Hanlin Academy. He wasn't like Commandery Princeton and Du Erhan, who had a family background and wealth. He was just an ordinary scholar. What he did wasn't too much. In the past, when he came to the Hanlin Academy, he was also given a hard time. Why couldn't he do the same thing to Xiao Lulang when his senior could do the same thing to him? Yang Zhou was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Why did you do this? Xiao Liulang's eyes were calm, I don't like you. Yang Zhou choked and almost spat out blood. He raised his fist. Hey! Ning Ziyuan shouted. Xiao Lulang didn't even blink. He looked at him indifferently, you're just a 7th-rank editor. You don't have the right to hit me. Yang Zhou's arrogance immediately weakened. Xiao Lulang rolled up his wide sleeves. He was holding the flowers he picked for her in his hand. He didn't want to spoil them. Next time, remember to salute me. After saying this, he brushed past Yang Zhou and left without looking back. Not far away, Commandery Princeton witnessed everything and couldn't help but frown. He had heard about the incident with Assistant Secretary Yang. Putting the incident aside, wasn't Xiao Liulang's attitude towards Yang Zhou a bit too arrogant? It wasn't the kind of domineering arrogance, but a kind of condescending contempt and indifference. It was as if there was a sense of nobility in his bones. Was this still Xiao Lulang, the submissive Xiao Lulang? Why did it seem like he was a different person? Could it be because he had his grandaunt and Marquis Xianping backing him up? When Xiao Lulang walked out of the Hanlin Academy, the Hanlin Academy was also over. A few scholars invited Xiao Lulang to ask for advice. Xiao Lulang said, I have something to do today. Come find me tomorrow at noon. Although I know I shouldn't, I still want to ask. Is it something urgent? Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded slightly. He looked at the small figure standing at the entrance of the alley. His eyebrows curved as he looked at them. It's urgent, so I'm sorry. Come back tomorrow. Everyone agreed. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did Lord Xiao laugh just now? I also seem to have seen it. Official Xiao can be so gentle? Although Xiao Lulang wasn't born with an icy face, he was still very cold and distant. If it weren't for Feng Lin and Lin Xianxia taking the lead to ask him for advice, they probably wouldn't have dared to come find him. They were curious and couldn't help but follow Xiao Lulang. They saw Xiao Lulang come to the first alley and talk with a girl. A rare tenderness flashed across his face. and the outline of his face seemed to soften. For you. He handed her a freshly picked begonia of the 4 seasons. Gu Jiao took the begonia flower and sniffed it. She couldn't put it down, it smells so good. Did everything go well today? Xiao Lulang raised his hand and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Yes, everything went well. I'll be promoted soon. Although it wasn't set in stone yet, the position of attendant was empty. There were many people who were qualified to replace it. But if you like it, I'll fight for it. Really? Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. In her clear and happy eyes, Xiao Liulang's heart couldn't help but slowly melt. Yes, really. Gu Jiao looked up at him, her eyes filled with unwavering certainty and faith. I knew it. My husband is very powerful. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhbqg.com/89642896428226/11090837. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. After returning to Bai Shui Alley, Gu Jiao found a vase and put the crabapple flower on her windowsill. The crabapple flower didn't have any special smell, but she smelled it with the lingering charm of his fingertips. When Xiao Lulang came to the door of the east room, he saw Gu Jiao leaning on the windowsill to admire the crabapple flower that was not as stunning as her. She held her chin with both hands and looked at it very seriously as if she was looking at a rare treasure that she had never seen before. It's just a crabapple flower, why do you like it so much? There was also a crabapple tree at home, but the flowering period had passed. Xiao Liulang's soft heart seemed to be poked again. He knocked on the door with his fingertips and his voice was a little hoarse. I'm going to the son-in-law's house. Gu Jiao turned around. The girl's face was soaked in the warm twilight. She smiled at him slightly. Okay, I'll call you when it's time. Okay. Xiao Lulang answered vaguely and quickly turned around as if there was something chasing behind him. Gu Jiao couldn't stop laughing. She took out a small notebook and wrote seriously, it's the first time my husband sent flowers. After a pause, she wrote, you even said hello to her when you went next door. My husband is so clingy. After leaving the courtyard, Xiao Lulang was also embarrassed. The two families were already connected. Going next door was almost the same as going to the study room. Why did he have to tell her when he went to the study room? She didn't even tell him. Xiao Lulang went to the old chancellor's house to help him mark the directorate's exam papers. While the two were working hard, Gu Jiao came over and knocked on the door. Jiao Jiao is here? The old chancellor smiled happily. Son-in-law. Gu Jiao greeted them and glanced at Xiao Lulang. She said to the old chancellor, I'll take little Jing Kong to the orchard. Go ahead. The old chancellor was bewildered. He didn't have to specially come over to say this kind of thing, he didn't mention it in the past. Gu Jiao looked at a certain someone with a smile. With her hands behind her back, she walked away proudly. The old chancellor turned his gaze to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang seriously marked the paper. Why are you looking at me? Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the two youngsters. The old chancellor came back to his senses. The little lass wasn't explaining to him but to Xiao Lulang. Did their relationship suddenly become so good? Don't tell me, no, the chastity mark on her face was still there. They hadn't consummated their marriage. In fact, the elders had discussed this matter in private. The daughters of rich families usually got married at the age of 16 or 17 and started to get pregnant at the age of 18 or 19. At that time, the risk of childbirth would be greatly reduced. Jiao Jiao was still young. It was better to consummate their marriage later. The old chancellor looked at Xiao Luling meaningfully. You little brat, Xiao Luling seriously said, no, I won't. I can bear it. The old chancellor, oh, a man's mouth is a liar. The next day, after sending Xiao Luling to the Hanlin Academy, Gu Jiao went to the palace. Gu Jiao went to see her grandaunt. Recently, the military situation at the border was urgent. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor were discussing the war with the military ministers in the side chamber of the Golden Imperial Hall. They hadn't returned to the Rinshou Palace yet. Miss Gu, it's sunny today. Don't stay outside. Go to the Empress Dowager's bedroom and have a rest. Fei Chui said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao liked this clever little palace maid very much. She nodded to her and said, okay. Gu Jiao went to her grandaunt's bedroom. Fei Chui served her favorite fruits and snacks. Gu Jiao casually ate a mouthful of cantaloupe, but she accidentally spilled the juice on herself. It was sticky and uncomfortable. Oh, it's dirty. Let me help you find a set of clothes to change. No need, I brought my clothes. Originally, she was going to the underground martial arts field today. Her small basket contained her mask and men's clothes. She changed into the men's clothes. Her hair was scattered and tied into a high bun. Fei Chui took her clothes to wash and dry. Gu Jiao had nothing to do in the bedroom, so she admired the treasures in the treasure pavilion. Everything in the Rinshou Palace was an antique. Gu Jiao didn't understand antiques, but it didn't prevent her from appreciating the taste of money. Among the pile of treasures, she was unexpectedly attracted by a square brocade box. It was probably because it was the least antique among all the treasures. Gu Jiao curiously looked at it. She didn't have the habit of looking through other people's things. But, she didn't expect that the box would open so easily. The thing in the box quickly attracted her attention. It was a pair of brand new tiger head shoes. It was very delicate and beautiful. At first glance, she could tell that no one had worn it before. But, the fabric and pattern didn't seem to be fashionable this year. So strange. Is it for the baby in Yaoshi's belly? Miss Gu, the clothes have been dried. They will be dry in the afternoon. Fei Chui walked in and saw Gu Jiao staring at the box in the treasure pavilion. She stopped and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Gu Jiao noticed her strangeness. Nothing, nothing. She said this, but her eyes involuntarily drifted to the box in front of Gu Jiao. Finally, under Gu Jiao's puzzled gaze, she admitted defeat and said in a low voice, we usually pay special attention to this box when we clean the treasure pavilion. Eunuch Qin said that we are not allowed to touch it, let alone look at it. However, the Empress Dowager loves Miss Gu. It shouldn't be a problem for Miss Gu to look at it. There was nothing precious in the box. What was precious was the pair of shoes inside. Gu Jiao asked, has the box always been here? And it was here when this servant came to Rinshou Palace. Fei Chui thought for a moment and added, this servant entered Rinshou Palace 3 years ago. 3 years ago, her grandaunt hadn't come to their home yet. She didn't know Yaoshi and didn't expect Yaoshi to be pregnant with a child. So, this pair of shoes was not prepared for the child in Yaoshi's belly. The military situation at the border was more urgent than she imagined. Even until noon, her grandaunt still hadn't come back. Gu Jiao decided to come again next time. She went to the underground martial arts field. She went to see if Ning Wang came to see her. She was not in a hurry to agree to his proposal, but it didn't prevent her from cutting his leeks. An incense stick worth 50 taels. Old he was also a shrewd person. Seeing the possibility of this business, he directly marked the price, Xiong Badian 50 taels, chat with you for an incense stick worth of time. It rhymed quite well. However, her reputation was not big. Moreover, 50 taels was a sky-high price. If she had this kind of money, wouldn't it be better to go to a brothel and find a courtesan? Therefore, aside from Ning Wang, no one would take the bait. However, Gu Jiao was wrong. The capital was a big fish pond, and there were many fat fish. A young master surnamed Xiao wants to see you. Old he said. Did you tell him the price? Gu Jiao wrote. Of course, I told him. He frowned as if he felt it was not worth it, but he did not say anything. The money was paid to me. Old He said and took out a 50-tael banknote and handed it to Gu Jiao. Next time, ask him for 60 taels. Gu Jiao put away the banknote and continued to write, 10 taels is yours. She could not let Old He be the middleman for free. Old He's eyes shone with a green light. He nodded like he was pounding garlic. Okay. Gu Jiao had already fought 5 matches and had not lost a single one. If she won another 5 matches, she would be promoted to a higher level. Today, she still had 3 matches. One of them was against a swordsman who was even more powerful than the Knife Mountain assassin. She only needed to win this last match to be promoted to a higher level. Unfortunately, she met Gu Jiao. However, his martial arts were really good. He forced Gu Jiao to use her weapon, red tasseled spear. Her red tasseled spear had been ruined by little Jing Kong. There was a big red flower on the spearhead. The body of the spear was also painted with red flowers. It was especially eye-catching. When such an ugly weapon appeared, everyone's eyes were blinded by the flash. Perhaps the swordsman was also blinded by the flash. He froze on the spot. Then, Gu Jiao poked the spear directly into his waistband. She lifted him up and threw him off the stage. The swordsman sat on the ground with a confused look on his face. What the hell did he get poked by? After the match, Gu Jiao went to see young Master Xiao. He was more powerful than King Ning. There was a screen in the room. He sat behind the screen and talked to Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao recognized his voice as soon as he spoke. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince of the East Palace? She and Xiao Lulang had met the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince when they went to eat at Zhouji restaurant. She did not have a good or bad impression of them. After all, they were not people she cared about. However, he used the surname Xiao today, which reminded Gu Jiao that the Crown Prince's mother, Empress Xiao, was Marquis Xianping's biological sister. In other words, this guy was Xiao Liulang's cousin. Young hero Xiong's martial arts are not bad. You are young and promising. I really admire you. May I know who your master is? The Crown Prince asked indifferently from behind the screen. Although he was praising Xiong Tian, his tone was somewhat arrogant. This Crown Prince was not like this when he was working with the people. He was very careful about his image in front of the people and did not put on airs easily. However, now that he was hiding his identity, he did not have to hide his true nature. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. She took out a charcoal pencil and casually wrote a sentence in a small notebook. Then, she handed it to the Crown Prince's subordinate. The Crown Prince had already heard that Xiong Badian was a mute. After writing for so long, the Crown Prince thought that he had written a lot of flattering words. Who knew that he only wrote 2 words, guess? The Crown Prince. After that, the Crown Prince chatted with Gu Jiao for a while. It was a soulless flattery. Gu Jiao's replies were basically yes, it's okay. She did not say more than 2 words. The Crown Prince was confused. How slow is your writing? If this goes on, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense will be gone. Also, her attitude was too perfunctory. Can you not always use 2 words? The Crown Prince suppressed his anger and said. Gu Jiao thought for a while and wrote, yes, I can. 2 words. The Crown Prince reminded himself that it was Lin Lang who asked him to come. He promised Lin Lang that he would not be angry at her and that he would talk to her nicely. It was really depressing to say that he, the Crown Prince, had to lower his voice in front of a Jianghu rascal. Forget it. In order to let Lin Lang go to the Yan Kingdom to meet Old Master Meng, he had to swallow his anger. The Crown Prince calmed himself down and looked at the screen. Back to the topic. I called you here because, bang, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiao closed the notebook in her hand and stood up. She pointed at the incense that she had lit when she came in. Time was up. The Crown Prince. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth. I'll pay more. Gu Jiao waved her hand without turning her head and threw out a note, make an appointment next time. The Crown Prince was so angry that he vomited blood. Was Gu Jiao deliberately making things difficult for the Crown Prince? Of course she was. She did not forget the Crown Prince's disdainful look towards Xiao Lulang when they ate at Zhouji restaurant. He bullied her husband. Haha. Gu Jiao found Old He and wrote in the notebook, the next time this Xiao fellow comes, the starting price is 100 taels. Including your 10 taels, the total is 110 taels. Old He was stunned. Did she think that she was the courtesan of Xianlu house? Such a sky-high price. Why? He asked. Gu Jiao smiled and wrote, the price of family affection. Old He, it was still early and the Hanlin Academy would not end so soon. Gu Jiao went back to Bai Shui Lane to change her clothes. Just as she was about to go out to pick up Xiao Lulang, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin came to see Gu Jiao. He smiled and said, the Empress Dowager only learned that Miss Gu went to Rinshou Palace after coming back from the throne room. Why didn't she send someone to report to the Empress Dowager? Gu Jiao said, it's okay. Grandaunt is busy. It's the same if I see her next time. She was not arrogant because of favor and always had a sense of propriety. This made Eunuch Qin have a whole new level of respect for her. Even noble consort Zhuang and the young masters of the Zhuang family could not do this. Eunuch Qin handed the food boxes in his hands to Gu Jiao. There were 2 in total. This box contains iced fruits and this box contains snacks from the imperial kitchen. The Empress Dowager asked this servant to send them to Miss Gu. Thank you, Eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao reached out to take the food boxes. Eunuch Qin, have a seat in your room and have a cup of tea before you leave. The weather was very hot and Eunuch Qin was indeed thirsty. He entered the central room with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao poured him a cup of herbal tea. Thank you, Miss Gu. Eunuch Qin took the cup with both hands and drank it in big gulps. He put down the teacup and said to Gu Jiao with a pleasant expression, this servant will leave now. I still have to report to the Empress Dowager. I'll send you off. No need. Gu Jiao still insisted on sending him to the door. The moment Eunuch Qin turned to get into the carriage, she suddenly called out to him, Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin turned around and said, Miss Gu, do you have any other orders? Gu Jiao said, I have something to ask. Eunuch Qin said, Miss Gu, there's no harm in asking. This servant will tell you everything I know. Gu Jiao gestured and said, what's with the tiger head shoes and the square box in the pavilion of many treasures? Eunuch Qin's smile froze. It's nothing. Eunuch Qin, get in the carriage. She was just curious. If he could not say, she would not force him. It's the young master's shoes, Eunuch Qin said in a low voice. Gu Jiao could only think of 2 young masters, Princess Ningyan or His Majesty? Eunuch Qin sighed and said, neither. It's the Empress Dowager's flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it died at birth. Great-aunt, had a child? Gu Jiao had never heard anyone mention this. Eunuch Qin nodded sadly, it's a pity that it was stillborn. It wasn't recorded in the genealogy, and it didn't have a place among the imperial heirs. If the young master had survived, he would be the same age as His Majesty now. The young master and His Majesty's birthdays are only 3 days apart. Gu Jiao fell silent. Eunuch Qin started talking and couldn't stop for a while. Actually, if it weren't for this, His Majesty might not have been raised under concubine Jing's name. At that time, the Empress was favored. The late Emperor actually wanted to wait for His Majesty to be born and let the Empress raise him. Gu Jiao didn't understand, Great-aunt was pregnant at that time, right? Since she already had her own child, why would she raise another one? Eunuch Qin said, the imperial physician took the pulse and said that the child in the palace maid's belly was a prince. The late emperor thought that if the Empress Dowager gave birth to a princess, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give her a prince. She had only heard of people taking the pulse to determine the number, but never the gender. The people in the palace were quite desperate for survival. Then what happened? Gu Jiao asked. Then? Eunuch Qin smiled bitterly, then the empress acted up first and gave birth to a stillborn. A stillborn is an ominous sign in the imperial family. Furthermore, there were some vile people who instigated it. His Majesty was furious and took his anger out on the empress. 3 days later, the palace maid really did give birth to a prince. However, His Majesty didn't send the prince to the palace of earthly tranquility as promised. Instead, he gave the prince to concubine Jing of the 1,000-year palace. Great-aunt must have been looking forward to the birth of that child, right? However, she didn't expect that the child would be separated forever after birth. What eunuch Qin didn't say was that the empress was still young at the time. She was only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She hadn't lost all hope in the palace. She longed for her first child. When she gave birth to a cold stillborn baby, she broke down. She hugged the baby and cried her heart out. The crying in the palace of earthly tranquility lasted for an entire night. She cried all the tears she had in her life and also cried her lively heart to death. How could it be so coincidental? Just as Great Aunt gave birth to a stillborn child, the palace maid on the other side gave birth to a prince. It was only 3 days apart. Didn't anyone suspect anything? Miss Gu, do you want to say who plotted against the Empress Dowager? It's hard to say. Eunuch Qin wiped his tears. When the Empress first entered the palace, her mind was very simple. She didn't guard against many things. When she finally understood what to guard against, there were no clues left. Who was born to be so powerful? They were just forced to pick up a sword and kill a bloody path in the harem. Gu Jiao didn't feel good. This complicated emotion didn't need to be understood. It exploded in her heart automatically. That dead child, could it be the current emperor? After all, it was only 3 days apart. Eunuch Qin shook his head. It was a baby girl. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/110884341. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Baby girl? Gu Jiao thought of Princess Ningyan, but this time she didn't guess if the child was her great-aunt's. After all, Princess Ningyan was a few years younger than His Majesty, so the age didn't match. This time, it was Eunuch Qin himself who mentioned Princess Ningyan. The Empress Dowager dotes on Princess Ningyan very much. I'm sure Miss Gu has heard. Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei said, actually, there's a reason. Princess Ningyan's birthday coincides with the little master's birthday. The Empress Dowager, perhaps the Empress Dowager felt that her child had returned and became Ningyan. Eunuch Qin smiled embarrassedly. This is only this old servant's guess. This servant doesn't know what the Empress Dowager is thinking. This servant only remembers that the Empress sat in Cunning Palace for a long time on the night Princess Ningyan was born. Thinking of something, Eunuch Qin added, speaking of which, the Empress and concubine Jing only got close after Princess Ningyan was born. Concubine Jing often brought Princess Ningyan to visit the Empress, but it was during Princess Ningyan's birthday that the Empress truly opened her heart to Princess Ningyan. She grabbed the Empress's hand. At that moment, Great Aunt couldn't have not been moved, right? The pain in her heart was healed by the 1-year-old princess. It was as if her child had really returned. Gu Jiao didn't ask if it was concubine Jing's scheme, because regardless of whether she asked or not, what happened had already happened. The feelings and sincerity that should have been given couldn't be taken back. The princess treats the Empress Dowager with sincerity. This was what Eunuch Qin rejoiced about. Sometimes, even he felt that people were reincarnated, and the little master had thrown himself into concubine Jing's belly to reunite with the Empress Dowager. Gu Jiao didn't find it strange. Blood wasn't the only thing that bound people. She had parents who abandoned her like an old shoe, and also met a great-aunt who doted on her. Her great-aunt's experience was too lamentable. If everything that happened back then was concubine Jing's scheme, then this woman deserved to die. At the end of the month, the Hanlin Academy was closed. Xiao Lulang promised to take his family to Ning Ziyuan's house. The old chancellor looked at Xiao Lulang suspiciously. The two of you went out alone? She felt that the two of them were going to do bad things behind her family's back, at such a hot-blooded age, she was really worried that this kid wouldn't be able to control himself. Coincidentally, little Jing Kong didn't have any lessons today. Old Chancellor decisively stuffed little Jing Kong into the carriage. The dumbfounded little Jing Kong, Old Chancellor, the best way to ruin a couple's life is to give them a child. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong to Ning Ziyuan's house. Ning Ziyuan's house was a bit remote, almost in the outer city. It took an hour to get there by carriage from Clearwater Lane. Ning Ziyuan usually rode a horse for convenience, but it still took him an hour to get there. Ning Ziyuan's house was a small one-story house. It was less than half the size of Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's house. There were 2 rooms in total, plus a small study in the middle. Ning Ziyuan's family was poor. It was said that after he got first place in the 3 tripod tests, many squires in his hometown wanted to make friends with him. The only way to make friends with him was to give him gifts or daughters. Ning Ziyuan was poor, but he had a backbone. He didn't accept gifts or take a concubine. Instead, he sent people to bring his wife and children from his hometown. His parents lived with his eldest son in his hometown, so he sent a sum of money home. The salary of the Hanlin Academy alone couldn't support such a big family. Fortunately, there was a reward from the imperial court, 500 taels for the top scorer, 300 taels for the second place and third place respectively. Ning Ziyuan gave 100 taels of silver to his parents and another 50 taels of silver to pay off his family's debt. The rest of the money was used to rent this house, buy a horse, and bring his wife and children to the capital. There was almost nothing left. So he was really poor now. Ning Ziyuan got married early. He was in his early 30s. His eldest son was already 13, his second son was 10, and his daughter was 1 year younger than Jing Kong. Ning Ziyuan's wife's surname was Wen. She was an honest and virtuous wife. She didn't talk much and was a bit shy and introverted. Maybe it was because she wasn't familiar with Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. Ning Ziyuan's 2 sons were studying in a private school nearby. They didn't come back for lunch. His youngest daughter was only 3 years old. Little Jing Kong wasn't as arrogant as he used to be, probably because the other party was a girl. He was quite well behaved. He didn't make a fuss or run around. He was also quite gentlemanly and always gave in to his little sister. Mrs. Wen praised Jing Kong for being sensible and smart. "You're much better than my 2 boys." Gu Jiao hadn't seen him before, so she couldn't compare him. However, the little guy did make her proud outside. He was so well behaved that he didn't look like a crazy little loudspeaker spirit in the yard. In the inner room, Mrs. Wen was talking to Gu Jiao. "I heard Yuan say that he's the new top scorer. At that time, I thought that he must be older than Yuan if he did better than him. I didn't expect him to be so young and promising." Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang, who was talking to Ning Ziyuan in the central room, and nodded, "Yes, I think so too." "Mrs. Wen. Although I'm telling the truth, aren't you going to be humble?" Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang sat in the central room. Ning Ziyuan was facing the inner room, and Xiao Lulang was sitting opposite him with his back to the inner room. Gu Jiao could only see Xiao Lulang's back. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands. Her husband probably didn't even know that she was looking at him. She could only see his back. "Sigh, I heard that the border of the Qin state is restless again. I wonder if there's going to be a war." Before Ning Ziyuan could finish his sentence, Xiao Lulang suddenly stood up and walked over to Ning Ziyuan. "Change seats." "Huh? What's wrong?" Ning Ziyuan asked. Xiao Lulang looked calm and his eyes didn't change at all. "It's cooler here." Ning Ziyuan. "No, that seat was the coolest one. It was specially reserved for you." However, he was a guest. If Xiao Lulang wanted to sit in this seat that was scorched by the sun, then so be it. Xiao Lulang sat where the sun shone in. The young man was dressed in white and bathed in the sunlight. His face was like jade, and his expression was cold. Sweat seeped from the back of his fair neck under his black hair. Ning Ziyuan asked strangely, "Is it really cool?" Xiao Lulang drank his tea quietly. His long eyelashes drooped, and he said, "Yes, it's cool." In the afternoon, Ning Ziyuan's 2 sons came back from the private school. They looked more like Mrs. Wen, and were more handsome than Ning Ziyuan, who was their father. In terms of personality, the eldest son was like Ning Ziyuan, who was extravagant. The youngest son was like Mrs. Wen, who was more introverted. Overall, they were very good children. Ning Ziyuan even asked Xiao Luling to test their homework. Ning Ziyuan came in third in the examination. His knowledge was excellent, and it was more than enough for him to check on his two sons' homework. The reason why he asked Xiao Luling to test them was more than to encourage them. Gu Jiao could tell that the two youths looked at Xiao Luling with eyes full of reverence and apprehension. As for Gu Jiao's birthmark and Xiao Lulong's disability, no one cared. Gu Jiao had a very comfortable day. After dinner, the family got up and said goodbye. Ning Ziyuan and his wife walked the three of them to the door. Mrs. Wen had been very nervous. She was worried about her husband's career and that life in Jing City would be difficult. Seeing that her husband had made such good friends, her heart was finally put back into her stomach. Little Jing Kong and Ning Xiaoya played for the whole afternoon. When they parted, Ning Xiaoya was reluctant to leave. She hugged Jing Kong's brother, Jing Kong's uncle, and cried loudly. Little Jing Kong gently comforted her, "It's okay. You can come to my house to play next time." Mrs. Wen took her daughter over and smiled as she watched the family of three get on the carriage. Little Jing Kong sat between the two of them. Gu Jiao touched his little buzz cut and was about to say, "So you like little girls? You play so well with little girls." Unexpectedly, in the next second, he lay on Gu Jiao's lap, exhausted. He sighed weakly, "Alas, it's so tiring to take care of children." Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong was probably really tired. After a while, he fell asleep on Gu Jiao's lap, drooling. Gu Jiao was worried that this position would make it difficult for him to breathe, so she turned him over and was about to hold him in her arms. Suddenly, a slender jade-like hand reached over and carried the chubby little fellow over. Xiao Lulong's expression was very indifferent. It was hard to tell whether he liked it or not. He let little Jing Kong lie in his arms and put his strong arms around little Jing Kong to bear the bumpiness of the carriage. His hand seemed to hang down unintentionally and fell on the stool, gently touching Gu Jiao's sleeve. Gu Jiao didn't move. Xiao Luling suddenly said, "It's not good for a girl to get tanned." Gu Jiao was stunned. "It's very hot on your side," Xiao Luling said without looking sideways. His tone was very calm, as if he was saying that the weather was good today. Gu Jiao looked at the other side of her. It was true. The rays of the setting sun shone on her body. Although Gu Jiao didn't think that she could get tanned, but, what if, thinking of her husband's words about it not being good for a girl to get tanned, she decisively moved to Xiao Lulong's side. They were sitting in an old carriage, so there wasn't much space. With this move, their shoulders were inevitably close to each other. Digression, if you don't want to get tanned, why didn't you sit there in the beginning? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/110881232. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao didn't think too much about it. For example, why didn't Xiao Luling sit on the side with Xishan in the beginning? Or why didn't he switch seats with her? Her thoughts in this regard weren't complicated. Moreover, in her impression, Xiao Luling wasn't so good at flirting with girls. This year's summer was a bit long. At the end of July, the weather was still incomparably hot. The temperature of the two exchanged their breaths through the thin material of their clothes. Because he was holding a little dumpling in his arms, Xiao Luling didn't do anything out of line for the time being. Suddenly, the wheels of the carriage rolled over something and the carriage shook violently. The two of them swayed. Xiao Lulang reached out in time and held her shoulder. "Are you okay?" Lu Quan said, "Aya, are you two okay? I think we hit a rock just now. It's my fault for not seeing the road clearly." "It's okay, Uncle Lu," Gu Jiao replied. Lu Quan relaxed. Xiao Lulang stared at her. His eyes were deep, like a quiet pool under the moonlight. Gu Jiao seemed to have accidentally fallen into it. She knew how to swim, but in this quiet pool of his, she didn't know how to do it. Xiao Liulang's throat moved. He calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at the curtain in front of him. "It's good that you're okay." He paused and asked, "Are you sleepy?" "Hmm?" Gu Jiao blinked in confusion. She wasn't sleepy. She was very energetic. "I woke up early today. I thought you were sleepy. I wanted to." He stopped mid-sentence. His gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across the two of them leaning against each other's shoulders. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and noticed his broad shoulders. What did he want to do, lend his shoulder to her to lean on? "I'm suddenly sleepy." She leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. So sleepy, so sleepy. The corners of Xiao Liulang's lips curled up imperceptibly, and he didn't withdraw his hand from her. When the carriage arrived at the alley, both of them leaned on Xiao Lulang and fell asleep. Xiao Lulang originally wanted to shake the little fellow in his arms to wake him up and let him get down himself. Then, Xiao Lulang would carry Gu Jiao down from the carriage. However, little Jing Kong must have used up all his energy to take care of the child. He was so tired that he could not wake up. Gu Jiao, who was at the side, woke up. Gu Jiao rubbed her eyes. "Are we home?" Xiao Lulang could only reply, "Yes, we're here." Gu Jiao carried the sleeping little Jing Kong over and jumped off the carriage. Xiao Lulang looked at her back view and his eyes darkened. Actually, he wanted to say that he could carry him, but she was afraid that it would tire his legs. For the first time, Xiao Lulang felt annoyed with his legs. Why couldn't he walk? Why was he limping? When the two of them entered the courtyard, they realized that there were guests at home. To be exact, they were uninvited guests, Gu Jinyu and a mother and daughter. The mother and daughter were He Shi and Yao Xian, whom Gu Jiao had met at the Yao family's house at the beginning of the year. Xiao Lulang had never seen them before. The two of them were sitting together with Gu Jinyu and Yao Shi, and they seemed to have an unspeakable relationship. Yao Shi looked a little awkward. Ever since she brought Jiao Jiao, Gu Yan and little Jing Kong back to her maiden home at the beginning of the year, she had almost cut off all contact with her maiden home. She didn't expect that they would come here today. She didn't know if they would anger Jiao Jiao and her son-in-law. "Elder sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I brought aunt and cousin Xian here." Gu Jinyu stood up and said guiltily. "Ah, he is my niece-in-law." Madam, he was stunned. No one had told her that her niece-in-law was so handsome. Didn't they say that he was a poor boy from the countryside, who had never been seen in public, and was also a little cripple? When Xiao Lulang came in, Madam He had already discovered that he was a cripple. But his face was so handsome that Madam He's brain turned to mush. She didn't connect him with the only crippled son-in-law in the family. Yao Xian's face turned red. It was also her first time seeing such a fairy-like young man. He didn't have the childishness of an ordinary young man. He had the maturity and restraint of an adult man. Gu Jiao didn't call her aunt, nor did she acknowledge Yao Xian as her cousin. Naturally, Xiao Lulang wouldn't acknowledge her as well. This was different from when Gu Jiao didn't call Madame Yao mother. Gu Jiao had accepted Madame Yao in her heart, but that form of address was a little foreign to her. Gu Jiao looked at Madame He and Yao Xian coldly. Xiao Lulang greeted Madame Yao, "Mother, we're back." Madame Yao felt relieved when she heard him call her mother. She smiled and said, "It's good that you're back. You must be sick from the heat. Go and change your clothes first." "Okay." Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao returned to the west room. Gu Jiao placed little Jing Kong on the bed before returning to her own west room. Madam He finally regained her senses. "Your son-in-law looks all right, but it's a pity that he's a cripple. Jiao Jiao is the daughter of the Marquis's household. Why did you find her a cripple?" Madame Yao didn't welcome Madame He and her daughter. Her face darkened when she heard this. Gu Jingyu quickly smoothed things over, brother-in-law is very capable. He's this year's top scorer. Madame He pursed her lips, a cripple can also be the top scorer? Is it so easy to be the top scorer now? Then my family's Feng can also be the top scorer. Yao Fingyi, Madame He and Yao Yuan's son, was 2 years older than Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Madame Yao didn't have any expectations for her sister-in-law. Madame He was ignorant and self-righteous. If Gu Jingyu hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have let Madame He into her house. Madame He grumbled, and your son-in-law is too arrogant. He doesn't even know how to entertain his wife's relatives. Does he think he's so great after becoming the top scorer that he looks down on Jiao Jiao? That's true. I'm not criticizing you, but Jiao Jiao's face needs to be covered up. It's fine if you're ugly, but you should dress up. Eldest sister-in-law. Madame Yao slammed the teacup on the table. She held back her anger and said calmly, you've drunk the tea and spoken. If there's nothing else, eldest sister-in-law, please go back. We're very busy at home. Younger sister-in-law, what do you mean? I just arrived and you're chasing me away. Didn't I just say a few words of truth? Madame He looked at Gu Jinyu as she spoke, Jinyu, you be the judge. Did your brother-in-law not even greet us? Gu Jinyu said softly, brother-in-law didn't do it on purpose. He doesn't know you. Madame He scoffed, then he should. Know you. I don't think he even looked at you properly. Gu Jinyu didn't say anything. Madame He saw that the atmosphere had cooled down and quickly smiled, saying, all right. It's my fault. I don't know how to speak. Yao, don't lower yourself to my level. Madame He had come today mainly for 2 matters. The first was the matter of Yao Feng studying. She wanted to use her connections to get him into the directorate. The second matter was Yao Xian's marriage. Yao, just agree. Madame He shamelessly said. Madame Yao coldly said, what should I agree to? Is the directorate a place that I can enter just because I want to? Madame He choked, you. Aren't you the head wife of the manor? I heard that the old marquis has returned. Have him help think of a way. Madame Yao found it hard to believe, it seems that eldest sister-in-law has set her sights on my father-in-law. Madame He's eyes flashed and said, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although your father-in-law has been removed from his position and the Gu family army has been lost, he should still have some connections in the capital. Otherwise, how could your manor have been so extravagant for so many years? This was the truth. Marquis Ding and manor did not have any real power, nor did they lack money. The foundation was there and they were rich. Madame He continued, what's more, brother Feng is your nephew. If you don't help him, who will you help? Wasn't that lame son-in-law of yours also pushed into the directorate by you? You can push him in, but you can't push brother Feng in. Madame Yao was furious. It was fortunate that her daughter had taken care of her body during this period of time. Otherwise, the unborn child in her belly would have caused Madame He to be angered to death. I don't care where you heard it from, but I will clearly tell you that my son-in-law entered the directorate on his own. He was the top scorer in Yuzhou. Madame He was shocked by Madame Yao's anger. She had never seen Madame Yao so angry before. Her arrogance unconsciously fell, that is also because you used your connections. It was impossible to reason with someone like Madame He. The mushroom did not know the day and night, and the cricket did not know the seasons. Madame He was a shallow and self-righteous person. She would not believe Xiao Liulan's excellence, she only knew how to make blind guesses, and she felt that her guesses were very reasonable. It's up to you to believe it or not. Madame Yao did not want to waste any more words with Madame He. She stood up and turned to leave. Madame He quickly said, hey. Yao, I haven't finished speaking. Gu Jinyu saw that Madame Yao was really angry. At this moment, she did not care about Madame He and followed after Madame Yao. Madame He also wanted to chase after her, but she was grabbed by the collar by a strong force. It was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao directly pulled her out of the central room. She did not care about the collar and strangled Madame He's neck. Madame He's eyes rolled back. She tried to grab with both hands, but she could not hold on. You, what are you doing? Eldest cousin. Yao Xian's face turned pale as she stood up. Gu Jiao threw Madame He out of the front door of their house. Madame He lost her balance and fell to the ground. She fell flat on her face. Mother! Yao Xian carried the bouquets and crossed the threshold to help Madame He up. Madame He was furious. She climbed up and patted the bouquets. She glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. You lass. Halfway through her words, she met Gu Jiao's deathly gaze. Her heart thumped and her scalp suddenly turned numb. Gu Jiao knocked on the door and did not hide the coldness in her eyes. You are not allowed to come here again. Otherwise, I will break your bones. Madame He wanted to say that she dared, but when she met that cold gaze, she could not say a word. Madame He could pester Yao endlessly because she understood that Yao would at most ignore her and would not hurt her. But Madame He strangely felt that this lass could really kill her. Madame He's face was pale as she said, You are not afraid that, if word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. She did not have any confidence in her words. Is that so? Gu Jiao suddenly raised her hand. Madame He was so frightened that she ran away. She even forgot about Yao Xian. Yao Xian saw that Gu Jiao only brushed her sleeves. Her own mother had run away. Yao Xian did not have the face to continue staying here. Mother, wait for me. Inside the room, Gu Jingyu was apologizing to Yao Xian. Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't know that things would turn out like this. Aunt did not tell me. She was just too worried about mother and was also worried that she did not treat elder sister well last time, so she had to come this time to make up for it. I thought that since it was to make up for elder sister, I made the decision to bring her here. Yao Xian closed her eyes with a headache. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Gu Jingyu replied in a low voice, I understand, mother. Yao Xian frowned and said, How did they know about Liulong's matter? Gu Jingyu thought for a moment and said, When aunt asked about brother-in-law, I only said that brother-in-law and elder sister got married in the countryside and studied at the Imperial College. Now, he is working at the Imperial College. I did not say anything else. Yao Xian looked at Gu Jingyu and said, You didn't say anything about his leg? Gu Jingyu lowered her head. When aunt asked, I mentioned it, but I did not say that brother-in-law is a cripple. I would not say that about brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is just unable to walk. Gu Jingyu's words were not so crude. She would not keep mentioning the word cripple, but she could not stand against He Xian's unpleasant words. Yao Xian's heart was filled with panic. She did not know if she was angry at He Xian or Gu Jingyu. She only knew that she did not want to see either of them right now. She held her forehead and sighed, You should also go back early. You are about to get married. Don't keep running outside. Yes. Gu Jingyu came out of Yao Xian's room and ran into Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, who were feeding little Chick, little 8, and little 9. Gu Jingyu first looked at Gu Jiao, elder sister. Gu Jiao's attitude was cold, Don't call me that. It's not. Gu Jingyu bit her lip in grievance and looked at Xiao Lulang, brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang also did not respond. He focused on feeding the birds and chickens and treated Gu Jingyu as heir. Gu Jingyu left Jade Water Alley in grievance. Her carriage had just turned a corner when it was stopped by He Xian, who was waiting on Chang'an Main Street. The driver stopped the carriage. Gu Jingyu had thought that He Xian had come to say goodbye to her. Who knew that she had come to criticize her? Jingyu, why didn't you speak up for aunt just now? Gu Jingyu was completely shocked by He Xian's thick skin. She did not speak up for her just now? She had mediated for her so many times. He Xian snorted, That's your fault. Look at how much aunt dotes on you. She gives all the good things to you and Yan. Aunt has never been so good to your mother's biological daughter. Gu Jingyu had run into a wall with Yao Xian, Gu Jiao, and Xiao Lulang. She was already gloomy. Now that He Xian had attacked her, she could not help but feel angry. Didn't aunt say that she only came to apologize to elder sister today? Why haven't I heard aunt say a word of apology from the start to the end? He Xian's eyes flashed and she said sheepishly, I didn't have time to say it? That girl grew up in the countryside. She's so uneducated. Gu Jingyu said unhappily, Aunt, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hey. Jingyu. Xian gripped the window of the carriage and smiled. Can you help with your cousin and cousin's matter? How can I help? Gu Jinyu's expression did not look too good. Xian said, don't think that aunt doesn't know. Aren't you engaged to royal princein? The Zhuang family has more power than the marquis' household. Go and talk to the future son-in-law and ask him to help your cousin. Gu Jinyu was not so foolish. She had already climbed up this marriage. If she were to get involved with a rogue relative, the Zhuang family would look down on her even more. I can't help. She rejected. Xian was furious. Yao Xian said, Cousin Jinyu, don't be angry. My mother was in the wrong today. My mother didn't have any bad intentions. She was just too worried about my brother and me. It's my fault for being too stupid. If I was half as smart as my cousin, my mother would not have to worry so much. Xian glared at her daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? You're very smart too. You just don't have the chance to go to that, girls' school. That's right. Thinking of this, Xian's thoughts came to life again. She smiled and looked at Gu Jinyu. All right. Let's not talk about your cousin for now. Help your cousin enter a girls' school. Look, you only managed to hook such a good rich husband after entering a girls' school. Your cousin's qualifications are not worse than yours. You're an adopted daughter, but she's the legitimate daughter of the Yao family. Gu Jinyu was so angry that her face turned green. What did it mean to shoot yourself in the foot? This was it. She gripped her handkerchief tightly. Let's go. Once the coachman received the order, he did not care that Xian was still holding on to the carriage. He waved his whip and the horse felt the pain and started to gallop. Io. Xian staggered and almost fell to the ground. Mother, are you all right? Yao Xian held on to her. Xian spat on the ground. Pooh. She's just a village girl who was adopted by mistake. She really thinks she's a piece of cake. Mother, Xian said, Xian, don't be afraid. Of your two cousins, one is adopted and the other has a scar on her face. If even they can find a good marriage partner, I don't believe that you can't. Don't worry, I'll definitely find you a good husband. At the mention of a good husband, Yao Xian's mind suddenly flashed with the young man's exquisite features. His expression was cold, indifferent and distant, but it had an inexplicable attraction and charm. Yao Xian. Yao Xian's heart skipped a beat. Digression, the monthly votes double event has begun. Please vote, vote. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/110855327. HTML Genius remembers this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. End of chapter 393. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.